Night falls. The mystical moonlight shines down on the dilapidated old temple when a female ghost, Ligui, appears out of nowhere. She has long, white hair, a curvy figure, and sharp nails. Her face is gleeful, drooling as if she smells a delicious treat. So fragrant, the Ligui enjoys the aroma with satisfaction. This smell, it's like an immortal body. She suddenly widens her eyes and immediately rushes forward. The fragrance seems to be coming from this direction. This is a once Palazine, Fia, millennium opportunity. I must find this extremely rare immortal body and eat it. The Ligui races madly towards the dilapidated temple, her hair and skirt billowing, leaves rustling, accompanied by the constant whistling of the wind. Instant ascension to immortality. Inside the immortal temple, Chen Chang An lies sprawled out, head resting on the table, lifeless. The flickering lamplight and the dilapidated floor only amplify the despair, exhausted to the core, so hungry. Lifeless eyes, messy hair, a dirty face, tattered clothes, and a rumbling stomach, constantly dreaming of steamed mutton, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, and roast chicken. He is one of the unluckiest transmigrators. Other transmigrators always sing a song of invincibility all the way. But me? I transmigrated to the cultivation world only to find out my meridians are blocked. The old geezer said, "Kid, you are indeed a good seedling, but you're a bit useless." Meanwhile, others sneered. The dilapidated sect actually took in a useless person who can't cultivate. Unlike those guys, the old geezer smiled kindly, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Chang An, you're not too bad either. You are the legendary immortal body. Eating you can lead to instant ascension. Aren't you happy about that?" Which left him speechless. Not only can't I cultivate, but Old Man Heaven gave me a Tang Sanzang attribute as a bonus, causing me 3 years of great pain, succumbing powerlessly to fate, suffering from being fought over by countless demons and monsters, injured all over. And the sect was also attacked. The old geezer couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly broke through the void to bring me here to hide. Emotions erupting, he stood up angrily, kicked the pillow beside him, and waved his hands wildly. "Screw this shit, I've had enough." Chen Chang An exploded with emotion. Why can other transmigrators rise to prominence, while I can only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? He angrily pointed to the sky and shouted, "Old Man Heaven, you heartless bastard! Why are you torturing me like this? If you have the guts, strike me dead with lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bolt of lightning struck the ground. Chen Chang An was horrified, sweating profusely, so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately bowed 90 degrees to express his sincerity, saying, "Just kidding, I was just kidding." Chen Chang An dejectedly walked back into the temple. All right, I should just go to sleep and save some calories." He rested his head on the mat, curled up on the floor, and said, "Maybe tomorrow the old geezer will step on auspicious clouds, holding roast chicken in his hand, to surprise me." Before he could even have a moment of peace, a charming, seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Darling, on such a spring night, why don't you spend it with me?" Chen Chang An was startled, opened his eyes wide, and turned around. "Damn, who are you? You scared the crap out of me. When did you get in here?" A Ligui, with a lithe figure and firm butt, propped herself up next to Chen Chang An. While he was still dazed, she grabbed his face and kissed him loudly. The Ligui closed her eyes in satisfaction, her face turning rosy with pleasure. That's right, that's the taste of the immortal body. The Ligui let go of him with satisfaction, her fiery eyes staring at him. He thought to himself, I, a dignified 7-foot-tall man, was forcibly kissed because I was hungry. What a humiliation. Brothers, remember to protect yourselves when you go out. Don't be like me. He 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 he. While the Ligui was still immersed in pleasure, Chen Chang An pushed her away forcefully, causing her to stumble back a few steps. "Go to hell, you ugly monster!" The Ligui acted as if nothing had happened. With a charming face and flirtatious eyes, she pointed to her face. "So, you like this kind of thing, darling?" Seeing this, Chen Chang An blushed and had a nosebleed. She straddled him, holding his hands down. He stammered, The plot development is too fast. Why don't we chat about life first?" It's down. The Ligui smiled sweetly. "What are you waiting for? I can't take it anymore." He closed his eyes tightly in fright and shouted, "Dear Lord, I've been through this before. I'm asking you, are you a ghost?" She stared blankly at him. "How did you know?" Thunder rumbled across the sky. Well, yeah." Her beautiful face suddenly disappeared, Her skin turned pale. Her eyes were completely white except for the red pupils. Her mouth was wide to her ears with sharp fangs. Of course I'm a ghost. Hearing this, Chen Chang An was terrified, his features scattered, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with fear. Remembering what the old coot told him, I've placed a restriction on this temple. Demons and monsters can't get in. You wait here. Don't wander around. Wait for me to come back. He yelled, FCK, ain't I just a bootleg Ning Kaichin? The wraith caressed his chin. The eternal life physique came from UEH. Before he could react, she bit his shoulder hard with her eyes gleaming, fresh blood splattered, soaking his clothes. He couldn't struggle, his eyes filled with despair. Am I really gonna die today? He gritted his teeth. I've been hiding like a rat for 3 years. As a result, a ding sound echoed in the space. A cold mechanical voice resounded. Detected that the host has encountered a wraith, immediately activating the Invincible Domain System for the host. The Invincible Domain has a diameter of 2 meters in a circular shape. He floated in the air, looking down disdainfully. Chen Chang An's eyes glimmered with hope. Invincible Domain. In other words, within this 2 per meter domain, I am the lord of this domain. The system displayed information. System version 10. Name: Chen Chang An. Realm: none. Special function: none. Domain value: none. Domain range: 2 meters. Chen Chang An clenched his fist, gathering energy. A ring of orange light surrounded his hand. IFC King knew it. Chen Chang An waved his hand, sending the wraith flying. How can a transmigrator not have a golden finger? She gnashed her teeth. Her eyes filled with surprise. You? What did you do? Chen Chang An was overjoyed with his golden finger. Though he was in pain from the bite wound, his eyes were still shining brightly. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Let me see just how strong this invincible domain is. Seeing this, the wraith covered her mouth and giggled, her hair fluttering in the wind. Counterattack. With you, I look down on you. Her eyes flashed with heart shapes, smiling brightly. Young master, as a mortal, you can at least weigh the pros and cons. Your attacks on me are ultimately just tickles. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards him crazily. Why don't you just lie down and let me serve you? Young master might feel better, you know? Chen Chang An was full of confidence. Come at me and see if I can't turn you into mincemeat. He raised his hand and punched her straight in the face. Before her surprised eyes, a strong golden light engulfed her. She could only let out a painful moan. The light powerfully pierced through the roof, through the sky. A few leaves fluttered down. His hand was still punching at the sky, his eyes dazed as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This isn't a dream. His eyes shone brightly, his face filled with joy. I can fly now. Chen Chang An happily clenched both hands. From now on, I won't have to run away anymore. In the space, the cold mechanical voice continued to resound. Host killed a Chi refining stage 3 wraith, gained 1 domain value. He was stunned? Domain value? What's that? Every 100 domain values can increase the range of the invincible domain by 1 meter. Current invincible domain range: 2 meters. Chen Chang An immediately wondered. So how do I get domain values? If the range of the domain covered the entire continent, wouldn't I be able to directly rule the entire continent, surrounded by beauties, with endless gold, silver, and jewels, reaching the pinnacle of life? The system dashed a bucket of cold water on his dreams. The method to obtain domain values needs to be discovered on your own. He angrily gnashed his teeth so hard that he even raised his middle finger. Damn it. System, you're not going to take responsibility? Not even a little experience? And I have to figure it out myself? His face was ashen, his eyes blank, and his mouth twitched. By the time I figure it out, I'm afraid I'll have starved to death already. With a thud, Chen Chang An fainted and fell unconscious on the ground. Shadows covered the sky, which had been pierced by his terrifying power. Bright lightning gathered into an energy ball and continuously descended. The demons in the forest were suddenly alarmed. What pierced the sky? A 2-horned, sharp-toothed demon couldn't help but exclaim, "Terrifying celestial might!" The other demons wondered, could it be a celestial treasure falling into the mortal realm? The sky formed a vortex, relentlessly blasting lightning down, and some cultivators were rushing towards it. A celestial phenomenon, the Qing Shen sword, no idea where it came from, shining so bright. Looks like a celestial treasure's appeared, the world's probably gonna go wild. Blue skies, gentle sunlight, refreshing air. A towering 7-story ancient building stood tall, surrounded by other buildings. Right there was a monument, with a golden orb floating in the middle. golden chains radiating outwards, along with wisps of light pink clouds adding to the immortal aura. This was the Xuanwu immortal realm of the upper realm. Before things could settle down, a strange energy pierced straight into the Xuanwu immortal realm of the upper realm, sending fragments flying everywhere. A huge, golden fist emerged from the lower realm, radiating dazzling colors that blinded people. The terrifying power caused the 7-story building to break in half, slowly collapsing and sending debris flying. An angry voice echoed, "No damn way. The holy sword is emitting a dazzling golden lightning, floating in the air. My holy immortal sword." With that, it shot off, no idea where it went, just saw that its owner was absolutely furious. Sheng Wu, dressed in blue silk, was so angry that his brow furrowed, his hair flying wildly in the wind, his fist clenched and radiating blue light. He impatiently yelled, 12 immortal generals! Get your butts over here for me!" Streaks of blue, red, purple, pink, and yellow light appeared in the sky, shooting straight down. Gradually, they transformed into human figures, gently landing. They had different appearances. Some fat, some skinny, standing around Sheng Wu respectfully in unison. "Greetings, immortal lord." Sheng Wu's sharp eyes looked at each of them. "My natal immortal energy, refined for 10,000 years, is lost in the lower realm." Sheng Wu ordered the 12 immortal generals, "I want you to spare no expense in finding it and bringing it back here." He didn't forget to warn, "If anyone dares to covet it, kill." Sheng Wu's face darkened, his eyes flashed with fire, spitting out a word like a shura hell that terrified people. Clouds churned, the sky darkened. The 12 immortal generals replied in unison, "As you command." Chen Chang An's hand trembled as he lightly scratched the ground. He woke up, seeing a huge hole in the ceiling, the starry night sky twinkling before his eyes. He scratched his head. This old man fainted from hunger. So embarrassing. He sat down on the ground, covered in dirt, scratching his hand, his face awkward as he looked at the overturned incense burner. "Don't tell me I have to eat dirt from the incense burner now." He angrily kicked the incense burner away. "Damn it, I'm from the 21st century. Even if I'm hungry, I wouldn't resort to eating dirt. Gotta survive to get back there." He stood up and stroked his chin. His shadow stretched long on the ground. Theoretically, the old geezer set up a barrier inside this temple, so demons and monsters shouldn't be able to get in. But tonight, a female ghost broke in, and she was even a chi refining stage little ghost. His eyes were doubtful, his mouth pursed. What the heck is going on? Then, Chen Chang An sighed again, his face drooped, his head pulled into his neck. "Anyway, now's not the time to think about this. It's that I don't have cultivation, so if something happens to the old geezer, I can't do anything." A golden barrier surrounded him in a radius of 2 meters. Chen Chang An's feet looked around. "Unless the invincible field can move with the host, let's try it. If the invincible field can move with the host, I'll instantly be invincible." Chen Chang An happily reached his hand out of the field. Then he tried to step outside. A cold air invaded his body, making him stiff all over, and he quickly retreated back into the field. Oh man. Stepping out of the field is instantly freezing. Could there still be a vengeful ghost outside? After the experiment just now, he came to a conclusion. Okay, so the invincible field doesn't move with the host. Well, that's right. How could the system allow such a bug to exist? Chen Chang An scratched his messy hair, pondering. Right now, besides filling my stomach, the most important thing is how to get some spiritual energy. If I randomly leave the invincible field, don't even mention being killed by a ghost, I'll probably get torn to shreds by 100 ghosts. While Chen Chang An was still thinking of ways to cope, an angry voice rang out. "Let's see where you can run to." From the sky, a girl with loose hair and a blue dress fell down. Because her butt hit the ground, her face contorted in pain and she screamed, "Ouch, that hurts." A tall, muscular dude appeared in front of the temple. He was ripped. His face looked like a demon. Grand Elder Evil Dragon Quat. Li Zhao warned Ling Bao, "Behave yourself for this old man. Don't even think about running away." Li Xiao's shadow loomed large, his eyes bloodshot as he threatened her. "Or, I swear I'll smack you dead with one hand." Ling Bao wasn't having it. Her eyebrows furrowed, her jade eyes blazing with anger. "Go ahead and try to kill me. See if my dad doesn't poke you to death with one finger." Chen Chang An watched her, made a gesture of defense in front of his chest, and then started sneaking away. When cultivators fight, mortals suffer. This good guy is getting out of here. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head, his eyes lighting up. Wait a sec. Maybe he's got something to eat on him. He was so happy he could cry, his eyes welling up, fist clenched in joy. He's gotta have something. I might actually not starve to death, he yelled, calling out to Li Xiao. That name, Ling Bao was surprised and turned around. Mortal, what are you doing here? Chen Chang An stood there, fist clenched, expression unreadable. This is my territory now. Without my permission, who told you guys you could come in here? Ling Bao was shocked and broke out in cold sweat, speechless. He had a stern expression, not angry but intimidating. You came in here and started making a ruckus, disturbing this granddaddy, who has nothing to eat. He grinned wickedly, eyes gleaming, raising his hand as if to grab something. So, bring out anything edible you have for this granddaddy, or else. Ling Bao was completely dumbfounded, her head full of question marks, eyes puzzled. Do you not want to live anymore? Are you crazy? You dare provoke Scarface Lie? Li Xiao, taking advantage of her distraction, grabbed her head and lifted her up, making her scream. His eyes blazed with anger as he gritted his teeth. Compensate this old man. See, beggar, you looking for death. Li Xiao unleashed 3 skull projectiles like crazy towards him. They opened their big mouths filled with sharp fangs, their eyes fierce. He cursed. Be a beast in the next life. Remember to keep your mouth shut. He frowned and raised his hand to defend himself. The 3 skulls flew straight into the barrier, turning into a swirling cloud of green smoke. Chen Chang An peeked out with one eye, looking at the dense green smoke. From within the smoke, his figure gradually emerged. Damn it! I wasn't even planning to kill you yet, and you already wanted to kill me. Do you think I'm still that soft persimmon from before, that anyone can just squeeze? Ling Bao was stunned, her mouth agape. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the attack vanished. How did he do that? Isn't he immortal? Li Xiao looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He is mortal. That's right, there's no way he could have blocked my attack, even if he dodged to avoid me. I can understand, no. There's no way of dodging it. He should be dead now. I have fought for more than 10 years. Also killed countless people. Apart from a large expenditure of the original force, no other possibility. Before their stunned expressions, he grinned triumphantly, giving Li Xiao the middle finger. Scarface? With just you? You want to kill me? I'll just stand right here. Come over here. If you can kill me, I'll kowtow to you. Li Xiao laughed humorlessly, his face a demonic mask, his hair flying wildly in anger, a dangerous red aura radiating around him. He stretched out his hand and summoned a huge blood-colored curved blade, the wind swirling wildly, his whole body immersed in a bizarre red color. No matter who you are, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Li Xiao controlled the sharp, curved blade, smiling confidently as he charged towards him. Chen Chang An stood his ground, smiling triumphantly, stepping into his invincible field. Come on. Your life and death are in my hands. His eyes sharp, a powerful aura erupting from his body, he raised his hand to meet the challenge. Ling Bao panicked at his actions. What is he thinking? Is he really going to use his bare hands to catch a magical artifact? She wanted to stop him, but she was frozen in place. Li Xiao laughed loudly, as if he was looking at an idiot. The blood-colored curved blade is an extremely sharp third-grade magical artifact. A beggar like you dares to use your mortal body to grab it? You're just asking for death! Chen Chang An coldly grabbed the blade with 2 fingers. He smiled arrogantly. So now, what about now? Didn't you still get caught by me? Ling Bao felt like she had been struck by lightning from a clear sky. She didn't believe her eyes. He caught it with 2 fingers. Li Xiao was covered in cold sweat, confusion mixed with fear, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. You. Chen Chang An smiled as he watched Li Xiao fall into his trap, gently breaking his curved blade in 2. Young man, be a little humble. Think carefully in your next life. Then, he gently threw the blade shard straight into Li Xiao's head. He screamed in pain, blood splattering everywhere, and that was the end of him. A blue and white light flashed in Chen Chang An's mind. The cold voice of the system echoed in his head. Host killed a golden core triple heaven cultivator, gaining 500 domain points. He looked at his hand as if discovering a new truth. It seems that in addition to killing wraith ghosts, killing cultivators can also earn domain points. Killing a golden core realm cultivator has earned 500 points. What about a nascent soul realm, a transformation god realm, or even an immortal? Killing cultivators with higher cultivation will earn more domain points, the system announced. The current available domain points are 500. Do you want to use 500 domain points to expand the Invincible Domain? Hearing this, he immediately wanted to use the domain points to expand the field by 5 meters. Golden light shimmered all around the dilapidated temple. Hopefully, host will continue to strive to gain more domain points. He was so happy he was crying and doing this weird dance, muttering incomprehensible stuff that left Ling Bao behind him totally confused. She stood at the temple entrance, feeling like what just happened was too surreal. Grand Elder Evil Dragon, a ridiculously strong Golden Core expert, was just killed by a mortal. Chen Chang An was acting like she didn't exist, happily rummaging through Li Xiao's corpse, checking if there was anything valuable. Ling Bao couldn't believe what she was seeing. Or, was this mortal actually a hidden master lying low in the 10,000 mountains? Chen Chang An searched and surprisingly found a spatial ring. Holy crap, a spatial ring. But I don't have any cultivation, how am I supposed to open this thing? He sighed in frustration, turned to look at Ling Bao and called out to her, "Hey, you!" Startled, she could only stammer. Then she clasped her hands in front of her chest, bowing respectfully. Chang An, Senior. Tonight a celestial phenomenon appeared. The sect suspects a celestial treasure has appeared, ordering me to bring the disciples of the Nine Swords sect here. Unexpectedly, we were ambushed by Li Xiao. His face was dull, his eyes dazed, and his mouth drooped, listening to her babble. Geez, did I even ask? Ling Bao recalled her teammates who died at the hands of Li Xiao, and her eyes welled up with tears. Besides me, all the other disciples of the Nine Swords sect died at his hands. She was grateful to him. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him like he was the Buddha reborn. If Senior hadn't intervened, I would definitely have been captured by him. She looked at him and began to ponder, lost in thought. Li Xiao had Golden Core cultivation, and he was still killed by Senior. Could he be a nascent soul expert in disguise? It's been said that no nascent soul experts have emerged in Young Province for centuries. Could Senior possibly be a nascent soul cultivator? He propped his hand up and looked at her smiling. As long as you aren't in league with him, that's all I care about. That Scarface is dead and gone, so I am sure this ring can be opened, right? She unconsciously reached out and grabbed the ring. With Li Xiao dead, the imprint dissipated, and the spatial ring was now ownerless and could be opened. Chen Chang An was overjoyed. Is there anything edible in the ring? I'm starving to death. The night scene became peaceful, and the sky was full of stars. So Ling Bao just stared silently with 3 dots on the head, watching Chen Chang An, happily giggling and dancing around with a roasted chicken in hand. The Invincible Domain is about to cover the entire Immortal Temple. Now I have to figure out how to get more domain points and try to expand the cultivation world, unify the cultivation world, and then I'll have the power to protect Old Man. Maybe I can even find him 18 wives. Ling Bao suddenly knelt down. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Senior Chen Chang An had already eaten 3 chickens, and his mouth was still gnawing on half of another, mouth full of meat, asking her what's up. Ling Bao blushed and clasped her hands together, shyly avoiding eye contact with him. Senior saved my life, which means I have a destiny with Senior. Ling Bao looked at him. Her face was cute and adorable. So can you take me as your disciple? He heard her speak. His mouth was still chewing on roasted chicken, and he was extremely surprised, his eyes turning into black beans. Huh? Still not over the shock, she added in confusion. Senior, I'm really good. Ling Bao clung to his leg, throwing a tantrum, wailing miserably, tears streaming down like a river. Senior, you saved my life. Even if you don't take me as a disciple, please let me stay by your side. I will definitely serve you well. Chen Chang An's face was confused, his hand still holding the chicken drumstick, disgustedly waving his leg to try and kick her away, but to no avail. Ling Bao looked at him, her eyes sparkling with stars, a lewd smile on her face. Senior is a golden thigh, I must hug it no matter what. He splashed her with a cold bucket of water, ruthlessly pushing her face away. No need, I only saved you on a whim. He said that, but in his heart he was thinking, I want to take you in too, but I'm relying on the Invincible Domain right now. What am I going to teach her if I take in a disciple? Thinking about how he only knew how to play mahjong, he was unwilling. Mahjong, landlord. Am I going to corrupt her? But the problem now is that you can't eat or drink anything inside the Invincible Domain. If I want to eat or drink, I have to go outside, but I don't have any cultivation. Going outside is just death. Ling Bao's face was squished and deformed by him, but she still shamelessly begged him. Please, master. She was teary-eyed, her face was pitiful, her voice cooing as she called him. Master, are you really not taking me in? Chen Chang An thought deeply. Taking her as a tool to find food and drink for myself isn't bad. Plus, I have the invincible domain anyway. It's not like anyone will be weaker than my disciple. He coughed a few times, his face serious, and began to boast. Manhwa girl! This old man has been gallivanting across the immortal realm for billions of years. If you want to worship this old man as your master, you would have to cross the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualifications do you have for me to take you as a disciple? Ling Bao froze, speechless, not knowing what to say. He looked melancholy, his face profound. But you and I have a destiny, so this old man will give you a chance, reluctantly accepting you as a registered disciple. Now, after you pass the test, this old man will officially take you as his disciple. Ling Bao's cheeks flushed crimson as she stared at him in surprise. Without any hesitation, she immediately kowtowed to him. Disciple Bao greets master. Ling Bao grinned happily. This is great. If I have a master to guide me, my strength will definitely soar. Ding. A system notification chimed. Host and Ling Bao have formed a master-disciple relationship, rewarding 100 domain points. He tore off a piece of chicken and looked up, then he burst out laughing. Getting domain points from taking a disciple? Perfect timing! So there's another way to unlock domain points. Ling Bao was clueless, kneeling beside him and anxiously asking, Master, what's wrong? A terrible stench assaulted her nose, and she frantically covered her nose, retreating several meters away from him. Master, how long has it been since you last bathed? He was speechless, holding the chicken leg, unable to utter a word out of embarrassment. Quickly composing himself, he told her to bring the large cauldron outside the temple and fill it with water. Master will use it to bathe later. She obediently went to work. Yes, master. Chen Chang An raised his armpit and sniffed to see if he was as stinky as she said. Is it really that bad? No way. The horrifying scent assaulted his nostrils. He was completely frozen by his own stink. I didn't think I stank this much. As if heaven smelled the stench, a torrential downpour began. The rain poured down. Ling Bao placed the large cauldron outside the temple to collect rainwater. A rustling sound made her alert. Turning around, a surging aura rose from the depths of the forest. A pair of bright green eyes stared intently at Ling Bao, making her jump. Chen Chang An, gnawing on a chicken leg, saw her rush in. Her face panicked. It's bad, there's a golden core stage demon fox outside attacking. Master. Hearing this, his eyes lit up with joy, as if he had struck gold. A demon fox? And a golden core stage 1 at that? Isn't this domain points delivered right to my door? He gleefully hopped up and down, telling her to go hunting with him. Quick, let's go hunting. For teacher. What the? A tiger is approaching. I am the golden core stage demon fox. I was attracted here by a fragrant smell. But when I got here, I saw that man use his big fist to beat a ghost to death. He also took a hostage. Oh my god. So scary. Little meow 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 meow. His eyes with a trace of fear, hesitantly looking towards the ruined temple. I originally wanted to leave, but that fragrant smell kept rushing into my mouth, making it irresistible. Ling Bao timidly hid behind Chen Chang An as they approached the edge of the domain. Chen Chang An smiled and said, Without bait, how can we lure the demon fox into attacking here? Now nothing can stop the attraction of the undying body. Ling Bao, seeing him raise his hand, quietly wondered, Master, what secret art are you performing? He reached his hand out of the domain, just to check if that old geezer had placed a restriction on me. Can the invincible domain block the aura of my undying body? The fragrance from the undying body immediately spread, enveloping the entire space. Little Meow Meow smelled it, and immediately drooled, his eyes shining. Fragrant, so fragrant I can't take it anymore. With that, Little Meow Meow jumped out of the bushes, rushing like lightning straight towards Ling Bao and Chen Chang An. Seeing this, she screamed, Master, be careful. He watched it rush forward, now certain that the restriction the old geezer placed on him was no longer effective. The invincible domain can still block the aura on my body, but can it block it completely? Still needs further verification. After all, Ling Bao doesn't have any reaction to the smell on me. Or maybe it's because I haven't bathed in a long time, and the stink is covering it up. In short, cultivators aren't demons and ghosts with such sensitive noses. Ling Bao, seeing Little Meow Meow rushing over, was filled with panic, urging him to act. It's coming! A golden core stage demon fox! Do something, master. He still smiled calmly, watching it walk right into the trap. Little Meow Meow, full of determination, his eyes shining, mouth wide open, sharp fangs dripping with saliva. Demon Fox, even if I'm beaten to a pulp and die here today, I must eat until I'm satisfied. Little Meow Meow rushed forward, crashing into the barrier of the domain, his entire body frozen, suspended in mid-air. He was dizzy, trembling, not understanding what was happening. Meow Meow, what's wrong? Chen Chang An crossed his arms, watching it frozen in mid-air. What are you plotting, little tiger? It just wants to eat people. Too bad, you think you can eat me? He laughed mockingly, watching it walk right into his trap. Ling Bao was drenched in sweat, her face pale as a ghost. Master, you're the one who made the Golden Core stage Demon Fox stand still? He proudly said. But little tiger walked right into the trap. It's a small matter. Disciple, quickly take little Meow Meow and butcher it. Xiao Miao heard this and burst into tears, trembling all over. Ling Bao raised her hand to her forehead, nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll summon my sword. The sharp blade flashed with a purple light, her eyes full of determination. Turns out, becoming a disciple was a wise choice. I must cling to Shifu's thighs. She held the sword high and shouted, thrusting it straight at Xiao Miao. But after all, it had cultivated to the Golden Core stage. With thick skin and fat, her sword immediately cracked and broke. Her face immediately turned panicked. Facing the crying Xiao Miao, she could only retract her sword, timidly looking at him, shyly calling out. Shifu, Chen Chang An, seeing this situation, felt a bit speechless. Looks like I have to handle everything myself. He told Ling Bao to give him the sword. Give me the sword, let me show you how to properly wield it, and I'll send it to the afterlife. He indifferently swung the sword gently. A dazzling light of electrical energy shot straight at Xiao Miao. At the same time, the system announced, Host has killed a Golden Core Stage 8th Heaven Demon Fox, gaining 800 domain points. His smile was full of satisfaction. Not bad at all. Ling Bao looked at him with eyes full of admiration. So powerful. Solved it with one sword. The system continued to announce, Current domain points are sufficient. Do you wish to upgrade the Invincible Domain System? Hearing this, he immediately tossed the sword back to Ling Bao then handed the Demon Fox's corpse over to her, instructing her, Disciple, you handle the Demon Fox's corpse. Remember, treat it like butchering a pig. Cut the meat neatly. She caught the sword, her face blank as she followed his instructions. He stroked his chin, hand on his waist. The system can still be upgraded. What does upgrading the system do? The current version of the system is 10. The function is Invincible Strength. Detecting that the host has enough domain points, consuming 800 domain points, it can be upgraded to version 20, unlocking a new function, Creation of All Things. He turned to remind her. Right. The fox spirit is good stuff. Store it away carefully for your teacher. Don't let it go to waste. Ling Bao obediently nodded. Got it. Got it, Shifu. Chen Chang An sat cross-legged, hand resting on his head. What kind of skill is Creation of All Things? The system told him that after upgrading to version 20, the host will know. He gave in to the system's wishes, looking a little bored. Alright, then just upgrade. The system consumed 800 domain points and began the upgrade process. A few minutes later, the system continued to announce, System upgrade successful. The current version of the system is 20, unlocking a new function, Creation of All Things. He was startled, extremely surprised by this function. Holy crap, this skill is too awesome. The system announced, Creation of All Things can transform the life force of all things to give them intelligence. Besides that, it can also control everything within the domain. Knowing the miraculous function of Creation of All Things, Chen Chang An excitedly told Ling Bao Disciple, go outside and pick 2 small blades of grass for me. She was engrossed in butchering the tiger, and turned her head in surprise upon hearing this. Huh? Okay. Although she didn't know what he wanted to do, she still obediently followed his instructions. He grinned. I want to see just how powerful this Creation of All Things is. Ling Bao returned with the grass, holding it like a treasure, very proudly giving it to him. Shifu, here's the grass. Chen Chang An had a serious expression, used the new function, Creation of All Things, only to see the grass emit a brilliant blue light and begin to transform. Ling Bao's head was spinning, her eyes full of surprise, saliva drooling almost to the ground. He turned his head, staring at her with wide eyes, saliva dripping everywhere, so startled that he stuttered, Disciple, what's wrong with you? Ling Bao grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Shifu, how did these 2 blades of grass suddenly turn into spirit herbs of the spirit grass level? He was a little speechless with her reaction, his mouth trembling. What's the rush? Step aside. He sighed in disgust and pushed her aside, ignoring her reaching hands. Chen Chang An seriously looked at the grass. The grass was wrapped in a faint blue spiritual energy, almost ready. I don't know if it will succeed. Ling Bao squatted beside him, constantly exclaiming, which gave him a headache. He had to tell her, Hush, be quiet. The plant, after being cultivated, radiated a brilliant green light. And a cute little plant spirit appeared in the center of it. Seeing the result of his creation, he smiled contentedly. Ling Bao was stunned, her eyes wide open and her jaw dropped as she looked at the plant spirit. She hadn't expected the plant to transform. Holy moly! Oh my gosh, it transformed! Master, it transformed! The plant spirit was scared, with tears welling up in its eyes. It trembled and immediately hid behind him. Seeing this, he had to remind her, Quiet. Why are you yelling so loudly? You're scaring it. She looked blank and nodded sadly. Okay. Chen Chang An concentrated his power into the plant. The plant transformed into a pill, radiating a brilliant golden light. Next is this one. This is my gift to you for becoming my disciple. This pill contains a trace of life energy. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the pill in amazement, and she quickly caught it. He told her, Use it quickly, and I'll protect you. Ling Bao smiled so hard her eyes crinkled, her face flushed. Master, I will definitely not let you down. He looked at the tiny plant spirit floating in front of him and waved at it. From now on, I'll call you Zhao Wei Ba. Zhao Wei Ba liked the name very much. Ling Bao looked at him with admiration. Master is so amazing. It was just an ordinary weed, but Master casually transformed it into a spiritual pill. She closed her eyes, took the pill, and swallowed it. A brilliant golden light swirled around her. Ling Bao's hair fluttered. She suddenly opened her eyes in disbelief. I broke through. He was surprised to hear the system announce, Ling Bao has broken through from Foundation Establishment Stage 6 to Foundation Establishment Stage 7, rewarding the host with 50 domain points. He stared at her in shock. You can do that too. She sat down and began to cultivate, and purple spiritual energy emanated from her. The system's voice sounded. Because the host has locked in a master-disciple relationship with Ling Bao, as long as Ling Bao breaks through in cultivation, she will provide the host with domain points. The higher her cultivation, the greater the reward. He was lost in the fantasy of becoming the number one under the heavens, with everyone cheering his name, and he couldn't stop smiling. Chen Chang An clasped his hands together happily. So all I have to do is take in a lot of disciples, then push them to constantly increase their cultivation, and my domain will continuously expand? Chen Chang An's smile gradually became sinister. The nurturing all things function is already this useful. I wonder what the second function will be like. A buzzing sound pulled him out of his thoughts. He looked up in alarm at the ceiling. A sword with lightning struck a large hole in the roof and plunged straight into the ground, sending rocks flying. Chen Chang An's group was startled and froze for 5 seconds. Ling Bao looked at the lightning sword stuck in the ground in amazement, and asked him blankly, Could this be a heaven-defying immortal treasure? Chen Chang An also didn't know where this lightning sword came from. Immortal treasure? What's an immortal treasure? She looked at him, surprised that he didn't know. Ling Bao gestured wildly and explained, Master, don't you know? No. Last night, some great power broke the sky with a punch, creating a huge hole like this. My father went to investigate and said that an immortal sword escaped from that hole. Now, everyone is searching for it everywhere. He listened blankly, folding his arms and feigning regret. Is that so? What a pity. I couldn't see it with my own eyes. So regretful. The full moon shone brightly on the temple courtyard. She watched him walk over to the sword. Chen Chang An pulled out the sword and looked at it. The sword was covered in dull rust. This sword is so weak. Let's try healing it with nurturing all things. Xiao Wei Ba floated beside him in surprise. The rust on the outside of the sword gradually disappeared, radiating a brilliant golden color. Ling Bao looked at the sword with interest. "This sword is so pretty," Chen Chang An said with obvious boredom and disgust towards the sword. "After using nurturing all things, it has indeed become a little stronger. But if I wanted to break this sword, I could do it with just a little effort. This sword is useless." The sword internally screamed and cried. Chen Chang An sneered at the sword. "Is this all there is to an immortal sword? So powerful." The sword turned red with anger but couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that Ling Bao really liked the sword, he threw it to her. "You like it? Here, it's yours." She happily thanked her master. As soon as she caught the sword, the power radiating from it was like a golden dragon, transforming into wind, wanting to blow her hair away. Ling Bao stiffened completely. Facing that power, she thought, so scary, such a terrifying force, yet master doesn't even bat an eye. Just how strong is his power? She hugged the sword to her chest, tears of emotion streaming down her face. "Master, you're too good to me." Chen Chang An, playing with Xiao Weiba, looked at her expressionlessly. "Is it really necessary to be so moved? It's just a normal thing." Ling Bao grabbed the sword, feeling all touched, and made up her mind. "I gotta level up fast. Gotta be able to hold my own so I can serve Shifu real good in the future." Under her and Little Wiggletail's surprised gazes, he started flexing his spiritual powers, showing off his skills. "Your master's gonna show you guys what's what one more time." In the blink of an eye, a magnificent building appeared. The old and worn-out bricks were replaced, and the walls were shiny. Ling Bao's jaw dropped. What in the world is going on here? She looked up at the ceiling. Even the holes in the ceiling were fixed. He rebuilt the dilapidated, abandoned temple like new. Blue skies, golden sun, a gentle breeze, swaying trees. He looked around with glee, grinning. This kind of environment is more suitable for a transcendent master like me to live in. Come on. Stop gawking, you must be tired from all night. Let's go rest. Ling Bao was still in a daze, unable to stop smiling, constantly exclaiming. He looked at Little Wiggletail, who was snoring away on his shoulder. This little thing just conks out as soon as it's told, still weak after just transforming. No sooner had Chen Chang An fixed up the abandoned temple than crash, bang, a massive figure dropped from the sky, smashing right through the roof, sending debris flying everywhere. Li Batian, with a fierce face, scraggly beard, and a tall, muscular frame clad in spiked armor and stone necklaces, saw Ling Bao and was surprised. Ling Bao, there are still survivors from the Nine Swords sect? Then a few more people crashed through the roof. Can't you guys use the front door? Gotta be destructive. Li Batian's fierce gang saw her and immediately barked. Where's Li Xiao? Where is he? Tell him to come meet me. Is the immortal treasure with him? Chen Chang An's face darkened. These crazy, rude people just wrecked the house I just rebuilt. And Ling Bao, terrified, burst into tears, hiding behind him. Li Batian's. He's here, Shifu. The evil dragon quarry's here for revenge. Li Batian's eyes narrowed, glaring at him. Li Xiao's nowhere to be seen. Only these two are here? Could it be the Nine Swords sect already took the immortal treasure? A strange voice echoed. The spiritual energy of this place is actually so rich. No wonder the immortal treasure chose this place to fall. Li Batian turned to the source of the voice. Chiwai Tian Tu, with milky white eyes and a sinister face, appeared with his bone troop henchmen. Black energy emanated from him, darkening the sky and making it hard to breathe. He cackled, hey. Who knew there would be such a rich spiritual treasure land in this broken mountain? Was it brought by the immortal treasure? Li Batian got a little nervous seeing Chiwai Tian Tu's people arrive. The Nine Swords sect are bad enough, but that old poisonous geezer is here too. The roof had a huge hole thanks to those rude people. From there, Ling Bao kept trembling, looking at those big shots, snuggling close to Chen Chang An. He was speechless with anger, his face ashen. Little Wiggletail was awakened by those loud people, tired and lie on his back, gnawing at clothes. Chiwai Tian Tu noticed Little Wiggletail's presence. He laughed happily. A spiritual herb that has transformed. Heavens! There's a spiritual herb that has transformed. Heaven is blessing my ghost tower sect. Any spiritual herb that has transformed in this place belongs to me. Li Batian freaked out as if he were stepped on his tail. He rushed toward Chu Tian Tu like crazy. Heaven blessing my butt, his ghost tower sect. He got here first. Heaven blessing my butt, your ghost tower sect. This old man come here first. Everything in this place belongs to my evil dragon quarry. Qi Tiantu, get lost. Qi Tiantu was not willing to be outdone. He summoned a magic weapon to create flat flashes of lightning. Who these things belong to is not up to you, Li Batian, to decide. Fight if you don't like it. Qi Tiantu laugh provoked Li Batian like fly. Li Batian grinned confidently. Fight then. Am I scared of an old geezer like you? Under the clear blue sky and gentle sunlight, Chen Chang An, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Hey, I'm just saying, shouldn't you ask the owner of this treasure land who it belongs to? Chen Chang An was fuming, his eyes like he wanted to devour those two idiots. Especially that, whoever the hell, you two have made me very unhappy right now. Li Batian wasn't happy, looking at him like a fly. The owner of this treasure land. Then, he make a move. Fireball hit straight to the roof, creating terrifying power. The owner of this treasure land is Li Batian. I want to smash it however I want. What can you do to me? Smoke billowed, accompanied by small bolts of lightning, fragments from the roof, and gravel flying everywhere. He and she stood still on the spot. Qi Tiantu wasn't about to be outdone, summoning 4 ferocious skulls with mouths full of fangs, blazing with red fire, and toxic gas filling the sky. Keep dreaming. This territory can only belong to my ghost tower sect. The people in the sky were at each other's throats, not taking Chen Chang An's existence seriously. What? He felt deeply insulted. They underestimate me too much. This attitude of looking down on others, it is really good. They're here to give me some area points, Ling Bao. Was terrified seeing the battle. It's too much. Now there's only the option of hugging his thigh. Chen Chang An looked at the idiots floating in the sky. They really did bring me some area points. His eyes sharpened, but they weren't within his invincible area. Ling Bao was getting mad too. Her Shifu was the strongest. Who's afraid of those guys? She angrily pointed at the crowd and yelled, "What's with your attitudes? My master is the most terrifying being in this world. Li Xiao died at my master's hands. Not a bad choice after all. She knows how things work." He nodded in satisfaction. Li Batian. As if hearing something shocking, he asked suspiciously, "You killed Li Xiao, who had golden core, Jindan, cultivation." Chen Chang An's ego was through the roof, but he still had to act humble. He came and got himself killed. So what? What do you want? Ling Bao, seeing him speak, felt empowered and nodded vigorously in agreement. Scared yet? Zhu Tiantu secretly observed the situation. You fools! Do you think we haven't seen through this charade of a mortal pretending to be strong? Whatever, we'll stay in Yanguan for now. Li Batian heard that like it's a joke. He channeled his internal energy, his robe fluttered, and he became fiery, the air gradually heating up. A lowly mortal like you. Li Batian gave a scary laugh, his eyes bloodthirsty, his face like a demon, reaching out to crush him. How many people do you think I've crushed, huh? Let alone you. Chen Chang An laughed evilly. Sharp fangs like a demon, pupils redder than blood, hands stained with fiery blood, nails jet black and sharp, a silver seal containing black energy appeared. The wronged souls of mortals I've personally refined in this seal number, in the tens of thousands. You just said you killed Li Xiao? Zhu Tiantu, hearing their incessant babbling, got a headache. He ran out of patience. Forget Li Xiao or whoever, the immortal treasure fell here, so you two must have taken it. Live. Li Batian, don't you dare try to get it first. Hand over the immortal treasure, and I'll let you have a full corpse. That's right, come right in. Chen Chang An smiled faintly. Hand over your grandpa's. Chen Chang An looked at Ling Bao surprised, bursting with anger. Who do you think you are to talk to my master like that? She gritted her teeth in anger, face flushed red. Hurry up! Li Batian looked at her like she was an idiot. Eyes scornful. Ling Bao, don't think just because you're the daughter of the Nine-Sword Sect's leader that I won't kill you. Chen Chang An was surprised by such a fierce reaction. Bao. Ling Bao looked at Li Batian like he was her mortal enemy. Master, that old bastard Li Batian is so evil. Last night, I was out with my fellow disciples of the Nine-Sword Sect, searching for the immortal treasure. But along the way, Ling Xiao appeared and killed my fellow disciples, on Li Batian's orders. He's the real killer. Li Batian was irritated, lost patience with her, looking like he wanted to devour her whole. Ling Bao, she cried indignantly, hatred consuming her entire mind. If I weren't just at the Foundation establishment stage, unable to beat the Golden Core stage, I would have twisted his head off and used it as a toilet for Shifu. Li Batian was humiliated. How could such an arrogant man endure this humiliation, especially from a Foundation establishment kid? His anger flared, he roared, and launched his seal towards her, accompanied by dark flames. "You little bitch, you're asking for death!" Chen Chang An immediately used the power of all living things. Lightning gathered in his hand. His eyes shone with determination. "The Invincible Domain. Everything is under my control." His blood seal was immediately controlled by him, losing its effect. "What? My blood seal?" Chen Chang An laughed confidently, beginning to counterattack. "Your blood seal and your cultivation, I'll decide it all, including your cultivation." Li Batian's face changed. Lightning struck him, and he slumped to the ground, not understanding what happened. What's going on? My cultivation?" Li Batian, in disbelief, rolled around, screaming and clutching his head like a mad dog. "No system notification. The cultivation of the 3 invaders of the Evil Dragon Cave has regressed to the Qi refining stage." Chen Chang An stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself. He remembered that the Qi refining stage was the lowest level of cultivation, followed by Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and above Nascent Soul was probably called Great Ascension Transcending Tribulation, or even Earth Immortal or something. Ling Bao'er was speechless. What exactly did he do to make him go crazy like that? Chen Chang An smiled slyly. "You can't beat him at the Golden Core stage, so Shifu suppressed his cultivation to the Qi refining stage. Now, can you kill him?" Jiu Tiantu watched what happened, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. The person is clearly normal, with no cultivation. At first glance he is immortal, but he suppressed Li Batian's cultivation. Could it be? Could it be that he is nascent soul stage? Chen Chang An patted her head to comfort her. "This kind of revenge is best done yourself." Li Batian, like a dog who lost his home, knelt on the ground, trembling, clutching his chest. "Damn it, you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wasted to be nascent soul stage powerhouse." Ling Bao'er looked at him blankly and smiled smugly. "Your thick skin is nothing compared to his. Whatever you say." Chen Chang An didn't care. "Just piss him off." Chen Chang An cheered Ling Bao'er on. "Go for it, Bao'er." She was burning with enthusiasm. "Yes, Shifu, I'll go kill him, but the whip is still for you." Chen Chang An was a little speechless. "I really don't need that." Ling Bao'er grabbed her immortal sword and charged towards Liang Batian, living that. "I'm going to avenge my dead fellow disciples of the 9-Sword sect." Die? Even if his cultivation was suppressed, it wasn't like she could kill him so easily. "Even your father couldn't kill me, how about you?" Li Batian channeled his internal energy. The wind rises, and blinding light rolls. "I am the master of the Evil Dragon Cave. So what if my cultivation is suppressed to the Qi refining stage? I can still smash you to death with just a storage ring." She wasn't afraid of his threats. She would send him to meet King Yama. "Waste of breath. Accept your fate." Li Batian cackled. "You moron, you're asking for it." He reached into his storage ring and summoned a rank 4 profound yellow golden scale armor, radiating a mystical and alluring light. Ling Bao'er gritted her teeth, unimpressed. "Doesn't matter what kind of crap you pull out," she sneered. "I'll still kick your ass back to whatever hole you crawled out of." She raised her sword and slashed down. Li Batian, still grinning like an idiot, instantly lost his color. This. He could only stutter a few times before the power of the immortal sword engulfed him. Golden light blazed, completely enveloping him, and golden shards exploded outwards. The people hovering in the air watched the dust settle. Ling Bao'er's strike had carved a deep trench in the ground. Li Batian died before he could even blink, reduced to absolutely nothing but ashes. She held the sword, trembling, her face pale. "This sword, it's terrifying." Inside, the sword spirit was smug as hell. Chiwai Tiantu stared at the rising dust, his face horrified. "This terrifying immortal power, it must be an immortal treasure. She has an immortal treasure." Chiwai Tiantu watched her swing the sword around, calculating. "At this distance, I can instantly kill Ling Bao'er and snatch the immortal sword. A surprise attack, she wouldn't have time to react. If I can get that sword, then the Ghost Tower sect." Chiwai Tiantu grinned savagely, his white fangs bared, eyes darting around like he was about to make it big. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, his heart leaped into his throat. He felt like a tiger was staring him down. He realized it was Chen Chang An. He was calmly staring right at him. He almost let greed blind him to the fact that this monster was here. Chikwai Tiantu was scared shitless, cold sweat pouring down his face. If I had made a move just now, would I already be dead?
Chikwai Tiantu became wary. He definitely can't be beaten. I should retreat for now and report to the Grand Patriarch before deciding what to do.
Ling Bao'er's face darkened, and her smile slowly lost its innocence. Oh yeah, didn't some people just disrespect my master? Ling Bao'er's eyes narrowed, a goofy smile on her face. She ran while wielding her sword. Come on, come on, come on, let me slash you a few times. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Chikwai Tiantu saw the situation was bad, and quickly tucked his tail between his legs and took off with his buddies. Not good, run. Ling Bao'er's expression looked deranged, wildly swinging her sword as she chased after them. The heads of the unlucky few who couldn't escape were smashed by her sword, screaming in agony, making the others nearly jump out of their skin, and they ran even faster. Chen Chang An watched Ling Bao'er causing chaos. The system announced, Disciple Ling Bao'er has killed 3 golden core cultivators, gaining 1,500 domain points. He snapped his fingers, grinning with joy. Ling Bao'er killing people actually gets me domain points. Not bad, not bad. Activate domain points. The system reported again. Current invincible domain is 22 meters. Host, please continue your efforts. Chikwai Tiantu's gang was panicking, unable to escape Ling Bao'er. Ling Bao'er skipped back to him, asking, Master, what should we do with those Ghost Tower sect guys?
She looked at him hesitantly, her cute little face.
But she said something that could terrify people. How about we wipe out the entire Ghost Tower sect? I know they turn living people into ghoul slaves. That's a heretic sect.
She excitedly waved her sword around. She was eager to eliminate evil. Chen Chang An heard that, and sweat flowed. He was beginning to be afraid of her.
Chikwai Tiantu heard her accusation and was startled. Ling Bao'er, don't go around spouting nonsense. A wise man knows when to yield. Chikwai Tiantu immediately knelt down.
He rubbed his face, full of flattery, using honorifics to call Chen Chang An Senior. Senior, my Ghost Tower sect has been doing legitimate business for decades. We're a respectable and well-established sect, not some heretical sect at all. There must be some misunderstanding between your disciple and my sect. I apologize to your disciple here. I was wrong to disturb Senior's cultivation, and I apologize to Senior here. I hope Senior. Chikwai Tiantu barked at his subordinates, startling them. What are you standing there for? Quickly come here and kowtow to Senior.
The whole group immediately knelt.
Chikwai Tiantu trembled, trying to force out a smile, his face full of flattery. I hope the great Senior will forgive this insignificant one and spare us. The group kowtowed incessantly, a chorus of thuds. They repeatedly said, We were wrong. Please, Senior, be magnanimous and spare us. Chen Chang An's face was also twisted, goosebumps all over his body. Someone with such ambition was kneeling and begging for forgiveness in front of him.
Ling Bao'er stared. The people who had just threatened to kill her were now humbling themselves, repeatedly asking for a way to survive. That's too Canadian, Chen Chang An looked down at the group. Did they take him for a fool? Respectable sect? I seem to recall the move you used just now that involved tormented souls. Or rather,
he looked down indifferently, his eyes emotionless, as if seeing through everything.
Do you think I'm blind?
Seeing that he couldn't fool him,
Ju Tiantu turned hostile, gritting his teeth, looking furious. Senior, he's controlling those people to attack you, everyone. Attack and kill him. Smoke billowed as the skeletal figures charged at him like moths to a flame.
Chen Chang An, already knowing what these guys were up to and refusing to repent, hurled his spirit energy at them.
The golden light, forming a beautiful arc. All that could be heard was their screams, and the system notifications ringing out continuously. Host has killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gaining 50 domain points.
After wiping them all out, his face was as calm as if he'd just swatted a mosquito. The system announced, Host has gained a total of 450 domain points. Ju Tiantu, having sent his subordinates to their deaths, laughed wildly and flew away like a bat out of hell.
Ling Bao'er panicked seeing him escape. Not good, Master! The Ghost Tower sect master's running away. If he gets away, he'll definitely leak the news about the immortal treasure, and then treasure snatchers will come swarming. What do we do, Master? Contrary to her panicked expression, he was actually looking forward to it. That's right, what do we do? What if not enough people come? At the Ghost Tower sect, a horrifying scene unfolded,
complete with piles of skulls and crossbones, sending shivers down everyone's spines, and surrounded by dark atmosphere. Zhu Tiantu clenched his fist in anger, roaring, "Damn it, we must have the Supreme Elder personally take action to kill that young man
and seize the immortal treasure." A purple, robed servant rushed in breathlessly to report, Sectmaster, it's bad."
He turned around. "Panic over what? Your Sectmaster is doing just fine,"
the servant stammered. "The ancestor who ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago has manifested. He's meeting with the Supreme Elder right now, and they're only missing you." The servant was panting heavily. Zhu Tiantu was stunned. The ancestor manifested. He was shocked. But then he laughed like he was both crying and laughing, muttering, "The ancestor has manifested." At the Ghost Tower sect's ancestral hall. Indeed, the ancestor had manifested, appearing with a faint purple glow, sporting a long beard and hair, standing high above, looking down. Zhu Tiantu was already kneeling below. "Tiantu is late, please forgive me, ancestor."
His face then contorted in fear, sweat pouring down his face, as he thought to himself, "The pressure is terrifying." Suddenly, the ancestor spoke with a powerful and stern voice. "This immortal has been ordered by the immortal lord to descend to the mortal realm." Zhu Tiantu and everyone around him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "An immortal is descending?" A thought flashed through his mind. The strongest expert in Ghost Province is at the nascent soul realm. The ancestor has long surpassed the nascent soul existence. If the ancestor descends, Ghost Tower sect dominating Ghost Province wouldn't be a dream anymore. As he spoke, he grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a purple light flashed towards the crowd. Zhu Tiantu and those below didn't understand what was happening, instinctively dodging the light, exclaiming, "Ancestor, put away those petty thoughts of yours, and focus on serving this immortal. Otherwise, forget about dominating. This immortal can wipe you all out with a flick of the wrist." The people below trembled and knelt down in unison. "We respectfully obey. We will heed the ancestor's instructions." The ancestor ordered, "Before this immortal arrives in the 9 provinces continent, your mission is to find the whereabouts of the Saint Immortal Sword that fell from the upper realm the other day. Do you all understand?" Zhu Tiantu's face twisted slyly, finally regaining his senses. After hearing the ancestor's words, he stood up and reported, "Ancestor, I know where the Saint Immortal Sword is." Before Zhu Tiantu could finish his sentence, the ancestor roared, "Speak! Where is it?" Zhu Tiantu replied timidly, Immortal Temple. Scene change at the Immortal Temple. In a silent space with bright sunshine, a peaceful and beautiful scenery. Inside, Chen Chang An was casually munching on some grub. Ling Bao asked, "Master, is it good?" Chen Chang An nonchalantly replied, "Meh, it's alright. Remember to add a bit more salt next time." He thought to himself, "My invincible domain is already 22 meters. The range is bigger, but there's only so much food I can find. Guess I still have to rely on Bao to go out and forage." He reminisced about when he first got his domain. He only had invincible combat power inside the domain. He couldn't control it. It felt like he was just a regular dude. He looked down at his hands and thought, after my domain leveled up, I got the spiritual genesis of all things skill. I can actually control everything inside the domain. My senses are getting sharper too. He glanced over at Ling Bao who was scarfing down her food. Even if I'm OP, it's only inside the domain. Outside, I'm just a normal guy. I can't protect Bao like this. Her cultivation is still too low. Is there any way to boost her power? While Chen Chang An was lost in thought, Bao kept munching on the food on the table. She even offered a piece to the little critter floating in mid-air. Watching Bao Chen Chang An suddenly had a brainwave. That's it! If spiritual genesis of all things can turn ordinary weeds into spiritual herbs and even give them sentience, why can't I use it to boost Ling Bao's cultivation? Thinking this, Chang An stood up and dragged Bao away from the table, saying, Bao, come with Master. Master has a treasure I want to try out on you. Living. Ling Bao didn't even have time to understand what was happening. She mumbled, Master? Suddenly, Chen Chang An stopped and turned Ling Bao to face him, staring straight into her eyes. This caught her off guard, and she stammered, Master, basement. Before Bao could finish, Chang An excitedly interrupted, Bao, Master has a way to boost your cultivation. It might hurt a little at first. He continued,
But if you can bear it, you'll feel like you're ascending to heaven, like you're dying and being reborn at the same time. Wanna try it? Bao hesitated. Boost my cultivation, a little pain, dying and being reborn. Master. Bao suddenly screamed, as if understanding something. Could it be? And with that, Bao face instantly turned red. She became shy. She acted like a maiden in love, her cheeks flushed and her index fingers touching. She said in confusion, Is our progress going too fast? This is my first time. I don't think it's good. Chen Chang An cut through Bao muddled thoughts, causing her to blush even harder. What I want is your first time. With that, he got a slap from his disciple. Coughing up blood, oh dear, evasive. After calming down, Chang An comforted Bao. Don't worry, it only works the first time, Bao replied. But, she thought about a lot of things, and then screamed, I'm ready, master. Come at me. Her voice and actions seemed so determined, he firmly said, while 2 streams of bright red blood still flowed from his nose. Good. That's my disciple. Later, you must calm your mind and protect your heart meridian. Why, Bat? Otherwise, you might be in danger, remember? Bao screamed, Yes. Come at me. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, dual cultivation will kill people, Master, she yelled. Master, wait. Before Bao could finish speaking, Chang An's hand was on her forehead, and he shouted, Focus your spirit, spiritual genesis of all things, in still life. As he finished speaking, a dazzling green light enveloped them both. Chang An asked, How does it feel? Without thinking, she said, Tingly and numb. Suddenly something dawned on Bao, and she asked, Master, you just wanted to help me cultivate. Confused, An Fakif tapped her head. Huh? What else would I be doing, my dear disciple? What were you thinking? Hearing this, Bao just said, Oh, and glared at Chang An shyly. More power, focus. Master needs to increase the force. He increased the force. Feel the energy Master is pouring into your body, Bao screamed, and her body shrunk. Master's energy is too big. Bao's whole body was squirming. She felt full and comfortable. A digital screen popped up. Name, Ling Bao. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage, 6th Heaven. After reading the information, Chang An thought, Why isn't there any sign of improvement? I'll try using more force. With that, he flicked his finger. Ling Bao suddenly cried out. I can't take it anymore, she shouted. It hurts, Chang An ordered. Stick with it. The green light just kept flowing into Bao, and now she was getting all teary, dark-eyed, her face turning bright red. Suddenly, she felt like she was on fire. And just like that, blood-curdling screams started echoing non-stop. She cried out, trembling, Shifu, it hurts. It hurts so much, Bao kept screaming. Shifu, I can't take it anymore. Chen Chang An looked at her worried sick, tears streaming down her face. We're screwed. Bao's body is about to explode. Red lights surrounded her, and she was in crazy pain. Seeing she was about to give in, Chang An quickly reminded her, Bao, hang in there. Once the arrow is loosed, there's no turning back. If you can make it through, you can transform. If you can't, you die. Hearing his reminder, she thought of the words her dad told her during all those training sessions. Don't you want to become a powerhouse who stands tall between heaven and earth, can't even handle a little hardship? If you want to be a powerhouse, you got to have a strong body and soul. Bao, endure it. This 9-sword sect will be yours one day. Thinking of her dad's words, she reminded herself, Am I going to die? No, I can't die. I haven't become a powerhouse yet. Haven't inherited the 9-sword sect yet. I can't die, she roared within the red light surrounding her. I can't die. I still gotta travel the world with Shifu. How can I die here? Thunderbolts crashed down from the sky towards her, and her Shifu could only watch. Helpless, the lightning kept striking like crazy, but it couldn't break through the invincible field. Chang An hurriedly supported her, while constantly cursing the heavenly Tao. Think I'm dead, huh? You're trying to defy the heavens right under my nose. Chang An picked Bao up and asked, Bao, how are you? She lay in his arms and softly replied, Shifu, Bao can hang in there now. He smiled brightly at her. The aptitude of this continent has a total of 9 grades. I heard that above the 9th grade, there is a 10th grade. I wonder what grade Bao can be upgraded to through the baptism of the creation of all things. Really? That's great.
A voice of the heavenly Dao emanated, accompanied by a large thunderstorm falling down. While still running, Chang An cursed, "I'm gonna beat you couple to death." That thunderstorm made the beasts in that forest scatter and flee in all directions. Seeing them run away, Hong Yi asked in surprise, "The lightning tribulation is attacking that mountain. Could it be the immortal treasure that attracted it last night?" Ta Ba Ye looked up at the sky, at the golden lightning bolts. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation. If struck, you two would probably die on the spot. Sa Zini closed her eyes and lowered her head. "Are you saying we're going to turn to ashes on this flying immortal mountain? Observe first." At this time, Bao Er was floating in the sky. Chang An stood below looking at her. It was already combined with the power of the lightning tribulation. Bao Er quickly absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation. Absorb as much as possible. After vigorously running it, it will be very beneficial. She obediently listened. Yes, Shifu. Hong Yi, Ta Ba Ye, and Sa Zi Ni looked up at the sky and asked each other. The lightning tribulation has stopped. This lightning tribulation can be overcome. Unbelievable. They saw Bao Er in the center of the lightning tribulation and then looked at each other suspiciously. There seems to be someone in the center of the lightning tribulation, a young girl. Impossible. Could it be an intelligent treasure from the lightning tribulation? The voice of the heavenly Tao rang again. Damn it, you are creating evil, shameless. Remember, for me, I will definitely beat you to death next time. Seeing the lightning tribulation gradually decreasing, all three of them rushed over. The lightning tribulation has dissipated, let's go explore. They saw Chen Chang An and Bao Er sitting suspended in golden light. Sa Zini saw the scene and shouted, "She's not a spirit, so I see her foundation is only 18, yet her cultivation has reached this realm." Hong Yi's eyes widened in surprise. This girl has extraordinary aptitude. She is a peerless human genius. If nurtured, she will definitely become a great power in the future. I won't fight for the immortal treasure, but I want this girl. Then the system panel displayed a notification. Ling Bao Er has broken through from Foundation Establishment 6th Heaven to Foundation Establishment 7th Heaven, rewarding the host with 50 domain points. Rewarded host 50 domain points. Rewarded host 100 domain points. Continuously displayed. The three of them hid in the nearby bushes. Peeking at Bao Er and Chang An, they said to each other, "This girl's spiritual energy is well contained, her physique is filthy, and she even survived that insane lightning tribulation. In the two continents of Yu and Yu, she's definitely top-tier genius material. Once nurtured, she'll be worth even more than a celestial treasure." Hong Yi dashed forward, shouting, "She's my future disciple. You two take a step back." Ta Ba Yi quickly grabbed her tail, saying, "How can I let you get such a big bargain? I want this girl too. I don't even need that celestial treasure." Hong Yi turned around and yelled at him. "Are you trying to die? What can a brute like you teach her? My heavenly demon ancient fox clan's cultivation is perfect for her." Shazi Ni rushed up from behind them, throwing out a line. "It's not easy to encounter such an unparalleled genius. I don't want to let it go, disciple. Your teacher is here." Hong Yi kicked Ta Ba Ye and turned to Zi Ni, saying, "Shazi Ni, you snuck off. Stop right there." She transformed into her original form, a red fox, shocking him. Hey, you're getting serious." He wasn't afraid, and transformed into his original form, a green snake, and lunged forward. "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? The winner gets everything, and the loser dies." She didn't back down, saying, "You're competing with me for a disciple. I'll make you shed your skin today." In front of Ta Ba Ye, his eyes suddenly lit up, causing the other two to feel danger, and their faces turned green. Ta Ba Ye also joined the battle. He went over and asked them, "How about we directly ask the girl who she wants to follow? The others can't compete." At this moment, Bao Er suddenly opened her eyes. Chang An, sitting beside her and holding a chicken leg, asked her, "Bao Er, you're awake?" She slowly replied, "Yes, master. I've broken through to the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm." He patted her head and praised, "Well done. As expected of the heavenly physique I created myself. Keep going. You'll definitely break through to the nascent soul realm." Her face was filled with happiness. A golden core cultivator in the 9-sword sect is already at the elder level, and now I've broken through so easily. Am I dreaming? Wait a minute. She realized something was wrong. She shouted, "Nascent soul! Master, you just said nascent soul. But I just broke through to golden core. He threw her different rings. "These are the rewards I'm giving you. Take them and use them." She blankly reached out to receive the rings.
This scene. Why is it so similar to when we first met? These are the storage rings of the people from the Li Shao.
She held up the ring to examine.
Master, these cultivation resources equivalent to half of the Nine Swords sect, you're giving them all to me? He turned and walked towards the temple. Of course, I don't even bother looking at these things.
Standing in front of the door, he stood still and thought,
who asked me not to be able to cultivate now? However, as long as I'm within my invincible domain, I'm basically a god. I don't even need these cultivation resources. My small goal at this moment is to expand my invincible domain throughout this Mount Faxian. 800 meters of this power is not enough.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, making both her and him startled.
The girl on the side looked over here. Seeing the three of them, Bao was extremely surprised. You guys are demons. Demon Ta Ba Ye bent over to introduce. As expected of my future disciple, with such discerning eyes, this seat is Ta Ba Ye, a nascent soul demon king. Ta Ba Ye held out a few golden cores in his hand, and sweetly coaxed. These are 3 golden cores condensed from the essence within the bodies of great demons. If you take me as your teacher, these 3 golden cores will be your apprentice gift. Saying that, he put the 3 golden cores in front of her, and thought secretly. Using golden cores is a chance to break through the nascent soul. No one can refuse this temptation. As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Zini pushed him away, and introduced. This seat is Sha Zini, a great power-cursed shadow. 3 golden cores are nothing. How can it compare to my face-fixing fairy fruit? The face-fixing fairy fruit only blooms in 1,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000 years. Eating one can preserve your beauty forever. Nowadays there is only one in the lower world. Take me as your teacher, this fruit is yours, and master is very handsome. Moreover, I always respect the cooperation of races. If you have any thoughts about master in the future, master can not think about it. Bao didn't understand what was going on. The face-fixing fairy fruit was very tempting. But, if you add you, Chang An stood from a distance looking at everyone, thinking, is that the fairy fruit that can change your physique after eating that the old man said? I kinda want it. Bao drooled when she saw this thing. Meanwhile, she was also a little shaken when she heard about the gift. But she thought that if she could keep her beauty forever, it wasn't impossible to think about it. Sifu. What to do?
Sha Zini was smug, originally thinking of giving this fruit to Hong Yi, but if he could exchange this face-fixing fairy fruit for a heaven-chosen beauty as a disciple, this trade would be very okay.
Hong Yi stood looking at everyone giving gifts, only smiled and said, this seat Hong Yi also has the cultivation base of nascent soul. This seat has no apprenticeship fruit at all. If you are willing to worship this seat as your teacher, this seat accepts you as your adopted daughter. Then you are the young master of our ancient celestial demon fox clan. This seat will do its best to help you become a fairy with all the strength of the entire clan. How's that? This proposal stunned both Xingyi and Ba Ye. Chance to become a fairy. Then how can the apprenticeship gift I offered be enough to see? Damn. This old woman is so cunning. Too careless. She stretched her hand towards Bao. Come here, disciple, good daughter, follow me, Bao shouted. Don't want to. This sentence made all 3 of them stand. That sentence was like a bolt from the blue to the 3 of them. Then she arrogantly raised her face and said to all 3 of them, no. Why are you all trying so hard? I already have a great master. Following beside my great master. Don't even mention becoming an immortal or a god. It's super easy. My master is the best. Hong Yi frowned and asked, who is your master? Chen Chang An slowly walked down. He's a big. She angrily yelled at him. You're just an ant with no cultivation. What makes you qualified to be her master? Zini next to her added, if you didn't say anything, I would have thought you were this girl's servant. A mortal accepting a golden core cultivator as a disciple? You must think she's young and easy to fool. Then Zini joined in. He's just an ant. Kill him, and we can calmly discuss who gets to take that girl as a disciple. Baye stared intently at him. If you think you're qualified to be her master, then let this lord see if you really have the ability. Bao quickly stepped in to explain. Master isn't ordinary. Without master, there wouldn't be the me I am today. But he fearlessly challenged them. Come on, let me see what a demon king is like. His challenge drove Tambayi mad. One finger from this lord will crush you into dust. Zini secretly sensed that the old ox's demon power was becoming more refined. and subtly increased his cultivation. Hong Yi showed a face of regret. Damn it! The old ox beat me to it. I missed the chance to show off in front of my disciple.
But what surprised everyone was that Bai Ye's attack had no effect on him at all. The bull was terrified and shocked.
The other two couldn't believe their eyes either. He looked up and said, "What's wrong with your eyes? And that skill of yours? Did you forget to eat? Is that all the strength you got? Really disappoints me. No customers will tip you like that, and if you don't complete the KPI, you will have to eat dirt at the end of the month. Now it's my turn to show off. How about I try the massage skills of the other two?"
Chen Chang An smiled calmly and approached Bai Ye.
He then raised his middle finger in front of him, making him confused about what he was going to do, and with just one middle finger, Chen Chang An sent Bai Ye flying away, piercing through Zini. It seemed unbelievable. One finger seriously injured Bai Ye, who had the strongest demon body. Hong Yi also couldn't believe her eyes. This person's cultivation must be many times greater than mine. This time, I really kicked an iron plate. After seriously injuring Bai Ye, he arrogantly asked, "Looks like he really couldn't take it. I wonder if the two of you can." Chen Chang An provocatively said to the two remaining, "Now, do you feel that I am qualified to be her master?" Both of them hurriedly knelt down and apologized to him. "Senior, you're joking. You're definitely qualified to be her master. We are the ones who aren't worthy." Hong Yi beside him also nodded in agreement. Yes. Daring to covet the ageless fruit and disturbing Senior is our fault. This ageless fruit is for you, Senior. Please forgive us.
Chen Chang An looked at Zi Ni, having an idea in his head. This snake demon is quite sensible. It just so happens that I'm short on people. How about? The Serpent Demon King didn't know what his gaze meant, making Zi Ni a little worried. No reaction. Does he want to kill us? He picked up the ageless fruit and asked him, "Where did this ageless fruit come from?" He hurriedly explained. Reporting to Senior, "This ageless fruit was obtained by my ancestor, the golden python of the transformation stage from Green Bronze Ancient Mountain in Fengzhou during a forbidden life event 3,000 years ago. It's just that when the ageless tree was discovered, an immortal descended and took the ageless tree away, so other than the fruit in my hand, there are no more ageless fruits in the lower realm." Chen Chang An fell into contemplation again, thinking once more, Green Bronze Ancient Mountain of Fengzhou. The Chengsheng sect is also in Fengzhou, but that Green Bronze Ancient Mountain is a forbidden life zone of Fengzhou. I didn't expect it to hide things from the upper realm. At this time, Zi Ni finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had accepted the ageless fruit and also knew that in the Huangjin Python clan, there was an almighty transformation stage, so even his cultivation was the transformation stage. For sure he would spare my life. Chen Chang An turned around and saw Bao Er swallowing saliva behind him. He then handed the ageless fruit to her. "Here, eat it. Leave the seed for me." She happily took it. "Thank you, master." He used his eyes to see through her body, sensing a few more traces of immortal essence within her body. Is this a transformation? It seems that the old guy was right. This ageless fruit can really transform an ordinary body into one capable of becoming an immortal. After she finished eating, she gave the seed back to him. "Master, here you go." He took the seed of the youthful visage fruit, staring intently. "I bet I can plant this." Then, he tossed the seed into the ground, perhaps sensing something from him. Hong Yi and Zi Ni sweat profusely. "Senior, the youthful visage immortal tree is from the upper realm. The growing environment is critical. Even this blessed land isn't suitable for it to grow." Hong Yi only dared to think in her head, "Right, it's an immortal tree. You can't just dig a hole and expect it to grow." He chucked the seed into the dirt, and a golden light erupted. The light was blinding, so bright you couldn't see a thing. Then, a tree sprouted up. He proudly declared, "This blessed land grows whatever you plant. Plant an immortal tree, get an immortal fruit, duh." Hong Yi, sweating bullets, frowned. "The joke's on me again." He grinned at the three of them. "However, one youthful visage fruit isn't enough to erase your crime of barging into my secluded cultivation spot and disrespecting me. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Hearing this, the three of them were drenched in cold sweat. They hurriedly knelt and begged, "Senior, it's all our fault. We're willing to accept your punishment. Please have mercy and give us a chance to make amends." "Me too." He held out his hand towards them. "Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Submit to me or die. Think carefully." But in his mind he thought,
Man, I'm such a good actor.
He bowed his head. I, Tuobaye, am willing to submit to you, senior, and devote myself to your service. Both Hong Yi and Snake Zini also bowed deeply. Hong Yi and Snake Zini are also willing to submit to you, senior, and devote ourselves to your service. He laughed happily. If you all submit to me, then from now on call me master. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Here's a little gift for you all today. The three of them exclaimed. My aptitude is actually increasing. My aptitude was fixed. How can it increase? Me too. In the sky, a familiar voice appeared. It's you again. One person defying fate is enough, but now you're doing it to three at once. A pillar of light shot down from the sky, along with the voice, I'm gonna beat you to death, you little punk. Seeing such a massive lightning tribulation, the three of them panicked. Aptitude increase caused such a strong lightning tribulation. We're doomed, I can't withstand this. He quickly calmed them down. Don't panic, I'm here for the lightning tribulation. With that, he made a golden ball of light surrounding them. Everyone was going from one surprise to another. The power of the lightning tribulation is tempering my body. My injuries have recovered. The voice grumbled. Damn it, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely beat you to death. Thanks to Chen Chang An, the three of them weren't affected by the lightning tribulation. After the lightning tribulation, the three of them turned to thank him. Thank you, Master, for raising our aptitude. He crossed his arms and leaned to the side. Increased by how much? Snake Zilini said, Master, wait a moment. We need to use this heavenly aptitude stone to know the exact increase. Aptitude from 1 to 9 is divided into 9 colors, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. Red is 1st grade, gold is 9th grade heavenly aptitude. We used to be 6th grade. He reached out to check his aptitude and was scared out of his wits. Holy crap, it's black. Hong Yi and Heba. Ye also shouted with joy, what? Let me try. Also 8th rank. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. It's just 8th grade aptitude. I can also raise your 9th grade aptitude later. Calm down a bit. As for Ling Bao she stared blankly at the three of them. These are the nascent soul demon kings one didn't dare to look directly at before. Why can't I still look directly at them now? Then all three knelt down. From now on, we swear to follow Master to the death. Bao suddenly asked him, Master, my aptitude was 4th grade before. Your aptitude has also increased to 8th grade. Hong Yi took the stone and handed it to her. Miss Bao here you go. Chen Chang An stood beside her and suggested that she try it. Yes, you should also use the heavenly aptitude stone to check. He looked at her, thinking, I only used a little spirit genesis to create all things for the 3 demon kings, and their aptitude increased to the 8th grade. I'm giving Bao a full power. Mince up, her aptitude will be. Hong Yi, watching the color, changing stone, guessed. With Miss Bao current talent, it's definitely 9th grade. Everyone looked at the color of the stone. Gold. 9th. But right after that, the stone lost its color, shocking everyone. What's going on? Why did it turn gold and then disappear? That's not right. Even if it wasn't 9th grade, it wouldn't go back to clear. She looked helplessly at Chang An. But even he didn't have a clue. She looked at the stone again and burst into tears. Master, my talent is gone. Chang An comforted her gently. This script's a bit off. Where's the gold? Zini hurriedly offered a theory. Could it be that Miss Bao is already an immortal body? Ling Bao with extremely excited eyes, turned to Chen Chang An and asked loudly, Master, so does that mean my talent is now that of an immortal? He, hearing this, put his hands on his forehead and replied, Calm down, you're only barely an immortal body. Excited much? After saying that, he gently closed his eyes and waved his hand in front of him. The highest talent in the lower realm is 9th grade, but above 9th grade, there is higher talent. Bao'er's talent has now surpassed 9th grade, so the talent stone naturally can't test it. Chen Chang An continued to spout nonsense. As long as you obediently follow me, not to mention an immortal body, even ascending to immortality later isn't impossible. Hearing this, the other three's eyes widened, stunned for a moment. And so, they were tricked again. Really? Hong Yi, Zini, and Heba Yi knelt on the ground, thinking, Master understands these things, so he must be from the upper realm. If we keep following Master, we can definitely ascend. We've latched onto Master's THICC thighs. Thinking this,
The three respectfully raised their hands and said loudly, "Master, rest assured, we will definitely be loyal to you and obey Master, and put Master first."
Chen Chang An's mouth slightly curled up into a smile, feeling smug. My ability to bullshit is really getting better and better. I might as well change my name to Bullshit King later.
Xin Ni continued to speak. "Master, Nien Er is already of immortal talent, so let me go to Ji Ba Mountain to catch a Longfire Chicken King to offer to you and Miss Bio Er." Hearing this strange name, Chang An froze, wondering, Longfire Chicken King? Ling Bao Er, standing beside him, also raised her hand to her mouth, bewildered. "A fire chicken?" Hong Yi, twirling her fingers, smiled and explained. "The Longfire Chicken King's body contains a trace of immortal beast bloodline. The meat is incredibly fresh and delicious, known as a delicacy of the human realm. It's good for Miss Bao Er and Master's physical bodies if they eat it." Ling Bao Er, hearing this, drooled all over the place, craving it. "Master, let me go! I might as well go taste it and see what my current strength is like." He, seeing Ling Bao Er's image, couldn't help but sweat, agreeing, You go then. Somewhere else." In a tall and towering mountain range, a group of people in black robes were standing there. Chu Tian Du, seeing the light flashing before his eyes, widened his eyes. That light was none other than Ling Bao Er. Holding 2 chickens in her arms,
smiling happily, she looked at the 2 plump Longfire chickens in her arms, thinking, "It's getting late. Master must be hungry. I must hurry back."
Just then, Chua Tiandu and 3 other men in black robes rushed over from behind, laughing loudly. "Ling Bao Er, I was just thinking about how to get the immortal treasure. What luck. It's just fallen into my lap." They flew from all directions, surrounding Ling Bao Er, startling her. "Ling Bao Er, hand over the holy immortal sword, I'll give you a quick death." Seeing the situation before her, her face paled, thinking, They're from the Ghost Tower sect. Looking at these men, each of them emitted extremely eerie red spiritual chi. Apart from Chua Tiandu, the other 3 all had strong auras, probably nascent soul realm experts. Thinking this, Ling Bao Er stared ahead, still tightly clutching the 2 Longfire chickens, and shouted loudly, "Chua Tiandu, you dare to come here! Have you forgotten how scared my master made you, making you pee your pants last time?" Although she said that, she had already formed a different plan in her mind. 1 against 4, and the other 3 are all nascent soul realm. I can't win. I have to find a way to escape. Chua Tiandu, holding a large flag in his hand, laughed when he heard this. "After I kill you and get the holy immortal sword," he gave an evil smile, pointed straight at Ling Bao Er. Quote, "I'll refine you into a ghost slave. Next up will be your master."
Hearing his words, the holy immortal sword couldn't help but be annoyed, and released a large golden burst of spiritual power. This burst of spiritual power quickly turned into a circular shield, enveloping Ling Bao Er and the 2 Longfire chickens inside. Chua Tiandu, seeing this, widened his eyes, stunned. "You actually have golden core cultivation? How is this possible? A few days ago, you were clearly still in the Foundation establishment realm." As soon as these words were spoken, a man wearing a grotesque mask standing there spoke. "A golden core at 18 years old?" The man next to him continued. "This girl has terrifying talent. Now that she has formed a feud with the Ghost Tower sect, we absolutely cannot let her live." After talking, he shouted, "Chiwai Tiantu, kill her and seize the sacred sword." Ordered. Chiwai Tiantu became even more excited. The red and purple lights soared into the sky, and countless skulls swirled around him towards Ling Bao Er, shouting, "Die, Ling Bao Er!" Isolated and helpless, she released the 2 Dragonfire chickens, and tightly gripped the sacred immortal sword, shouting loudly. Then, she unleashed a powerful force towards the approaching Chiwai Tiantu. The collision caused the surrounding area to tremble. Although she blocked his attack, Ling Bao Er exhausted all her magic power. She immediately turned to leave, thinking, "Blocking Chua Tiantu's attack with the sacred immortal sword drained almost all my magic power. I must run." Chua Tiantu was furious, gritting his teeth. A full, co-force attack from a golden core peak cultivator like me was blocked. He and the others immediately chased after her, shouting, "Where are you running, Ling Bao Er?" Meanwhile, back at the house, Hong Yi was leisurely playing mahjong. "Tuo Bai Ye, are you going to play or not?" Sa Zini, sitting next to her, was equally impatient. "Hurry up, we're about to turn into flowers waiting." Across from them, Tuo Bai Ye was still struggling to decide what to play, stammering,
Don't rush me, don't rush me. Stop rushing him. Chen Chang An couldn't stand it, and chimed in, hurry up. Hearing this, Tubaye finally played a tile. Illusion chicken. Seeing this, Chen Chang An immediately revealed his hand, fanning himself, and said, sorry, pure one suit, I win. He thought to himself, it feels so good to bully noobs. Tuobaye was furious, slamming the mahjong tile on the table and shouting, rush me, rush me, rush me. It's all your fault. I shouldn't have played the illusion chicken and let the young master win again. Seeing this, Hong Yi immediately yelled, blame us for your own stupidity. Suddenly, Chen Chang An looked up. By now, Bao Er should be returning soon, but I can't help but feel uneasy. I can't sense the situation outside the domain at all. Hearing this, Hong Yi placed a hand on the table, looking at him flirtatiously and replying, she should be soon. Young master doesn't need to worry that. The Dragonfire Chicken King is at Mount Jiba. With Miss Bao Er's strength, catching one is more than enough. Just as she said this, she suddenly sensed something. Her pupils trembled, and sweat poured out. What's going on? Miss Bao Er's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Is she injured? Hearing Hong Yi say this, he smiled slightly. What am I worried about? Bao Er is now at the Golden Core stage. As long as she doesn't encounter demonic beasts or immortal cultivators above the nascent soul stage, she'll naturally return safely. Indeed, except for Chen Chang An, who couldn't sense anything, Hong Yi, Zini, and Tu Baiye all felt something was wrong in their hearts, thinking, what should we do? Should we tell the young master? No need. With the young master's strength, he definitely knows the situation outside. But judging from Miss Bao Er's current aura, she's clearly seriously injured, and the young master isn't reacting. Could it be? Hong Yi's eyes widened as she looked up at the sky, biting her teeth. Perhaps the young master is training Miss Bao Er. Let's wait a little longer before speaking. On the other side, Ling Bao Er was running frantically, covered in wounds, panting, but still tightly holding a Dragonfire chicken. She glanced at her frightened eyes and bruised face. Looking back, through the nearby bushes, she finally saw her home. She said to herself, almost there. Ling Bao Er seemed to gain hope, smiling and calling out in her heart, Master? But it wasn't that easy. Suddenly, a strange hand emitting spiritual power slowly descended from above towards her. Those who our ghost-building sect wants to kill can't escape even to the 9 heavens. Ling Bao Er was hit by the force of this hand and couldn't react in time. She spat out blood, and the Dragonfire chicken beside her was also frightened and teary-eyed. It turned out that the one who unleashed this force was the Supreme Elder. She retracted her hand and said, the game of cat and mouse ends here, Sexbymond. She'll be severely injured by my palm. Even if she doesn't die, she won't live long. Go get the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to the sect to refine into a ghost slave. Hearing this, Chuai Tiantu replied, yes. Ling Bao Er was lying on the ground, her clothes torn and tattered, covered in wounds, her eyes wide and lifeless. Suddenly, the sacred immortal sword lit up, emitting a dazzling light that blew away the surrounding dust. Then, it quickly shot straight up into the sky, causing the group to shout in shock, it's over! Quickly chase after the immortal treasure. The Supreme Elder and the others hurriedly rushed up, reaching for the sacred immortal sword, causing it to panic. What was coming finally came. The sacred immortal sword hadn't run far before she grabbed its hilt, making it cry. As soon as she touched the sword, she felt a tremendous power erupting. She thought, such a surging force! No wonder a mere Golden Core stage kid could rely on this sword to hold on for so long. At this moment, Ling Bao Er was still lying on the ground, patches of blood staining the earth, trembling with fear. A voice was approaching. Ling Bao Er, Chiwo Tiantu, was now standing in front of her. He wore a sinister smile. Then he raised his hand. Channeling a burst of spiritual energy, he whispered, die. The moment he said it, a spray of fresh blood splattered out, along with a blood-curdling scream. All that could be seen was a cloud of dust, obscuring the view. That Quine Chuan Tiandu fell flat on his face, eyes wide with terror, stammering, monster! Monster! Hong Yi appeared, slashing forward with blood, wrist-stained claws, her face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Who gave you the balls? Oh, so you're tired of living, huh? Tuobaye showed up too, huge as ever, eyes bloodshot, daring to lay a hand on Master's disciple. You're asking for it. From behind Chihuahua Tiandu, Sazini slithered out, tongue lolling. Buddy, don't bother resisting, just die early and reincarnate faster. In the nick of time, the three of them had arrived. Hong Yi scooped up Ling Bao-er, who was lying on the ground, coughing in pain.
Ling Bao-er, relieved to be saved, teared up. Hong Yi gag. Did Shifu tell you guys to come? Hong Yi replied. That's right. At the Immortal Temple, the young master remembered the scene when she had told Chen Chang An, Master, Miss Bao-er's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Even if this is a test for her, there's no need to rush like this, right?
He heard, but his hands were still fiddling with prayer beads, not understanding what was happening, thinking, Test? What test? Suddenly, his eyes twitched, his brows furrowing. Something happened to Bao-er.
Hong Yi continued with a worried look.
Although I don't know what Master's planning, Bao-er's talent just needs to grow steadily. She's sure to become a generation of geniuses in the future. Master doesn't need to rush too much.
Tuoba Ye glanced at Chen Chang An warily. Miss Bao-er is about to die.
Chen Chang An sorted out what they'd said, his face darkening, and spiritual energy burst from him. I was too impatient. Bao-er Sherman is my close disciple. I don't want anything to happen to her. Go! Bring her back here safely.
He glared ahead.
The one who hurt her, kill without mercy. The three of them replied quickly, Yes, Master, we obey. Back to the present.
Right now, Hong Yi anxiously transmitted spiritual energy into Ling Bao-er's failing body, saying quickly, So that's how it is. Hong Yi Gage, you want to kill me.
You are people of the Ghost Tower sect. The three of them are all nascent soul. They want to.
Zhao Hong Yi hurriedly stopped her. Miss Bao-er, don't say anything more.
You are seriously injured. Let me use my demon power to protect your heart and soul. You adjust your breath temporarily. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Bao-er's eyes closed tightly, and her face was extremely painful. Seeing this, Hong Yi was extremely worried, and called out loudly, Miss Bao-er, Bao-er. She turned to face the two of them. The little girl's soul is very unstable. We must quickly take her back, so that the young master can treat her. But in front of them at this moment, Chihuahua Tiandu's group was standing there, surrounding them, smiling brightly. It's useless for you to take her away. I've already put the soul-eating curse on her. Chihuahua Tiandu revealed a sinister look, grinning from ear to ear. Without me dispelling the curse, she will surely die. Hearing these harsh words, Sazini couldn't bear it anymore. His face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Buddy, you're really like an idiot. I know the soul-eating curse of your ghost ditch sect, but I heard that as long as you kill the spellcaster, the curse will naturally be broken.
Tuoba Ye was also angry, raising his fist in front of him.
Daring to use such a vicious curse to bully the little girl Bao-er, watch me boil you into beef off soup. Chihuahua Tiandu was so scared that he almost peed his pants when he heard these threats. Sitting down on the ground, My 3 supreme elders of the Ghost Tower sect are here. What are you going to do? Kill me? I think you shouldn't even think about leaving here.
The supreme elder held a sword in her hand. At this time, she stepped forward.
I am the supreme elder of the Ghost Tower sect. Could it be that you intend to oppose our Ghost Tower sect?
Sazini replied indifferently without any fear.
So what? At 9 heavens, a loud shout was heard. Stop talking nonsense for me.
Chen Chang An was angry, one hand pointing forward, the other holding a loudspeaker. Daring to touch my people, beat them to death, assholes you bastards. Back at Ling Bao-er.
The battle was still going on fiercely. Tuoba Ye charged forward with his sharp horns. Smash them to death. Sanzini also transformed into a giant snake,
speeding towards the supreme elder. She refused to give in, raising her hand to create a purple spiritual energy source in front. Suppress. Tuoba Ye was still like a mad bull, rushing straight into the shield she had just created.
Although the shield blocked some of it, Tuoba Ye's strength was extremely great, and he shouted, Umbo! While charging, she was terrified, and raised her hand to block. Damn it! This stupid bull is too strong.
She continued to struggle, raising both hands in front of her to form an even bigger shield.
At the same time, Sazini's snake tail swooshed over, instantly sending those guys flying to the side, their clothes torn to shreds and scattered everywhere. That Chihuahua Tiandu guy also got hit, flying hundreds of meters, screaming bloody murder. Sazini transformed back into human form and said, Kill the one who cast the spell, that's you, and Bao-er Miss will be safe and sound. After speaking, his snake tail shot straight towards the flying Chihuahua Tiandu like a sharp arrow. But before it could even hit him, a figure flew in front of her like lightning, holding a long scythe covered in chains, shouting, Hold on!
If you want to kill our sect leader, you'll have to go through me first." Hearing this, Sazini stuck out his snake tongue and sneered, "TCH. As for Tuoba Ye, he went berserk, jumping with a thump, causing the ground and rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Chen Chang An, who was sitting on the roof, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot, with one eye glowing red. Within the range of myriad domains, I can sense everyone's every move. But outside of it, I can't sense anything. This is a huge weakness." He raised his hand to cover one of his eyes. If I hadn't let Bao go catch the Dragonfire Chicken King, she wouldn't have run into this mess. He remembered what happened before, when corpses lay all over the ground. Before, I couldn't protect the everlasting sect, and now I can't even protect Bao too. Chen Chang An kept blaming himself. He raised his trembling hands in front of his face. If the skills within the myriad domains were useful to me, that would be great. I could cultivate, I could become strong, I could rebuild the everlasting sect, and protect old geezer, protect Bao. As he thought this, he clenched his jaws tightly, grinding his teeth together. Not like now, just standing here watching, like a useless piece of crap, not able to do anything useful. After thinking that, Chen Chang An slapped himself hard across the face. Slap. Now is not the time to regret it. I can't cultivate. He quickly sat up, regained his composure. Then I'll expand the myriad domains to the 10,000 great mountains. How can I still not be able to protect the people I want to protect? At this moment, outside, the battle continued, with explosions booming across the sky. That old Xiao Tiandu was trembling before the power of destruction, thinking to himself, "So this is all a nascent soul realm expert can do? Luckily, I have 3 grand elders accompanying me, or else." He looked at the terrifying battle down below. If these 3 elders weren't here right now, I would have been gone a long time ago. Relying on my golden core, I wouldn't be able to last even half an incense stick in this battle. Hong Yi also joined the battle, rushing forward, knocking the pure immortal sword out of the Grand Elder's hand, causing her to cry out in shock, "Damn it, pure sacred immortal sword!" The immortal sword was sent flying by this palm strike, shooting downwards, its face dizzy and disoriented. After a while, the tip of the sword plunged straight into the ground right in front of Xiao Tiandu, causing him to be stunned. "An immortal sword." An immortal sword? It's like picking up gold for free. He couldn't stop smiling, thinking to himself, This is it. I must quickly take the sacred immortal sword back to old ancestor of the Ghost Tower sect. As long as I get the sword now and secretly retreat." However, when he held the sword in his hand, he suddenly had another thought. No way. If I take the sword and the 3 grand elders die here, where will I have a place in the Ghost Tower sect in the future? Do I have to rely on that distant old ancestor? Chiwo Tiandu's eyes stared intently as he raised his hand to clench it tightly. "I am the sect leader of the Ghost Tower sect. It is my mission to develop the sect to be great. The fate of the sect is in my hands. I must not disappoint the sect." Hang in there. On Chen Chang An's side, he was still standing on the roof watching. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his eyes turned cold. "Chiwan Tiandu, what is that dog trying to do?" He saw Chiwan Tiandu approaching the battle. He went to the large rock nearby. Then he hid behind this rock, not knowing what he was up to, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. He took advantage of the nascent soul realm experts fighting lightly, hiding behind the large rocks to move forward. It seemed that he had noticed his intention now. Chen Chang An's eyes widened, and he shouted in fear. Bao, what he's after right now is Ling Bao, who's knocked out cold on the ground, protected by a golden halo. Chiqua Tiandu is closing in on her, grinning like a maniac. "Those 3 demon kings care so much about this little disciple, I'll snatch her while they're distracted." Wouldn't that make those 3 bastards afraid to act rashly? So what if they're strong? They're still just animals. Gotta use my head. Seeing this, Chen Chang An couldn't hold back any longer. He couldn't wait, and rushed forward. He didn't care if his domain wasn't ready. Bao life was hanging by a thread. "Damn it, you old geezer." The Ligui sect guys were each fighting a demon king, leaving Xiao Tiandu free to sneak around and grab Ling Bao as a hostage. Chen Chang An saw it all from inside the immortal temple. Seeing him rush out, disregarding his domain, knowing Bao's life was in danger, Chiwa Tiandu recognized him too. Chen Chang An charged toward his disciple, his eyes wide with rage, veins popping out all over his face. He roared, "You've got some nerve." This sight scared old Xian Tiandu half to death.
Senior, when did he get here? How didn't I sense his presence at all? The holy immortal sword in his hand then shot out, wailing like a baby, catching him off guard. He stood frozen, watching the immortal sword fly away.
Seeing the sword flying towards him, Chen Chang An thought, perfect timing. But suddenly, the sword started merging with his arm, startling him. The sword had now fused with Chen Chang An's right arm, forming a gauntlet-like battle armor brimming with spiritual energy. He was surprised and thought, here, Era. I was wondering if it wouldn't be a sword, then I'll take gauntlets or something. So, you can read my mind, huh? Guess I underestimated you.
Witnessing what had just happened, Qian Tiandu couldn't help but worry. He can control the holy immortal sword at will? Even change its form? Oh crap, gotta run! Before he could even act on his thought, Chen Chang An's eyes widened with murderous intent.
You dare touch my people, and you think you can just leave?
With that, he conjured a thunderous punch in his hand, his face darkening, and charged at the fleeing Qian Tiandu. This punch quickly landed squarely on his body, and he shouted, Die! Chen Chang An used every ounce of strength he had,
his teeth clenched tightly.
At this moment, all that remained of Qian Tiandu's body were charred fragments, accompanied by his voice, Senior, calm down, Senior, calm down, please spare this junior's life.
Having dealt with this damned pest, Chen Chang An picked up Ling Bao-er, who was still unconscious.
He carried her back into the immortal pavilion, unaware that a tiny wisp of Qian Tiandu's divine soul had survived. It transformed into a small, trembling flame, and fled. So scary. One palm shattered my flesh. But he actually spared my original spirit? Probably didn't detect it, huh? As he thought this, he became even more agitated, his eyes bulging and tearing up.
My body's destroyed! Centuries of hard work! All I have left is my original spirit.
Now I have to escape back. Who knows, I might even be turned into a ghost. Qiwi Tiandu is done for. Suddenly, he noticed something that made the blood vessels in his eyes even thicker. This is, looking at the lingering red fragrance, he looked around in shock. It's the longevity physique. No mistake, it's this scent. Where is it coming from? Then, he finally realized the scent was coming from Chen Chang An. It's him. Even though Qiwa Tiandu had been beaten to a pulp, he still didn't know what fear was, and a grin spread across his face. No way, a longevity physique can't cultivate. It can't be him. But even if it's not him, he's definitely connected to it. Longevity physique, huh? I still have a chance. At this moment, inside the temple, Chen Chang An carried Ling Bao-er near a large tree. He gently laid her down, his hands trembling as he lightly touched her cheek. How could she be so badly injured? These bastards deserve to be hacked into a million pieces. So ruthless. Just you wait, you turtle-necked Ligui sect. Sooner or later, I'll flatten you. After venting his anger, Chen Chang An took out a dark red pill and brought it to Ling Bao-er's mouth. After Ling Bao-er consumed the pill, her breathing gradually improved. Luckily, I made it in time, or Bao-er's life would really be in danger. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, murmuring her master's name. She continued weakly. Bao-er couldn't catch the Dragonfire Chicken King to bring back. Sorry. Chen Chang An, seeing that she had woken up, quickly rushed over and took her hand. Now, no need to apologize, it's your master's fault, I came late, sorry. He didn't expect this girl. She's almost dead, and she's still worrying about Chen Chang An's meal. At this moment, from the sky, a dazzling light shone down, startling Chen Chang An, who was holding the little girl. It turned out that the battle between the demon kings and the elders had reached a crucial stage. Thaiba Ye's eyes were bloodshot as he launched a full, Smuniforce attack. This put great pressure on the elders of the Ligui sect, gradually falling into a disadvantage, and the ghost spirits were beaten to a pulp. The Supreme Elder, she couldn't withstand it either, and was knocked backward. Hong Yi was not to be outdone. Ling Bao-er was injured, and they were determined to take revenge for her. She shouted angrily, "Go sell salt!" The defense of the Supreme Elder of the Ligui sect was immediately shattered into 100 pieces. By the immortal temple, Chen Chang An watched the approaching light with a sharp gaze. Just then, someone went flying and landed in the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could make out who it was, it turned out that the person who had been knocked down was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ghost Tower sect. She knelt on the ground, coughed a few times, and cursed, "Damn it, you beasts! I'm gonna make you!" As she was cursing the demon kings, she suddenly saw Chen Chang An staring at her with an icy look. She angrily yelled, Where did this trash come from? How dare you glare at me? By now she had stood up, a palmful of spiritual energy at the ready, wanting to strike Chen Chang An. He had already safely placed Ling Bao to the side. She screamed, "Do you have a death wish?" Before she could finish the sentence, before she could even do anything, Chen Chang An's figure, with bloodshot eyes, flashed before her like lightning, startling her into taking a few steps back. He reached out and messed up her goods. Nascent soul, right? She couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth stuck. You, Chen Chang An kept asking. Grand Elder, right? Each time he asked, a slap landed on her face, sending blood flying. She staggered back a few steps, clutching her face in pain, her eyes wide, stammering, You! Chen Chang An jumped up, raising his hand high. This is some quality stuff. He kept repeating what she had just said. You. He slammed her head straight into the ground, grinding her face in. You, my ass. He then stepped on her head, then raised his hand high in the sunlight, continuing, Come on, next. She lay there flat as a pancake, not struggling. Who knows if she's gone to the other side? Seeing this scene, the remaining two were shocked. Second bro, inability to resist, impossible, he looks like a mortal. Hong Yi transformed into a fox demon, flames blazing, and chuckled. Be good and surrender, don't anger my master. Hearing the word master confused them. Master, a transformation stage demon emperor. There are no transformation stage old monsters in this world that we haven't heard of. She secretly sent a voice transmission to the person behind her. There are 3 nascent soul demon kings here, plus a strange one whose cultivation is unknown. Let's retreat for now, until the old ancestor has a new plan. The other one replied, But second bro was taken down by that guy, are we just gonna leave him? She snorted. Suddenly, a shout echoed, startling them to turn their heads. Grand Elder! Chikwai Tiandu's remnant soul didn't know where he crawled out from, screaming in fear, My flesh was destroyed, Elder. Protect my nascent soul. She spoke softly. I thought it was something. Turns out it's the sect master. But in her heart she cursed. What a waste. Grand Elder. He recounted everything he had witnessed just now, sending them from one shock to another. What? Is this true? Hearing the question, he swore. 100. True. She now revealed a sharp gaze, saying, Immortal body, ascending on the spot. Isn't this the goal of our cultivation? Thinking it through, she stared ahead, saying, Third bro, what do you say? The other guy laughed a few savage laughs and said, You fool! 100 years of cultivation, all for today. Charge! We'll put all of our hard work in. Today, I don't believe we can't take care of these beasts. Some kid who doesn't know what he's doing, is he really at the transformation stage? Seeing these guys spewing curses, Shi Ni and Tai Bai Ye angrily pointed forward and yelled, How dare you disrespect our master? Chen Chang An revealed an extremely strange expression, raised his hand, beckoned, provoking them. It's okay, let them come here. In his heart he thought, Here, this is the immortal body you want. I'm really not at the transformation stage, but I'm stronger than the transformation stage. Chen Chang An emitted spiritual energy from his undying body, a grin on his face, and said, Come on, people. This smell. The elders of the Ghost Tower sect immediately recognized it. They craved the immortal body. It really is the smell of an immortal body. Even Shenzhi Ni and Hong Yi were drawn to the smell, drooling uncontrollably. So fragrant, the Ghost Tower sect elder was going crazy. He rushed over, mouth wide open. Immortal flesh, I want to eat immortal flesh. Seeing this, Chen Chang An grinned. I'll give you immortality. His fist now emitted an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy, just waiting for him to rush over so he could give him a punch, sending his whole family to the same place. To avenge Ling Bao, he reached out and squeezed his head, wanting to crush everything. Then, with just one hand, he slammed the guy down to the ground, the brick courtyard shattering into large pieces. Utterly destroyed, Chen Chang An was like a demon, his eyes bloodshot, muttering something. You didn't need to hear it to know he was cursing those guys out. After cursing, he grabbed the elder's head again, tossing it up and down like a toy. Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi, witnessing this scene from outside, couldn't help but turn pale with fear. So scary. Is this really our master? Chen Chang An was tired after playing with the corpse for a while. He stopped, wiping the sweat from his cheek. The system popped up. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a Yuan Ying Stage 4 cultivator, gaining 1200 destiny points. He looked at the system thinking, damn, that's awesome. 1,200 points? I think the last time I killed a nest of 3 gold core evil dragons, I only got 1,500 points. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the 2 elder chicks from the devil sect, a mysterious smile on his face. There are still 2 Yuan Ying here. Doesn't that mean I've hit the jackpot? Hong Yi glanced at Tuoba Ye and asked, what just happened? Tuoba Ye blankly replied, don't know. I smelled something really fragrant, I was dying for it. Poof, and it was gone. Sazi Ni also made her own assessment. Is it possible the master used something that affected the minds of the immortal treasures? At this moment, the devil sect elder stood up, her face flushed, thinking, miscalculation! I was so blinded by the immortal body. This kid's cultivation is indeed weird, probably even better than mine. Why didn't Chihuahua Tiandu say there was an expert of this level here? More harm than good. What a waste. She looked down. 2 elders. One was lying motionless, not knowing if he was dead or not. Damn it. One was lying face down on the ground, unconscious. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, why can't I see that piece of trash running away? Damn it. Her eyes darted around when she didn't see Chiu Tiandu, and she shouted, son of a BTCH. At this time, Chen Chang An stood calmly in the temple courtyard, with 2 devil sect elders lying motionless on either side. Looking worse for wear, run. The elder with the scythe weapon saw things weren't going well, so she went for plan A. Running is the best option. Chen Chang An coldly looked at her running like a bat out of hell and said, "Want to run?" He raised his hand. "Within this domain, no one can escape from my palm." Streams of spiritual energy from all around were rapidly rising and quickly formed a beam of light that shot towards her back, causing her to cry out in surprise. "You! What are you doing to me?" Chen Chang An gave a sinister smile, licking his lips. "Don't panic, I'm just upgrading your aptitude a little." Hearing this made her even more shocked. "Upgrade my aptitude? Are you crazy?" Although she said that, she really felt a change in her body, thinking, this is an upgrade? No, I've never heard of anything like this. Is this free stuff I can use? From the sky, a bored voice rang out. "Is it over yet? Can we stop for a bit? Poor me. Uncle Heavenly Lightning has to come here to do the job again?" Seeing a familiar face, Chen Chang An was overjoyed. "Perfect timing, I've been waiting for you." He immediately pointed the Heavenly Lightning towards her and said, "Go." She was struck, crying out in pain. "Not this move again." Her face looking all drugged up, mouth wide open. "He's using lightning tribulation to upgrade my cultivation. Too fast, I've never tried anything so intense," she wondered. But why? Chen Chang An, standing below, was still reaching out his hand, as if trying to squeeze her, a sinister smile on his face. Looking down, she unconsciously blushed, her eyes wide. Could it be? Does he fancy me? Thinking of this, her cheeks turned red. Chiwei Tiandu's sliver of a soul was hiding behind a large rock, observing the situation. He regretted thinking, holy crap, aptitude? Cultivation? He can just give it away like that. Who is this guy? If I hadn't provoked him in the first place, maybe I could have sucked up to him. Hong Yi and Sazi Ni, standing outside, were also very confused. She wondered, why is the master upgrading her cultivation? Sazi Ni replied, "Don't know. The master has his own plans, right?" Over there, the elder chick was totally tripping balls. Almost there. Her body was about to not be able to handle any more energy. She felt she had reached her limit, along with her moans. Heavenly Lightning, witnessing this scene, was scared out of his wits. "You put someone in someone else's body again. You took her into the transformation stage. You cheated. I've only been a few days, you just bully me all the time. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to tell the Jade Emperor." Chen Chang An, my nemesis, didn't care much. He just stood there, waving his hand forcefully towards her. The elder chick kept screaming, her mouth wide open, her eyes rolled back. Then he was like, totally overdosing on ecstasy. The energy in his body exploded with a massive boom in the sky, turning into rays of energy everywhere. The system popped up. "Congratulations, host. You successfully killed a first-layer transformation god cultivator. Acquired 2,000 points. Chen Chang An looked at his palm wondering, is taking down transformation gods the only function of this system? Or just my current skill? But 2,000 points is a decent amount of juice. That grand elder chick finally woke up, and witnessing that scene just freaked her out even more. She stumbled back a few steps, whimpering. He saw her and glanced back, saying, "Oh yeah, almost forgot about you." Seeing this, she freaked out. raising her hands in front of her face, mouth gaping. You stay away! He immediately drew a glowing circle in the air, then shot it towards her, replying, Yeah, I'm not coming over there. The Grand Elder was hit by a wave of spiritual energy, making her scream in terror, No, don't kill me. Chen Chang An put on a cold expression, calmly stating, I'm not killing you, I'm giving you a level up. But after waiting a while, not a single lightning tribulation descended. He looked up at the sky, wondering, why isn't there a heavenly tribulation I have need? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Could it be the time isn't right anymore? This heavenly tribulation is really easy to mess up. Can I create one myself? Quote. Hearing this, heavenly tribulation was furious and cursed. Get the hell out of here. Chen Chang An saw that the old trick wasn't working anymore, so he just dusted her. Blood splattered everywhere. Whatever. The system announced, Congratulations, host. You successfully killed a 4th layer nascent soul cultivator. 1,200 points. He thought to himself. This is more like cultivation meets cannibalism. After the battle, the sky cleared up. Super Blue, Hong Yi, Shi Zi Ni, and Tuoba Yi stood there like statues, totally frozen. Is Master's cultivation at the immortal realm? Or even higher? The system suddenly popped up. Bug detected. From now on, host, when using lightning tribulation to help others level up, you need to let it rest for a month after each use. He heard this and stroked his chin, pondering. A month cooldown? Why wasn't there a bug before? Another update, again! The system continued. Version 30 of the system detected. Do you want to spend 5,000 points to upgrade to version 30 Invincible range? Not seeing Chen Chang An react, the system continued. Current range point is 5,250. Do you want to exchange 5,250 points for unparalleled range amplification? He replied, Exchange! Of course I'm exchanging. After a moment of activation, the system prompted. Unparalleled range has been expanded. The current range is 74 meters. At this time, in some dark corner, Chui Tiantu's remaining immortal soul stood silently observing. Terrified, This is scary, I gotta get out here. Suddenly, Ba Yao Wang seemed to sense something and looked up towards where Chui Tiantu was hiding. Chen Chang An also spoke softly. Little brother, don't hide anymore. Come on out. Hearing these words, he was scared out of his mind. Like there's any mind left to be scared out of. He crossed his arms, looking at him with extreme boredom, thinking, It's one thing outside. But you think you can hide in my range, and I wouldn't notice you? Chui Tiantu, looking pathetic, ran crying towards Chen Chang An. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life. He ran up and clung to him, muttering, Senior, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your ox and horse. I know inside information about the Holy Immortal Sword. I guarantee I'll tell you everything I know. I know what's going on with the Immortal's descent this time. I know the 365 Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. I guarantee I can serve you comfortably and happily. No pressure every day. I'm the sect master of the Ghost Valley sect. If Senior wants to destroy the Ghost Valley sect or just take it over, I'm willing to be Senior's servant, just begging Senior for a chance, please. He kept spinning around, making Chen Chang An dizzy, almost throwing up. He couldn't take it anymore, grabbed his wisp of primordial spirit in anger, and slammed him hard into the ground. Then he picked him up again and pinched his cheeks hard. You're really something. Besides all that, can you? Looking at Qi Tiantu crying in front of him, he continued, Transform into Ji Hua Hua. Hearing this, he looked blank, confused. What's Ji Hua Hua? I don't know. After playing with him, Chen Chang An threw him towards Shi Zini. This thing's yours. When Bao Er wakes up, let her decide what to do with him. Shi Zini quickly replied, Yes, master. In his heart, he thought, even though I feel like this guy's still useful, they dared to bully Bao Er. I'll let her decide how to deal with him. Hong Yi put her hands together, cleared her throat. Master, what's next for us? Seeing Hong Yi hesitant, Chang An continued, I remember Bao Er brought back a chicken when she came back, right? Why don't you go catch it? When Bao Er wakes up, we'll roast it for her to eat. The chicken on this side was still trying to find its way out, stressing so much thinking which way to go to get home. Cluck. After Chen Chang An finished dealing with the Longyi sect bunch, he healed Ling Bao Er. At this time, the two teachers and disciples were fighting over roast chicken. I want to eat too. Don't steal mine. And you eat grass anyway, Hong Yi. You should lose weight. I'll eat the chicken breast. The demon kings were also putting on a show of laughter. Master, The roasted drumstick is mine, Chen Chang An thought to himself. Right now the range is only 30 meters. Don't even mention the 10,000 great mountains. It's barely around flying Immortal Mountain. It's like a pen. I need to quickly collect as many range points as possible, not just to expand the invincible range, but also to upgrade the system. He stroked his chin again, thinking, if I want to quickly acquire a lot of range points, I need to attract those who desire immortality. But immortality not only lets the demons and monsters lose control, but even Bao and the 3 demons might be tempted. After thinking, Chen Chang An held the Holy Celestial Sword in front of him. So, I have to rely on you, Holy Celestial Sword? It heard that and was startled, sweating buckets. He just pointed straight at it. You stay here, release the aura of a celestial treasure, you go attract the demons and monsters here for me. He thought to himself, demons and monsters are very sensitive to the aura of celestial treasures. Very sensitive. If they notice it, they'll definitely come to fight over it one after another. Just thinking about it, Chen Chang An's face suddenly became distorted, blooming into an extremely sinister smile. That way I can open up a new range of farming. Seeing Chen Chang An's despicable face sitting there laughing loudly, Hong Yi confusedly turned her head to whisper to Snake Tung Yich and Tuoba Ye. What is Master doing? Don't talk nonsense. Could he be practicing some kind of cultivation technique? Why is he acting crazy, looking like when I got cursed? You'll die if you tell. Time passed. After a while, all 3 demon kings and Ling Bao were sound asleep, completely oblivious. Only Chen Chang An was sitting there guarding the sword, seeing which greedy bastard would come. Not only did it make the sword tremble without sleep, but he also made it work, waiting all night for nothing, making him irritated. Damn it, why? A whole night, and not a single monster in sight. Hearing his voice, Ling Bao who was sleeping with her face buried in Hong Yi's boobs, suddenly woke up. Is it time to eat? Tuoba Ye was also awakened by the noise, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Is it already morning? Master hasn't slept all night. Ah, so amazing. Suddenly, Ling Bao felt something wet underneath. She screamed, What is this? Why is it so wet? That was Tuoba Ye's drool. On the other side, Chen Chang An frowned angrily, raising his hand to bite. Where exactly is the problem? Suddenly, old Qi Tiantu's wisp of primordial spirit flew over. Senior, this humble one knows where the problem is. Hearing that, he turned to look at him, raised an eyebrow, and replied, Speak. He continued to look at Ling Bao and the others standing there, then continued. It's like this. Because there are 3 demon kings in the temple, the demon kings release a very strong aura. The low-level monsters don't dare come close. Chen Chang An was extremely annoyed when he heard that, casting a glance towards that group. So it's because of you guys. The 3 demon kings saw him turn his head, thinking they were being praised, and were extremely happy. Snake Tung Ningich laughed loudly. Ha ha, you flatter us. Tuoba Ye raised his fist and smiled brightly. But besides, Master, I haven't seen any demons with a stronger body than me. Hong Yi added, This guy is right. Suddenly, Chen Chang An turned around and used his invincible domain. Go! The system rang. The 3 demon kings' cultivation dropped to the Qi refining stage. After hearing these words, the group, who were full of energy like 18-year-olds, immediately collapsed like lethargic 60-year-old elders. Cultivation is only at the Qi refining stage? Not even chest muscles anymore, boo-hoo. Master, save us. Tiantu witnessed this scene and was shocked to the core, thinking, So OP, even the demon kings are being scammed. In the distance, Chen Chang An was still raging and running over. What's with the rambling? So what if you're a demon king? After dealing with that group, Chen Chang An walked towards the Holy Celestial Sword, his eyes lit up, and he wore a strange smile. Everything hindering you has been resolved. No one dares disturb our world anymore. Let's do it again. The Celestial Treasure Sword wanted to cry when it heard that. Unable to bear it anymore, it immediately seized the opportunity to dart away. But how could it escape Chen Chang An? He reached out and pulled it back. Dare to run? Get back here. The Holy Celestial Sword was now tightly bound by Chen Chang An with a rope, hanging on a large tree. Come on, try to run, let me see. Unleash all your power as a celestial treasure. Release it all for me. Helpless, the Holy Sword had no choice but to accept its fate. It released an extremely large stream of energy shooting straight into the sky. He was very happy to see that. This time, It can definitely attract those demons and monsters. As expected, from a distance, a mantis-bodied monster stood there, looking up at the sky, and blurted out, "That's there!" A giant monster with 8 legs also saw this scene, and his mouth smiled happily. "Is that the Holy Celestial Sword?" His eyes were now shining brightly, bearing a set of sharp fangs. Holy Celestial Sword. With the Holy Celestial Sword, I don't have to fear those annoying cultivators anymore. In a place that looked extremely bizarre with streams of dark red blood, colored spiritual energy, several demons also sensed it. One flew into the air and said loudly, I seem to sense the aura of immortal energy." The one below added, "I see it too." They were drooling at this moment. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and snatch the immortal energy back. Immortal energy can only belong to us demons." Absolutely not let the immortal energy fall into the hands of those cultivators. After speaking, the group immediately flew into the air, causing chaos. After a while, above the sky, hundreds of thousands of demons and beasts from all over the place poured in, crowded in front of the spiritual energy being emitted. That was Chen Chang An's residence. Chen Chang An clenched his hands tightly. His face was extremely vigilant. Demonic energy covers the sky and the earth. Just like the day the punishment sect was destroyed, the only difference was that his determination at this moment was soaring. Today is the day of the soul-scattering powder. He released a large burst of spiritual power, only to see the demons die before they could even yawn, disappearing instantly. Old Chu Tian Tu and the group of Ling Bao witnessed this scene and couldn't help but turn pale with fear. So scary, so scary. Absolutely must not provoke Senior's anger. We must obey him obediently in the future. I remember Ling Bao took my 36 strategies for bootlicking. I must find a chance to get it back. After looking around, only the remnants of them were falling down, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Chang An stood there, his face darkened. A moment later, he looked ahead with sharp eyes. Then suddenly, "Are they all dead?" He looked at them with utter disappointment. "Is there really nothing left to kill?" Right then, the system chimed in. Name: Chen Chang An. Realm: None. Special ability: Sentient to all things. Range points: 3,400. Range limit: 74 meters. Seeing this, he sighed wearily, thinking, "Killing so many demons and devils only got me 3,400 points. Upgrading the system to version 30 requires 5,000 points. And the range points here are simply not enough." He glanced over at the sacred immortal sword, still tightly bound to the tree, looking like it was about to lose its soul. He rubbed his chin, muttering, "Attracted mostly low-level demons because of the sacred immortal sword, but where are the golden core cultivators? Why isn't there a single demon lord?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the nascent soul old monsters are too far away to sense it? Or are these old monsters waiting for something? After pondering for a while, Chen Chang An crossed his arms, a bored expression on his face, and spoke. "Hongyi, Tabaye, Shezini, I have a mission for you." Hearing their names called, the three immediately appeared, cupping their hands together, shouting, "Yes!" He looked at them, a slight smirk on his face. "Spread the news about the immortal energy at this immortal temple throughout the 10,000 mountains, to as many nascent soul demons as possible. The more demons that know about it, the better." What he really wanted was to have a big fight. Chen Chang An stroked his chin thoughtfully, asking, "Who among you knows the most about Yun province?" Hearing this, Shizini proudly replied, "Young master, I come from the Golden Python clan in Yun province. No one knows more about Yun province than me. Is there anything you need to tell me?" Hong Yi ran over from nowhere, pushed Shizini's arm aside, and pointed at her face. "Me, young master, me!" After a moment of thought, he began to assign tasks. "All right, Hong Yi and Ta Baiye, go spread the news about the immortal treasure. As for Shi Zini, go to Yun province and scout out which force destroyed the longevity sect before, and also gather information about Feng Qi Yun, the sect leader of the longevity sect." After speaking, he reached out towards the distant grass, and from it, a stream of spiritual qi rose, forming golden pills. "If you find news of him, immediately send it back here. If he encounters any danger, you must protect him at all costs." Chen Chang An continued to move those pills towards them. "Take these spiritual pills with you. Once you complete your mission, I will not mistreat you." Hearing this, they immediately shouted, "Your subordinates will definitely complete the mission and live up to young master's expectations." He replied, "Go quickly Don't delay.
A week later, on some mountain, two significant figures were flying on their swords in the sky. On the right was the sect master of the Nine Swords sect, Ling Xishan, and on the left, whose hair was almost entirely white, was the supreme elder of the Nine Swords sect, Ling Hai. He spoke. Ahead is Mount Fei Xian. Chiwai Tiandu said that the dilapidated temple where Bao Er is located is within this mountain.
Ling Xishan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he grunted. That brat, Chiwai Tiandu, even said that the immortal treasure is in Bao Er's hands? Could that be true? After discussing for a while, the two people have also approached Chen Chang An's immortal residence, posturing to compete for the immortal treasure. The immortal treasure cannot have any involvement with my Nine Swords sect, otherwise it will lead to disaster. We must quickly bring Bao Er back to the Nine Swords sect. Inside the immortal pavilion, Chen Chang An was still eating candy, being massaged by Chiwan Tiandu. He suddenly noticed something within his range, and his eyes widened. Huh? He exclaimed, then immediately jumped up from his chair, laughing. Another nascent soul came, but Chi Tiandunga, who was beside him, couldn't help but feel familiar, thinking, what a familiar aura. What are those two old geezers who can't kick the bucket, Ling Xishan and Ling Hai, doing here? He flinched slightly, stepping back. I can't let those two old geezers see my sloppiness. I must find a place to hide. At this moment, Ling Xishan and Ling Hai were already standing outside the door of the immortal pavilion, waiting. Seeing this unfamiliar face, Chen Chang An asked, Cultivators, why are you also here to fight for the immortal tree? Before he could finish, Ling Bao Er, who was still wearing an apron and holding a cooking spoon, ran out from inside the house, her eyes wide. She exclaimed, Father! Then she turned her gaze towards Ling Xishan, smiling. Father, Grandpa Hai, why are you two here? Seeing this expression from Ling Bao Er, he was a little surprised. What? Father, Grandpa Hai? So it turns out they're acquaintances? Ling Xishan's face turned angry. Raising his hand and saying loudly, Ling Bao Er, what are you doing? Aren't you going to follow your father back to the Nine Swords sect? Hearing this, Ling Bao Er immediately made an X sign with her hands, wanting to signal, I don't want to. I want to follow my master. His face darkened at that moment. Why is this child so willful? The world is changing so fast, and you're still dawdling. Wait, what? Master? Chen Chang An, who was standing in a corner, ran over, pointing at his face and exclaiming, Ah! Ling Xishan pointed directly at his face, scolding. Who are you? This trash? Is this why this girl wants to make me angry? Ling Bao Er rolled her eyes, her mouth agape, waving her hands wildly, signaling, Stop it! Her whole body trembled, thinking, Don't! You can't just say those words casually. Last time I said something like that, my bones were sent flying. My master is very strong. One palm can kill a nascent soul. Don't provoke him, father. I can't save you. Hearing this, Ling Xishan flung his hand out, causing the hem of his robe to fly back, and grunted. One palm can kill a nascent soul? Why not just blow on it and kill a nascent soul? Chen Chang An clapped his hands together, exclaiming, That's a good idea. I'll try it next time. Witnessing this fearless expression on his face, Ling Xishan angrily pointed 2 fingers forward. I've never seen anyone as brazen-faced as you. I must teach you a lesson and show you what the heavens and earth are. Before he could even charge forward, he suddenly sensed something behind him and turned to look at the door. His eyes widened, utterly stunned by what he saw. Standing at the door was Tuoba Ye, cracking his knuckles. His eyes were bloodshot, and Hong Yi was beside him, ready for a fight. Yuan Ying Demon King. Why are the Demon Kings here? These figures, with such immense pressure, made Ling Xishan a bit timid, hesitating. The pressure is too great. This Demon King must be here for the immortal treasure. That Demon King's cultivation is much higher than mine. If we really fight, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. The 10,000 Great Mountains really are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Extremely dangerous. Hong Yi then spoke up. Are you here to compete for the immortal treasure as well? Hearing this, Ling Xishan and Ling Hai stepped forward, trying to be amicable. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Ling Xishan, sect leader of the Nine Swords sect, and this is Ling Hai, the supreme elder of our Nine Swords sect. He said, We are here for the immortal treasure. He thought to himself, This is too dangerous. I have to get Bao Er out of here quickly. A hint of malice flashed through his mind, and the corners of Ling Shishishan's mouth curved into a sly smile. Demons are unreasonable, especially powerful ones like Demon Kings. It's better to warn them first. If that kid dies at the hands of the Demon King, so be it. But nothing can happen to Bao.
Cutting off his train of thought, Ling Bao ran forward, her face beaming. Hong Yi Ji, older sister. They are my dad and Grandpa Hai. They aren't bad people. Please don't fight. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Realizing the situation, Tuoba Yi let out an, "Oh!" Hong Yi put her hands together in apology. So they are Miss Bao's relatives. Sorry about that. Witnessing this scene, Ling Shishishan was frozen, not understanding what was happening. Chen Chang An, standing inside the house, coughed softly and said, "Have you finished the task I assigned you?" Hong Yi immediately ran over, fawning, reporting to master, "Your subordinate has completed everything." From one surprise to another, Ling Shishishan's eyes were now blank, his mouth agape in disbelief. He raised his hand, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Miss Bao? Why? Subordinate? Why? Old Master Hai? Why am I? Is this some kind of sorcery?" Lao Wei. Ling Bao hurriedly ran over, not knowing where to begin. "Oh my God, Dad, please tone it down. We're at the gates of hell, don't act up, please." Ling Hai stood beside him. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck above his head. He thought, these two demons, each ruling a domain, actually call this ordinary-looking guy Master. Is he really hiding his skills? Unless, transformation stage. Chen Chang An raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiling to himself. The Nine-Sword Sect, Bao's sect. Should I get acquainted? The more people, the stronger, right? He said, "Oh, right, where were we?" Ling Bao quickly pushed her father aside. "Shifu, just now my dad was asking about that day." Ling Hai immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands together. "Esteemed one, you are truly unfathomable. Our sect leader only wants to protect his daughter and may have offended you. Please don't blame him." Seeing this, Chen Chang An smiled and waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. We're all family." Ling Shishishan still had a blank, lifeless look in his eyes. "What? Family? What family? I haven't agreed to anything." Seeing that her father was still stubborn, Ling Bao was furious. "Dad? That's enough." Ling Hai then continued. "But today, we must take Bao away. It's for her own good." As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Chang An, as if trying to gauge him. She hurriedly ran forward, her face filled with panic. "Why, Dad, Grandpa Hai, I don't want to go back, I want to stay with Shifu." Chen Chang An then stepped forward, his face beaming, placed a hand on Ling Bao's shoulder, and said softly, "They are your relatives. If you want to go back with them, I certainly won't stop you. But since you don't want to go, don't force it." Hearing this, he explained, "If you are the master of demon kings, you must have extraordinary strength. But now, immortals from the heavens have descended to the lower realm to compete for the immortal treasure. Even if you have strength, how can you contend with immortals from the heavens? It's better for Bao to leave here quickly to avoid any life-threatening dangers." Dad. After hearing these words, Chen Chang An's face suddenly turned gloomy. "Immortals have descended," Ling Hai continued. "The old ancestor Xian Ling of the Ghost Tower sect has ascended. Perhaps soon, the Ghost Tower sect will lead its disciples to compete for the immortal treasure. With an immortal supporting the Ghost Tower sect, how can someone like me have a chance of winning?" Qiwa Tiandu, who didn't know when he had appeared, smiled gleefully and thought, "The old ancestor is about to descend. Won't I soon be free from here?" The expressions of Ling Shishishan and Ling Hai visibly darkened. The sect leader of the Ghost Tower sect, Zhu Tiandu, is extremely cunning, treacherous, and vicious. Tajuic. If you encounter him, you must be careful. The hearts of immortals are unpredictable. It's better for you to give the immortal treasure to Zhu Tiandu. Don't lose your life because of greed. Suddenly appearing right here and witnessing himself being badmouthed by others made Qiwa Tiandu's blood boil. He shouted, "You foolish old men! What nonsense are you talking about? I knew that you hypocrites were just wolves in sheep's clothing, daring to ruin my reputation and talk behind my back." Then, he clung to Chen Chang An's shoulder, fawning. "Senior, please see the truth. I don't crave that Saint Immortal sword at all. These two old dogs are framing me. Senior, please don't believe them." Now, he didn't want to hide anymore, and turned to face the two of them.
Now, I am born as Senior's person and die as Senior's dog. I will never covet Senior's things, let alone that immortal sword. What I long for in my life is to be by Senior's side, wholeheartedly serving Senior until death. Ling Shishan and Ling Hai were stunned on the spot, their mouths agape. This is Chiwa Tiandu's soul oath. He looked at Chen Chang An, who was holding Chiwa Tiandu's wisp of primordial soul. He thought, his desire to live is very strong. Can he resist the immortals? Didn't he say we're all family just now?
Seeing that Chiu Tiandu was only a soul, Bao Er's father and Old Hai exchanged transmissions.
Old Hai, Chiwa Tiandu only has his soul left, and he's trying so hard to curry favor with this person. Could it be? Maybe this old man doesn't understand anything right now. On the other side, seeing Chiwa Tiandu fawning so much, Chen Chang An felt a little disgusted and waved him away. You old geezers are too eloquent. This made the others smile sheepishly. The two old men were still looking at each other, exchanging thoughts. So, what should we do next? Should we really entrust Bao Er to this person? Let this old man think about it. After dealing with Chiwa Tiandu, Chen Chang An looked at the two guys. It seems like you two are still doubting me. Coincidentally, we have guests arriving. I might as well let you two enjoy my methods.
The corners of his mouth curved into a smile.
Hong Yi, receive the guests. Suddenly, many voices calling Hong Yi echoed from behind, making Hong Yi look back in surprise.
So, the demons and monsters from all over, alerted by Hong Yi and Tabai, rushed over here. Where's this immortal treasure you speak of? Where is it? And where's the eternal youth immortal tree?
They looked at Chen Chang An standing in front with disdain. This kid is the one you said last time was hogging the immortal treasure.
Seeing the gang arrive, Hong Yi happily stepped forward, a wide grin on her face. That's right, our young master has been waiting for you guys.
Meanwhile, Bao Er's dad was super nervous. Oh my gosh, these are all nascent soul kings. This is the first time I've seen 10 demon kings team up.
Seeing her dad shaking like a leaf,
Ling Bao Er held her holy immortal sword, smiling to reassure him. Don't worry, Dad. Master is awesome. These monsters can't snatch anything. Then showing off the sword. Look, this is the immortal treasure. Master gave me such a good treasure. Ling Shitao, Stone Mountain, stared at the sword in his daughter's hand, exclaiming in shock. Immortal treasure? It's in your hands? He just gave it to you? You unfilial child. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're doomed. Hide it quick. Don't let those demon kings see. But it was too late. The demons outside had already spotted it, grinning gleefully. Immortal treasure! Kill them! Steal the immortal treasure! They bared their teeth in anticipation. Hand over that girl. I'll make her wish she was dead or never born. What a bod! The one in front replied. That little punk is mine. I'm gonna eat him and turn him into nutrients for my soon-to-be-born child.
Thought he was a man. Turns out he's a woman. What an eyesore. Seeing how outrageous these guys were acting, Chen Chang An looked towards Ling Shitao and Ling Hai, announcing, You two, watch closely now.
Then, he raised his hands and started doing some hand exercises, his arms and legs waving around randomly before he started jumping around, dancing like a madman. The demon beasts, completely lost, wore extremely ugly expressions. Big bro, I think he's crazy. Damn it, are we being insulted?
Even Bao Er's family couldn't stand the sight. Their faces a picture of dismay. He's making no sense. Can he really beat 10 demon kings?
Ling Hai added. He probably can, right? Bao Er, embarrassed, quickly stepped forward to explain. Dad Hai, Grandpa, Master isn't usually like this, really. Only Hong Yi didn't care, completely smitten. She put her hands on her cheeks, her face flushed. Oh, Master is so handsome, making Tabai beside her break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Chen Chang An seemed to have finished warming up. He raised his hands in front of him, a smirk on his face. Leng Ying, let's get started. With just a snap of his fingers, the Demon Kings exploded into puffs of smoke like fireworks. The system announced. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12,000 domain points. Currently accumulated 15,450 points. Would you like to upgrade to version 30? That's too easy a question. 1. Choose to upgrade. He enunciated each word, his face beaming. On the other side, under the red rain, the entire audience stared blankly at Chen Chang An. Too fast! In a blink, Bao Er's dad and Ling Hai stammered, "Juice! Just like that?" He wiped out 10 monsters. Power like that. Doesn't that mean he's grasped the power of all things? The power of all things?
Ling Shi too glanced at Ling Hai, his face covered in sweat, thinking,
could it be? He's an immortal?
Ling Hai, upon hearing this, also looked horrified.
Impossible.
Immortals ascend to become gods in the heavens.
Even if they descend, the laws of the 9 provinces can't withstand an immortal's existence and would suppress them, causing their strength to rapidly decline. They absolutely can't stay in the 9 provinces continent. Thinking this, they both looked ahead again. Yet he can easily use the power of all things, and he doesn't even bat an eye at the mention of immortals. Could it be? He's the legendary immortal exterminator, the one who can wipe out immortals? Immortal exterminator? Bao found such a master. Damn it, I'm actually a little jealous. Do you think he'd take me as a disciple if I asked?
Meanwhile, Chen Chang An was giving himself a pep talk. I've read so many wish fulfillment novels. Gotta pretend to be cool, act all high and mighty. Too bad. Pretending to be cool doesn't add any points, or else I'd already be dominating the continent.
Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to version 30. New function unlocked. Immortal Tao True Explanation. Streams of spiritual energy surged from nowhere, lifting Chen Chang An's body into the air. The Ling Bao family of 3 seemed to smell the scent of immortal elixir and wine on him, their faces becoming dazed. What's that smell? I want to eat it. Hong Yi and Taba Yi also couldn't resist this irresistible delicious scent. So fragrant, so delicious, I want to eat it. He noticed this and was horrified. What's going on? The seal on my ageless body is completely gone. At this moment, the remaining Demon King and the Ling Bao family had lost control and rushed forward, shouting, "Give it to me, I want it." He immediately raised his hand and threw out a palm strike, thinking in his head, crap, this palm strike is going to crush Hong Yi and Taba Yi below. Ling Hai can't escape either, too bad he's standing so close. After knocking everyone unconscious, Chen Chang An froze in place, feeling guilty. Oh my god. After upgrading, the seal on my ageless body is gone. What do I do? The system popped up. Immortal Tao True Explanation. I am the immortal. Every word and action is the true intent of the immortal, preserving the truth of the great Tao, and can expand functions. After reading these words, he was a bit curious, and immediately wanted to try it out. Immortal Tao True Explanation, huh? Let me try it. The system continued. Immortal Tao True Explanation can use immortal aura to surround the host's body. Not only can it hide the appearance, but also the aura of the ageless body. After hearing this, he immediately raised his hands and started waving them around, following the instructions like a robot. After a while of flailing around, his face darkened. Immortal Tao True Explanation can be used this way too, but at least the new function is somewhat related to it. But can't you add a little more? What's the difference between your skills and these other wimps/dweebs and a light bulb? The system popped up. The host can use the functions of the Immortal Tao True Explanation in any way he wants. Sweet. Before upgrading to version 30, host receives a big fish gift pack. Want to open it? Just hearing this, Chen Chang An was pumped, clenching the red string on his forehead, yelling, "Open! Open!" After a beep sound, the system pops up again. Because host opened the big fish gift pack, host receives the Mirror Flower Water Moon function and gets to experience a permanent Immortal Path card. The permanent Immortal Path experience card can only be used once. Please choose a purpose. Hearing this, he raised the experience card in front of him, examining it. Experience card? Why can it only be used once? The system responds. The permanent Immortal Path can transform anything into immortality. Ordinary items will become genuine immortal artifacts. Chen Chang An quickly jumped up, eyes wide. What if it's used on me? He thought to himself, wouldn't I become a god then? Free from this broken body. The system seemed helpless with this abnormal host. The permanent immortal path can only be used on objects. Host is not an object. He got pissed hearing that, waving the card around. Then what good is this thing? If I use it on the invincible domain, will the function increase when the domain expands later? Receiving the question, it immediately replies. As long as host spends 5,000 domain points, when the invincible domain expands later, the function of the permanent immortal path will also increase, and even unlock other ways to play. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a cunning look. Other ways to play? Sounds pretty cool. And I have enough domain points for this, so I'll spend it. After a deduction, the system pops up. 5,000 domain points deducted. The invincible domain will receive the function of the permanent immortal path forever, and the domain will become a land of gods. From now on, as long as mortals cultivate in the domain, they will become immortals, and cultivation will be faster. Suddenly, from nearby, the lake made some very strange gurgling sounds. This strange noise made Chen Chang An realize something and turn to look. Turns out, a very beautiful little girl was lying there, eyes closed tightly. The little girl suddenly opened her big, beautiful eyes and looked at him, softly saying, "Master." Ling Xishan and Ling Hai were wandering in the garden of the immortal temple, seeing the shining sunlight and the rich vitality here which surprised them greatly. This immortal energy, immortal patterns. The little girl with golden hair from earlier flashed a sweet smile, running to Chen Chang An's side. He was lying comfortably against Hong Yi, enjoying the fresh air. Spiritual herb transformed, Ling Hai. Ling Xishan said to Ling Hai, sweating profusely. "Old Hai, didn't we just take a nap? Did we ascend to the immortal realm already?" Hearing this, he replied with equal confusion. "We're probably still in the immortal temple, but the changes here are probably due to the brushstrokes of that senior." Hearing this, Ling Xishan hugged old Ling Hai's head tightly, both terrified. Is Heng Lu immortal really that powerful? Of course. Heng Lu immortal stirred up a storm in the upper realm thousands of years ago, killing countless immortals in the upper realm. He's an existence of extreme evil. He looked at Chen Chang An, imagining him standing on a mountain of corpses, killing endlessly. Now that this guy is here, I don't need to fear the immortals anymore. Old Ling Hai's mouth twitched into a smile, his face unable to hide his joy. This time, our Chihuahua Jian sect. Suddenly, while he was talking, Ling Xishan grabbed his beard tightly, pulling it repeatedly. But he is the dignified Heng Lu immortal. Will an immortal descending to the mortal realm really help us? Ling Hai yelled in pain. You idiot! Based on Bao Er's relationship with him, as long as we don't get in the way of Bao Er's father, will he ignore us? Ling Xishan raised his hand again and whispered to Ling Hai. Now that the Ghost Tower sect has no leader, we can deal with them, make the accusations first, and pull this senior onto our boat. Ling Hai seemed to share the same ambition, he replied. This old man has been around for nearly 100 years. This is definitely a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Now that Heng Lu Immortal has appeared, if we don't seize the opportunity now, we won't even get a chance to line up later. After the two discussed it together, Ling Xishan took the initiative to run in front of Chen Chang An, clasping his hands together and shouting, Senior! At this time, Chen Chang An was still playing happily with Xiao Ban, pinching her cheeks, making her cry out, Ouch! He and Ling Hai, with extremely serious expressions, said, We have disturbed you for a long time. We should leave now. We were rude before, please forgive us, Senior. My little girl will also trouble you later. Hearing this, he kept pinching Xiaoban's cheeks, softly replying, It's okay, come visit often in the future. Oh right, Chen Chang An pointed at his face. If any immortal comes to cause trouble for you, you can tell him to come see me, I'll wait for him. In his mind he thought, the knowledge of that high-level powerhouse must be very rich. But Ling Xishan completely misunderstood his meaning. He was moved to tears, saying, Senior! In his heart he rejoiced. Senior is really a good person. He's taking the immortal's matter upon himself, and doesn't want to involve us. Thinking this, he put on a trustworthy expression, raising his fist forward. Senior, rest assured, the Jujian sect will definitely not hinder Senior. We are willing to sacrifice for Senior. Please wait for our news. Hearing these words, Chen Chang An froze with a confused look on his face. Before he could say anything, Ling Xishan, scratching his head behind him, hurriedly ran up to Ling Bao patting her head and saying, Good girl, you must listen to Senior. If there's any friction, it might be a great opportunity for you. She put on a sad expression, replying, Father, are you leaving already? Stay and play for a few more days. When Father came, you didn't say that at all. Xiao Ban suddenly felt dizzy. She fainted, then stuck out her tongue, completely lifeless. This made Chang An panic greatly. In an instant, the little girl shrank back down. He exclaimed in a panic, What's going on? Why did Xiao Ban return to her original form? He quickly held the little girl in front of Hong Yi. Hong Yi, quickly help me take a look. Hearing this, Hong Yi also ran over, with a worried expression. Let me see. Suddenly, her eyes froze and she gasped. Hong Yi smiled at Chen Chang An. Xiao Ban has entered the demon path. He heard and asked, Demon path? She explained. Before plants take shape, they are not considered demons, only imps. To truly become a demon, they need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, purifying it day and night to enter their body. Only then can they enter the demon path and start cultivating again.
Thinking back to the old days, it took me a long time to enter the demon path. In the Tiangu tribe, I was considered a genius,
but Xiaoban used less than a day. Such natural talent probably surpasses even the 9th rank, a peerless genius in the demon race. Right now, Xiaoban's body can't be maintained, probably because she just entered the demon path and hasn't cultivated any demon cultivation techniques.
So she can't control her spiritual power.
Looking at Xiaoban, who had turned into a tiny baby in Chen Chang An's palm, she continued, "If she has a suitable cultivation technique, Xiaoban can control her spiritual energy, and her body won't shrink suddenly anymore. Her body will undergo a new transformation." Hearing this, he immediately imagined Xiaoban transforming into a beautiful girl. "Papa, are you tired? Come here and rest. Let me clean your ears."
His face became more cunning than ever. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Chen Chang An pointed at Hong Yi and said, "Hong Yi, aren't you a demon king? Your cultivation technique would be quite suitable for Xiaoban. You are my most trusted subordinate, so you should teach Xiaoban this cultivation technique."
Hong Yi's face flushed red. She covered her mouth, unable to believe her ears. Most trusted? Young master's magic power is heaven-piercing. His cultivation is profound. He could personally teach Xiaoban the demon cultivation technique, but now he's entrusting it to me? She thought to herself. I understand. Young master must know the characteristics of the Tianyao Jiyuhu demon race's cultivation technique, and knows that because of the restriction on my body I can't impart the technique, so he's deliberately setting up a test for me. After thinking, she clasped her hands respectfully. Hong Yi will definitely pass the test. I will immediately take Xiaoban back to the clan, and definitely help Xiaoban get her own cultivation technique. I won't let young master down, Chen Chang An blankly asked. Test? Hong Yi smiled and continued. Maybe Xiaoban will become young master's right-hand woman. In her heart, she thought. With Xiaoban's talent, and with a master of this status, the elders definitely won't refuse. I'm pulling a strong backer for the Fox clan.
Seeing that Hong Yi had agreed, Chen Chang An quickly placed Xiaoban into her palm, making the little girl completely blank. Hong Yi happily said, "My future, my partner, all depends on you." He watched Hong Yi and Xiaoban leave, crocodile tears streaming down his face, waving a handkerchief. "Go quickly, come back quickly, waiting for your good news."
After a while of crying, he raised his handkerchief to wipe his tears. They're all gone, so quiet. Suddenly, Tuoba Ye shyly ran up to him, speaking up. He asked. What? Tuoba Ye put on a delicate look like a young girl, winking at him. Master, you still have me. Chen Chang An was furious, froze in place while carrying the star bead, then said.
Tuoba Ye immediately lunged at him. "I'll serve you," causing Chen Chang An to shout in panic. "Serve me? Let go, I know a lot of techniques here." He warned once again. "Don't you dare touch me, or I'll cook you into a hot pot."
Ling Bao who was hiding behind a door, witnessed this scene and the groaning, and couldn't help but shudder, her face pale.
Time passed quickly,
and several days later, a large snakehead was bearing its sharp teeth forward. Then it bit straight into Chen Chang An's head, and his body was tightly coiled. In an instant, his clone was destroyed by this snake again. Looks like not just once, making him very angry. Twice already. The clone keeps getting destroyed by that snake. One day, I'll peel that snake's skin myself. LiveCon. Ling Bao and Tuoba Yi saw that he was angry and didn't understand what was going on, just eavesdropping outside the door. Then he loudly called out, Bao I want to eat snake soup for lunch. Ling Bao immediately ran over with the snake in her hand. Yes, master. No problem, master. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Kin Hoa Thui Nguyet clone function. Non-cultivation body reached 500 points. Foundation building realm reached 2,000 points. Nascent soul stage 3,000 points. Transformation stage 5,000 points. Earth immortal realm 100 points. Immortal realm 300 points, and continuing to unlock. Looking at the system panel, Chen Chang An thought to himself.
The degree of clone condensation depends on spending more or less points. The more points spent, the stronger the clone's strength.
He imagined that he and the clone are very similar, and he can unify his consciousness with the clone, like wearing VR glasses to watch a movie. But it's a bit strange. Then he punched his clone in the face again. The clone will automatically disappear after being killed, only leaving the memories it has experienced, without affecting the real body. After thinking, Chen Chang An rolled around on the bed, shouting, "I still want to experiment more, but there are only 4,950 points left. I can only exchange for a nascent soul stage clone. So poor. When will those immortals arrive? The landlord's house is running out of rice." Ling Bao was butchering the snake to make soup for her master in the kitchen, when she suddenly felt a strange spiritual energy and looked up at the sky. "There's demon energy." Chen Chang An also felt it, his face happily waiting. "Another great demon?" Chen Chang An crossed his arms and said with great interest, "Another great demon is coming." A hasty knock on the large gate was heard, along with a gentle voice. "Excuse me." Both he and Ling Bao jumped, staring dumbstruck at the person who arrived. An extremely beautiful fox-eared woman pushed open the door and asked softly, "Is Senior Chen Chang An here?" He grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with love, saying, "Where did such a beauty come from?" She also, her eyes sparkling, said, "Master, she's so pretty. Her legs are so white. Her figure is amazing." Chen Chang An instantly appeared in front of the fox-eared beauty, holding a flower in his mouth and posing. He said, I am 9, and she is 3. Hello, I'm Chen Chang An." She immediately bowed. "Greetings, Senior." She clasped her hands and introduced herself. "Senior, I am Bai Yue of the ancient Tianyao Fox clan. Hong Yi entrusted me to speak with you." Hearing this, he was startled and said, "Why didn't Hong Yi come herself? Could it be?" His face immediately darkened when she said, "Hong Yi has been imprisoned." Silence fell. At Nine Swords Sect, Ling Hai was standing upright amidst a pile of rubble, surrounded by corpses. Nine Swords Sect disciples lying everywhere. He looked up at the sky, his face full of despair, saying, "We're doomed. We're so doomed." Ling Hai, covered in sweat, lowered his head and thought, if only one immortal descended, Senior, as a Heng Liu immortal, might be able to cope. Now looking at the sky, with 12 people eyeing him like tigers, he said, 12 immortals have descended. This guy seems to be the old ancestor of something called Prison Tower. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted sternly, "Where is the Saint Immortal Sword?" Ling Hai and the surviving disciples were all crushed under his oppressive aura. Ling Hai struggled to support himself with his hands, answering, "This junior doesn't know." The tall, thin man with earrings approached and grinned. "Old geezer, why are you being so cagey? Just extract his soul directly and be done with it." Hearing this, Ling Hai shouted in horror, "Wait!" He placed his hand on Ling Hai's head and sinisterly said, "Soul extraction." Light emitted from his hand. He cried out in pain. "Soul extraction curse is a sinister secret art of the evil sect. You'll become an idiot if you are soul extracted. You'll slowly die." After saying Ling Hai's memories, he laughed and said, "Interesting. This time we have legendary Heng Yu immortal." A four-armed man approached in disbelief, saying, "How is that possible? The Heng Liu immortal disappeared 10,000 years ago. How could such a terrifying existence be here this time?" The tall, thin man with earrings kicked Ling Hai away, smiling. "This old man's memories only have the Saint Immortal Sword we need is in his hands." The old ancestor clasped his hands behind his back, confidently saying, "What's there to fear? This time there is no one who can stand against us." Even that legendary Heng Liu immortal will meet his doom when faced with our 12 immortal generals. These stupid, lowly people are probably fooled or drugged. Pay no attention to them. "Alright, time is short. Let's go and get back the Saint Immortal Sword." The tall, thin man with earrings smirked, revealing sharp teeth. Then he dashed forward, his voice full of excitement, saying, "Let's go, I'll lead the way so we open our eyes to see this Heng Liu immortal." Look, sunset covers the entire Holy Land of the ancient Tianyao Fox clan. A truly peaceful scene. Tianhu Yao Emperor Ning Su, sitting by the window, couldn't help but say, "Such a grand immortal aura. Looks like immortals have descended." A purple-haired fox demon entered to report, "Elder, Hong Yi, and Zhao Ban are still unwilling to stay in the clan. We have stopped them. Hong Yi said she wants to meet you." she asked softly. But Elder, why do we have to keep that demon sapling here? She doesn't have any cultivation.
Ningsu glanced at her and scolded.
What do you understand?
She rested her chin on her hand and explained. Although she has no cultivation now, her talent has surpassed 9th grade, an extremely freakish existence in the demon race. Moreover, her original demon body was just a branch of blue root wood. Normally, the purple-haired fox demon could not believe, and blurted out,
"How is that possible?" Her eyes flashed a fiery red light and said, "You see that she has no cultivation now, but once she starts cultivating, the speed of advancement will be 10,000 miles a day. By that time, not to mention transformation god, becoming an immortal is just a moment. We also have more than one solid backing, which is 100 benefits, and no harm to the development of the clan."
She understood, bowed her head respectfully, and replied, "So that's it." The old lady looked into the distance. Ningsu swayed her hips and said, "All right, let's go. Let's go see that traitor."
Light shone from above into the prison. Hong Yi and Xiao Ban were tied up inside, with 2 soldiers standing guard. Xiao Ban swayed in the air and cried out.
Ningsu and the others stepped down the stairs, one step at a time. She saw Ningsu in front of her
and called out, "Lao Lao." The old lady stood before her and asked, "Hong Yi, you still refuse to stay with the clan?"
She frowned and replied, "Yes, Hong Yi does not wish to. This time, Hong Yi comes with a mission from my master. If Lao Lao doesn't want Xiao Ban to observe the cultivation techniques, then please allow us to leave."
The male fox demon followed behind and said, "Master, you, a great genius of the Tianyao Jiuhu bloodline, are willingly serving a lowly human? Hong Yi, you're lost." The short-haired, red-eyed female fox demon chimed in mockingly.
"Serving a master is one thing, but you don't even bother to cover it up? If the other fox clans find out, our Tianyao Jiuhu bloodline will become a laughingstock." The purple-haired female fox demon added, "Humans are simply unworthy of being our masters, Hong Yi. Don't be stubborn any longer, listen to Lao Lao." Hong Yi angrily shouted, "Shut your mouths." A burst of power erupted from her. Sweeping towards them, she yelled, "You are not allowed to insult my master." Ningsu casually waved her hand, instantly stopping Hong Yi's power. She approached Hong Yi and said sternly, "Your breakthrough to the next level was quite fast. You have this strength, plus the clan's nurturing. Don't be ungrateful." Hong Yi replied, "My rapid breakthrough is all thanks to my master's efforts. My master's strength is profound and immeasurable. If I continue to stay by his side, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time." She pleaded, "Lao Lao, trust me. Building a good relationship with my master will bring countless benefits to our Tianyao Jiuhu clan in the future."
Hearing this, Ningsu sneered. "Is this master you speak of stronger than an immortal who has descended to the mortal realm? The strongest mortal is only at the transformation god realm. Those who overcome tribulation have long ascended to the upper realm. At best, he's only at the transformation god realm like me."
She leaned closer and said, "Now that immortals have descended, as long as that immortal treasure remains in your master's hands, the immortals will find him sooner or later. When that time comes, he'll have no escape." She turned to leave and said, "Hong Yi, think carefully. Which is more important, your master's life or yours? Perhaps you should thank me for keeping you here, saving you from a disaster." Hearing this, Hong Yi worriedly thought, "I must find a way to escape and return to my master's side." Red rays of light appeared in the sky above the immortal temple. Bai Yu looked at the red halos high above, thinking to herself, "This is immortal might. If what Hong Yi said is true, and the immortal treasure is in Senior's hands, then I can't just keep waiting. I must find a way to leave soon." She turned her head to look at Chen Chang An, who was sitting, and said, "Senior." She looked at him, her expression uneasy, and thought to herself, Senior must have sensed the existence of the immortal, which is why his face is so grim. Chen Chang An, his face dark, let out an unclear, booming laugh and said, "You Tianyao Jiuhu clan really has some nerve."
He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Daring to imprison my people, you're really courting death." Bai Yue was startled, thinking, the immortal is about to arrive, yet Senior is not worried about his own safety, but about Hong Yi and Xiao Ban being imprisoned. To him, he punched the ground hard, causing rocks to fly up, and said, "Bai Yu, you tell that old hag that within 3 days, Hong Yi and Xiao Ban are to be released. Otherwise," she looked at him, thinking, he doesn't even put the immortals in his eyes.
He cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing red, and said,
"Suffer the consequences yourself." Sweat poured down her body like a waterfall. She lowered her head and replied, "Yes," she anxiously said. "Senior, I'll talk to Lao Lao about Hong Yi and Xiaoban, but now that the immortal has descended, do you need?" He scoffed, totally not giving a damn, and was like, "Oh, so these immortals are supposed to be strong."
Stroking his chin, he said, "If they're coming, then I'll just wait for them. Can't find bargains every day, you know?"
Ding! The system screen popped up. System level, 30. Name, Chen Chang An. Points, 54,900. Skills activated. Myriad things bloom. Understanding of Immortal Tao. Unique function. Eternal Mirage. Immortal Tao forever lost. Area range, 123 meters. C 49 meters. A golden ray shot out and landed on a mountaintop. Boom! Lightning crashed down from the sky. All the demons in the area got super scared, trembling and kneeling on the ground.
The green-haired and red-haired imps were sweating bullets, eyes wide with fear. They covered their mouths and whispered,
"It's been thousands of years since an immortal descended on the Xiwan Dashan, 10,000 great mountains. What's their purpose?" Ning Su, standing in front of the mirror, replied, "Not just one, but 12. She thought to herself, "My eyes don't lie." She clicked her tongue and added, "One immortal could wipe out the Xiwan Dashan. This kind of show hasn't been seen in thousands of years." In the mirror, 12 immortals were using the heaven tier magic, peaking heaven, rushing towards Chen Chang An. New. Ning Su couldn't help but say, "Some nameless cultivator in the Flying Immortal Mountains stole an immortal treasure and brought a huge disaster on himself. He's toast," she gloated. "Lucky I made the right choice. The immortals are only here for the treasure, and I didn't dare keep it. Hong Yi and the other demon can't avoid this disaster. I want to see that green-haired monster cry for it." Learning to learn. How immortals strike is hard. Ning Su narrowed her eyes, thinking, "What can that Chen Chang An guy use to withstand the immortal might?" Bam! The 12 immortals appeared above him. Looking down, one exclaimed, "Huh! Immortal Qi. How can there be immortal Qi in the lower realm?" Looking at the beautiful scenery below, a surprised voice rang out. "Look!" the pink-haired guy shouted, pointing down. "Immortal runes! Immortal Qi! And a fresh immortal tree bearing fruit." The green-haired woman also exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe there's an immortal paradise in the lower realm." The old ancestor was practically bursting with glee. "This immortal paradise must be brought back to the mysterious warrior, immortal realm. If we have this, our cultivation will definitely soar."
Inside the immortal temple, Chen Chang An was using his hands like binoculars, looking at the incoming immortals. He slowly counted, and then happily said,
1, 2, 3, 4, 12 immortals. This is some sparkling domain value. He grinned, radiating joy. Ling Bao, sitting near him, shuddered, saying in disbelief, 12 immortals. Tuoba Ye was also covered in sweat, trembling as he asked, Young master, what do we do?" Her face went pale. "Master," she said, "I'm a little scared." He comforted them. "With me here, what's there to fear?" The three of them were shocked, as a figure fell from the roof, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tuoba Ye felt like his brain exploded. Isn't that the old guy from before?" Ling Bao trembled, stammering, "Hi, Grandpa, hi." The immortals above threw Ling Hai's corpse down and looked at Chen Chang An, asking, "You're the heretical immortal Chen Chang An." He angrily retorted, "If you want the sword, come find me. What kind of ability is it to involve innocent people?" The old ancestor sneered. "Does a lowly ant from the lower realm dare to question us?" The long-haired woman covered her mouth and laughed. "The ants of the Zhu Jianzong, Nine-Sword sect, were disobedient and dared to hide the whereabouts of the Holy Sword. Now they've all gone to see King Yama." A tall, skinny man with earrings said, "Stop the nonsense, kill him, and find the Holy Sword immediately." Suddenly, a golden streak of sword energy shot out from inside, heading straight for the group, but it had absolutely no effect. The blonde woman laughed, praising, "How brave! That little girl is holding the Holy Sword of our master." Ling Bao's eyes were filled with tears as she gritted her teeth, glaring at the group with hatred. The old ancestor's eyes glowed purple as he looked down, saying grimly, "How can master let some little ants like you use it? Die!"
A skeletal phantom immediately appeared, slashing towards Ling Bao. Chen Chang An instantly appeared in front of her, unleashing a slash. He proudly declared, "How dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" The immortals behind him started to laugh mockingly. He blocked Old Ghost's attack? Old Ghost, you're getting weak. You can't even crush an ant. The Old Ghost snorted and replied, "I only used a fraction of my power." The old geezer next to him mused, "But that little punk was able to block my attack, so he probably has some tricks up his sleeve. We can't underestimate him." The long-haired dude next to him chimed in, "No worries. There are so many of us, we can crush him easily." Thwack! The sword got yeeted onto the ground. Ling Bao burst into tears, wailing, "Master, you're gone. The Nine-Sword Sect is no more." This made Chen Chang An super pissed. He hugged her close, listening to her sob. "I don't have a home anymore." Her cries echoed. Suddenly, the image of the ruined, desolate scene flashed in his mind, his eyes blazing with rage. Chen Chang An pushed her gently away. His eyes red. "Bao, don't cry." He picked up the sword that was on the ground, and terrifying power emanated from him. He said in a deep voice, "Today, your master will slay celestials to avenge you." The purple-haired woman chuckled. "Oh, I'm so scared. Who gave you the nerve to say that, Firefly?" The chubby blue-haired dude also laughed. "Kill us? One spit from this lord would kill you." The pink-haired woman, her hand forming a magical seal, calmly said, "All right, the immortal lord is losing patience. We don't have much time left in the lower realm, so let's quickly retrieve the immortal sword. After we get the sword, killing this guy can wait." The people behind her agreed. "That's right, to avoid any surprises, let's get the holy sword back first." Then, they all began chanting incantations. Sword come, blue sky, white clouds, shining light. A cloud was drifting by. A minute later, a flock of crows flew past. Nothing happened. The old geezer asked in disbelief, "What's going on? Why isn't the holy sword reacting?" The pink-haired woman also said, "This incantation was personally taught by the immortal lord. As long as we are close to the immortal sword, it should work. Why isn't the immortal sword reacting?" Someone hearing this suggested, "Could it be that the distance is still too far?" Another replied, "Then let's get a little closer." Then, the group slowly flew closer. The pink-haired woman chanted the incantation again. "Sword, come." She looked at the three people below who were still standing still, with absolutely nothing happening. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she exclaimed, "Master's incantation isn't working? Even the holy sword isn't reacting. What the heck is going on, Aline?" A black-haired guy behind her speculated, "Could it be that the holy sword has been taken over by that kid?" He looked at the sword in his hand and shouted, "If you want to go back, then go. I won't stop you." The sword wagged repeatedly, crying and refusing to leave. A guy wearing prayer beads yelled, "Let me at him!" But the purple-haired girl raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Hold on, this guy is super weird. Let me test him out first." With that, she chanted a spell, causing lightning to flicker around her. Instantly, thick lightning appeared in the sky behind them. She said calmly, "Heavenly lightning is the law of the lower realm, restraining us cultivators who violate the heavenly way. Lowly cultivators in the lower realm can never resist the heavenly way. There is still time for us to use our moves." The immortal sword was created by the master, using 10,000 years of black iron. So it's okay. A pillar of light appeared in the sky. A giant ball of lightning appeared in the middle of that sphere. She laughed happily. "I'm invincible again. Let me see if I should chop this turtle." The purple-haired woman pushed the ball down hard, then shouted, "Go!" The ball plunged towards Chen Chang An. In her heart she thought, "Chop people? I like chopping people the most. Let me see how good you are." Suddenly, he saw him holding a sword below, looking up at himself. He was startled and sweating profusely, moaning, "Oh my God, why is it him? I'm screwed." It immediately turned its head and returned along the same path, cursing inwardly, "This is a disaster. Whoever likes chopping, just chop. Goodbye, you idiot." The purple-haired woman asked in surprise, How does it know how to curse?" He raised his hand with a bright smile and said, "Is that all you got, little sister? You're a pushover immortal, aren't you? Your immortals look scary, but you're actually tiny, which is so disappointing." The two looked at him angrily. The old ancestor led and said,
The immortal power in our bodies is not something that mortals can compare to.
The immortal people behind all made their moves at the same time and shouted angrily, "Don't talk to him so much! Kill him!" Chen Chang An clenched the sword tightly,
Smiled and said, "Hey, not bad. Are you guys coming together?" He slashed the sword hard at them, smiling and reminding them, "Mine is very big. You guys have to be able to bear it." A long-haired guy looked at the sword energy in front of him and shouted, "The times have changed. That's not immortal. Dodge quickly." After hearing these words, they scattered to both sides real quick. The dude with the short black hair patted his chest. "Phew! Almost got clipped by his sword. If not." The girl with the scar near her eye shouted, "Wait, you guys look!" Staring at the spatial crack that appeared, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The 9 provinces continent has its Dharma body, and we're immortals from the Xuanwu immortal realm in the upper realm." Her whole body trembled with fear. Even if he's stronger, he shouldn't be able to break space. This kid actually did it. The long-haired dude with the earring said in terror, "No way! How is this even possible?" The old ancestor couldn't believe it. Only someone whose Dharma body's power surpasses the 9 provinces formation can destroy the heavenly palace. This kid did it with just one sword.
Scarface immediately said, "How about we scatter first and report back to the immortal revered? Let him send down someone stronger." The blue-haired dude clutched his head. "WTF is he doing?"
Chen Chang An reached through the spatial rift, asking in confusion, "Huh, what's this?" The black-haired dude's jaw dropped. "Holy crap! That's the power of space destruction that even the immortal revered is wary of. And he's just touching it. Does he want to die?" Scarface sweated buckets and yelled, "Is that the point? Isn't the point that he's totally fine?" He pursed his lips, puzzled. "Huh?" It closed up. Clicking his tongue, he continued, "I thought I broke space, was going to rip off the system." Heavenly Dao yelled, "Do you have a law or not?"
Quickly, the spatial crack disappeared.
A red glint flashed in his eyes, and he smirked. "You guys ready to get squished?" The 12 of them charged, yelling, "Let's go! I don't believe 12 immortals can't kill him. You heard him, he won't spare us. Only a fight to the death will give us a chance." "Die," he said casually. "Freeze." They all immediately froze in place, suspended in mid-air. The old ancestor shouted with a look of panic, "Laws! This is the power of laws!" The long-haired dude yelled, "We're screwed, bros!" Chen Chang An stroked Ling Bao'er's head, who was crying, and said, "Good girl, open your eyes wide and look at the enemies who killed your father and grandfather. How will you die?" The old man with the goatee threatened, "Kid, think carefully. Behind us is the immortal revered of the Xuanwu immortal realm. If you kill us, the immortal revered won't spare you."
The pink-haired girl chimed in, "That's right, friend. The 9-sword sect is just a bunch of ants. Are you really going to offend the immortal revered for them?"
"Not worth it." He shielded one eye with his hand, scoffing, "I don't care if he's the immortal revered or immortal king. If he dares come to Mount Feixian to find me, I'll send the whole lot of them to the Western Paradise."
The old ancestor and the long-haired man cried out in fear, "You!" A golden surge of power instantly appeared and attacked the group. He yelled, "The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is a deadbeat. If it doesn't dare deal with you guys, then I will." His eyes turned sharp.
He thought, "I will uphold justice for this world, for the innocent 9-sword sect that you killed."
The group was instantly engulfed in flames, turning to ashes, only managing to let out painful screams. Chen Chang An calmly watched it all, and this was just the beginning of his revenge spree. Tuoba Ye and Chuaitian stared, wide-eyed, at the horrific scene before them. He stood next to Ling Bao'er, saying, Look closely. Work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Don't let down your father's expectations." She replied firmly, "Okay." Ning Su watched the burning immortals through the mirror. She couldn't help but be surprised. Sweat poured down her face.
"This flame can burn immortals. It's definitely not an ordinary flame."
She watched it quickly gather in one place. "That's immortal fire.
It's divine fire." The immortals burned by the flames gradually formed pearls.
Chen Chang An looked at the pearls gathering near him. Immortals turned mortal. At least they died in the right place. Otherwise, killing them like that would be a waste.
Seeming to sense something, he glanced at Ning Su and snorted.
The mirror in front of Ning Su instantly shattered into thousands of pieces, falling down. She trembled all over and said, "One sword repelled the immortal. One sentence stopped the immortal. He killed 12 immortals with his power alone. He is the master." Hong Yi said that all the immortals died in his hands. What is my transformation god cultivation? She gritted her teeth and thought in horror. I'm still holding Hong Yi and Xiaoban captive. Isn't that just asking for death? That's it. Bai Yue immediately appeared behind Ning Su and said, Grandma, the senior told us to bring Hong Yi and Xiaoban back to Mount Feixian within 3 days. She said, take them away. Apart from sending them back, we'll go to apologize to the senior today. She secretly prayed, hoping the senior would be generous and not implicate the Celestial Fox clan. Chen Chang An looked in one direction, trying to sense something. He wondered, strange, I felt like someone was peeking just now. Was it an illusion? Zhu Tiantu widened his eyes. His jaw dropped. He said all 12 immortals died. Master is so powerful. Tuoba Yi next to him, his eyes shining, said, only you, Master, can refine immortals into pills. Top notch. Master is extraordinary. He looked at the 12 pills, emitting fiery light in his hand, snorted lightly and said, this harvest is too much. Suddenly he remembered something and shouted, wait! He roared with a fierce look on his face. Damn it, where's my domain value? The system panel immediately appeared with the message, system reminder, collecting domain value. Due to the excessive value, it cannot be loaded immediately. Please wait, host. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said, thank goodness, thank goodness. He secretly thought that the system didn't recognize it because he killed the immortals and couldn't get the domain value. Ling Bao suddenly rushed into his arms. She gripped his clothes tightly, pursing her lips to suppress the tears falling from her eyes. She said, thank you, Master. Chen Chang An stroked her head with one hand and held her in his arms with the other. He remained silent, but in his heart he thought, Bao I've been hiding something. Until I'm sure, I don't know whether I should tell you the truth. His voice echoed in the immortal temple. Go and rest. I'll have Tuoba Ye take you back to the Nine-Sword sect tonight and see how things are, she replied. Okay. Tuoba Ye brought a pot of tea to where he was sitting and said, please have some tea, senior. This is tea made with the 82-year-old spiritual spring water. It's very sweet. Suddenly, they both looked towards the door, hearing the sound of knocking and a shout, Senior. Ning Su and Bai Yu entered. She clasped her hands and bowed, saying, Ning Su, the demon queen of the ancient celestial fox clan, is here to apologize to you, Senior. This junior is at fault. This junior presumptuously held your people captive. Please forgive me, Senior, she secretly thought. The senior is Hong Yi's master. With Hong Yi here, he will surely show some respect and spare the ancient celestial fox clan. Moreover, I only held them captive and didn't harm them. Besides, there are also immortals in the upper realm who know the long heritage of our ancient celestial fox clan. It won't be a lose-lose situation. A dark and somber aura emanated from him as he called out Ning Su. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, You may sit. Immediately, a pressure emanated from him, causing Ning Su to kneel down with a thud. She gritted her teeth and thought, This is the power that can kill immortals? Just the pressure alone can suppress my transformation goddess. If the senior wants to kill me, he probably only needs to use his fingertip. His eyes were dark as he coldly said, Demon Queen Ning Su, the most influential ruler in the 10,000 Great Mountains, with countless loyal followers under your command, respected by the Celestial Fox clan, so the people say, You're very brave. She pleaded respectfully, Senior, please calm your anger. Everything is my fault. I am willing to atone with my death. Please don't pursue the ancient Celestial Fox clan to the end. Bai Yu heard this and replied, No! Grandma is important to the ancient Fox clan. Grandma can't die. She immediately knelt forward and said, Bai Yu begs Senior to spare Grandma and the ancient Celestial Fox clan just once. If Senior doesn't mind, Bai Yu is willing to do anything for Senior. She heard this and grabbed her hand, saying, Bai Yu, step back. This has nothing to do with you. She resolutely said, Elder, Bai Yue has made up her mind. Besides, being able to die in the hands of someone as strong as Senior is Bai Yue's honor. Chen Chang An listened to her and remained silent. He propped himself up and thought, The more friends, the better. The fewer enemies, the better. Everyone understands this principle. If the ancient Fox clan can, he held the stick, leaned against the stone table and said, As long as I spare the Demon Queen and the Celestial Fox clan, I can do anything, right?
Bai Yu replied, yes. He heard this and walked behind her. He snorted coldly and said, then let me see your sincerity. Ning Su wondered when she saw him walking behind her.
He slapped her butt hard. Bai Yue immediately cried out in pain. It hurts. Ning Su was startled.
She looked in surprise at her who had collapsed, but he continued to whip her, causing her to scream in pain repeatedly.
The whip kept hitting her butt, making Bai Yu keep hurting and screaming. Ning Su could only kneel and watch everything with a difficult expression. She secretly thought, Bai Yue, what is he doing to Bai Yue?
Her eyes widened, thinking, he deliberately captured me, forced me to watch my clansmen humiliated, yet I didn't dare utter a sound. What kind of domain is this? What's he even protecting? It's all a joke.
From the start, this guy didn't care about our background. We're just a bunch of clowns to him. She stared at his sinister face, thinking, he's not going to kill us outright, but slowly trample on our dignity. He's warning me to behave myself, or else that dead celestial general is what's in store for me, for the ancient celestial fox clan. She watched his back as he kept hitting Bai Yue, thinking,
this guy, he's a total devil. Eyes on Bai Yue's butt.
Chen Chang An's nose was already gushing blood.
Oh, it feels so good. Bai Yu kept moaning in pain. Senior, you can hit harder? I can take it. Ning Su jumped in to interrupt protect her, and blurted out, enough, Senior, I beg you, stop.
Senior, please don't torture Bai Yue anymore. I'm the guilty one. If you want to punish or kill someone, aim for me.
Seeing this, Chen Chang An didn't want to keep hitting anymore, so he put down the stick and said, fine. Out of respect for Hong Yi, I'll spare you guys this time.
Thank you, Senior.
Image heavily censored because it's too suggestive. He then pulled out a youth preservation pill. Ahem. Oh right, your clan's demon cultivation techniques, Hong Yi and Little One definitely didn't get to watch for free. This youth pill is my thank you gift to you. Inwardly, he thought, give him a beating then a treat. I'm a freaking genius. My demon training skills are on point.
Ning Su immediately kowtowed and exclaimed, Senior, from now on, the ancient celestial fox clan is willing to serve under your command here.
He replied, we'll talk about that after Hong Yi gets back. Go on, get out of here. If you fall into my hands again, I won't be so merciful. You can leave now. Having Senior cultivate here is a blessing for the 10,000 mountains too. Bai Yue, are you all right? Bai Yue trembled with pleasure, her face flushed, and said, Granny, don't worry, I'm fine. I don't know if it's just me, but after being beaten by Senior, the meridians in my body seem much smoother. I wonder if Senior will punish me again later. I'm kinda looking forward to it. Oh no, did she break? Let's get you back to the clan so I can have a healer check you out. He stretched and said, finally, I can relax for a bit. In his heart he thought, I could still keep hitting. The system sound rang. System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a celestial general. You have obtained 20,000 domain points. He looked at the system panel that appeared and let out a confused sound.
He looked at the system panel in front of him. System level, 30. Name, Chen Chang An. Domain points, 2450. Skills, generate everything, genuine immortal Tao. Special functions, flower in the mirror, moon in the water, eternal immortal Tao, forever. Bas states, especially that point value. After seeing it, he let out a loud shout.
What? Chen Chang An was excited, his eyes shining brightly.
240,000 domain points?
Awesome. If I completely open the invincible domain, I'll get 2,400 meters. System, use all the domain points to expand. Wait a minute. Can I upgrade to version 40 now? The system panel showed the words. If the host wishes to upgrade the invincible domain to version 40, it will cost 50,000 domain points and one special condition. Chen Chang An couldn't wait any longer. He quickly asked the system, what condition? The words appeared. Within 1 month, expanding the invincible domain to cover the entire Flying Immortal Mountain will grant the title of Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain. If the time limit is exceeded, the upgrade will fail, and the mission conditions will be re-announced later. After reading the system's announcement, he was shocked, his mouth hanging open. So, I can only upgrade to version 40 if I become the Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain? And there's even a time limit? Using up all the domain points can only cover 1/3 of Flying Immortal Mountain. Are you kidding me? This game's upgrades are getting more and more unreliable. Right, isn't it? He raised his middle finger and cursed the system. You want the horse to run but don't give it grass to eat?
I'm not upgrading this version. Once again, the system panel showed an announcement. If the host obtained the title of Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain, he will get the chance to open a mythical secret realm. In the secret realm, there will be the legendary skills and divine weapons of legendary figures in the history of Xianxia. He excitedly rushed to hug the system panel with a terrifying face, frightening the system panel as well. If you put it that way, then I have no more hesitation. It's just the whole Flying Immortal Mountain, right? No problem. First, use 190,000 domain points to expand. Expand it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel also announced, subtract 190,000 domain points to expand the Invincible Domain. The current range of the Invincible Domain is 2,023 meters, and the remaining balance of domain points is 50. Chen Chang An sat blankly on the chair, thinking about the domain points that had just been deducted. In the blink of an eye, I'm back to square one. Gotta figure out how to rack up some domain points quick. Wonder how things are going over there. Hope that stuff I gave him actually works, you know. Meanwhile, at the Nine Swords sect, bodies are scattered everywhere. Ling Bao'er's booking it, yelling, Xixiong, Shiji, Shidi. Senior brother, sister, junior brother. That Tuoba Yi guy just scoffs. Shiwan Tiandu said the Ghost Tower sect's gonna snitch about the Holy Immortal Sword to the higher realms. The first stop for those immortals? Jiu Jian sect. She's standing over a dead dude, totally shaking. Sobbing, she's calling out to him, Dad. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind her. Bao, don't cry, it's your old man. She can't believe her ears. Whips around. Her dad and everyone's just there. Some dude pipes up, took down 12 immortal generals solo? Senior's power is seriously OP. Bao super emotional seeing everyone. Her dad's looking at the dissolving corpses, confused. Dad, weren't you? And the Hai family? Immortal? Thing? What's going on? Pops explains everything. Chill as you like. It was fake. An illusion. A charm Senior gave me to make it all up. Bao. Long story short, we survived those immortals thanks to Senior. When I was about to leave, Senior suddenly called me back. He's flashing back to that day, Chen Chang An. Senior, is there anything else? He gives him a look. I was thinking about how to make you guys die. Fear starts creeping onto his face. Senior, are you blaming us for sticking our necks out and fighting those Vanguard immortals for you? Shakes his head, eyes narrowing. The immortals' first stop will probably be the Nine Swords sect. High chance you guys get wiped out. It'd be better if they came straight to me, but there might be unexpected stuff. So, gotta have two plans ready. Plan A. The whole Nine Swords sect moves to my place. I protect you. Ditch the sect's foundation. Focus on keeping everyone alive. We can rebuild later. Plan B. I messed around with an illusion formation charm to fake your deaths and fool the immortals. Hands him the immortal Dao True Understanding illusion formation deceiving immortals charm, and goes on. I recommend you pick Plan A. Plan B is unstable. Even I'm not sure if it'll work. You know, I might not want you dragged into this mess. His face is getting more and more stressed. Senior? Giving up the sect to save our lives? Can't do it. We can't be homeless. To be honest, the Nine Swords sect and the Ghost Tower sect will have a showdown sooner or later. Just didn't expect their immortals to come down. We had no way out from the start. Puts a hand on his shoulder, reminding him. Take the charm. Bao is my disciple. I'm responsible for protecting you, just like her Shizun, master, protected me. If things go smoothly, set off fireworks so I know you're safe. Hearing her dad's story, Bao bursts into tears. Shifu, master, is seriously the best. I love Shifu. He keeps going. Senior's so righteous. He was ready to face those immortals alone from the start, but still gave us a life-saving charm, protecting us. And the cultivation world, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Being able to know someone like Senior is a blessing for our Nine Swords sect. Looks up at the sky, stroking his beard. Now I'm even wondering if this was all part of Senior's plan. How else could he have figured it out so perfectly? After this, the upper and lower realms are probably going to be in chaos. Bao doesn't get what her dad means. What about High Grandpa? He explains. Your High Grandpa was afraid the immortals would see through the ruse, took a gamble, and clung to the immortals. Suddenly hits him, and he shouts, I forgot to tell Senior. Gotta let him know ASAP. He pulls out a firework and shoots it into the sky. Over on Chen Chang An's side, he gets the signal. He grins. The Jiu Jian sect's alive. Now I know the functions of the immortal Dao True Understanding. I've figured out 3. It can hide the aura of the ageless body, hide appearance,
And then there's the illusion. Judging from these, it probably has a similar illusion function. Plus, it has the word immortal in it, and it is the most suitable to deal with immortals. But the system's functions can't be taken outside the domain. I think it might be like all living things, having a connection, so I tried condensing it into a charm, and then experimented a bunch. Just wasn't sure if the immortal Dao true understanding would actually work outside the invincible domain, if it could fool those immortals. Turns out, it does. Immortal Dao true understanding can be infused into items and taken outside the invincible domain. Once outside, it can still be used. Thinking this, he sits down in his chair, laughing with satisfaction, and then looks up at the system panel in front of him. Next up, testing the other functions. In the upper realm, at the Xuanwu Domain Grand Gathering, dancers are getting down, lively as hell. A voice calls out, "Qing Yu, long time no see." When Sheng Yu heard someone call his name, he turned around and saw it was Leng Ming, his good buddy. Leng Ming walked over with a wine cup. "Why are you sitting alone in a corner drinking? Something bothering you? Tell your bro, I'll help you out." Sheng Yu grabbed the whole bowl of wine and chugged it down. "A while back, my natal sword got smacked down to the lower realm by some mysterious power. I set 12 immortal generals under my command to retrieve it. But guess what? All 12 of my immortal generals got wasted by some random immortal in the lower realm." Feeling a bit sus, Leng Ming questioned him. "The lower realm? Someone's that hardcore down there?" Seeming unable to control his emotions, Sheng Yu angrily said, "This guy's just an ant in my eyes. But he's in the lower realm, protected by the laws of the 9 provinces continent, so I can't deal with him myself. It's a total disgrace to my immortal reputation." Leng Ming's expression turned sly. "It's just an ant, right? How about this, I'll kill him for you. I just so happen to have an immortal under my command who's a powerhouse, and isn't affected by the suppression of the 9 provinces continent's laws. He's perfect for dealing with this guy. Leave it to me, I'll get you his head and your sacred immortal sword in 3 days tops." Hearing that, Sheng Yu perked right up, laughing loudly. "Then I'm in your debt, Leng Ming bro. It's been ages, let's drink till we drop today." Just then, someone announced, "Immortal Jiang Yuqian has arrived." As soon as Jiang Yuqian appeared, everyone started gushing. So pure and immaculate, truly the #1 beauty of the Xuanwu immortal realm. Didn't think I'd be lucky enough to get a glimpse at the Xuanwu gathering today. Immortal Jiang Yuqian is indeed as stunning as the legends say, a feast for the eyes. Most were complimenting her looks, but she just found it annoying and displeasing. "Ugh, that's disgusting, I'm here to borrow an immortal charm." 3 days later, at the immortal charm tree, Bao Er was massaging Chen Chang An. "Master, is this amount of pressure okay?" Chen Chang An was lying there enjoying himself, looking satisfied. "Move it a bit to the left, yeah, there. It's so great having a disciple." "Why hasn't Tuo Bei come back yet?" Bao Er asked while kneading his back. "He went to catch the Dragonfire Chicken King. Said you've been tired lately and need some nourishment." "Good for him. Grandfather said they're rebuilding the 9 Swords sect and will come to pay their respects in a few days." He was still lying there enjoying himself, casually replying, "Got it." There was a sword floating in the air. Actually, I know a bit about this too. Senior Mo X, Hong Yi and Bai Yue suddenly appeared at the immortal charm tree. Hong Yi turned to Bai Yue and said, "Bringing me here is good enough. I didn't complete the task the master had given me, and have to have the master take care of it. I'll probably be punished later. You leave this place first." Hearing that Hong Yi would probably be punished, she couldn't bear it, and whispered, "Really going to be punished?" But because the voice was too low, Hong Yi didn't hear what she said. She looked flustered, waving her hands between them. "Don't thank me, it's nothing, I'll go with you." Hong Yi cheerfully gave her a thumbs up. "You're so nice. If we weren't such good friends, I'd think you had feelings for the master." As the two walked up to the door, strange noises were coming from Chen Chang An's room. "Harder. Right there, harder. Master's about to fall apart." Those sounds made both of them blush. Taking a gamble, Hong Yi opened the door, ignoring Bai Yu's attempt to stop her. As she opened the door, she thought to herself, "Could it be that Master and Bao, or little Missy, are—" Bao Er, who was sitting on Chen Chang An's back massaging his shoulders, saw her and happily greeted, "Sister Hong Yi, you guys are back." Chen Chang An also raised his hand to them. "Welcome back." Hong Yi froze for a moment, then knelt down to apologize to him. "Young master, this time your subordinate didn't handle things neatly. Please punish me." Bai Yue rushed out of nowhere, standing in front of her. "Senior," Hong Yi was caught up in this. I'm Hong Yi's friend, so please let me take her place. She was stunned to see Bai Yue standing in front of her, taking the blame for her. Bai Yue.
Chen Chang An rested his chin on his hand, his attitude, not angry at all. Punish. You guys think I'm some kind of demon king? I'm not punishing anyone this time.
Hong Yi happily thanked him, while Bai Yu looked disappointed, as if she'd lost something. He looked at their different expressions and thought to himself, Bai Yue seems to still be upset, huh? Could it be she can't bear it? As expected, soft and cute girls are always soft-hearted. Not only did he not punish Hong Yi, he even gave her an immortal pill. This isn't your fault. You worked hard on this trip. Take this immortal pill. I'll refine a pill for you one of these days. Hong Yi knelt down and received it with both hands. This is a good immortal pill. Thank you, young master. Seeing that scene, jealousy sprouted in Bai Yue's heart. What do I have to do to continue achieving the same kind of strange pleasure as the first time? The system panel reappeared. He looked at the system panel, lost in thought. Damn, I just blew 190,000 domain points. Only 50,000 left. I've got some free time now. Perfect for sending out a clone to scout around and snag some more domain points. Only 1 month though. Gotta hustle. A clone at the immortal stage costs 30,000. They can basically run wild in the lower realms. Yeah, let's go with that. The system panel popped up again with a confirmation.
30,000 domain points deducted for the immortal stage clone. 2,050 points remaining.
A clone, identical to him, appeared. His perspective shifted slightly. Ugh, this viewpoint is making me feel weird. Double vision. Freaky perspective. I'm way more used to first. Pair person. Switch the clone's viewpoint. Ah, that's the stuff. Feeling refreshed and energized. Damn, this power is intense. I can actually feel the primal force that cultivators talk about. One punch from me right now could probably flatten 3 mountains. He paused, a thought striking him. Wait a sec. If a top-tier cultivator only has the cultivation level but no skills or techniques, it's super hard to even sense that primal force. In this cultivation world, you can't just not learn some badass techniques. Plus, I'm curious if what the clone learns affects the main body. Will the system block it? Can techniques be sent back to the main body through the system? Shaking off those thoughts, he started browsing the system panel, looking for some techniques to learn. Even if the clone dies, the main body gets domain points. But I don't have any cultivation techniques myself. Suddenly, the true explanation of the immortal Tao and its functions appeared on the system panel. A light bulb went off in his head. Bingo! That can combine the martial arts moves I saw on TV in my past life with the third item in the true explanation of the immortal Tao. The clone is a system item, so it should be able to use system functions, right? First, let's learn the one yang finger. The one everyone in the 21st century knows about. He channeled his inner energy and pointed at the wall. The wall shattered into pieces. Everyone nearby jumped in surprise at the loud crash. He was ecstatic. The system's one yang finger is insane. My worldview was so limited before. This is a whole new level. With the true explanation of the immortal Tao, I can teach Bauer some techniques, and my techniques will be top Cecilintier in this continent. I'll bring people to the Invincible Domain. He swaggered over to Bauer through the broken wall and called out, Bauer, your hubby just comprehended a bunch of secret techniques. Dragon subduing 18 palms. 9 yin white bone claw. The 18 forms of UY. Bauer happily spread her arms and ran towards him. Master, I want to learn them all. He flicked her forehead playfully. Greedy guts, you can't learn everything at once. First, your master will teach you a sword art. Listen carefully. This is the sword mantra of Dugu Qijian. Gi Mei to Wu Wang to Tong Ren to Dai Yu. Jia changes to Bing changes to Geng changes to Gi. The intersection of Zi and Chao. The intersection of Shen and Si. The intersection of Wu and Wei. Fang and Dui are one transformation. His eyes lit up, staring intently at the true explanation of the immortal Tao. Whoa, it even has a projection effect. Awesome. This'll speed up the resonance with Dugu Shuojian. Truly my disciple. I gotta keep learning too. Can't let my disciple surpass me. Hong Yi and Bai Yu watched them from a distance, their hearts filled with worry. If only I were the senior's disciple. Back at the grand gathering of Xuanwu, Yu Tian approached a man. I heard that immortal King Tianyuan of the Xuanwu immortal domain has a face-preserving immortal tree that will soon bear fruit. I'll trade 5 top Karagrade immortal stones for 1 immortal fruit from you. Do you agree?
The man saw Yu Tian. His face flushed red. It was unclear whether it's from the alcohol or from seeing such a beautiful woman. Immortal King Yu Tian, you're mistaken. I don't have any face-preserving immortal trees. But I know where to find one. In the lower realms, there's what you want. I'll give you this information as a gift. That despicable Saint Martial Immortal Venerable borrowed my myriad visions immortal realm to search for someone, and that person is the owner of the immortal tree. Yu Tian was stunned. The old ancestor doesn't have much time left. I must hurry to the lower realms and obtain the face-preserving immortal tree. That's why, for the next few days, Bao Sher diligently practiced what Chang An had taught her. The system panel suddenly displayed a notification. System notification. Ling Bao Rare has broken through to the Golden Core 5th layer. The host receives a reward of 100 domain points. The system panel kept notifying. The sky suddenly darkened, and thunder and lightning rolled in. Everyone looked up, curious. Is Bao about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Amidst the thunder and lightning, a voice appeared. I'm so grateful, I swear. Why is it this dog, pony show couple again? Whatever. I can't beat it anyway. I'm just gonna lie here and let it hit me. My voice just got more and more bummed out. Bao grabbed her sword, using her nascent soul stage level 1 to block that thunderbolt. Ding. System announcement, congratulations. Host's disciple Ling Bao has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Host rewarded with 10,000 domain points. Chen Chang An jumped out of his skin at that notification. He rage yelled at the system panel. 10,000 points? System, you bugging out or what? I kill a freaking immortal and get 20,000 points. But Bao hitting nascent soul gets 10,000? System announcement. No bug detected. Reason for low domain point reward from killing immortal. The immortal's power was suppressed. Hence, only 20,000 points. System announcement. Ling Bao and host have a master-disciple binding relationship. After system upgrade to version 30, host obtains the feature of 100x domain point increase for major realm breakthroughs. After upgrade to version 40, host will obtain 10x increase for minor realm breakthroughs and 150x increase for major breakthroughs. He yelled in frustration. You had this feature. Why didn't you say something earlier? The system wasn't having it. It shot back. Well, you didn't ask. He flashed a sneaky grin, thinking to himself. Okay, this is good news. I was stressing about how to get more domain points in a month, but looks like killing enemies is on hold for now. Time to focus on recruiting disciples and getting them to break through ASAP. Should I recruit Bai Yue? Bai Yu blushed, looking shy. Senior, why are you staring at me like that? Is he seeing through my deepest thoughts, planning to make a move on me? He walked over to her, clearing his throat. Bai Yue. Miss Bai. Just as he was about to speak, the system panel popped up in front of him. System announcement. Host. Version 30 of the system encompasses the entire Invincible Domain. As long as cultivation occurs within the Invincible Domain, domain points can be earned upon breakthrough, regardless of whether they're the host's disciple or not. However, minor realm breakthroughs only get double points, and major realm breakthroughs get 10x points. He slammed a fist into the system panel, sending it flying. That's totally different. Don't butt in. At crucial moments, you think I'm stupid. Right then, Bao ran over, beaming. Master, I broke through to nascent soul. Hearing that, he grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Nice job. Faster than I expected. You really are my disciple. Daddy's so proud. Hong Yi and Bai Yu watched them chatting happily from afar. I really admire Miss Bao. I wonder how much my cultivation can break through with the immortal pill the master gave me. Suddenly, a red bolt of lightning shot out of nowhere and slammed directly into his head. What the? He shouted, startling everyone. Master! Young master! Bai Yu rushed over, worried. Senior, are you all right? Hong Yi asked him sternly. Young master, what was that white light? His eyes had changed. Looking different from before, Xianxia sent back information related to the longevity sect. I need to make a trip to Yunzhao myself. Hong Yi looked at him worriedly, her face darkening. Does young master need me to come with you? Without hesitating, he dashed off. No need. This time, it'll be my doppelganger. You guys stay here at the temple and take good care of my main body. With that, he zoomed away. The gate to the lower realm opened. Inside, icy air shrouded everything. A green-haired demon was sucking something from a human skull, finally ate all the cultivators from the whole city, and I'm only 3, Tenths full. Human cultivators are still the best delicacy.
Next, I just need to kill the immortal Hengji within 3 days, and once Chen Chang An loses the immortal sovereign's magic treasure, I can become an upper immortal when I return to the upper realm. I've waited over 1,000 years for this opportunity. That direction is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Then he blasted off, creating a massive explosion. I'm coming to kill you, Chen Chang Sheng, at the temple after Chang An left. The three girls were talking to each other. Bao Er wondered. So, the person who was living with us these past few days was Master's doppelganger? Ong Yi explained. Yes, the young Master's strength is truly unfathomable. As if discovering something, Ling Bao Er said loudly. Then Master's true form, wouldn't it be? The three girls stood before Chen Chang An's true form, with faces that betrayed nothing of what they were thinking. No matter what it is, he wouldn't even know. Sisters, I have a big idea. Around that time, in Gi province, Chen Chang An landed a tree. That was way too fast. I almost couldn't brake in time. This place is probably a few thousand meters from Flying Immortal Mountain already. Zhao, huh? Not only cultivation, even the physique and aptitude are max-level attributes. Except for not being able to use any abilities after leaving the domain, everything else is fine. Next, I need to find someone to ask for directions to Yun province. Suddenly, a cat slammed into the tree, making him jump. Turns out, it's the young master of Wu province, named Ah Miao. I could tell at a glance she was from the Miao tribe. A group of people appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Ah Miao. Young master, stop fooling around. Immediately come back with us. You've played enough, run away enough, it's time to grow up a little, and fulfill your destiny. She shouted at them. You guys are so noble, so amazing. But it's not like you have to marry that damn jerk. Easy for you to say when it's not your back that's breaking. TCH, Chen Chang An, hiding in the bushes, eavesdropped on their conversation. I don't get it, I'm so shocked. Are monks' tastes this heavy nowadays? Not wanting to be at a disadvantage, she rushed at the group. Enough with the nonsense. Taste my meow meow fist. After that, she unleashed a series of moves on them. Seeing her determination, he felt a little softened and decided to help the little girl. Not bad, this cat. Seems like if she loses, she has to go back and get married. This is some classic web novel plot right here. For the sake of our brief acquaintance, I'll save you. Besides, I just happen to need a guide. But unfortunately, she was hit by the group. He then stepped out to be the hero who saves the beauty. Release that girl. The group, annoyed, snapped at him. Human, I advise you not to be nosy. Another said, I see his cultivation is about the same as ours, let's give him some pain. But he didn't pay attention to their words, just said, Oh. Even though cultivators in the lower realms can't necessarily guess my true realm, the fact that they think my strength is about the same as theirs is surprising. Is the halo of an immortal that even lower realm people cannot see higher realms than them? The group suddenly vomited blood. None of them could stand. She desperately rushed over and grabbed his leg, begging, Senior, save me. He looked at her with a sharp glint in his eye. This little cat knows how to cling to power, huh? She gently tugged on his sleeve and acted coquettishly. Senior, you're so strong. You suppress them with just your aura. A meow is conquered by Senior already. Can a meow stay by your side to serve you? He was shocked. I don't know what to say. What's going on? Is she just giving herself away? Even movie stars wouldn't dare to act like this. The group trembled and pleaded with her. Friend, this is Wu province's business. We advise you not to invite trouble upon yourself. Young Master Meow, please prioritize the big picture. That great man has run out of patience. She continued to hug his leg, smirking triumphantly, and he declared imposingly, Enough chatter, Scram, before I change my mind. The group ran away like crazy. We'll definitely be back. Seeing them run, she put on a smug face. Awesome! Lucky I was quick-witted and grabbed this guy's thigh. The expert my father sent is temporarily helpless against me. Next, I just need to stay by this man's side, and I'll be safe. He just looked at her without saying a word. Then he brushed her off. I'm not interested in raising a cat for the time being. A meow refused to give up and pleaded. Senior, a meow is yours. Saved by you, I'm yours in life, yours in death. If you don't want to raise a cat, raising a wife is fine too. Hearing those goosebump-inducing words, he struggled in refusal. Don't you have anything to do? If you don't, eat some dried plums. Do you think I'm an idiot? She grabbed his clothes and begged again. Senior, please take me with you. He looked at her thoughtfully. Back then, when the old man descended to the immortal temple, he directly tore through space.
I'm really not familiar with the geography of the 10,000 Great Mountains and this Giai province. Moreover, I haven't learned this skill of tearing through space yet. If I want to go from Giai province to Yun province, I still need to take a flying ship. He leaned down and said to her, "It's not impossible to take you along, but you have to satisfy me first, talking while walking, or else we will spend the night in the mountains, I guess." He grabbed her head and dragged her away. "Am I out of the wolf's den and into the tigers?" The master picked up the rattle, his eyes flashing like fire as he looked at him. "Miss A. Miao, this humble monk has finally found you. You can't escape now." In loyal Guizhou city, An Miao and Chang An were present. She happily said to him, "Hubby, we've arrived in loyal Guizhou city." He curled his lip at her, saying, "Call me Chen Chang An." The sounds of invitations grew louder and more lively. Low-level spirit beasts for sale at half a low-grade spirit stone. First-grade martial skill, martial virtue. Newly published, on sale for only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Only 2 mid-grade spirit stones, don't miss out, don't sigh. Here. He looked around at everything, his mood excellent. This atmosphere, so full of people, was truly nostalgic. The domain must cover this area. I estimate it'll be over 10 million domain points, the old man said, holding out the pen in his hand. Sword-wielding masters, come one, come all, don't miss out. These are all treasures. Installment payments accepted. Scan your face to pay. As he walked, he thought to himself, now that I think about it, I've been in this continent for years, and I still haven't really explored it thoroughly. What kind of world is this? Suddenly, the sword-wielding guy coughed up blood, startling both him and Ah Miao. He quickly dodged out of the way of the blood he spat out, bumping into something. Ah Miao hurriedly warned, No, it's not that. Look at my head, I forgot about this, Chang An. Can you suppress your cultivation a little lower? High, cell-level cultivators will unconsciously affect the surrounding Kui, which is a huge pressure for low, cell-level cultivators. He was suppressed by your aura. He hurriedly used the immortal realm or golden core realm from the immortal temple. Been beating up too many golden core and nascent soul cultivators, forgot that outside there are more chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. After waking up, that guy quickly ran away. Sorry for the disturbance. Farewell. He and she just silently watched him run away from afar. The bodies of Guizhou cultivators are pretty tough, huh? A Miao turned and asked him, "Where are you planning to go next? I can guide you." Chang An, walking ahead, also looked back to answer her. "Then you take me to stroll around Zhong City first." A Miao happily led the way for him. "No problem. I've lived in Guizhou for over 100 years. I'm very familiar with it." He saw that she had lived here for a long time and thought, this girl is familiar with Guizhou. You chase after her, and she's even the young mistress. The status and power behind her is probably not low. Maybe I can use her connections to get on a spaceship to Yunzhou. The way he looked at her now was different. "I haven't even asked you, why are your clansmen chasing you?" A Miao worriedly answered him. "What else could it be? Isn't it because my dad keeps wanting me to get engaged to that monk from the Futi temple? Seeing that the marriage is approaching, I didn't want to marry him, so I ran away. To escape this marriage, I've been hiding around Guizhou for several years already. I'm really miserable." She showed off her acting skills, peeking at him. "Seeing a girl as cute and pitiful as me being forced into marriage, your heart must have stirred up a sympathy to stand up and help me, right? Come on, protect a flower like me, senior." Contrary to what she thought, he showed no concern for her. "How annoying, should I just dump her?" Then he indifferently said to her, "Aren't you afraid that your fiancé will catch up? With my many years of reading novels, this isn't the typical she runs he chases trope. Impossible to escape, is it? According to the normal development of the script, isn't that fiancé about to come kill us?" She playfully punched his chest. "He can't catch up. He's a Buddhist disciple of Futi temple. Usually he can't leave the temple casually. He looked for me several times before, but I kicked him out. Besides, I have a senior now. You save me, I'll repay you with my body." "Whatever, I'm your wife now. You wouldn't see your wife die without saving her, right?" Seeing her start to cling to him, he gradually felt uncomfortable. "My patience has its limits, little kitten," where a fierce bolt of purple lightning struck down at the two of them, startling them both. Then, countless strange people appeared. In the middle was Xianxia. He looked at her with a terrifying gaze. "Miss A. Miao, long time no see." She fearfully hid behind Chang An. "Xianxia, why are you so persistent?" Seeing them, she was very worried. And these people too, aren't they the 18 Arhats, known as the Asuras of Futi Temple? Dad told me, the 18 Arhats cultivate a special technique. When fighting together, they can unleash attacks, equivalent to the transformation god realm. Senior is so young, even if he's strong, he's only at the nascent soul realm. Xianxia is a sinister guy. If Senior helps me, he will definitely hold a grudge. I have to think of a way to tell Senior to escape. Xianxia put his hands together and said to her, Miss A. Miao, our wedding day is approaching. This humble monk, as your fiancé, has the obligation to bring you back to perform the ceremony. Hearing him say that, the surrounding people started to discuss in hushed tones. 2 men fighting over 1 woman. Exciting! Good show! Exciting! A Miao couldn't take it anymore, became annoyed. But Jianqian's gaze could completely suppress her at this moment. That's right. Your father, the Lord of Wu Prefecture, is already waiting for us at Futi Temple. Miss A. Miao doesn't want to see him? As for Chang An, he just smirked a little. This bald guy wants to play the domineering CEO game, or what? She immediately shouted, You are despicable! Then jumped down from Chang An. I can go with you, but you are not allowed to harm my father and my friends, including him. Jianqian held out his hand towards her. All right, come to my side first. She irritably moved closer to him. Where there's life, there's hope. I can escape once. I can definitely escape a second time. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared with a notification. Detected child of reincarnation. Buddhist child 2MI. Then Jianqian's information panel appeared, including his name, background, skills, cultivation, sect, and title. All very complete and detailed. Then came the announcement. Jianqian's been located. He'll soon break through to Immortal King and return to the immortal realm. He reached out and pulled her back. Hold up, sorry dude, she's with me now. I refuse to hand her over to you. The crowd went wild after that. This bro's got guts. Facing a Yuan Ying master. Gonna dedicate a rip to this guy. Another nameless corpse about to pop up in Ghost Continent. Jianqian, feeling challenged, got pissed. Insignificant golden core ant, this ain't your place to speak. Get lost. A Miao worried about him. Senior, what are you doing? Jianqian and his 18 Arhats are all peak Yuan Ying. They can unleash a transformation realm attack when combined. You've angered them. Doing what? He didn't seem to care about her words. So what? In my eyes, they're just ants, he said casually. The onlookers were like, Is this a comedy show? They all burst out laughing. Golden cores these days are so cocky. This kid's got my spirit back then. Biggest joke of the year. Yuan Ying are ants in a golden core's eyes. Jianqian pointed at him with contempt. Arrogant. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. 18 Arhats, listen to my command. Kill him, he commanded. All 18 Arhats rushed to attack him, while he nonchalantly stomped his foot, obliterating all 18 Arhats. The system notifications kept spamming. Host killed a peak Yuan Ying cultivator, gaining 1,200 domain points. Repeating endlessly. Everyone's jaws dropped witnessing the scene. He looked down on them all with disdain, saying arrogantly, Is that all you got? She hid behind him, looking admiringly at him. Annihilated them all. Just how strong is Senior? Is Senior really a transformation realm expert? Or even higher? Those Destim are now scared shitless. No need to be so exaggerated with the pretending to be weak to prey on the strong. Also a dangerous element. Even Jianqian had to show fear. He hides his strength so well. Even if he's strong, he's just void refining. I have that. I can beat even immortals. He pulled something out of his robes and threw it at Chen Chang An. He smirked triumphantly. This bowl is a top-grade immortal item. The Buddhist sounds of meditation within can purify and deliver all demons, and can also convert cultivators below void refining to Buddhism. I don't believe you can withstand it. But with just a glance he managed to hold the bowl in place, mocking him. This toy, not bad I can't stand it anymore. His true form appeared. Damn it, I want you dead. He then used Buddha palm. Chang An stood still. Showing off your axe. Wielding skills in front of the real wielder. Today, this old one will show you what true Buddhism really is. Great might heavenly dragon. World-honored Ksitigarbha. Prajna all Buddhas. Prajna Paramita void. The immortals saw the massive explosion and flew over there. Such terrifying dragon might. Could it be a real dragon descending?
Hurry over there and see. We absolutely can't let it destroy Ghost Stone City.
The dragon lunged toward Xianxia, burning him to ashes. He screamed, "Almost! I was almost there!"
The Qi Killboard system announced again. Host killed a peak Yuan Ying, gaining 1200 domain points. Everyone was shocked. This is too exaggerated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obliterating a child of reincarnation, receiving an additional box of salted fish treasure and 20,000 domain points. Chen Chang An pondered as he looked at the system panel, discovering something new. Is there anything special about this child of reincarnation to the system? The accumulated points are not. Let me see. The system panel shows his current domain points at 73450. The system panel displays a notification. Attention! After the host uses domain points, they can expand the invincible domain. He thought to himself, this is much more than the domain points gained by camping on the mountain, waiting for monsters to come to the door, going out for a trip and discovering a new way to get domain points. As expected of me, Chang An thought and then smiled. It's a pity the clone can't yang treasures. Might as well find time to return to the main body later and open it to see what this salted fish treasure will get. He brushed the dust off his clothes and looked at Miao. I've helped you solve the biggest trouble. Now, can you help me with something? Miao quickly replied. Of course, Senior. Just say the word. He pointed to the flying ship nearby. I want to go to Yunzhu. Can you help me get on that ship? She happily agreed. Okay, Senior. Wait for me. Chang An continued to walk forward, thinking as he walked.
The news from Snaky this time, besides being related to the Eternal Life sect, also involves the old man being hunted down by the three major cultivation families of Yunzhou.
Although I don't know what the old man did in Yunzhou, his situation isn't good. I still have to get to Yunzhou quickly to help him. Miao happily jumped onto his back from behind.
She hugged his shoulders tightly, her happy face showing satisfaction.
A cry rang out from inside the temple. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Bao stood in front of the door, stunned. Master. A hand gently pushed the door open. It was Hong Yi and Bai Yue. Both of them were blushing, and at the same time said, Senior, he's too captivating. Bao shyly shouted, It's my turn next, right? You two aren't allowed to fight with me. Saying this, she lowered her voice. It's been hours already. Hong Yi put on a deadpan face and said to her, We won't compete with Little Miss. We can do it together. We have to clean up everything before the master returns. From somewhere, gusts of black wind flew wildly, not only affecting the animals in the forest, but also making the girls feel scared. The pressure is too strong. I'm afraid you didn't come with good intentions. On this side, cracks began to appear on the swords, and blood splattered everywhere. Bao'er's father worried, his face covered in sweat. This is bad. He angrily circulated his inner energy, his eyes bloodshot, his hands clenched tightly. He said, The upper realm has sent someone down again. This time, their target is the senior. The others in the sect urged him. Sect leader, let's go help the senior. The senior once saved our lives. We can't let the senior face them alone, he decisively announced to everyone. That's right. That's right. Our Nine Swords sect always repays kindness. Nine Swords sect elders, listen to my orders. All of you follow me to lend the senior a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, they all rushed out, determined to settle the score with those who came to cause trouble. In another place, everyone was surprised to see strange rays of light. What is that? Oh my god, it's so scary. Ningsu looked seriously at the sky and then said, The immortals from the upper realm have sent someone again. Aren't they going to stop? It's bullying the lower realm. We don't have anyone. Hearing her say that, the others panicked. Old lady, what should we do? She then reassured everyone, Don't panic. This time, the immortals are probably aimed at the senior, now that the heavenly demon Ancient Fox has submitted to the senior.
Of course we have to help the senior. As she spoke, she circulated her inner energy. The pressure from this time's immortal is stronger than the previous 12 immortal generals, even stronger than the senior. The entire 10,000 great mountains are trembling.
Any clansmen from the nascent soul stage and above who are willing to help the senior, follow me. With that, she and everyone rushed into the sky. At this time, at the temple, smoke billowed everywhere, and the atmosphere was extremely eerie. The blue, fly-horned demon floated in the fiery red sky. It opened its terrifying mouth and roared as if someone had taken everything from its house. This is where the immortal generals died, huh? Brat Chen Chang An. Get out here for this immortal.
Hehehe. Bao stepped forward and asked him, "Who are you?" Without paying any attention to her, he pointed his finger at her. "Annoying mosquito, obstructing me, die." Having said that, he flicked his finger. Immediately, a red storm surrounded the three of them. Seeing that Bao wasn't in a rush, she drew her sword, adopting a fighting stance, a sharp glint in her eyes. "This place won't be tainted by filthy demons like you, and you're not worthy to even utter my master's name. Get lost." Seeing her immortal sword, he sneered. "Chen Chang An has an immortal sword, huh? Might not be easy to deal with, could lead to a tough fight, but if I snatch the holy immortal sword first, victory will be firmly in my grasp." With that, he raised his hand with a twisted hey laugh, a force pulling Bao towards him, causing Hong Yi and Bai Yue to panic. Her body flew uncontrollably towards him. He approached her and looked down at the sword. "This sword is mine." She swung her sword, using the Dugu 9 swords to execute the break arrow form. "It's my mama's mama! This is my master's gift to me. You won't get your hands on it." The demon was startled, not expecting anyone to dare defy him. Enraged, he grabbed her head, yelling in her face, "You're courting death!" Suddenly, two streams of red and purple light flew towards them at high speed, the two energies directly hitting the demon, forcing him to release Bao. Turning towards the light source, he saw Bai Yue and Hong Yi. He said smugly, "Foxes who know how to sneak attack, not bad." Hong Yi supported Bao. While Bai Yue faced off against the demon, he continued, "Let me teach you what kind of attacks are effective." With that, he hurled a massive boulder towards Bai Yue, causing her to fall to the ground. Coughing up blood, he leapt into the air, laughing, "I'm gonna eat you guys, then go eat that Chen Chang An." A white tail lashed out at the demon, but he managed to summon a red cloud to block it. It was someone from the Ningsu and Nine Swords sect. Seeing the reinforcements, Hong Yi rejoiced. Elder Ningsu looked at Hong Yi, telling her to take the injured and retreat. "Yes." Seeing his daughter injured, Ling Xishan anxiously asked, "Bao, what happened? Where's Senior?" Bao painfully opened her eyes. Master controlled a clone to go out. Master's main body is sound asleep. Hearing his daughter's words, he became worried. "We were careless. This guy's reputation as the green-haired demon has spread throughout Ghost Province. Everywhere he goes becomes a living hell. He is a devil from hell." After that was the demon's true face, with fangs drooling with murderous intent. Ningsu urged Hong Yi, "You must find a way to wake up Senior. We can't handle him. We can only stall for time." Hong Yi agreed with her. With that, Ningsu charged towards him. "Cultivators of the Nine Swords sect, lend me a hand." The cultivators behind her quickly agreed, charging forward together. The demon stood amidst the red miasma. A bunch of ants. "Leng Ming, immortal lord, are you watching? I'm killing so many people on this trip, but it's all for you, you little bastard. Consider it a gift from me. However, you must help me with my ascension to immortality." After he said this, a strange voice sounded and agreed to his request. It's as if he has been energized. With just one blow from him, everyone was unable to withstand it and collapsed. Everyone hugged their chests, blood spurting out of their mouths. They were basically just a bunch of ants in front of an immortal. Ningsu couldn't maintain her fox form any longer. She braced her hand and vomited a mouthful of blood. As she wiped the blood away with her hand, she thought, "The strength of immortals descending to the mortal realm is definitely suppressed by the laws of the world, even if they break through to void refining stage after transcending divinity. I, in the transformation god stage, are also useless. Those who can ignore the suppression of external laws, other than high-stage heavenly immortals, are immortals who exist horizontally in the lower realm." A data appeared with the grade of realm in Upper Realm, Immortal Soldier, Immortal Apprentice, Immortal General, Earth Immortal Realm, Immortal Commander, Immortal King, Immortal Lord, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Lord, Lord of the Immortal Realm. Ningsu's train of thoughts continues. Without a doubt, he is a transverse existence of same level as Senior. The demon leisurely walked forward, stopping near Bai Yue. In his hand he held a rope. After fighting for so long, that Chen Chang An is still like a turtle hiding in its shell, not daring to come out. The demon tied up Bai Yue and held her up high. "I'll munch on you guys first, then go get him." The ghost immortal was about to devour Bai Yue, but realized something was off. This is way too easy. He started looking around. Things always get weird when they're too smooth. These ants usually bolt the second they see me, so why the sudden bravery? Is this some trick by Chen Chang An? Then he cracked a creepy grin. Almost fell for it. Trying to ambush me, huh? Not gonna play your game. The fact that Chen Chang An's resorting to tricks means he's scared of me. Too chicken to fight me head on. With that thought, he yelled at the others. I know Chen Chang An's hiding in the shadows. Call him out, or I'll eat her right in front of you. Hong Yi and Ning Su were scared stiff and hurriedly shouted, No way! Bai Yu said to everyone in pain. Our heavenly demon Fox clan has pledged allegiance to Senior. We'd rather die than betray him. Seeing Hong Yi about to rush over, Ning Su quickly grabbed her arm. Don't be rash, let me go. Ning Su clutched his chest and pleaded urgently. Great Lord, I'm at the transformation god stage, with high cultivation and pure spiritual power. Eat me instead. No need to waste your time on a Yuan Ying stage little demon like her. He snorted and slowly opened his mouth wide. His mouth opened so wide it could swallow a whole head. I see through your tricks. This scene, Ningsu shouted desperately. No. Suddenly a system message appeared. It has been detected that the life-bound follower is in danger of death, and the host's life is threatened. Bai Yue screamed in extreme pain, but she still gritted her teeth and yelled, I'd rather die with you than let Senior be in danger. But before she could self-destruct, a familiar hand appeared and punched him right in the face, distorting his features. To Bai Yue's astonishment, the force was so strong that he crashed through layers of rock, offering no resistance at all. Ning Su was utterly astonished to see this scene. The brave figure used the move, Myriad Things Living Beings, and embraced Bai Yu's body. His eyes were filled with resentment. This time I can only say one thing. You're done, you're done. Chen Chang An is completely enraged. Bai Yue then spoke with difficulty. Senior, be careful of the demon. He gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Get some sleep. You guys have worked hard. Then leave that scumbag to me. It must be said that his face at this moment was even more terrifying than a demon. That ghost immortal hurriedly rushed towards him to attack and shouted, Die? Yes, definitely. But the one who died was him. Chang An instantly jumped behind him, grabbed his hair, causing him to cry out in pain. He said to him with a terrifying expression, It's time to stretch your muscles after lying down for so long. He was like a sandbag being beaten by him, only able to scream without being able to resist. He grabbed his hair and smashed him back and forth, torturing him like a dog. Only because his hair was broken did he manage to escape. Being too angry, he went crazy and shouted, Ah! Eat you! Eat you! But before he could do anything, Chang An flew up to him. Then there was no such thing as, after that, his face was punched to pieces by him. He thought in pain. There is a celestial being in the lower realm who can resist immortals like the immortal king of the upper realm. And I am probably the strongest. But in his hands, I have no power to resist at all. He started calming himself down. Calm down, I can definitely find a weakness in him. And kill him with one strike. He squinted, searching for Chen Chang An's weak point. This 1,000-year-old refined bone devil physique can resist all of his attacks. Now's the time. Kill? He thought it. But before he could even do anything, Chen Chang An punched him, sending blood flying. Before absolute power, all schemes and calculations are meaningless. Chen Chang An punched him straight to the ground and yelled, trying to run. At this moment he landed lightly on the ground. Ning Su, watching the fight from afar, was astonished. That devil is being toyed with like a kid. He reached out, gathering the spirit pills from the herbs, then launched them straight at him. He likes to eat, huh? You could tell at a glance what he was planning. He was stuffed until his mouth was overflowing. He tried to scream, No! Chen Chang An said proudly, I was worrying about how to get a large amount of domain value in a short time, and you just delivered yourself to my doorstep. At this point, the devil immortal was on the verge of collapse. Chen Chang An looked at him, about to explode from overeating, and cursed. Coming here is one thing, but you even touched my people. If it weren't for the system's life-binding function, I would have flipped this whole situation over already. Sure, I've forcibly increased my cultivation aptitude in the calming function, but aren't there countless spirit pills I can test? His eyes turned cold, revealing a cruel look. Let's see if the system recognizes cultivation upgrades forced by pills. Seeing him like that, Ningsu's face darkened. Looks like Senior was being too kind to me before. Spirit pills continued to fly into his mouth. The devil immortal could only curse. You arrogant brat! You actually dare let me break through? Was Ari? Once I adjust to my optimal state, I will kill you. Increased cultivation, aptitude, and cultivation definitely draw a heavenly tribulation.
Heaven's Tao butted in, angrily. Oh my god, karma, karma! Ningsu didn't understand what he was doing. What is Senior doing? Hong Yi was also surprised. Master is upgrading the Devil Immortal's cultivation. Ling Xishan was stunned by his actions. A scene I only see after living so long, that Duo Yi actually has this function. Human Immortal Realm, 2nd level. The Devil Immortal, at this point, had stopped being arrogant and started struggling, seemingly unable to endure anymore. Holy crap, even 2nd level human immortals can't escape his control. Just what kind of monster is this Chen Chang An? Everyone was surprised by this lightning tribulation. I've never seen such a strong lightning tribulation. Human Immortal Realm, 9th level. Cracks appeared on Hintao's belly, filling him with extreme panic. How is this possible? Why can't I break through anymore? Break for me! Break for me! If I can't break through, I will. I'll die. Chen Chang An raised his hand, cast a spell, and looked at him seriously. Reached the limit, huh? The lightning tribulation was now aimed to strike him, but it only dared to lightly touch his shoulder before quickly running away. It's done. It's done. Let's go. This made Chen Chang An scolded. Good or bad, it's still an immortal lightning tribulation, so perfunctory. Forget it, next time I'll make one myself. He clenched his fist. Casting a spell, a loud explosion tore the Devil Immortal's body apart, causing him to scream in despair. No. At the same time, the system announced, Host has killed a 9th level human immortal, received 300,000 domain value. Ningsu admired him, snapping his fingers and turning an arrogant immortal into dust. Senior is too strong. Ling Xishan went even further, directly kneeling and worshipping him. I finally saw Senior kill an immortal. Senior, you are my god! Chen Chang An handed everyone spirit pills with a smile. Thank you all for coming to help this time. You all have injuries. Use these spirit pills to recover first. Everyone happily accepted. Yes, Senior. As soon as they swallowed them, they were astonished. Their injuries instantly healed completely. They even felt their bottlenecks loosen slightly. Seeing that everyone was safe, Chen Chang An breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no mistakes. He thought seriously. Just passively getting beaten up isn't the way to go. The immortals that guy sends down can't be resisted at all. In short, a bigger domain range would prevent this situation. He looked at the domain panel and mused. Still need more domain points. Using the immortal cultivation land of Flying Immortal Mountain as bait to lure rogue cultivators and demon cultivators from the 10,000 mountains to come and cultivate. Borrow this opportunity to get a continuous source of domain points. Then he turned to Ningsu, who was circulating her energy to adjust her body. But Flying Immortal Mountain is an important starting point for the Invincible Domain. The demon cultivators and human cultivators who can enter must be those with very good character, who don't do evil. Only then can we create a mutually beneficial and peaceful situation. But if I just randomly invite those great demons and rogue cultivators, they definitely won't come, and they won't believe me either. So I plan to have the Nine Swords sect and the ancient Celestial Fox clan spread the word. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became of Ningsu. I trust the Nine Swords sect a lot, but not so much the ancient Celestial Fox clan. Ningsu only surrendered because she was afraid of me. I'm not sure if she's truly loyal to me or not. Finally, he came up with an idea. And her position in the 10,000 mountains is very special. It would be easy for her to subdue the great demons in the 10,000 mountains. That's why I have this imperfect plan to use the crisis of the upper realm immortals to test her loyalty to me. Thinking of this, he sighed in relief. Luckily, the ancient Celestial Fox clan didn't disappoint me. On the contrary, I went a little overboard and created a relatively miserable situation. The next plan must be more perfect. Open the Yang treasure. Salted fish. So after opening the Yang treasure salted fish, Chen Chang An was extremely surprised. This kind of special effect? Could it be that it opened up a support card like flower in the mirror, moon in the water? The system notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 domain points. Chen Chang An didn't seem happy with this result. Damn it, you dog system. I had such high expectations for nothing. But so the Yang treasure salted fish can also open domain points, huh? Chen Chang An immediately used the points. Use 3,734 domain points to expand the Invincible Domain. The system then notified,
deducting 3,734 domain points to expand the Invincible Domain. The current Invincible Domain is 5,757 meters, and there are 50,050 domain points remaining. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain and obtaining a key to the Mythic Secret Realm. Key to the Mythic Secret Realm. God, Shootier, Max, Level 1, Time Use Item, automatically destroyed after opening. Random location of the Secret Realm. System version Fortality can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade? Chen Chang An held the key. Startled. This thing is quite unique. But without much thought, he grabbed it and happily shouted, "Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Hurry up and upgrade." The system continued to notify. Deducting 50,000 domain points, host successfully upgraded the Invincible Domain to version 40, obtaining the special feature, Expert Level Mocking. At this moment, a rich source of energy was transferred into Chen Chang An, and new features were added to the domain. The system continued to notify. Version 40 upgrade unlocked the Expert Level Special Mocking skill, deserving of the host. Chen Chang An looked surprised at the new function of the system. What kind of weird function is this? Every new function is inhumane, isn't it? I'll study your uses later. Next, there's one more important thing to do. After resolving the issue of the green-haired ghost immortal, Chen Chang An warmly invited the Nine Swords sect and the ancient Celestial Fox clan to Flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chang An spread his arms to support Ning Su and Ling Xishan. You won't regret your decision. Flying Immortal Mountain has been transformed by me into an immortal land. With the support of the immortal land, I will make you all immortals. Ning Su and Ling Xishan both bowed to him. We believe in you, senior. But besides the domain points that the Nine Swords sect and the ancient Celestial Fox clan brought, it was still not enough. Chen Chang An sent Ning Su and Ling Xishan to tell the sects and demon clans they had good relationships with, that as long as they weren't people who did a lot of evil and were of corrupt character, they would all be accepted into Flying Immortal Mountain. Two other demon clan girls sighed. I really miss being ridden by senior. The human cultivators and demon clans who entered Flying Immortal Mountain to cultivate all felt a clear increase in their strength. They praised it as a cultivation holy land in their hearts, and Chen Chang An also realized his dream of being able to obtain domain points even while sleeping. The system panel notified continuously. Great Demon X breaks through to Nascent Soul Second Realm. Host obtains 500 domain points. Great Demon XY breaks through to Foundation Establishment First Realm. Host obtains 50 domain points, and so on. Chen Chang An lay down and looked up at the sky, smiling contentedly. Things are finally settled. It's time to go see the situation of the clone. Then he closed his eyes to switch over to the clone. Master, is your main body still here? Bao Er, Hong Yi, and Bai Yue stood around him whispering. The last time we did it wasn't discovered. We can continue to do that again. At this moment, in the clone's location, Chen Chang An saw a group of completely unfamiliar people sitting around him. As soon as they saw Chen Chang An wake up, they happily said, "He's awake!" Just in time to take him to the sect's martial arts competition arena to encourage everyone. I'm really a little reluctant to give him up. Chen Chang An lay still, unmoving. What's going on? Wasn't I at the ferry with the cat girl? Why did the place change as soon as I opened my eyes? Chen Chang An glanced around and asked them, "Where's Ah Miao?" Two girls leaned down and said to him, "Worry about yourself first. You'll be one of us soon, little handsome guy." Hearing this, Chen Chang An gasped in shock. Did I get sold by a cat? Before he could understand what was happening, they took him through a gate. Inside that gate, strange rays of light appeared, making him a little stunned. It was like there was something being organized. The MC enthusiastically said, "Welcome everyone to the 3600th Dao Companion Martial Arts Competition organized by the third-generation sect master of the Heavenly Fragrance Harmony sect. The competition has begun. The girls in the stands are fighting for their happiness. Above the stands, the girls are fighting each other. Which girl will win the championship and take the handsome man home? Let's look forward to all the girls on the stage throwing themselves into battle." "You dog, Jingtuo. I was careless last time. This time, I must defeat you." Another girl chimed in. "Ji Yi Ning, you've got plenty of men. How about leaving some for us single ladies?
who've been solo for 18 years.
The girls fought so hard they smashed their faces into the ground, breaking the rocks. The two girls zapped Chen Chang An and left him there. Then they jumped down too, saying, "You golden cores better behave and wait nicely. Got it, fall down, and you'll know what's what." The commentator's voice boomed. Down Yang is using her ultimate skill, picking Flower's hand. Shu Mei dodged it. She dodged it. Zheng Hui is looking at him. Another unlucky guy is here. Before he could finish, Chen Chang An broke free from his restraints himself, leaving the guy dumbfounded. Chen Chang An angrily asked, "Unlucky guy, what do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, the guy softened his tone. "Brother, you don't know, do you? Zheng Hui and my bro Lin and Chong here were both kidnapped." "We're at the Heavenly Fragrance Sex competition,"
Li Chong added. Heavenly Fragrance sect is famous in Gi province, a top sect. Every year they forcibly kidnap high-quality men from all over as prizes for the competition. Chen Chang An exclaimed in shock. "Isn't this a girls' country in the cultivation world or what?" Zheng Hui continued. "If all the girls in these sects were decent-looking, it'd be fine. But they've also crammed in some ugly ones with pretty good strength. If one of those female cultivators wins in the end," Li Chong, seeing this, resolutely said, "then I'll off myself right here." Hearing a familiar sound, Chen Chang An turned towards the stands and saw a Miao fighting a chubby girl. A Miao bravely shouted, "Give back my senior! I'll spare your lives!" Seeing her, Chen Chang An was stunned. Why is a Miao mixed up in this? What the heck happened before? But just a few seconds later she was sent flying by the other girl, leaving Chen Chang An disappointed. "I thought if Miao was here I could at least watch something interesting, but this girl got eliminated directly." Chen Chang An turned to find a way to escape again. "Nothing else interesting here, time to meet up with Miao." The announcer shouted, "Oh my god, so sparkly, so white." "Ah no, so beautiful." Hearing there was a pretty girl, Chen Chang An quickly turned to look. It was Jiang Quan Chu, 5th level of the nascent soul stage. She was holding a sword and stepping onto the stage. Then she said seriously, "Could I trouble you to step down?" Seeing such a beautiful girl, Chen Chang An's lechery flared up, causing him to have a nosebleed. "Run! I suddenly don't want to leave anymore." The commentator announced again. "The competition has entered the most exciting stage. Disciples, the sect leaders have prepared high-quality male cultivators for you. Push a little harder, and you can take a handsome man home." A Miao worried for Chen Chang An. "We're done for, we're really done for. Senior's chastity is about to be lost." The three men revealed sinister smiles. "Since when has our fate been decided by a bunch of women?" But the commentator immediately threw cold water on them. Furthermore, the female disciple who wins the competition can choose their Dao companion from among these three, and immediately enter the bridal chamber. Zheng Hui touched his face and fantasized, "Choose a Dao companion from the three of us. In terms of looks, I'm a top, brintier male god in Gui province." Another guy was also smug. "These two look like they have power and background, but my thing is very popular. Those female cultivators will definitely choose me." Only Chen Chang An wore a dangerous expression. "Should I just get rid of these two now?" the system warned urgently. "Host, I misjudged you." Jiang Quanchu's single-handedly overwhelmed the other girls, making the three guys incredibly excited. Attack her lower body. "Come on, my wife. I love you. Go, wife, go." On the other side, that chubby girl was also not to be outdone, single-handedly eliminating a good number of opponents. The three of them quickly shouted, "Someone stop her. Oh god, I don't want to marry her." A soft snort was heard from behind, making all three of them startled. Turning their heads, three old men pointed at them and said, "You youngsters are inexperienced, mistaking young girls as treasures. If our mistress takes a liking to you, it'll be your blessing." Another old man said, "That's right. The mistress has power, is strong, and brave. How can those female cultivators compare?" Chen Chang An looked at the three of them and loudly said, "Don't be crazy here. I only like young, beautiful, and heart-stirring girls." Those three old men continued, "You're pretty stubborn, but we'll see how you survive. That Jiang Quanchu is participating for the first time. She can't be mistress's opponent. Seeing that you have fair skin and tender flesh, quickly go flatter senior brother later." At this moment, that burly girl used the embroidery of the 1362 handbag of Mount Doom, immediately creating a buzzsaw to attack Jiang Quanchu, but she quickly used the thrice-fold Ultimate Mystic Water 9 Layer Devour to defend. Their two moves clashed, creating a massive explosion that shocked the onlookers.
Too stunned by the fight, after the explosion, a slender foot stood firm.
The eldest senior sister had fallen, covered in injuries, while Jiang Quanchu stood unmoved, saying, "Senior sister, I, Quanchu, will take this season's champion." The commentator quickly announced the result. Congratulations to inner sect disciple Jiang Quanchu for winning. Aside from this, the sect leader will compete for the opportunity to go to the 9 provinces grand meet for this year's champion. Now, let's invite Jiang Quanchu to choose her Dao companion for dual cultivation. This made her think a bit. Then she pointed forward, deciding to speak. "I choose him." Zheng Hui thought she meant him, and happily shouted, "Oh my God, thank heaven." He jumped up and down with joy. Women still look at appearance in the end. I've won. Meanwhile, those two, Chang An, were in pain, but Quanchu coughed and pointed towards Chang An. Oops, sorry, the person I want is him. Chang An, and especially Zheng Hui, felt like they'd been stabbed. Even Ain Miao was completely shocked. Everyone crowded around. Congratulations to junior sister Jiang Quanchu for successfully finding her Dao companion. Next, let's escort them to the bridal chamber. Before he could realize what was happening, he was carried away by the crowd. Wait, isn't this bridal chamber a bit off? Hey, 80s. A Miao shouted from afar. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely save you from these succubi. That evening, he sat in the room, looking around the bridal chamber decorations in confusion, thinking, how did things turn into this? He patiently tried to figure things out. Damn it, I've been a virgin for over 20 years, and my clone is popping its cherry first. Let's get clear on the situation first. At this moment, he began to worry a bit. My clone must have been captured by the people of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. The goal is simple: to make him a prize for their sect's Dao Companion Martial Tournament. Then that girl chose me. Then I got carried into the bridal chamber. After thinking, he felt extremely regretful. Sure enough, even heroes can't resist the beauty trap. If I'd just not used the clone from the beginning, how great that would be, the system announced. Detecting that the host, using a Golden Core realm identity, has fallen into a face-slapping scenario, he was stunned by the notification. What's that supposed to mean? The Jiang family is declining. The eldest daughter, Jiang Quanchu, in order to revitalize the family, participated in the Heavenly Fragrance sect's martial arts competition, won the championship, and obtained the qualification to participate in the Grand Meet. She understands that only by winning the championship in the Grand Meet of the 9 provinces can she hope to rebuild the family. On the long road to Yun province, they were ambushed by evil cultivators, finally escaping death to participate in the Grand Meet of Yun province and the 9 provinces. When the Grand Meet was in progress, Jiang Quanchu unexpectedly met the son of her predecessor's old friend. In order to build a good relationship for the Jiang family, Jiang Quanchu became acquainted with him, but she was tricked into using a pill to burst her cultivation in a short time at the Heaven's Chosen Challenge, breaking the rules. From then on, Jiang Quanchu's reputation plummeted, and she was suspected, hated, and despised. She was even schemed against by the son of her predecessor, lost all her cultivation, and was given to the lord of Yun province to become a slave, to be bullied. It must be said that she was full of wounds, unable to resist, and in the end, Jiang Quanchu couldn't stand the torture and committed suicide, and her body was abandoned in the wilderness. After seeing the images of Jiang Quanchu, he was extremely shocked. What the heck? This hasn't appeared before. This is a new function added after the system upgrade to version 40. And this image just now, could it be? He suddenly realized. Speaking grimly, Jiang Quanchu's future. He sat back down to think. Before, when I ran into Jianqilan, the system also had this kind of hint, and it was very similar. Could it be that I will often encounter similar things in the future? Damn it, what kind of world is this? The system panel displayed a series of notifications. Random Mission 1. Help Jiang Quanchu become the #1 Heaven's Chosen of the Grand Meet of the 9 provinces, and become the man behind her. Reward for completing the mission: 50,000 domain points. Punishment for failure: deduct 10,000 domain points. Random Mission 2. 2 immortals descend to Earth. The main body and the immortals conduct transactions. Obtain information from the upper realm, and do not scare the other party. Reward for completing the mission: 50,000 domain points. Punishment for failure: deduct 20,000 domain points. Random Mission 3. Golden Core Realm reverses the Grand Meet of the 9 provinces, obtains the recognition of the 9 provinces' peak, and becomes the master of the 9 provinces. Reward: open the system upgrade. Condition 50. Mission failure. No punishment. After reading these missions, Chang An was furious and just wanted to punch the system. Are you messing with me, system? Son of a BTCH. You suddenly drag me into this event?
And that's it.
And if the mission fails, you still want to deduct my domain points. I only have 10,000 domain points. That's not enough. But suddenly he thought again. Wait a sec. These missions are all doable for me right now. I can totally consider them. Nah, I'm snatching them all. 3 domain points? Why the heck not? Gotta grab them. No sooner said than done, he rapidly tapped away, then flopped onto the bed, waiting. Next, he's just gotta wait for that chick to come, so the two of them can have a deeper exchange, wink wink. By this time, it was late at night, and snores echoed from inside the room. Z's.
Early the next morning, the rooster's crow jolted him awake. Still not here, did I get stood up? Just then, a thunderous knocking rattled the door.
He yawned as he went to open it, plotting in his head. Gotta find a way to get close to this girl. If I can't get close, I can't help her cultivate, much less become the man behind her. Loud noises came from outside. Get out here. Get out here. Other girls were standing around him. Little handsome, are you not up to par? Poor Quan Chu Shimei, she got herself a man who looks good but can't perform.
He hurriedly stopped them, getting annoyed.
Hold up, Chen Chang An snapped angrily. Who told you I can't perform? I'm totally capable. You want to test me? A blonde girl stepped closer to him. Of course, it was Quan Chu Shimei who said so. She said, you're only at the Golden Core realm. The grass is taller than the tree right now. Shimei's already on a ship to Yunzhu. She dumped you already? The blonde girl continued. No wonder Shimei ran off early this morning, discussing going to Yunzhu to participate in the 9 provinces grand meet. Looks like she regrets it.
Hearing this, Chang An was enraged and hurriedly ran after her.
Running and cursing, damn it, these beasts. They almost stripped my pants off. The girls behind him called out, hey little handsome, can we try you tomorrow?
He cursed under his breath. And that Zhang Quanchu, ditching me and ruining my reputation. This sect is still her turf. I can't really cause trouble.
His footsteps suddenly stopped. He was shocked to see a massive airship. Seeing is believing. The Great Strength sect's foreign exchange ship is indeed extraordinary. Looks like it's about to take off. Just then, he heard a shout and turned around. Why are you here?
She stammered, correcting his address. Brother.
Yay. Chang An turned back in surprise.
I heard you're going to Yunzhu.
The journey is long and arduous. You need someone to take care of you. I selflessly volunteered. Then he made a suggestion. Can I go to Yunzhu with you? But in his heart he thought, I can do mission 1 and 2 at the same time. Now the only problem is whether Jiang Quanchu will let me come along. If she doesn't, then I'll have to resort to tricks.
She pondered for a moment, then replied, This trip is extraordinary. The senior sisters are all focused on preparing for battle. How could I?
The eldest senior sister walked by and reminded her. The beautiful girls all bring their men along. It'll be very lonely on the way. Surrounding her were words of concern. Let me give you a massage. Let's not cultivate tonight, stay with me.
Seeing that everyone was bringing their Dao companion, she blushed and thought, all the senior sisters and junior sisters are bringing their Dao companions. If they see I'm not bringing one, won't I be an oddball?
She had to blush and turn around. Forget it. You can come along. Follow closely behind me. Don't stray too far. Hearing this, he quickly went behind her. Okay. Jiang Quanchu corrected his words. You must say, yes, my wife. He immediately corrected himself. Yes, my wife. A few hours later, on the ship to Yunzhu, the sect leader of the Heavenly Fragrance sect, Su Ningxiang, was sitting in a chair, with 2 men massaging her beside her. She asked, You all surprised me, knowing. Normally, Quan Chu doesn't get close to men, only focuses on cultivation. She's finally starting to mature. Did you all have fun last night?
Jiang Quan Chu bowed respectfully and replied, Reporting to the sect leader, I would never dare neglect the matter of cultivating towards sainthood. Quan Chu thinks it's too early for the pleasures of men and women. Your daughter-in-law, my wife, also feels that way.
Ningxiang smoked her pipe, sighing. Still can't let go of the body. Oh well, she will eventually reap the benefits of dual cultivation.
She slammed her hand on the chair and stood up. She raised her voice to announce, Listen carefully this time. We're fortunate enough to go to Yunzhu to participate in the 9 provinces grand meet, which only happens once every 300 years. Buck up your spirits. Here you go. Our Heavenly Fragrance sect is the #1 sect in Guizhou. We've only gained this opportunity after several hundred years. It's a matter of both public and private honor. The major and minor forces in Yunju are numerous, among them the Tang family, Xin family, and Jiang family. These three great traditional immortal cultivation families are at the pinnacle of power.
This grand meet will be organized by these three families.
Each time, the grand meet invites the top disciples of the sects from the 9 continents, so this trip will not be peaceful. But this matter is also a kind of experience for you. While the group was listening attentively, he yawned. Ningxiang said with a serious face, "On this trip I will not interfere unless it's a life-threatening situation. Small troubles must be resolved by yourselves. You must understand that the Heavenly Fragrance sect has always been survival of the fittest. Only the fist is reason.
When necessary, what needs to be abandoned should be abandoned. Understand?" It seemed like her eyes were on Chen Chang An, and everyone present shouted, "Understood!" Seeing that the sect leader was looking at him, he just smiled and thought, "Thanks for the subtle hint." As the two men helped Su Ningxiang to the door, she turned back and said, "All right, you guys can distribute things among yourselves next. Remember not to have internal conflicts, okay kids?" A few minutes later, everyone had settled down. A blonde girl, embracing her man, saw Jiang Quanchu passing by and said, "Quanchu, junior sister, you've been invited to the 9 provinces gathering. Everyone there has a cultivation of at least the nascent soul stage. You're bringing your golden core Dathareo companion, so you have to keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble for our Heavenly Fragrance sect." Another girl chimed in, That's right. Experts in Yun province are as numerous as the clouds, with nascent soul and transformation god cultivators all over the place. And the Stone family's ancestor, the Hengji Immortal, is sitting there.
Quan Chu, junior sister, you're really bold to bring a golden core Dao companion along.
Quan Chu, while going upstairs, said, "Since I brought him, I can take care of him myself. No need for you to worry." He also looked back at Chen Chang An and whispered to her, "Honey, I know my limits." He pondered, "Isn't the Hengji Immortal supposed to be extinct? So he's still around, huh?" At the door of her room, she turned to look at him. "You heard them just now, right? A golden core cultivator in Yun province is just cannon fodder. When we get off the airship, you have to stay right beside me," she said sternly to him.
"Don't cause trouble, otherwise I won't be able to protect you."
He smiled smugly. I understand. I won't leave Jiang Jiunyang's side for even half a step. Ah, no, my wifey."
3 days later, on the border of Yun province, strange beings were massacring people. Countless of them stood chatting. The 9 provinces gathering will be open in 10 days. This time, there are so many geniuses attending the gathering. We can't kill them fast enough. What does Master want to do anyway? Another one added.
Master's plans are far-reaching. He has his own arrangements. We just need to hunt down those geniuses, delay the opening of the 9 provinces gathering, and cause more trouble for those righteous sects.
Just then, they spotted an airship in the sky. "Quick, look! It's the Heavenly Fragrance sect's airship. More fresh meat has arrived."
The red-haired one narrowed his eyes slyly and said, "Let's go. Prepare to hunt them to death." Just like that, the Heavenly Fragrance sect had fallen into their sights.
Meanwhile, on the airship, they were completely unaware of the danger approaching.
Jiang Quanchu was practicing, while Chen Chang An stood watching.
He sighed as he looked at her. Jiang Quanchu truly lives up to her title of Cultivation Madman. She's been holed up in the training room for 3 days straight on the airship.
But, after seeing her story, I can understand this girl's burning desire to become stronger.
System. Use the inspect function. Inspect the character Jiang Quanchu.
After thinking that, he snapped his fingers. After seeing the inspection results about her, 7th grade aptitude, he felt surprised. 7th grade aptitude, huh? That's even higher than Hong Yi and the others. If I want to complete the mission perfectly, the best thing to do is to improve her aptitude, so she has the power to sweep away everything and increase her popularity at the 9 provinces gathering. He was busy looking at the system and didn't notice Quan Chu losing ground. He remembered the pile of talismans and said, "This girl is lucky. I happen to have some talismans that can seal all living things and immortal Davos on me. It's a good chance for me to test the effect of the all living things talisman."
Seeing her get knocked away by the puppet,
he was startled and hurriedly went to ask her, "Jiang Ji Nya." He flashed a sly smile and continued, "Wifey, are you tired? Would you like us to do something fun?"
Her face flushed red as she immediately thought of the 36 positions of the Love Chair Divine Skill
and immediately backed away several meters. leaving him dumbfounded. Jiang Quanshu's face was flushed, and she said shyly, "I won't do that kind of thing with you."
Hearing her make her position clear, Chen Chang An couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied, his mouth twitching. Although he didn't mean it like that, he also felt a little embarrassed, secretly cursing in his heart. "Hey, it's not like I don't want to, but I'm not that shameless." He put on a wicked smile, reached into his pants and said, "Come here, I'll show you a treasure that can upgrade your aptitude." Seeing his actions and demeanor, she couldn't help but have even darker thoughts, her red face frowning in displeasure. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, she suddenly screamed.
Chen Chang An had pulled his hand out, holding something high in his hand. Seeing him pull his hand out, without thinking, she quickly covered her eyes, lowered her head to avoid seeing things she shouldn't see, but her other hand swung her sword straight at his lower body, forcing him to jump up to dodge. Losing his balance, he collapsed to the ground, horrified, sweating profusely as he saw the sharp sword stuck right between his legs. Just a little bit more, and it would have pierced his precious parts. He couldn't help but turn pale with fear and tremble. "I'm really thankful. Thankfully I dodged quickly. Otherwise, I would have become a eunuch." He tried to appear calm, clearing his throat to steady his voice. "I just wanted to show you this talisman." As he spoke, he held out 2 talismans with golden inscriptions. "These 2 talismans can enhance your aptitude." Realizing she had misunderstood his intentions, Jiang Qiangshu felt a bit awkward, but her face remained calm as she said, "I thought you were talking about that." She coughed, slightly out of embarrassment, ignoring the thought, "I've never heard of that kind of talisman. I only know 3 types: attack, defense, and support." She looked at him suspiciously. "A talisman that can enhance aptitude can only be made with immortal-grade talismans." Chen Chang An grinned brightly, standing up and casually pulling the sword stuck in the ground. "That's right. These 2 talismans are immortal-grade talismans passed down from my ancestors. They can enhance your cultivation aptitude." He was ecstatic, giving a thumbs up with the hand holding the sword. "You know your stuff." She looked disbelieving, snatching the sword. "Immortal-grade talismans are only found in immortal clans and the upper realms. Even if your family had them, you're only at the golden core stage. Why would you so easily give away something so precious?" Hearing her words, he was a little taken aback, hesitating to speak. Jiang Qianshu impatiently grabbed the sword and turned away, not forgetting to say, "Besides, just relying on a single talisman to enhance cultivation, how could such a heaven-defying magical item exist in this world?" "All right, I want to continue cultivating." Before she could finish speaking, he quickly appeared in front of her, swiftly sticking the talisman directly onto her forehead. His actions were so fast that she couldn't react in time, so she couldn't help but angrily say, "Why would you do that?" About to say something else, she realized something was wrong. The talisman that had just been stuck on her forehead began to have an effect, surprising her. "This is..." He stood beside her, his voice low. "Now you're my wife. We are one. Only by becoming stronger can you protect me. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Quickly absorb the life essence. Don't waste it." Hearing his words, she felt a little guilty, and her gaze towards him changed slightly. Afterwards, she quickly sat down, focusing her mind to absorb the essence. She was shocked. The life essence brought by the talisman was too pure, entering her body and healing the latent meridian damage, her physical state better than ever. Not only that, but all 8 acupoints on her body were unblocked, and the blockages were loosened. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy was increasing. It really is heaven. Defying, Chen Chang An, who had been watching her absorb, couldn't help but evaluate in his heart, Jiang Qiangshu's willpower is even stronger than that Bao Er's. She can absorb the life essence on her own without my help, but the vitality of all living things in the mansion seems weaker, unlike attracting thundering tribulations in the domain. I wonder if her aptitude has improved. Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from Jiang Qianshu, surprising him. Jiang Qianshu woke up startled, her face covered in sweat and surprise. Chen Chang An, standing there, signaled, "Do you have an aptitude stone? Take it out and let's see what aptitude you have." Hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. She took out the aptitude stone, which was still pink. Then, she poured some spiritual power into it. The stone began to sense it, slowly changing color from pink, then a little black. Finally, it completely turned black. She couldn't help but panic. Eighth grade, it actually improved. Seeing this, Chen Chang An, standing next to her, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Only 8th grade? Bao is already a mortal grade. The effect of using the talisman with the power of all things is only about 20%. On Jiang Qianshu's side, she couldn't help but feel depressed. The effect of using the talisman with the power of all things is only about 20%. Such a precious talisman. If he used it, his cultivation aptitude would probably increase greatly.
She looked at him with an embarrassed face. About that, this talisman was a bargain I got from you. I'll do my best to protect you in the future. And about the thing of night, I'm sorry, I did what I want. Hurt you. Hearing her words, he was a little surprised. Her face flushed red, stammering, I'll tell senior apprentice sister about us. You can't, but before we have feelings, I won't do that, Jiang Qianshu said hesitantly. You must think I'm very strange. Seeing her like this, he shook his head. It's okay, wifey. Your strangeness is what I like most. Saying that, he pounced towards her. Seeing him pounce, Jiang Qianshu panicked a little, quickly jumping backward. What happened next was a scene that couldn't be watched. Suddenly, it was very noisy outside, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere inside, making him annoyed. He became irritable and said, "TCH, what's going on outside? What's wrong?" Seeing him distracted, she shyly pushed him away. I'll go out and see." Then she quickly ran out the door, leaving him alone inside. Stepping out the door, the scene before her couldn't help but confuse her. All of the junior apprentice sisters were showing murderous intent, weapons in hand, ready to fight. Who are you? Daring to attack our airship? Stay alert, junior apprentice sisters. First level defense, that thing that's neither human nor ghost, they're all nascent soul stage. Jiang Qianshu couldn't help but angrily grit her teeth. Evil cultivators. The group of evil cultivators looked delighted, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at the beautiful women before them. I didn't expect this sect to have so many women. Great, I like playing with you women the most. If you don't resist me, then you all will be torn into pieces. The evil cultivator with fiery eyes grinned wickedly. I want the woman in black. The rest are up to you. The eldest senior apprentice sister, the most curvaceous of the group, angrily shouted, "Play your mother. This lady will send you to the Western Paradise." Then she and everyone else attacked the evil cultivators, killing them. Jiang Qianshu's eyes also became sharp, running to attack them. Seeing this, the evil cultivators started stretching their arms and legs, acting contemptuous. "You guys are so brave, you think you can beat us." Chen Chang An, seeing the crowd fiercely attacking, didn't panic and rush in to help. Instead, he stood outside watching the chaotic battle and assessing. So these are the evil cultivators blocking the Heavenly Fragrance sect's ship? Their aura is strange, a mix of evil and ghostly energy. But they're just nascent soul stage. The female cultivators on the ship are also nascent soul, and there's even a transformation stage sect master overseeing. How could it turn into a complete massacre? Thinking of something, his eyes turned cold and deep. Could there be some hidden plot? With that thought, he turned to leave, but couldn't help glancing back at the group with a calculating look. This is getting interesting. He smirked evilly in his heart. If I follow the aura to their lair, I can uncover the hidden plot. Right? Hearing his calculations, the system couldn't help but sweat cold bullets, scolding, "You rascal." A nimble figure flew down from the ship, landing directly towards the mountain below. In just a few leaps, Chen Chang An had found the lair of the people behind the scenes. So the lair is here. A group of evil cultivators were gathered around a blood-red object floating in the air. An evil cultivator standing close to him said in an annoyed tone, "Damn it, you're so nosy lately. Hurry up," an evil cultivator with long whiskers said angrily. Damn it, if it weren't for catching some beauties, who in their right mind would join this mysterious organization? I'm just a patrol, and then go back to sleep. He was so busy talking that he didn't notice a figure approaching him from behind. Chen Chang An quickly came up behind him, swiftly covered his mouth, and gently snapped his neck in one move. He didn't even have time to react before falling victim to Chen Chang An's move. The system's voice rang out next to him. Killed a nascent soul stage level 5 evil cultivator. Gained 1200 spirit energy points. The red object was heart-shaped and still pulsating. Wisps of misty white gas swirled around it. The group of evil cultivators were still chatting away, completely unaware of anything strange. Chen Chang An quickly put on the clothes of the evil cultivator he just killed and approached the group. "Hey brothers, I'm back! What's the situation?" The evil cultivators didn't notice anything unusual, and cheerfully replied, "The soul of the heavenly genius has been offered to the master." With the master, will gain even greater power. The guy next to him couldn't help but chime in. Of course. Our lord is the Asura devil from the upper realm. With the lord's guidance, we can take the 9 provinces and dominate the world. Hearing this, Chen Chang An pretended to be shocked and scared. But we're only nascent soul stage. How can we fight heavenly geniuses with transformation stage experts? The evil cultivator, hearing this, put his arm around Chen Chang An's shoulder, pointed to the red heart in the middle of them, and said confidently, "What are you afraid of? That heart is the spiritual item the Master bestowed upon us. It will constantly provide us with power. Those guys won't survive." The group of evil cultivators were thrilled, laughing heartily. Don't mention nascent soul, we can even kill transformation stage experts. The people from the Heavenly Fragrance sect are top grade, whether you're enjoying them or eating them. Lucky you, kid, you just arrived and got to experience this. The evil cultivator was laughing triumphantly when he suddenly noticed something was off. "Kid, why do you smell like perfume?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was fiercely burned by a powerful flame, causing him to scream in pain. Chen Chang An lightly stood up, smiling. "Maybe it's because I've been at the Heavenly Fragrance sect for too long. I'm not used to seeing them end up like this." The evil cultivator next to him was horrified as he looked at Chen Chang An. He asked, "Who are you?" Chen Chang An smiled gently. "Me? Just a passerby, here to take your lives." As he spoke, he gently cast his spell, and powerful flames engulfed the group, preventing them from escaping, and they were desperately burned to death, bit by bit. The system's voice kept ringing out. Killed a nascent soul stage level 5 evil cultivator. Gained 1200 spirit energy points. Killed a nascent soul stage level 5 evil cultivator. Gained 1200 spirit energy points. Killed a nascent soul stage level 5 evil cultivator. Gained 1200 spirit energy points. Killed a nascent soul stage level 5 evil cultivator. Gained 1200 spirit energy points. After dealing with the evil cultivators, he unleashed a powerful attack towards the floating heart. Getting close to it, I not only gained more than 20,000 points, but also learned the plans of the person behind it. Seriously, Chen Chang An unleashed a powerful move to destroy the heart, and the system's voice immediately rang out. Congratulations to the host for destroying the evil cultivator's plan. The course of events has been changed. Gained 5,000 points. Meanwhile, the evil cultivators were still fighting with the Heavenly Fragrance sect disciples. Over here, as soon as the heart was destroyed, those people became immobile and lost all their strength. Jiang Quanchu appeared behind an evil cultivator and unleashed a powerful move towards him, killing him in one move, easily taking down the group. The group couldn't help but say in surprise, "These evil cultivators aren't as strong as the rumors said. I only used half my strength to kill them." "That's right. We won so easily. It wasn't even a difficult battle." Jiang Quanchu also looked at the evil cultivator's corpse in surprise and said, "That's not right. I clearly sensed the group's power. But during the fight, it was as if they sustained some sort of injury and seemed quite tired from it." The group of husbands couldn't help but rush to comfort the Heavenly Fragrance sect group with heartache. 2 frail husbands with dark circles under their eyes, looking extremely exhausted, ran to the Heavenly Fragrance sect's eldest senior sister and said coquettishly, "Beloved, are you all right? Are you hurt? I was so worried about you. Such a small wound. Let the darling apply medicine for you later. Let's go back to the room, and we'll treat your wounds." The atmosphere on those 3 sides was so loving that even Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but feel a little awkward. All of the Heavenly Fragrance sect's senior sisters had their husbands welcoming them, everyone filled with affections. Some people boldly tore off clothes, wanting to start dual cultivation right then and there. Seeing these scenes, Jiang Quanchu could only hug her wound and leave silently. At the cultivation room, she called for him. "Chang An, where are you? Where did you go?" Suddenly a sweet voice came, "Wife." She turned around and saw Chen Chang An holding a roll of bandages appear behind her. He said with an unconcerned and worried tone, "You're hurt?" She acted coldly, although her cheeks were already flushed, and said, "It's nothing, a small wound." Chen Chang An quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "Small or not, it's still a wound. Let me treat your wound." His actions made her a little embarrassed. He looked at her, his face extremely virtuous, and said seriously, "Take it off. The clothes are too cumbersome." Hearing this, she panicked even more. Her face turned even redder, and she stuttered, Must I take it off? This is my first time." In her heart, she thought darkly,
Does he want to do that? His voice said impatiently. Take it off or not? Making her very embarrassed.
Ahem. Jiang Quansuo gently started to remove her clothes, saying softly, Then, please be gentle.
Seeing this, Chen Chang An couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He hurriedly said, Stop, 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 but I told you to take off your outer clothes to make it easier to treat your injuries, not to take everything off.
Hearing him, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She quickly snatched the medicine bottle from his hand.
I'll do it myself. Then she coldly slammed the door shut. He was locked outside, not understanding what he did wrong, and muttered, Why is she angry again? Women, they never make sense. 3 days later,
the airship flew leisurely through the air. It moved slowly, overcoming various obstacles, and finally arrived at its destination.
Seeing Lock City below, Chen Chang An couldn't help but feel delighted. Finally here. Countless figures and all sorts of vehicles poured into the city. Welcome, geniuses, to the most prosperous city in the 9 provinces, Yun City. The 9 provinces' grand gathering will last for 5 days. The Lord of Yun City has prepared plenty of delicious food and wine for everyone.
The Great Genius Competition, held once every 300 years, is hosted by the 8 province lords, ensuring fairness and impartiality. And there's even more good news. We've successfully invited a senior from the Flying Immortal Mountain. The group from the Heavenly Fragrance sect hurried off the airship.
An announcement came. The Lord of Mist Province has arrived. Following the announcement, a massive airship appeared above them. He couldn't help but be impressed by its grandeur. Miao Niang's dad. That girl's got some serious backing. The Lord of Mist Province, Nangong Tianwen, stood tall and imposing. Then another announcement. The Lord of Ghost Province has arrived. The Lord of Mist Province, Ming He, looking incredibly beautiful and ethereal, approached. The crowd below erupted in excitement. The lords of the 9 provinces have all gathered! Now, only the senior from Flying Immortal Mountain is left. Has anyone ever seen the true face of that mysterious senior from Flying Immortal Mountain? Never seen it. Never seen it. But I heard that senior is like a jade tree facing the wind, handsome and extraordinary, with an immortal aura. You can tell at a glance that he's an enlightened master. Look at the sky, everyone. There was a person. A guy with a face like a pampered young master, holding a fan, appeared with a scholarly air. The crowd went wild. One palm to destroy heaven. Unmatched throughout the world, Senior Chen Chang An of Flying Immortal Mountain has arrived. All the women who saw him were overjoyed, their faces displaying intense love and admiration.
Wow, the senior is really here. Meeting Chen Lang once is a lifetime mistake. Senior is so handsome. Even his name suits him so well. I'm totally smitten.
As he landed, the crowd swarmed around him, everyone wearing expressions of adoration. From afar, the real Chen Chang An stood dumbfounded, not understanding where this impostor came from. The crowd, unable to tell he was a fake, surrounded him with flattery. Senior, are you truly one palm to destroy immortals? Did you recently deal with that man-eating devil? Hearing their questions, he put on a benevolent smile and said, The lower realm is my place of rest. How could I allow the upper realm to cause chaos? The sinful devil who devoured humans deserved the punishment of justice. I merely act on behalf of heaven, let alone those insignificant 12 immortal generals. The women surrounding the impostor, each face full of admiration. The lower realm has a guardian god. A senior with such immense power is a blessing to us cultivators. The impostor, hearing this, couldn't help but grin smugly, saying falsely,
You flatter me. I'm merely doing what's within my duty. It's nothing worth mentioning. Those foolish women, hearing him, loved him even more, cooing, Senior, you're too modest.
Senior, you're my idol. The impostor, surrounded by so many admirers, felt incredibly pleased. He thought to himself, I thought there'd be a bunch coming to challenge me. Looks like that original isn't coming. It was worth killing people along the way to get their invitations, so I could legitimately start my plan under the influence of my Rakshasa divine skill, which bewitches people's hearts. Liking will turn into love. Admiration will turn into reverence. Faith. Even seeing me as a god with the Rakshasa divine skill bewitching their innermost hearts and concealing my cultivation level, this path of pretending to be an expert is easy. I've never failed. Thinking of this, his face became sinister. a wicked smile spreading across it. He plotted to use Chen Chang An's reputation. This time, I'll definitely make a huge profit. And as for those who are deceived? What does that have to do with me, Yixiang? They were deceived by Chen Chang An of Flying Immortal Mountain. The system's probing voice sounded, detected atop. Level imposter. Details. Name. Yixiang. Background. Wandering cultivator. Not affiliated with any sect. Due to obtaining a treasure for cultivation, he travels around the 9 provinces deceiving people. A top-tier swindler. He accidentally entered the cave dwelling of the ruthless demon cultivator, obtaining the Rakshasa divine skill, a forbidden demonic cultivation technique. Possessing the Rakshasa divine skill, he bewitches hearts and conceals his cultivation level, successfully preventing others from exposing his identity. Skills. Rakshasa divine skill, disguise technique. Highest cultivation level, soul formation 5th layer. Sect. None. Title. Fake Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain. Other. The Buddhist relic is fake. The host's reputation may be damaged. Task 3 will be affected, causing severe damage to the system. Deducting 250 domain points, Hearing this, he was stunned. Chen Chang An's eyes turned cold, a terrifying killing intent surrounding him. He said angrily, "What the hell?" On the other side, the imposter, Yixiang, was still enjoying himself, impersonating the Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain, happily saying, "This time, I've brought some gifts for everyone." As he spoke, he took out a few jars of pills and a few books of techniques. The crowd went wild, reaching out to grab them. "So warm! I love you so much!" A woman, disregarding etiquette, jumped in front of Jiang Quansuo, shouting excitedly, "That's Senior Chen Chang An, who slayed the 12 immortal generals? He's just like the rumors. His powerful aura makes you want to submit at first sight." Seeing her acting so crazed, Jiang Quansuo couldn't help but ask skeptically, "Is that Senior from Flying Immortal Mountain really that famous?" Then, the rest of the crowd, except for Jiang Quansuo, completely lost their composure, jumping and flying towards the imposter, Yixiang, their faces filled with infatuation, combined with tones of praise and admiration. Slaying the 12 immortal generals, becoming famous in one battle, his reputation in the 9 provinces is like a thunderclap. Even 3-year-old children know him. A few days ago, the world-shaking Buddha dragon suddenly appeared in the 9 provinces. It was also because of that Senior. If I could befriend him, it would be a blessing accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Hearing those women praise him like that, Jiang Quansuo was slightly stunned and couldn't help but think to herself, "I actually think my husband Chen Chang An is more handsome than him." Suddenly she froze, bewildered. What's going on? Before her was Chen Chang An. He appeared, kicking the imposter Yixiang hard, sending him flying uncontrollably. Yixiang yelled, spitting, "You little punk, Chen Duxiu. Instead of finding a way to pay me back, you're out here flirting with girls?" Seeing this, all the women standing around were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes practically popping out of their heads at this unexpected turn of events. Jiang Quansuo was also stunned by the scene. The surrounding women erupted. "What the hell is he doing? That golden core brat dares to attack the Senior. He's dead meat." After kicking the guy, Chen Chang An pretended to be flustered and rushed over, scratching his head and apologizing. "Senior, I'm so sorry. I mistook you for someone else. You look so much like my good friend. I'm blind as a bat." Seeing this, Yixiang pretended to be a magnanimous Senior. Although he was in a lot of pain, he played it cool. "Oh, is that so? It's okay. I didn't hurt you, did I, little brother?" The foolish women around them were furious. Chen Chang An pretended to be embarrassed by the anger of those foolish, blind women. "Sorry, big bro, I'm really sorry. I'll be more careful next time." He acted like that, but inside he was gloating. "You damn imposter, daring to use my name? Just wait and see how I mess you up." Yixiang walked over to the crowd and said gently, "Let's go somewhere else." The crowd anxiously asked him, "Senior, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It was just a little misunderstanding." On the outside, Yixiang acted fine, all smiles and kindness. But inside he was seething. "Small fry, I'll let you off for now." He pretended to smile and said, "I'm really happy that everyone likes me so much." But inside he was calculating. "Wait until the 9 provinces grand gathering is over. I'll chop you into 10,000 pieces." Suddenly, a hand slammed down. A powerful force struck Yixiang's head, causing him immense pain, bringing tears to his eyes. Chen Chang An gleefully said, Alright, you little punk Chen Duxiu, sneaking around behind my back and flirting, and you even made me mistake you earlier. If it weren't for that brother being so kind and not making a fuss.
Everyone witnessing his actions was petrified. WTF, you mistook him twice. He's not Chen Duxiu, he's Senior Chen Chang An. He pretended to be dark-faced and suddenly panicked. Chen, Senior, it's you. I'm sorry. I've admired you for a long time. I've heard all about your legendary deeds. He pretended to be clumsy and awkward, smiling sheepishly. Senior Chen Chang An is a generous, compassionate, and charitable person who loves to help others. He's a hero of our time, a role model for the people. A great person like you probably wouldn't hold it against a fan like me, right? I'm really sorry, but I truly admire you. Yi Xiang was in pain, but he couldn't do anything to him, making him furious. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he cursed inwardly, "You little brat!" Although he was furious, he forced himself to say, "Jay, just be more careful next time, kid." The admiring crowd was furious when they saw him run away, and they cursed. If it weren't for the senior's generosity, he could have broken your dog legs by now. Cow. And thanked the senior for his great kindness.
Yi Xiang was extremely angry, trying to suppress the rage within him. It's not Chen Chang An who's generous, it's me who's generous. Chen Changwan's prestige and reputation are still useful to me. I can't tarnish his name yet. You little bastard, don't let me catch you alone or I'll definitely kill you.
He had just escaped from that crowd of brain-dead fans when he ran into the group from the Heavenly Fragrance sect. All the women surrounded him, clinging to him like vines. Do you think that just because other people aren't angry, they're fools? Not seeing that scene, Jiang Quansuo could only stand outside helplessly and watch.
Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Everyone had a bump on their head. The junior sisters of the Heavenly Fragrance sect were each given a smack by Sun Ningqiang. She angrily pinched the senior sister's ear and dragged her away, scolding, "What's with all this noise? Is your idol more important than your future? As long as you're strong, even your idol will kneel before you. Don't you understand this simple logic?" "Let's go," the senior sister said aggrievedly. "Mother, I was wrong." The group dragged each other away, leaving him standing there with an undeserved bump on his head.
Jiang Quanzuo looked at his retreating figure and couldn't help but think, if I remember correctly, he's also named Chen Chang An. What's his relationship with that senior from Flying Immortal Mountain?
Or is it just a coincidence? The system's voice rang out. Detected that the host's reputation has risen. Taking the first step, task 3 is completed. Special reward, 500 domain points. In the center of the magnificent grandstand, many people gathered, and phoenixes flew in the sky, adding to the festivities.
The Lord of Yun Province, Yuan Changzong, happily said, "Xian has already prepared everything. Welcome, esteemed guests of the 9 provinces, to Yun City. All the arrangements for this 9 provinces grand gathering are hosted by my Yun Changzong.
I declare the 9 provinces grand gathering open." Chen Chang An saw the Lord of Yun Province. Seeing him so amiable and cheerful, he couldn't help but think.
The Lord of Yun City in the original storyline was also one of the masterminds behind the tragedy that Jiang Quansuo faced. The world doesn't know that the refined and understanding Lord of Yun Province has another, uglier side.
The Lord of Yun Province happily toasted everyone. "Brothers and sisters, we haven't seen each other in years. I, Yun, will toast you all first. I hope everyone has a great time today." Hearing him, the Lord of Yun Province couldn't help but sneer. The Lord of Yun City is too polite, you know. Usually, everyone has a lot of disagreements because of border disputes. Hearing him say that, he showed an unpleasant expression. He looked at him impatiently. The old Lord of Yun Province turned his face and continued. "But today is a gathering that only happens once every 300 years, a grand event passed down by our ancestors, and also a time for a truce. I hope the Lord of Yun City can control certain people, so that later, on the competition stage, if the geniuses of his province lose, they won't resort to dirty tricks." Saying this, he leisurely raised his glass and drank it all. The Lord of Scarlet Province, hearing this, slammed the table in anger and said,
"You old rogue surname Feng, who are you insinuating? If you're not happy, let's have a fight."
The Lord of Ghost Province, seeing him so angry, stood up, raised her glass, and said in a gentle voice, "After so many years, Qi Kong and Feng Qing still don't get along." Hearing this, the Lord of Scarlet Province crossed his arms arrogantly. He ignored her,
The Lord of Ghost Province gently sat down and asked the person beside her, Nanggong Tianwen. I heard that you brought young Lord An Miao too. The genius competition has been held continuously for 4999 cycles. Later will be the 5000th genius competition. Why not let young Lord Miao compete? Hearing her, Nanggong Tianwen said indifferently, Forget it. My daughter is foolish and only has a golden core cultivation. I couldn't join in the fun. Then he turned to her with a smile, saying, On the other hand, I've noticed the talents at this year's Heaven's Chosen event aren't bad. Perhaps I can even take on a final disciple. How about those from the Heavenly Fragrance sect? She gently lifted her teacup and said, They have high spirits, which is great. It's just their current strength might not be enough to secure the top spot in this Heaven's Chosen event. Consider it a chance for them to broaden their horizons. I, on the other hand, am curious which province's prodigy will win the championship this time. Need you even ask? A booming voice declared. This startled even the Cloud Province's lord. The Lord of Thunder Province boldly proclaimed, It'll definitely be our Thunder Province. We had the champion of the Heaven's Chosen competition last time, and this time will be no different. The prodigies of our Thunder Province are the strongest. Hearing this, the Lord of Wind Province's face contorted in anger. You talk so big. Aren't you afraid you'll bite your tongue? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Senior Chen Chang An is here. The thick-skinned Yi Xiang, still impersonating Chen Chang An, strolled in leisurely. The crowd below couldn't help but stir at his appearance. It's bad. This is the mysterious Senior Chen Chang An of the Flying Immortal Mountain, Ghost Province? Now that I see him, he truly has the bearing of a dragon and a phoenix, an extraordinary aura. Seeing him approach, the previously arguing crowd stood up and paid their respects. The Flying Immortal Mountain specially sent an invitation. We didn't expect you to actually come. It's truly an honor for our sect. Lord Ruo Jing of Cloud Province. He calmly approached and bowed, flattering him with a smile. Meeting Senior today, your elegance and extraordinary demeanor are truly awe-inspiring to our sect. He outwardly greeted him with a warm smile, but inwardly, he secretly used his deity transformation stage to probe. This man is truly a mighty figure, single-handedly defeating the 12 immortal generals. Even my deity transformation stage can't see through his cultivation. I fear he's on par with the Huangji immortals of the ancient immortal families. Ye Xiang chuckled and said, Lord of the province, there's no need for formalities. Today, consider me just an ordinary guest at the banquet. Outwardly, he spoke politely, but inwardly he couldn't help but calculate. You sly old fox, trying to use a technique to probe my father's cultivation? My technique is a supreme one that fell from the upper realm into a lower realm cave. It's 100% concealed, impenetrable. Please, everyone. The crowd below the stage was buzzing with excited chatter. A red-haired man with 2 horns said, Senior Chen Chang An's name is now renowned throughout the 9 provinces. He can destroy immortals with a single palm, possessing such heaven-defying power. I fear he's the strongest existence in the 9 provinces owned. A man with long red hair next to him chimed in, That's right. A pink-haired girl beside them added a reminder. Remember to be respectful to Senior Chen Chang An. The buzz of conversation was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the 2 brothers, him and Jiang Quansu, to hear. That brat is really lucky. If it were us, we would have crippled him long ago. Hearing this, Chen Chang An couldn't help but tremble. Then, he stood up, his eyes burning with passion, fists clenched, and said, That's right. Senior Chen is truly a divine being. I completely acknowledge him. He is the electricity, he is the light, he is the only myth. The 2 sisters from the Heavenly Fragrance sect behind him gritted their teeth upon hearing this, saying, Senior Chen, coming from your mouth, sounds like some kind of insult. Shut up, will you? Just shut the hell up before someone throws a sack over your head and takes you away. The young girl next to him, hearing his words, said cheerfully, Oh, this young brother is a true hero with great aspirations. The old friend sitting next to him couldn't help but say, May I ask your name, young brother? He cheerfully put on an embarrassed face and said, I am Chen Xiaodan of the Golden Core stage. That stinky brat? I've lived this long and never seen anyone so arrogant, voices from the crowd commented as they saw him. Chen Chang An ignored them and went back to sit next to Jiang Quansu. Seeing him like this, she asked curiously,
Why are you like this? He leaned closer to her and said, That's not an answer. His action caused her to fall into deep thought. Your lie is truly something else. The system's voice rang out. Detected that the host's reputation is resounding in the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Bearing a great reputation, the first step of Mission 3, dominate the 9 provinces, has been completed. Reward, 10,000 domain points? Oh. He couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Resounding reputation. The system definitely isn't just talking about me. It can only be that imposter using my name. Not killing him right away was indeed the right choice, according to the system's calculations. As long as that name-bearer increased his fame, the faster his progress on Mission 3 would be. He's the perfect tool to speed up Mission 3's completion. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. Alright, you like the identity of Chen Chang An so much, I'll lend it to you for now. He let out a wicked smile and said, Let's see just how far you can take it. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was impersonating Chen Chang An, was being treated with great respect by the province lords. The lord of Cloud Province approached, respectfully pouring him wine, and said, Thank you, senior, for gracing this grand assembly with your presence. I, Yun Mo, offer you a toast. Xianxia, seeing this, put on an act and said, The 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Since I was invited, I naturally had to come and meet the heroes and outstanding talents of the 9 provinces. If it weren't for Senior destroying that green-haired ghost immortal, all of Ghost Province would have suffered a terrible fate. We are extremely grateful to Senior, especially the cultivators of Ghost Province. They are eternally grateful to you. But, after this, the immortals of the upper realm will definitely not let it go. They will definitely take action against Senior, the old Lord of Wind Province said cheerfully. That's right, Senior destroyed an immortal with a single palm. I heard that the green-haired ghost immortal's strength had already reached the human realm during his tribulation ascension. Yet he still fell to Senior. It's hard to imagine what unfathomable level Senior's strength has reached. Xianxia feigned a polite smile and replied, My strength is nothing. It's just that the evil ghost's strength wasn't as great as you all imagined. But in his heart, he cowardly thought, Immortals descending to the lower realm have limitations. If I can't beat them, can't I just run? Suddenly, the Lord of Red Province approached respectfully and said, Senior, a few years ago, a celestial treasure appeared in Red Province. It's a bronze furnace, containing terrifying power. But we've been unable to refine it for 1,000 years. If Senior can help me refine it, I will be eternally grateful. As he spoke, he presented the bronze furnace. Seeing the celestial treasure, Yixiang's heart leaped with joy, his eyes shining. A celestial treasure, Leaf. If I can get my hands on this celestial treasure, this trip will be a huge win. The female Lord of Ghost Province also couldn't help but curiously say, Senior must be able to refine a celestial treasure. Nanggong Tianwen, standing beside them, also can't help but sigh. If Qingkong refines it, in addition to the Red Province cauldron in his hand, I am afraid he is the strongest among the 9 lords of the province. Yixiang recognized it, and his heart was racing. He tried to maintain his composure. Calm down, calm down. Right now, I'm the esteemed expert Chen Chang An. I can't reveal my true intentions. He pretended to be uninterested and said, I can refine this celestial treasure, but why should I help you? Hearing him say that, Qingkong was a bit unwilling. Then, he took out an immortal elixir and presented it to Yixiang. The moment Yixiang saw it, he couldn't help but get excited. This is the legendary Undying Phoenix Immortal Elixir. It's comparable to the immortal herbs of the upper realm. Just having it is like having another life. The gawking crowd was stunned and panicked when they saw the immortal elixir. The immortal phoenix herb grows in the phoenix beast's resting grounds, now extinct in the 9 provinces mainland. Who knew the Scarlet Province Lord actually had a branch in his possession? Pulling out stuff like that, holding the immortal medicine in his hand, the Scarlet Province Lord said with a confident smile, Senior, if you can help me refine my immortal treasure, I'll give this immortal phoenix herb to you as thanks. What do you say, Senior? Seeing this, Yixiang pretended to take out a glowing pearl from his pocket. The Scarlet Province Lord was also surprised by the item. It was a relic bead. He waved his hand and collected the 2 immortal treasures and immortal medicine into the relic bead. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Immortal treasures are rare to see even in 10,000 years. And today I can see 2. Heavens, that's an immortal treasure. Nanggongtian froze, panicking when he saw Yixiang's relic bead. That's the Amitabha Buddha relic bead,
of Jiangqian Lei Feng. The Lord couldn't help but say, "In the thousands of years, I have only known 5 immortal treasures. It is already good enough that this unnamed Qi has 1 item. I didn't expect the senior to have 2 items in his hands. Such deep heritage." After taking back the 2 items given by the Scarlet Province Lord, Yixiang also took back the relic bead, and then smiled slyly. "I don't lack immortal treasures or immortal elixirs." Hearing him say that, the Scarlet Province Lord said with some disappointment, "I was being forceful. The immortal Phoenix elixir is extremely precious to us, but it really doesn't count as anything to a senior." Then Yixiang pretended to cough lightly and said, "But this venerable one can also help you refine it, but it will take a few days. But if you trust this venerable one, you can give this immortal treasure to me and come to my cultivation on Feixian Mountain to retrieve it after a month." Hearing him say that, the Scarlet Province Lord said happily, "I believe it, of course I believe it. Senior still has this immortal Phoenix elixir. I hope Senior will accept it." After tricking the Scarlet Province Lord, he pretended to show a generous, high-ranking person, saying, "If anyone else has spiritual energy that cannot be refined, you can also give it to this venerable one. This venerable one can help because of the face of the province lords." Hearing what he said, the people below were caught off guard. The crowd surrounded him, and everyone took out their treasures and gave them to him, saying, Me, Senior Chen. This is a spiritual weapon I found, and I still hope the senior can help me refine it." "True Senior, there is also me, and me. I'm the one that True Senior Chen pointed out." He took each item, saying, no problem. Holding a pile of treasures in his hand, he was overjoyed and smiled smugly. "What a big ticket! Luckily, I didn't throw away the relic bead I picked up in Ghost Province. If it weren't for the aura it emitted to scare this group of people, it would be really difficult for me to trick so many guys who treat money like dirt." In his heart he was smug, but on the outside he said softly, "I remember it. I'll go to Feixian Mountain to get it after a month." Seeing that he was about to leave, the Cloud Province Lord came forward respectfully and said, "Senior Chen, the Grand Elder's Pride is the biggest martial arts competition in the 9 provinces, and I hope you can stay and watch it." When Yixiang heard this, he pretended to hesitate and said, "But Feixian Mountain." I still have the Cloud Province Lord step forward and said, "Some people from other provinces will come later, and then Yun will introduce you to the seniors, as well as people." He had evil plans in his heart. "There are a few more money-losing kids, so I have to stay after that." Then he pretended to reluctantly said, "If the Lord of the Cloud Province has already said so, then this seat. Respectfully obey." Chen Chang An, who was sitting below and witnessed Yixiang's hypocritical scene, couldn't help but admire him. This is really a wonderful play. Late at night, Chen Chang An moved quickly and flew through the houses. Then he stopped at a room that was still brightly lit. He quickly bent down and opened the door a crack to observe inside. Then he saw Yixiang with a foolish and greedy face in front of a pile of treasures. "What? I thought the province lords and sect masters were so powerful, but it turned out that they were just a bunch of fools." He smiled smugly and said, "Tomorrow, I'll trick a few more money, losing people to earn a fortune and leave here." He couldn't help but hug the baby and kiss him, and his saliva was all over him. He was so engrossed in hugging the pile of treasures that he didn't notice Chen Chang An's figure appearing behind him. And F said evilly, "However, before leaving, I have to teach the stinky brat who offended me a lesson." He stood behind him and said in a cold tone, "Then how are you going to teach me a lesson?" He didn't notice anything unusual, but instead smiled evilly and said, "First, wrap this kid up, beat him up so that he knows how many eyes King Yi has, and then sell the kid to Heihuan's sect so that the demon girls suck his energy dry and die." He smiled smugly, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. He was wrapped in a cloth bag by Yankafar, and he was attacked unexpectedly. He couldn't help but struggle, and shouted in panic, Wait, who?" Ankaf grabbed the mouth of the bag tightly and said, "Your grandpa." After grabbing him and the cloth bag, Anf was extremely angry. His eyes showed murderous intent, and he slammed hard at the short man as a human figure. But he was still more arrogant than me. "Hit him, and see if I don't kill you." He was beaten up in a panic and shouted, "Hero, spare your life," and kept begging in his mouth. But in his heart he kept calculating, the enemy is still Chen Chang An's deity. Or a robber? Damn it, I was tricked if I didn't pay attention. First beg him, and he will probably not kill. Look for a chance later and deal with him. My pile of treasures is still outside. Before he could think any further, Chen Chang An grabbed a big piece of wood and slammed it hard on his body.
The guy only had time to shout. His mind began to spin. And then he passed out. After dealing with this fake Xianxia, An happily dusted his hands. He said refreshingly,
Okay, then go to the pile of treasures and say happily, I'll take these increase items first.
A wicked smile appeared on his face. Looking at the guy lying unconscious, he said, You cheat once, I rob once. Come on, I think highly of you. A worker, a young girl from the next room, couldn't help but eagerly open her window to eavesdrop, hearing that a big shot was staying next door. But when she finally got a good look, she was stunned. The scene before her was that Yi Xiang, naked, was tied up and hanging right in front of her. His body was covered in bruises but also shining brightly. Seeing this, the girl almost popped her eyes out in shock. Hearing the noise, the guy startled awake. Then, he realized he was tied up like a dumpling. He panicked, his eyes filled with terror. He tried to squirm and cover his privates. Damn it! The girl next door, seeing this, covered her face shyly and said,
Big shot my ass. You're just a hooligan faking Chen Sr.'s hairstyle.
He used his strength to break the ropes binding his hands. Then he tried to calm down, putting on a dignified act. He coughed and said, Making a mountain out of a molehill. Cultivators don't care about trivial matters. This is my secret cultivation technique. Don't tell anyone. Seeing him so calm, she was a bit surprised. After that, he quickly slipped back into his room, closing the window, leaving the girl still very shy, saying, A secret cultivation technique of undressing. Does the speed really become faster? After Yi Xiang returned to his room, he couldn't find any of his treasures. He angrily screamed, My spiritual energy! My immortal treasures! My spiritual wings! Damn it! I must tear that thief into a million pieces! He was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and trembling, scheming. Things have come to this, saying anything is useless. I can't leave this 9 provinces gathering. I must continue to use the mysterious Chen Sr. from Mount Flying Immortal's name to trick a few more fat sheep. I swear I must find this thief. Chen Chang An, on the other side, couldn't help but have his nose itch.
Scratching his nose, he thought, bet it's Bayo Air and the gang missing me. I'll go back to my true form and visit them after the 9 provinces gathering ends. Suddenly, the voices from below caught his attention. Sister Quan Chu, times have changed. Seeing Jiang Quan Chu standing with a strange man, he wondered. Jiang Quan Chu has another man. Late at night, a man and a woman. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but panic, suspecting the two below were secretly dating. That man was the eldest son of the Feng family in Fengzhou, Feng Aotian, with an 8th level nascent soul cultivation. He smiled like a lecher, looking at Jiang Quan Chu and said, Sister Quan Chu, our two families have had a long-standing relationship and know each other well. Why don't you bring the Jiang family's family head token and marry me? He smiled evilly, raising his hand to caress her chin. If our Jiang and Feng families combine, with my father around, Uncle Jiangba can definitely keep his life. Jiang Quan Chu rudely slapped his hand away.
She angrily looked at him and said, You're dreaming! Feng Aotian, when the Feng family was besieged by demonic cultivators, the Jiang family helped you out of trouble every time. Several guest elders even died.
Now that my Jiang family's in trouble, you not only don't appreciate it, but you're kicking us when we're down. Your Feng family is a bunch of ungrateful pigs and dogs. Chen Chang An, sitting on the roof, secretly observed. The son of an old friend, the source of Jiang Quan Chu's tragedy in the story.
Seeing her so angry, Feng Aotian was amused. He smiled and said, I find it strange. What else do you have to struggle with? The Jiang family will be annexed by others sooner or later. A woman like you, leaving the position of family head to you is a waste. What can you do? Instead of being annexed by other families, it's better to let the Feng family benefit. After all, our two families have an old relationship, right? Then, he aggressively reached out to pinch her face, saying, I'm saving you guys, giving you a home. Don't worry, after the Feng family annexes you, I'll take good care of you.
She angrily drew her sword and said,
Get lost. But before she could fully draw her sword, he appeared behind that guy. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he activated the sun manifestation finger, his eyes coldly staring at him. Hey, that guy, without any defense, was easily hit, only having time to shout. Then, he angrily turned around.
Which bastard is disturbing my Aotian family?
As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful foot kicked him straight in the face. He only had time to scream once, then he was kicked flying several meters.
Seeing that person was him, she was a bit surprised. She shouted in surprise, Husband, You! He stood close to her, angrily pointing at Feng Aotian, saying, Where did this bastard come from? You're good at bullying, huh? Wifey, don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing him like this, she was a bit shy. Blushing, he smirked at Feng Aotian, disdainfully. Your body is too weak, huh? I just kicked you lightly and you flew out, wifey. This guy is probably just a beggar. Feng Aotian struggled to stand up. He angrily pounced towards him. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. Seeing him flying over with murderous intent, Jiang Quanchu rushed in front of him to block him. During the 9 provinces gathering, infighting is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified from participating in the Battle of Geniuses. Seeing her blocking, he quickly stopped, scolding, You! He looked at her with a hostile face, saying, You. So you have a gigolo. During the Battle of Geniuses, I'll make you look good. Jiang Quanchu, without fear, looked at him coldly and said, Feng Aotian, I, Jiang Quanchu, remember what your Feng family did to the Jiang family? One day, I will come back for revenge. Then, she grabbed his hand, turned, and left, quickly leaving that guy with a pale face in the dust. Standing there, he was pulled away by her hand, but couldn't help turning back to provoke him. A faithless and ungrateful scumbag like you will be dragged away by King Yama. Being provoked like that, the guy couldn't help but tremble with anger. Damn it, Jiangquan. So, I will definitely cripple your cultivation, making you grovel at my feet like a dog. After I'm done playing with you, I'll gift you to other men. And that little brat who hit me, I'll turn him into a cripple, making him beg for death but not get it, beg for life but not receive it. Just wait for the prodigy battle. Suddenly, a spark appeared on his shoulder, right where the guy's hand had been. Immediately, the pain jolted him awake. What is this? Before he could react, the flame burst into a roaring fire, burning his body, making him thrash and scream. Ugh. Ah, save me. Someone save me. The cries for help grew fainter and fainter. His body was engulfed in flames, quickly burning away bit by bit. In a short while, his body was completely incinerated. Nothing was left. Not even his soul. Chen Chang An whistled triumphantly on his side. The system chimed in beside him. Host has killed Feng Aoxian, an important character in Jiang Quanzhou's protagonist's Journey of Ultimate Revenge novel event, received a system reward of 20,000 domain points. At the 9 provinces grand meet, at the Heavenly Fragrance sect's accommodations, as Chen Chang An and Jiang Quanzhou approached the door of their room, they heard passionate sounds coming from inside. These senior sisters really know how to have fun. The sounds from inside are really worrying. He smiled, nudged her with his nose, and said, I'll sleep in another room tonight then. You rest up first. Seeing him leave, she reached out and grabbed him, and quickly said, Wait. Then, she shyly hugged his arm, and then said softly, If you don't sleep with me, it'll blow our cover. The door slammed shut. She quickly pushed him against the wall, her hands grabbing his, as if trying to, and then leaned close, embracing him, her face flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, and said, Wife. She gently nestled in his arms, and said tenderly, Don't move. Let me hug you for a bit. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but blush a little, thinking to himself, She smells so good. He hugged her in his arms, but his mind wandered. Her body is so soft too. What if I can get lucky like this? Then he gently stroked her hair and said, You can hug for as long as you want. She softly said to him, I just spoke with Feng Aoshan, you probably heard it, right? He gently replied, I heard everything. Then she looked up and said plaintively, Why do they have to do this? The Jiang family clearly hasn't done anything to wrong them. He gently wiped away her tears, looked at her, and said, Silly girl, the world is driven by profit, and everyone fights for it. To put it bluntly, the families swallowing each other is just a matter of the winner takes all, the loser gets nothing. If they're already thinking of swallowing the Jiang family, you just have to swallow them back. What's there to worry about? Being gently comforted by him, she couldn't help but feel a little touched, a warmth in her heart. My husband's scent is so nice, there's a sense of warmth and security. I really want to be held in his arms like this forever. At this moment, only his image remained in her eyes. She then remembered what the sect leader seemed to have said before. Even if husband and wife don't consummate the marriage, some physical contact can also increase the affection between the two. So, thinking of this, she directly went forward and kissed his lips, catching him by surprise. not believing she would act like this on the outside. But in her heart she kept comforting herself. It probably won't matter if I let loose a little, right? After a kiss, both reluctantly let go of each other, leaving him sitting on the ground in a daze. She quickly turned around and stood up, her face even redder than before, and said, Okay, it's getting late. Let's rest quickly. Hearing this, some dark thoughts couldn't help but appear in his mind. She doesn't really want that, does she? The night grew later, and the sound of snores echoed in the room. His face was gloomy and worn out, unable to sleep. He was stuck in bed, being hugged by her. But at this moment, she was sound asleep, sleeping very well. As for him, he couldn't help but feel a little grieved. He tried to endure it until he was shaking all over, and couldn't help but cry silently in his heart. This is a sin. Damn it, who can handle this? She leaned against him, sleeping so soundly. In the skies above deep mountain cloud province, among the cultivators killed, not a single reincarnated prodigy from the upper realm immortal domains. What a bunch of useless trash. It took you all this time to pass me the soul energy of just a few prodigies. I see only useless worms. A major cleansing is in order. Luckily, I got my hands on something from the Asura immortal domain first. The Asura demon son reincarnated. She gazed at the token in her hand and said, The Asura token can command 100,000 Asura souls from the upper realm. Then, without hesitation, she dripped her blood onto the Asura token. The token quickly released streams of crimson energy around her. She softly commanded, For the Asura immortal domain, awaken. After she finished speaking, a soldier's corpse and a demonic warhorse awakened, releasing an aura that swept across the 9 provinces. Countless corpse soldiers appeared, their killing intent covering the entire sky. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, and said, Follow me to the 9 provinces grand meet. Seize the 9 provinces peak, and dominate the lower realm. The horde of corpse soldiers, their eyes glowing red and eerie, replied, We obey, my master. The next day, at the 9 provinces grand meet, sharp blades flashed. Countless battles erupted. This was a clash of prodigies within the minor secret realm. Countless prodigies were fighting each other for victory. Currently, the elimination round has begun. According to the individual elimination round point accumulation rules, as long as one obtains Jade tokens totaling 500 points within the allotted time, they can enter the finals. Each prodigy's Jade token is worth 10 points. Those who have their Jade token stolen will lose their qualification to participate in the competition, thus losing all chance at the championship and opportunities. Along with the announcement, the Jade token battle within the secret realm was extremely intense, with the sounds of swords and blades clashing incessantly. The Heavenly Fragrance sect were fighting fiercely. The eldest senior sister flew in and delivered a powerful kick to another prodigy. Yaa, eat this Mount Tai, pressing down. Her muscular thighs were crushing him, making it hard to breathe. Besides the eldest senior sister, the others were fighting no less fiercely, causing the crowd to exclaim, These Heavenly Fragrance sect girls are too strong. Seeing that they couldn't win, the Heavenly Fragrance sect junior sisters shifted their target to that golden core stage kiddo. Let's take him out first. But that guy was unexpectedly tough to deal with. He thrust a powerful palm towards his nether regions. Hee, death crotch snatch. Caught off guard, the guy had his Jade token stolen. My Jade token. Now he could only stand there naked, complaining, You're not playing fair. Not waiting for him to demand justice, he was kicked out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, in the viewing area, that guy was kicked out, but he kept cursing, Chen Xiaodao, I'm not finished with you. Inside the secret realm, he successively took the Jade tokens of many others, and said arrogantly, Then call the cops. Seeing him turn his back, the Jade token robbers seized the opportunity to strike. But before he could touch a hair on his head, Jiangquansuo appeared like a fierce god, and chopped him mercilessly. Don't touch him. His eyes turned arrogant and cold as he said, My accumulated points are already at 200. Time to get some more. Outside the secret realm, countless eliminated prodigies were ejected, causing the viewers to burst into discussion. Wow, it seems the battle in the secret realm is cruel and intense. Another province's prodigy has been eliminated. The Cloud Province lords sighed at the strength of the young generation participating in this prodigy battle. However, they are still a step below my Cloud Province. The Crimson Province lord, standing next to him, angrily glared at Cloud Province. Cloud Province lord, the 3 immortal lineage families of your Cloud Province aren't giving you any face. You're already in 3rd place?
And they still haven't arrived? Suddenly, an announcement rang out. The Stone family ancestor, the Tang family ancestor, and the Zhang family ancestor have arrived. Hearing the announcement, the Cloud Province Lord couldn't help but smile, and said, "They've arrived now, haven't they?" At this moment, 3 imposing figures appeared in the sky, stunning the crowd below. The ancestors of the 3 great immortal lineage families of Cloud Province have arrived.
The person in the middle is Stone Jian, the Stone family's old ancestor. Right, I heard he is a true immortal. Pleva-level powerhouse. I wonder if it's true or false. The Fang Province Lord saw the 3 figures in the sky, and couldn't help but feel fear. Above the Transformation God stage was the Refinement Void stage, and above that was the Immortal Sovereign. This pressure even exceeded that of Chen Chang An. That old fart Shi Jian must be an Immortal Sovereign. Shi Jian landed and happily greeted everyone, saying, "My apologies to the Province Lords. I was handling some family matters and arrived late. I hope you'll forgive me." Seeing the 3 of them, the Yun Province Lord hurriedly approached and said, "Old bro Shi Jian, you're joking.
Come, sit. The Yun Province Lord poured wine and flattered him, saying, "Old bro Shi Jian, you guys have always been searching for the whereabouts of the longevity physique that the longevity sect hid. Any news yet?" Hearing this, Shi Jian said, "The longevity physique's whereabouts aren't that easy to find. You know, a sect like the longevity sect, before it was destroyed, was a top force in the 9 provinces. The rules in the sect were strict. Although there were few disciples, all were transformation gods. Each one was a difficult-to-deal-with powerhouse. If they weren't hiding something big like the longevity physique and daring to oppose the Demon Lord, they wouldn't have ended up with the tragic ending of being exterminated." Shi Jian smiled evilly and said, "Some time ago we actually ran into some remnants of the longevity sect. I and 2 other families took the opportunity to ambush them, forcing them to reveal the longevity physique's whereabouts. It's a pity that old geezer was very stubborn and ran fast." Hearing him talk like this, the Giai Province Lord sitting beside him frowned uncomfortably. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Time's up. The elimination round has ended." Looking into the secret realm, the Feng Province Lord said with some surprise, "Everyone in the secret realm is at the nascent soul stage, yet there's still a golden core in there." Seeing this, Shi Jian also looked at the screen, recognizing Chen Chang An. He evaluated, then said, "Your geniuses this time aren't good enough. A little golden core can even get into the inner circle." The Yun Province Lord, standing beside him, chimed in,
"This kid didn't get eliminated and even survived to the end.
What good luck." Suddenly, Shi Jian noticed something unusual. He smiled evilly, his eyes showing a fierce glint, and said, "That outfit is from the longevity sect. There are still remnants."
Hearing him say that, everyone was surprised. The Yun Province Lord asked doubtfully, "Old bro Shi Jian, is that true? This isn't a small matter." Capturing a disciple of the longevity sect might reveal the location of the longevity physique. Feng Qiyun initially saved a kid suspected of possessing the longevity physique. Could it be him? Hearing this, the Qi Province Lord and the Feng Province Lord were also surprised. The Giwai Province Lord asked doubtfully, "Relying solely on an outfit to make a decision is a bit too hasty." Tang Refinement Void Peak Stage, said nonchalantly, "Even if he doesn't possess the longevity physique, this kid can survive among demons and monsters. He must know the longevity physique's whereabouts." Zhang, that old fart, smiled evilly and said, "Currently, the upper realm frequently invades the lower realm. Those immortals basically don't treat us as human beings. If we have the longevity physique, we can have countless more immortal sovereigns, and have the strength to resist the immortals of the upper realm, protecting humans in the lower realm." The Yun Province Lord heard this and said excitedly, "That's right. Sacrifice the small to protect the big. The longevity physique can strengthen our power and protect the safety of the humans in the lower realm." Shi Jian said fiercely, "Whether it's true or not, a thorough investigation will reveal it." He showed a malicious smile and said, "I have ways to make him confess." The system's voice suddenly rang out, detecting intense malicious intent directed at the host. Hearing this, he was surprised. His eyes gradually turned cold. "Well, aren't you guys just bored? Going around provoking trouble?" The referee's announcement rang out. "Congratulations to the 3 geniuses from Yun Province, 8 geniuses from Lei Province, 3 geniuses from Feng Province, and 2 geniuses from Gi Province for successfully advancing to the finals. The finals will begin in half an hour. The rules will be a draw to determine one-on-one matches.
Now I invite the geniuses who have advanced to follow me to draw lots.
Suddenly, the Yun province lord angrily ordered, saying, "Wait!" He pointed at Chen Chang An and said, "The genius tournament is originally a nascent soul battlefield. This kid is only at the peak of the golden core stage. He can't enter the finals." The crowd watching couldn't help but create a ruckus upon hearing this. No wonder I felt it was strange. So many nascent souls were eliminated, yet a golden core like him advanced. Medicine. He must have used forbidden medicine. The Yun province lord is indeed wise,
just, and impartial. Hearing this, the Yun province lord pretended to be even more angry and said,
"Little kid at the golden core stage, we suspect you of using forbidden medicine, breaking the rules of the genius tournament, and affecting the reputation of the 9 provinces grand gathering. As province lords, we must conduct an investigation and interrogation. The remaining geniuses continue with the final competition." Xianxia standing beside him couldn't help but smile maliciously.
Quan Chu heard this and grabbed Chen Chang An's hand.
Her eyes firmly said,
"Hubby, I'll go with you. You've always been with me. I know best. Whether you've used forbidden medicine or not, I can testify for you."
Chen Chang An gently held her hand and said,
"No need. You stay and participate in the final competition. I'll go alone, maybe." Saying this, his voice was extremely gloomy. "What if the province lords and seniors misunderstand and falsely accuse me?" Quan Chu's face was full of worry and said, but, before she could finish speaking, Chen Chang An quickly placed a finger on her lips.
Afterwards, he moved closer to her. The atmosphere between the two was extremely sweet. He smiled gently and said,
"In the next finals, you must work hard and win the championship for me, so I can experience what it's like to be the man of the Genius Tournament champion. You won't disappoint me, right?" Afterwards, Chen Chang An let go of her hand and turned to leave. Quan Chu looked at his back and said firmly, "I will strive to win the championship. You must return safely later. I will prepare a surprise for you." Chen Chang An gently replied, "It's just a small matter. Maybe I'll be back soon, hubby. Wait for me."
Chen Chang An entered the main hall. The subordinates announced, "The criminal has arrived." Chen Chang An coldly walked in. He walked to the center of the hall and saw the Yun province leaders sitting there, looking all high and mighty. He gave them a cold look, thinking to himself, the news Snakeboy sent back earlier mentioned that the annihilation of the Eternal Life sect was related to the 3 great immortal lineage families in Yun province. The Eternal Life sect was a match for the immortal lineage families, and I don't think these 3 old geezers could have destroyed it. There's probably something else going on behind the scenes. Thinking of this, his eyes turned ruthless and indifferent. A bunch of hypocrites, pretending to be righteous, only seeing profit, abandoning their own people for profit, and now they dare to sit under the words justice and fairness. Zhang Lao saw him and angrily said, "Hu Yao, when you see the immortal lineage families, why aren't you kneeling down to pay your respects?" He nonchalantly replied,
"I only kneel to the dead. Doing that doesn't seem appropriate. Weren't you elders suspecting that I used forbidden medicine? Why aren't you investigating?"
Yun province leader saw him like this, and his face showed displeasure. "Arrogant brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth."
The onlookers couldn't help but whisper, "This Chen Xiaodao already used forbidden medicine, yet he's still so arrogant. Does he even know shame? We in the 9 provinces are lucky to have the immortal lineage families descend. Otherwise the upper realm would disturb us even more. Yet he dares to greet them with this attitude." The 2 little junior sisters Qingxiang, one with blue hair and one with yellow hair, couldn't help but gossip. "I didn't expect Chen Xiaodao to be this kind of person. Pity Tiangxiang's sect. I'm afraid he'll drag them down. I knew he wasn't a good person when he disrespected senior Chen Chang An earlier." Su Ningxiang heard this, and her face darkened. "Later, no matter what happens, he's not a member of my Tiangxiang sect. He doesn't deserve to be." Tang Mikir used a secret technique to probe his cultivation level and sneered. The Lord of Gi province was right. To wear that outfit he must be a member of the Eternal Life sect. So childish. But we all know that although the Eternal Life physique can't cultivate, the disciples in the Eternal Life sect are all at the Transformation God stage. To ensure nothing unexpected happens, I'll check his identity and cultivation level again. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to probe his cultivation level. His cultivation level rapidly rose from the peak of the Golden Core stage to the first level of the Nascent Soul stage. the second level, the sixth level, the ninth level, and the peak of the nascent soul stage. She couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw his cultivation level, nascent soul, so he was suppressing his strength. Zhang Lao heard this and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Involved in faking it, concealing his true strength, and disrespecting me. There are dozens of rules that can convict you. Remnant of the Eternal Life Sect, why don't you reveal yourself? Yun province leader chimed in.
This person has insidious schemes and tricks, no different from the remnants of the Eternal Life Sect.
He participated in the Heavenly Pride competition. I'm afraid he has other intentions. Xinjian pretended not to care and drank tea, saying, if he only has the strength of the nascent soul stage, then use a gentler method during the interrogation. If we accidentally scare him to death, that would be a big loss.
Hearing them say this, he coldly said, now the upper realm frequently harasses the lower realm. Now, instead of thinking of ways to unite talents to resist the immortals, you only know how to speculate for profit, wanting to reach the heavens in one step, even slaughtering the Eternal Life Sect. At the same time, his cultivation level continued to change, from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the first level of the transformation god stage, the second level, the third level, and the fourth level. Tang Mir couldn't help but panic and said, wait, his strength is still increasing. Transformation God Realm. He's now at the Transformation God Realm. Su Ningxiang was stunned when she heard this.
Shi Jian frowned and said, Transformation God Realm Cultivation. Then he must be a core disciple of the Eternal Life Sect, and definitely knows the whereabouts of the Eternal Life Physique. Zhang Lao couldn't help but impatiently shouted.
He exuded a terrifying pressure towards him. Where is the Eternal Life Physique hidden by you remnants of the Eternal Life Sect?
He looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Then his eyes turned extremely cold as he calculated, Jiang Quanchu has definitely started the competition now. As long as she competes and wins the Heavenly Pride Champion, completing Task 1 is a certainty. As for Task 3, there's still no clear direction for completion from beginning to end, and the randomness is too great. Acting rashly will backfire if not handled well, reversing the 9 provinces summit and becoming the Lord of the 9 provinces. Would revealing my identity help in any way? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk. Forget it. There are still countless things to prioritize. Enough with the playing dumb, it's time to end it. Tang Mir was still probing his cultivation level. At this moment, she felt that something was wrong.
She couldn't help but tremble. Interrogating, oppressing, and coercing a teenager like this. The typical scene in web novels has no effect on this Chen Chang An thing. Tang Mir started to panic and was afraid. What's going on? His cultivation level is still increasing. It's only been a moment, and it has risen to the refining void stage. Xinjian, looking smug, smirked and said, Zhang Lao, don't be so impatient. Look at how you scared him. He can't even speak anymore.
After that, he hypocritically looked at him and said, little friend, don't be afraid. As long as you tell us the whereabouts of the Eternal Life Physique, we will definitely ensure your safety and peace of mind. I see that you and the female cultivator of Xianxia sect have a good relationship. Is she your wife? We don't mind interrogating her in a closed room. I hope little friend can consider the big picture and understand us.
Seeing him say so much,
but he didn't waver and still put on an indifferent look. Seeing him like this, he immediately showed a fierce, murderous aura and stood up, saying, if not, little friend, I'm afraid you'll end up with your corpse not even having a shred left. The leaders of Qi province and Feng province were pushed back by Shi Jian's aura. They struggled to say, is this the aura of an immortal of the Emperor Extremity? Just standing next to him is terrifying. I'm afraid no one in the lower realm can match him. They hadn't finished praising. After they were done praising, a powerful hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the face of that Xinjian, the person that the group had just been praising. The event happened extremely fast, stunning Xinjian. Not only him, but even the group that had been praising him just now couldn't help but be surprised. He showed a powerful pressure, his eyes full of murderous intent, using only one hand to press Xinjian into the ground. The group was surprised and panicked, not expecting the enemy to be him. Xinjian, pressed into the ground, still said insolently despite his fear, damn you, you want to die? As he spoke, he threw a powerful punch towards him, but he easily blocked it. After that, he powerfully punched him in the face, causing him to lose several teeth. Then another punch landed on his face, a punch to his chin, one punch after another. Xinjian couldn't dodge, so he took the punch's head, cursing inwardly, Damn it, I can't keep up with his speed. This is impossible. Then, he powerfully punched him into the ceiling. In his last moments of consciousness, he still screamed in his heart, "I don't believe it!" A powerful bolt of lightning struck down in the center of the main hall, causing the surroundings to shake. The people of Red Province and Wind Province were stunned. So were the onlookers from the Heavenly Fragrance sect. Tang Meyer couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before her. A powerful Huangji immortal was completely helpless against him. At this moment he looked like a ferocious god, his aura surging intensely, his immortal stage power fully unleashed. He calmly walked out of the rubble, and everyone who saw him couldn't help but feel terrified. "Monster! He's a monster!" He calmly approached the central seat. He gently placed his hand on the seat, a powerful surge of energy emanating from his hand and swirling around, causing the old man Zhang to tremble inwardly. Then, he leisurely sat down, his gaze cold as he looked at the crowd. The system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has defeated the only Huangji stage expert, intimidating the province lords and the leaders of the top sects of each province, taking another significant step towards the random mission, dominate the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Reward: 20,000 domain points. After receiving the system's reward, he smirked wickedly. The old man Zhang, Tang Meyer, and the Lord of Cloud Province were so terrified that they knelt before him. Looking at them kneeling below, he coldly said, "From now on, this place is Chen Chang An Square. The reason for the destruction of the Eternal Life sect, I ask, you answer. Anyone who dares to disobey, cause trouble, or do anything untoward." At this point his eyes turned cold, and devoid of emotion he said, "I will take your lives." The crowd was surprised to hear Chen Chang An's name. Chen Chang An? Isn't he Chen Xiaodan? The aura emanating from him was so overwhelming that they could barely breathe, struggling to resist. Not only was the Lord of Cloud Province surprised, but even Xianxia was shocked. He has the same name as Senior Chen Chang An and possesses such powerful strength. Could it be that he's the real Senior Chen Chang An? At this moment, he displayed an incredibly terrifying presence, looking at them like they were mere insects, and said, "First question. Who instigated the destruction of the Eternal Life sect?" Although the crowd was struggling under his immense pressure, they remained stubborn and silent. Seeing their reaction, he coldly said, "Not talking?" Then, they were subjected to even greater pressure, causing them to cough up blood. He said coldly, "Protecting each other so well, huh? You must have done quite a few dirty deeds, going against the Lihe River." He was furious, his eyes filled with deadly rage. "Then I have no choice but to kill you all, to comfort the spirits in heaven of the deceased disciples of the Eternal Life sect." As he spoke, the oppressive aura emanating from him intensified. The crowd, crushed by such a powerful force, couldn't take it anymore. Everyone vomited a large mouthful of blood. The old man Zhang, now terrified, raised his hand in supplication. "No! No, no! I'll talk, Senior, I'll talk! It was the Futuo demon sect. The instigator was the Futuo demon sect. They did it to obtain the Eternal Life body, so they forced us to do it. Feng Qiyun wasn't forced into the ancient bronze fragment by us. He was taken by the people of the Futuo demon sect." Hearing this, he glared at him with deadly eyes. The rest of the crowd also hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with us. Please, Senior, spare our lives." Feng Qiyun himself possessed Huangji's stage strength. How could we dare to actively attack them? The Lord of Cloud Province, hearing this, was furious and cursed inwardly. "These brainless idiots! He's a follower of the Eternal Life sect. Do you think he'll spare us just because we claim innocence? No! He will definitely kill us to avenge the deceased followers of the Eternal Life sect. I can't die. I must think of a way." His eyes darted around rapidly. He was sweating, calculating. At this moment, hearing the old man Zhang's words, he couldn't contain his anger and said, "You call yourselves the righteous path, yet you threatened and coerced me to obtain information about the Eternal Life body. Now you're blaming everything on the demonic path? Do you think I'm that easily fooled? Never mind, the interrogation is over. You can all die now." He began to increase his pressure, and the crowd, unable to withstand it, began to collapse. The Lord of Cloud Province at this moment continuously cursed him in his heart. "Madman! Doesn't he know that killing us will throw the 9 provinces into chaos? Who can stop him? We are the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Yet we're like lambs waiting to be slaughtered." At this moment,
The people from the Heavenly Fragrance sect couldn't help but cry and hug each other, trembling with fear. He's gone completely bloodthirsty. Just then, the system's warning voice rang out, startling him. The 9 provinces Grand Assembly is not yet over. It is recommended that the host temporarily refrain from killing them. If you kill them, the subsequent Mission 3 will be significantly more difficult to complete. After hearing the system, he seriously calmed himself down, realizing he had gotten carried away. Before the truth was fully revealed, these people still had their uses. He would wait until the mission was completed before taking their heads. Suddenly, an imposing figure entered. It was Yixiang, impersonating him. Arriving, he said, "Excuse me, I heard that a certain Golden Core brat used forbidden drugs, violating the rules and affecting the reputation of the Grand Assembly. I came here specifically to see this evildoer." That Din Yixiang was feeling smug inside, thinking, "Hey, brat, you offended me before, now I get to kick you while you're down." He was all pleased with himself when he suddenly noticed all the province lords kneeling in fear, which totally took him by surprise. That Yun province lord saw him and was all, "Wait, another Chen Chang An? He's got experience killing ghost immortals, he can totally beat this psycho." With that thought, the Yun province lord turned to him for help, pleading, "Chen Senior, save us! Chen Xiaodao is hiding his cultivation and ambushing everyone. He's plotting to kill us all. Please, Senior, hurry and kill him. He's an evil demon." Di Yixiang was stunned. Then, he pretended to be angry and glared at him, saying, "No wonder you're all kneeling. He must be using some kind of evil magic. Yun Province Lord, don't worry, I'm here. He won't get away with this." In his head, he was cheering, "I was looking for an excuse to kill this Chen Xiaodao brat, and he just walked right into it. Perfect chance to show these province lords what I can do and boost their trust in me." He didn't even notice that Chen Xiaodao was looking super impatient. With a cold, emotionless stare, he put on a fierce face and attacked, shouting, "Evil demon, take this!" Inside, he was feeling all smug, thinking, "No one can escape the control of my perfected Luomo divine art. Chen Xiaodao, prepare to go to hell." Chen Xiaodao's eyes turned terrifying, and the aura around him got even darker. He said coldly, "Evil demon." Ha! Before Di Xiang could even reach him, Chen Xiaodao just glared at him, and he lost all his strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, he started rolling around in agony, screaming, "Ag, my eyes!" The Yun province lord was shocked. What the heck, Senior Chen Chang An can't beat Chen Xiaodao? Could it be? Before he could figure it out, he saw Chen Xiaodao walking slowly towards Din Yixiang, all cold, imposing, and intimidating. His voice was ice cold as he said, "So, you dare to use my name?" Din Yixiang, with bloodshot eyes, trembled in pain, and said, "You? Who are you?" Chen Xiaodao, like a fierce god, loomed over him, radiating terrifying pressure, and said coldly, "The Executioner Immortal General, the demon-quelling immortal, descended to earth, only one person, and is unmatched." And Di Yixiang looked at him in horror, stammering, "You?" Chen Xiaodao smirked coldly and spat out 3 words. "Chen Chang An." Everyone was completely shocked. "We've been tricked. This guy isn't the real Senior Chen Chang An. He's a fake. We got played by a fake." The people from Heavenly Fragrance sect were also stunned. So, Chen Xiaodao isn't just sharing a name with Senior Chen Chang An, he is Chen Chang An. Seriously, he looked at this fake Yixiang Gru, scrutinizing him, and said, "I originally wanted to see how far you could go borrowing my name. Too bad you've reached a dead end. You're the boldest person I've ever met." This fake Yixiang Gru finally realized in terror. No wonder he dared to kick me in front of everyone. No wonder I was mysteriously beaten up in my room. No wonder the natural treasures I painstakingly swindled were stolen without a trace. I wanted to use his identity to score some benefits, but instead, I was played by him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly pulled out a talisman from his sleeve, intending to escape. But Chen Chang An was quicker, grabbing his head and slamming him like a weed, separating his head from his body. Lightly, then he flicked his finger, and the guy's body burst into flames. The system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for killing a cultivator at the 8th level of the Transformation God realm, receiving 2,000 domain points." Recognizing that the host has suppressed the lords of various prefectures and the leaders of top-tier sects, triggering random Mission 3. Dominate the 9 provinces Grand Meet. Mission progress increased by 1 level, receiving 30,000 domain points. After dealing with the imposter, he coldly turned to look at the terrified Yunzhu Lord kneeling there. He trembled,
fearfully and frantically begging, "Chen Chang An, Senior, spare me! Senior, spare me!" He approached him, saying in a teasing tone, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, for now." Then he lightly patted his shoulder, secretly using a miniature one-finger divine skill, smiling slyly as he watched the system notification. System detects that Mission 1, helping Jiang Quanchu become the #1 prodigy of the 9 provinces, becoming the man behind her, is nearing completion, rewarding the host with 30,000 domain points. Looks like the prodigy showdown is coming to an end. Time to watch the final match and see Jiang Quanchu take the championship. He stood up, looked at the group of people cowering in a corner, and said, "Follow me to the final match arena, and remember to smile and make it clear that I didn't use any forbidden substances." Dan Gung Tianwen frantically replied, "Yes, yes, yes, Senior. Rest assured, we will definitely clear your name at the finals."
The prodigy, Jiang Quanchu, forcefully unleashed her 3 degrees like this, all divine water's 9-fold devour technique towards her opponent.
One move and the guy was defeated.
She landed lightly beside the pile of dust and smoke, looking so refined and elegant, while the guy she beat was covered in dirt
and she didn't have a scratch. The referee's voice rang out, "Congratulations to Jiang Quanchu of the Thousand Fragrance sect of Guizhou for winning the Prodigy Championship."
Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, and a spatial crack split open in mid-air, causing everyone to panic.
A foot appeared from within the spatial crack, accompanied by a voice, "Looks like I arrived just in time."
Everyone was stunned as they looked up,
when suddenly, the system's voice sounded an alarm. "Detecting a reincarnated child, Asura demon child. The Asura demon child has appeared." He evilly laughed triumphantly, the laughter echoing throughout the arena. Combat information was delivered to Chen Chang An by the system. Name, Yutu Luo. Background: Reincarnated Asura demon child from the Asura immortal realm, possesses memories from before reincarnation and from the upper realm. To complete the Asura immortal realm's grand ambition of dominating the 9 provinces continent, he has been searching for the Asura token, sent down to the lower realm by the Asura immortal realm,
which can summon 100,000 Asura elite souls, finally found in the Yunzhao secret realm, summoning 100,000 Asuras to encircle the 9 provinces, wanting to slaughter all the orthodox sects of the 9 provinces, seize the 9 provinces cauldron, and dominate the lower realm. Skills: Puppet Art, Summoning Art, Immortal Treasure Asura Token. Title: Demon Child of the Asura Immortal Realm, with the backing of a protective immortal. Everyone looked at the person in the sky in confusion, wondering, who is this guy? He's brazenly barging into the grand meet like this. So arrogant, Chen Chang An said with cold eyes. A reincarnated child, an Asura demon child. After Zhan Qian, the second reincarnated child. These immortals are coming down to the lower realm one after another. What's their purpose? The lords of Qi Zhao and Feng Zhao couldn't help but panic and said, "Fellow Taoist, making such a ruckus, do you have an invitation?" Even a core formation brat wouldn't dare to barge into an organized event so arrogantly. "Are you tired of living?" The Asura immortal's eyes showed disdain as he looked at them. Nangung Tianwen coldly said, "If fellow Taoist doesn't have an invitation, please leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being inhospitable." The Guizhou lord standing next to him said in a panic, "Wait! This person's aura is strange, exuding an evil energy. I'm afraid he doesn't come with good intentions." Then, behind the Asura immortal, countless Asura puppets he summoned appeared in the spatial crack. Everyone recognized them in a panic. "Wait, what is that?" The Asura lost his patience and said, "Nag, nag, nag, so annoying. It just so happens that the 9 prefecture lords are all gathered here." Then he ordered his Asura soldiers, "Go! Kill them all!" The Asura soldiers fiercely flew towards the crowd. They then realized these were demonic cultivators, and screamed, "This guy is a demonic cultivator! Everyone, be careful!" The Asura soldiers began to slash and kill. Countless people, unable to resist them, were killed. Yan Bao, damn it, what the hell are these things? "Help, Mom, save me, I don't want to die." "Retreat, retreat, retreat." The terrified people tried to escape, but none of them could escape the mouths of these Asuras. That Asura immortal, he couldn't help but grumble. That screaming is so grating, no elegance whatsoever. Gotta clean up these pests quickly, take over Jiuzhao, and rely on Guizhou's lord. She relentlessly fought on, unleashing moves that killed countless Asura. She turned, anxiously saying, These monsters are all at least nascent soul realm, mostly transformation realm. We have to get the nascent soul prodigies out of here, can't let them die. Nanggong Tian fought, blocked, and said, "No way, there are too many of them. They've surrounded the entire grand meeting, there's no way out." He couldn't help but worry about his daughter. Hope that little brat A Meow is waiting obediently in the room on the airship, and definitely doesn't sneak out. The prodigies who couldn't fight back collapsed, crying, "Am I really going to die here today?" Feng Zhao's lord on the other side also became anxious. If this continues, everyone will die. The only way now is to beg Chen Chang An Sr. to take action. Qi Zhao's lord on this side was also exhausted from fighting back. Then he turned around and attacked the dead Asura immortal head, Clyon, angrily shouting, "You're just a transformation realm. Once I take you down, these monsters will disappear." Seeing him charging, the dead Asura immortal disdainfully said, "Idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, an Asura general appeared and attacked, thrusting a spear straight into Qi Zhao's lord. Qi Zhao's lord couldn't dodge in time and got hit. Ugh. There's even a monster equivalent to peak refinement realm, we're screwed. The sharp sword slashed across the bodies of the Asura soldiers. Jiang Kuan-Yu's eyes were icy as she slashed towards the monsters, but she was surprised when the monster she had just cut in half immediately regenerated. She looked at them in shock. Are these monsters unkillable? She angrily gritted her teeth, firmly saying, "No, they're too strong. My hubby is only peak golden core realm. I have to get to his side and protect him." Thinking of this, she fought even harder. Suddenly, she was horrified to see a figure attacking her from behind. That woman is in the way. Kill her. Her body felt heavy and she fell down, powerless. Just as the spear was about to pierce her, it was forcefully stopped by two fingers. With a flick of his hand, he easily dealt with one of them. A light system voice rang out. Host killed an Asura remnant soul of the upper realm, obtaining 5,000 domain points. Then he approached her, gently saying, "Are you okay?" Just as he reached out to help her up, the system's warning rang out. Random mission after 1 year is completed. Host and Jiang Kuan-Yu will no longer have any relationship. Forced intervention will have a negative impact on her. Seeing that he had saved her, she happily called out, "Yu Jun." Host's current strength is already the strongest in the lower realm. Before not suppressing thinking, it is recommended to temporarily stop getting close to cultivators below transformation realm. He turned to look at the dead Asura immortal and said, "Go to a safe place and protect yourself. This is not a place for you." Hearing him say that, she embarrassedly said, "Hubby, you should go up there. I will protect you until the end, and the Zhao lords will solve all of this." Seeing his back, Feng Zhao's lord said, "Senior Chen, please take action." Su Ningxiang and her mother also begged. "That's right, we still have Senior Chen. He can definitely kill all these monsters and save us. Chen Chang An Senior, please take action." The trembling Yunzhao's lord also opened his mouth to beg. "Senior, please be magnanimous and save us just this once, or we're done for." Jiang Kuan-Yu was confused when she saw everyone begging him. Why is everyone placing their hopes on him? The system voice rang out. Detected that the progress of Mission 3 has reached 80%. As long as you obtain the recognition of Juzhao's summit and become the Lord of Juzhao, the mission will be completed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think, if I didn't have the strength to control everything right now, I'd already be fish on the chopping board. Standing at the top of the world. No challenge, no pressure, no difficulties, only endless loneliness. This game suddenly became so easy, crushing is the only way to go. Thinking this, his face became blank. Seeing him, the dead Asura immortal sneered. "Just a colorful little fly. What hope do you have? Let me send you on your way." Then the Asura soldiers rushed to attack him. "Chang An, be careful." Seeing them coming, he gently raised his hand, and with a single yang finger strike, they were instantly obliterated. The whole group was dumbfounded. Shocked by the scene, we risked our lives and couldn't kill one. But he did it with one move, so he was our only hope. Seeing this, the Asura disciple said with surprise, "Oh, this kid's got some skills." Suddenly, he realized that Chen Chang An was gone. Huh? Where'd he go? When he found him, Chen Chang An had already appeared in front of him, swinging his hand. "You people from the upper realm are really pissing me off." By the time he realized it, Chen Chang An's hand was already heading straight for him. No dodging possible. His face instantly disfigured on one side. Then he spat out several teeth and mouthfuls of blood. Without giving him a chance to react, Chen Chang An continued slapping him in the face, leaving him unable to dodge. How is his strength and speed so great? I can't even fight back. This is impossible. Die.
A decisive blow left him powerless.
He was sent flying dozens of meters away. He shakily got up from the rubble, desperately raising the Asura token.
He got up, angrily yelling, "Just a lowly bug from the lower realm, yet you dare, Asura." He barely finished speaking. A large foot appeared in front of his face. Chen Chang An forcefully stomped him into the ground. "Asura, my ass."
Feng Zhao's sect leader couldn't help but sweat seeing this. Looks like he didn't use his full strength in the interrogation room earlier, or we would have been dead already.
The remaining people struggled to resist the pressure Chen Chang An was emitting. Holy crap, is this a power humans can use? This is ridiculous. Chen Xiaodao is too strong. Isn't he just a golden core cultivator? Su Ningxiang, upon hearing it, said, "Chen Xiaodao what? He is the real Chen Chang An Sr. You are a fake. I am so stupid I have offended Chen Chang An Sr. for a fake." Hearing what the Su Ningxiang mother and daughter said, Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but be surprised. The man seemed surprised, unwilling to believe. What? Chen Xiaodao is Chen Chang An? You're kidding, right? Then me? Haven't I offended Chen Chang An Sr.? I'm doomed. Lund. Lo, what the hell for?
Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but feel a little lost. I knew my husband was extraordinary, but never expected it to be like this. Chen Chang An released a powerful pressure, grabbed the Asura disciple by the neck, and said, "What is the purpose of you upper realm people reincarnating into the lower realm?"
Jiang Quanchu looked at his back and thought to herself, he really is Chen Chang An.
The Asura disciple, unafraid, spat blood at him.
His face showed no fear as he raised the token, saying, "What? Lower realm?" Before Chen Chang An could react, he shattered the token and, "Elder Tian, kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, crimson lightning struck down, catching Chen Chang An off guard. Then, a dazzling light descended from the sky. Within the intense light, there was a figure exuding pressure that the people around it could not resist, and knelt on the ground. Everyone was panicking, afraid. Immortal Qi.
This pressure, this is likely an immortal from the upper realm.
Feng Zhao's sect leader couldn't help but sweat, saying, "The pressure he's giving me is even greater than Chen Chang An Sr.'s. Senior might not be able to defeat him." Qi Zhao's sect leader next to him also looked worried, saying,
"No one's gonna save us, we're doomed."
That punishing heaven elder showed murderous intent, saying, "Jade Asura, you've become weak after reincarnating, resorting to using a trump card like me." When he saw that guy, Chen Chang An was also a little stunned. Immortal Protector, Immortal General level. That guy looked at Chen Chang An viciously, saying, "Needing me to deal with a lower realm ant, truly useless." After that, he unleashed a powerful move towards Chen Chang An, causing Chen Chang An to cry out in agony. Then he got smacked away like a rag doll for dozens of meters, lying there motionless.
Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but worry. She screamed, "Hubby!" Nan Gung Tianwen was also taken aback.
"Senior Chen!" After blasting him away, that elder punishment of heaven turned to Tuluo Zixian and said, "The Tuluo curse's time is limited. I can't stay in the lower realm for long. Let's make this quick." Tuluo Zixian coughed a few times and said, "Stop wasting time, just kill him." The dude then blurted out cockily, 3 seconds is all I need."
While he was being smashed away,
lying unconscious over here, then the system's voice chimed in. "Detected an immortal from the upper realm who isn't suppressed by the 9 provinces laws appearing. The safety and life of the clone are threatened. Do you want to switch to a higher level identity?" Hearing this, his eyes turned cold. On the system, the info popped up. Host's current domain points, 200,000. Due to the current danger, if switching clones requires more domain points, you can go into debt. You'll need to repay the system double later. Mirror Flower Water Moon function. Change to an upper realm clone. Earth Immortal, Celestial Soldier, 100,000 domain points. Current discount, 50,000 domain points. Celestial Doctor, 200,000 domain points. Current discount, 100,000. Celestial General, 500,000. Current discount, 250,000 domain points. System. Because the Mirror Flower Water Moon clone isn't restricted by the rules of the 9 provinces continent, it can unleash the full power of an upper realm immortal system. Do you want to switch? That elder punishment of heaven fiercely advanced towards him. Seeing that he was still alive, he couldn't help but be a little surprised, saying, "Taking one of my hits and still not dying, huh? Trash, You've got a thick hide.
The group of Cloud Prefecture lords saw him coming for him. They couldn't help but freak out, saying, "It's over! Senior Chen doesn't have the power to fight back in his hands. This time, no one can save us. We're doomed." Nan Gengtian, when next to him, couldn't help but get anxious, saying, "They've drilled a hole in the laws of the lower realm. What do they think the laws of the lower realm are? They want to barge in. So they just barge in." That elder punishment of heaven from the immortal realm wore a fierce, evil expression, laughing and saying, "So-called emperor realms who can kill upper realm immortals like you are nothing but a motley crew, relying on the laws of the 9 provinces to eke out a little bit of life. If it weren't for the protection of the 9 provinces' laws, you wouldn't even be able to beat the livestock we raise in the upper realm." Then, he fiercely unleashed his move. "And I'm a guy with special immortal privileges. I'm not affected by the laws of 9 provinces. And I can unleash the strongest strength of a true upper realm immortal. Let me see. You are named the strongest in the lower realm, can withstand a few attacks from me, and it must be very interesting to let these lower realm bugs see their hopes shattered." As he spoke, he fiercely unleashed a move, attacking towards him. Seeing this, Jiang Quanchu panicked and screamed, "Hubby." After that, disregarding the danger, she grabbed her sword and chopped apart a Tuluko soldier, rushing towards him. Seeing her run towards him, Tuluo Zixian ordered his subordinates. "A nascent soul dares to show their face, not knowing whether to live or die. What are you doing standing there? Continue killing them. Take the 9 provinces cauldron." At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Minus 300,000 domain points. Switching to Earth Immortal Clone, Peak Immortal Marshal. At this moment, he propped himself up, a powerful aura surrounding him, saying, "Just a general? If we're gonna do it, let's make it a crushing momentum." Seeing his aura change, that guy couldn't help but be surprised. The system's voice continued to chime in. Host's accumulated domain points have been deducted. 100,000 domain points are now owed to the system. He stood up, his aura incredibly powerful, saying, "I have to beat this dog until his face is unrecognizable so he doubts his dog life." Seeing him like this, that guy couldn't help but panic, saying, "This guy has tricks up his sleeve. Can't let him live. Must kill him." Seeing that guy panicking like that, he couldn't help but sneer. Not giving him time to defend, he kicked him straight in the gut, causing him to get injured and spit out blood. He angrily said, "It wasn't easy for me to accumulate so many domain points. It's all wasted because of you, you beast." His kick sent him flying, smashing through 2 walls. That guy lay there motionless from just one kick of his. After that, he looked at him in horror, sitting up and saying, "How did your cultivation become so strong?" He couldn't help but be suspicious in his heart. He was clearly so weak before. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him, causing him to tremble in fear. He looked at him, a wicked smile on his face, and said, "It's a pity we're not on Mount Feixian. Killing you like a pig would definitely earn me a lot." Then, he unleashed a move, sending him flying dozens of meters. He angrily looked at him and shouted, "You!" After this, he jumped away, his hands forming a seal. Suddenly, a huge skeleton appeared behind him, fiercely glaring at him. He looked towards him and said fiercely, "Go die." He couldn't help but sneer, raising his hand, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura. The aura surrounded the entire arena. Smashing a huge hole in the arena, the Tulu soldiers swept by his aura vanished. The oppressive aura swept over, and that skeletal minion instantly turned to ash and vanished. That immortal realm's punishing heaven elder was left speechless in shock. Not just him, even the Thunder Prefecture lords couldn't help but panic. So strong, so damn strong. That Asura demon couldn't help but tremble at the sight. The punishing heaven elder was an immortal, general level immortal. How could he lose to this kid? No way, this has to be a dream. The lower realm can't have such powerhouses. After obliterating that skeleton, he couldn't help but sneer in disdain. "So weak, did you even eat before coming here?" The punishing heaven elder was now completely panicked and terrified. "I can only retreat with you to Luo for now, then report to the immortal realm lord and have stronger immortals sent down. Using the Asura lord's time limit, I'll escape back to the upper realm. He definitely won't be able to kill me in time." With that thought, he darted towards his companion and hurriedly said, "Let's go!" Seeing them run, he remained calmly standing, trying to run now. Too late, don't you think? Then, he casually reached out towards the punishing heaven elder, unleashing an attack that easily killed him,
causing the Asura demon beside him to tremble in fear. The punishing heaven elder wailed in agony as he was consumed by flames. Seeing this, the remaining guy tripped and fell in a panic. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal, first-layer immortal general, gaining 1 million domain points, dropping a Yang treasure.
Easy peasy. Afterwards, he slowly approached him. At this moment he was extremely frightened, and tremblingly said, "Please, spare me, Stasium." He coldly stared at him and said, "Now tell me, what's the purpose of so many people from the upper realm reincarnating into the lower realm?"
That guy was terrified, but inside he was carefully calculating. The punishing heaven elder is dead, and the Asura hero is no match for him. Right now my only chance of survival is to tell him the truth. We're here for the 9 provinces cauldron. He coldly looked at him and said, "What do you people from the upper realm want the 9 provinces cauldron for?"
The guy tremblingly said,
"Whoever possesses the 9 provinces cauldron will control the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces continent, becoming the heavenly Tao protector, ruling the entire 9 provinces continent. Every piece of territory owned in the lower realm greatly helps the growth of the immortal realm lord." Then, he pointed at the prefecture lords and said, "That's right, senior. Besides us, other immortal realms in the upper realm have also sent people to the 9 provinces continent. As long as the 9 provinces cauldron still exists, the competition will never end. Each of the 9 prefecture lords possesses a piece of the cauldron, and when combined, they form the 9 provinces cauldron." Hearing him say this, he couldn't help but remember that Mission 3 also asked him to seize the 9 provinces cauldron. The system knew the upper realm's plan all along, huh?
The prefecture lords all fell into silence.
Hearing this, he finally realized, no wonder the system had prevented him from killing them before, so the 9 provinces cauldron is on them, so that's why. After the Asura spilled everything, he anxiously looked at him and asked, Senior, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you spare me now?" As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, burning him, causing him to scream in agony. In the upper realm, Asura immortal realm, Yutu Luos and immortal general punishing heaven's life tablets shattered. Hearing this, the Asura immortal lord Xianxia couldn't help but angrily say,
"Too good, Chev4. Nothings, more failures than successes. Not only did they fail to conquer the lower realm, but they died at the hands of those weaklings. Go, summon Hongyi for me.
I have urgent matters for her to handle, yes." This Xintian couldn't help but angrily think to himself, an Asura just died. My layout of so many years has become a laughingstock to the other immortal realms. No way. I have to suppress this matter and quickly send down a new, reincarnated prodigy.
This treasure land of the 9 provinces must belong to me. In the Nichang immortal realm,
a small servant girl was reporting the situation to her master, saying, "Immortal Lord, scouts from the Asura immortal realm report that the life tablets of the reincarnated prodigy and the guardian of the Asura immortal realm have shattered. They cannot reincarnate again." Hearing this, she feigned surprise and said, "Oh, doesn't that mean my realm has one less competitor?" The servant girl, hearing this, continued, "Immortal Lord, I don't understand. The guardian's strength is at the immortal general level, and they have immortal rights to protect them. In the lower realm, they can use cultivation rules. Even the strongest in the lower realm is only at the Huang stage at most. How could they kill a guardian?" Hearing this, she coldly smiled and said, "The 9 provinces has unlimited potential. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become one of the prime targets for various immortal realms. Contact our realm's guardian. Before securing the 9 provinces, avoid Chen Chang An as much as possible. Do not clash with him, yes." In the lower realm, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing the reincarnated son of the Asura demon, receiving an additional Yang treasure, sea bass, and a reward of 20,000 domain points. At this moment he formed a hand seal. A powerful golden aura emanated from him, and he happily said, "System, wait a minute. There are still some Asura heroic spirits left. They're all domain points. Don't waste them." Then he loudly shouted, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna of all Buddhas, Prajna Paramita Kong." Then system notifications kept ringing. Host has killed an upper realm Asura heroic spirit, receiving 3,000 domain points. Host has killed an upper realm Asura heroic spirit, receiving 100 domain points.
Host has killed an upper realm Asura heroic spirit, receiving 200 domain points. Host has killed a heroic spirit, receiving 500 domain points. Host has killed an upper realm Asura heroic spirit, receiving 3,000 domain points. Host has killed an upper realm Asura heroic spirit, receiving 500 domain points. Afterwards, he happily brushed his hands and said, "Okay, perfect solution. Clean and neat, not a drop wasted." The people of the Heavenly Fragrance sect and his fans couldn't help but show their overflowing love for him and said, "Miraculous hand doctor, Senior Chen, you are truly a peak true immortal master. True immortal senior is my hero of the age. I'm so moved. I'm gonna cry." The system notification rang again. Ding! The host has rescued the cultivators of the 9 provinces gathering. The cultivators are now worshipping you. The 9 provinces gathering quest is complete, rewarding the host with 30,000 domain value. Domain value calculated. Host has slain tens of thousands of Asura souls, receiving an additional 3 million domain value. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Oh yeah, flying high. This feeling is awesome. No more worrying about living a frugal, cloud-scraping life. At this moment, he turned around and saw Jiang Quanshu. He couldn't help but feel happy. She saw him and called out, "Husband." She trembled, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at him. "Are you all right?" He looked at her, a little dazed, and said, "I'm fine." She rushed straight to him. "This is getting messy." Suddenly, a figure dashed past, making her pause slightly. A girl ran while shouting, then jumped straight into his arms. "Husband, I finally found you." He was startled and said, "Miao, where have you been? Wait." He quickly threw her off of him, turning back to look at Quanshu in a panic. He awkwardly tried to distance himself, stammering, "Wife, I have nothing to do with her. She's just calling me that." Miao, having been thrown off, couldn't help but yell, "Damn it!" Before he could calm down, she ran towards him in a panic. "You scared me to death just now. How's your stomach? What about your chest and your back? Turn around and let me see." She grabbed his arm anxiously. "Your arm's okay, nothing inside, but taking such a heavy hit, you must be bruised everywhere. I have some massage wine. Come back with me later." At this moment, he looked at her, stunned, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. "System, what did you mean before about not causing a negative impact on Jiang Quanshu?" The system quickly replied, "After the quest ends, based on the rules, if the two of you no longer interact, things will return to the starting point. If you force yourselves to get close, she'll face all sorts of misfortune. Breakthroughs will turn into setbacks, and her luck will gradually decline. Her cultivation will regress, and she'll suffer chi deviation. The more you stay with her, the worse it'll be for her. So if you really want what's best for her, then return to the starting point. After all, rules are unbreakable. No matter how much you argue, don't even think about defying the rules. We're professionally trained, we won't let you mess around." Hearing this, he cursed angrily. "System, you son of a BTCH, just you wait." Then, he pushed her hand away and coldly said, "Please have some self-respect." Hearing him say that, she was stunned. They both looked at each other, speechless. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Senior Chen." He turned towards the voice, surprised by the scene before him. What is this? All 9 province lords presented the 9 cauldrons to him. This time, the immortals attacked, wreaking havoc on the lower realm, causing serious casualties. We, the lords of the 9 provinces, cannot escape responsibility. We are willing to offer the province cauldrons. Senior Chen, please protect these 9 provinces. The province cauldron is the heart of each province. We, the province lords, can only protect our provinces for so many years because of it. Now that immortals from the upper realm are invading en masse, there's only a sliver of hope for the lower realm if we hand over the province cauldrons to Senior. We are willing to respect Senior as our master, hoping that Senior will become the master of the 9 provinces and protect our 9 provinces. Seeing this, the crowd said, "Yes. Only if Senior becomes the master of the 9 provinces will we no longer fear the immortals from the upper realm." Jiang Quanshu was curious about his decision, thinking to herself, "Will my husband agree? My husband has already recovered his identity as the Fei Xian sect senior, Chen Chang An. The gap between us is already so big. If he becomes the master of the 9 provinces, will I still be qualified to be his daikyo companion?" Hearing them say that, he forced a smile and said, "Someone like me has so many flaws.
I'm afraid the position of Master of the 9 Provinces is not suitable for me. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh.
Treating me as a shield. It's really just you guys down here.
Hearing this, they lamented and cried out, "We can't do without Senior. As long as Senior agrees, we're willing to do anything. Senior, please accept the province cauldron. Lower 9 provinces need you." The Lord of Gia province looked at him earnestly and said,
"Currently, only Senior is qualified to ascend to the position of Master of the 9 Provinces. He knows that Senior has concerns, and is willing to take the lead in resolving all of Senior's worries."
Hearing her say that, he smirked and said, "Oh, then let me see your sincerity. The Yun Province Immortal Lineage clan colluded with heretics, harming our compatriots. You all knew about this long ago, but did nothing, simply because their ancestor is an immortal. Now that the upper and lower realms are at odds, there's no doubt that the 3 great immortal lineage clans are still a hidden threat. It's time to deal with them. What do the province lords think?" The crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. "Senior is right. The lower realm should be united. Leaving behind this poisonous pill, the Yun Province Immortal Lineage clan? Sooner or later, they'll be internal collaborators helping the upper realm invade our lower realm. Killing people within the sect is heretical behavior. Province lords, don't protect them. Quickly hand over those parasites. Province lords, you must think carefully. If it weren't for Senior protecting us, the first people the immortals of the lower realm would kill would be you." Hearing this, the Yun province lord was furious. "Beast! I thought that pushing him to become the master of the 9 provinces would generously forgive our immortal lineage clan, earning the goodwill of the world, and building up his prestige. I never expected him to play this cruel trick, completely disregarding our face, and making this playful decision."
He wanted to step forward, but I disagreed, and was stopped by the Feng Zhao Lord.
"Don't get excited. Protecting the lower realm is the most important thing right now. As long as you, Senior, become the master of the 9 provinces, we are willing to obey all your commands and orders. Not to mention dealing with the Yunju immortal lineage. We would brave boiling oil and burning fire for you." Hearing them say that, he was satisfied, and reached out to take the province cauldron, saying, "Your enlightenment isn't bad. I'll accept the province cauldron." He gathered the province cauldron into his hand. But in his heart he was still calculating, "I'll deal with you guys later." Then the province cauldrons gathered together.
The province cauldrons, after merging, formed one large province cauldron, flying in the air, creating dark clouds and raging thunder and lightning.
Nangung Tianwen, seeing such a scene, couldn't help but feel a little worried. For billions of years, no one has ever been able to pass. Can Senior withstand the brutal heavenly Tao examination?
Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but worry about him. Husband.
The cloud, filled with lightning, woke up after billions of years and spoke. After going through the final stage, someone finally became the night watchman of the heavenly Davio. Why is it Lao Liu? The heavenly Tao examination seemed a little flustered upon recognizing someone familiar. He looked up at the thundercloud and said, "Yo, old buddy. Long time no see." Hearing him call it that, it seemed a bit annoyed. "Who the heck is your old buddy? Wait a minute, you want to become the heavenly Tao guardian god, huh?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, you're the guardian of this central province cauldron, right? Need to test me?" Hearing that, it couldn't help but laugh happily. No need to test. I recognize you." It couldn't help but feel happy inside. Great, I'm also a protected person." Then it entered his sea of consciousness. The crowd of Nangung Tianwen couldn't help but gape in surprise. This, how long has it been, Xiangran, has already passed the heavenly Tao examination. Unbelievable. After merging with the province cauldron, a mark appeared on his forehead. Feeling his whole body merge with the 9 provinces continent, and the power of the heavenly Daoyo could be used at will. This was the feeling of becoming the master of the 9 provinces. Afterwards, the crowd, seeing that he had passed the examination, stepped forward to pay respects, welcoming the master of the 9 provinces. He smiled and looked at them, saying, "No need for formalities." At this moment, the system rang. "Congratulations to the host for receiving recognition from the Central Province Cauldron, becoming the master of the 9 provinces. Random Mission 3 has been completed, rewarding the host with 30,000 domain value. The upgrade condition for System version 50 is now open. Condition 1. The host has become the heavenly Tao guardian god of the 9 provinces. Completed. Condition 2. Having 1 million domain value. Completed.
System version 50, after upgrading, has the function of managing life and death. The host is eligible. Upgrade or not? He couldn't help but get excited. My more than 4 million domain value hasn't even gotten cold yet, not upgrading for now. The manager of Xiaominghe Bank came forward and said, "Senior, we want to hold a grand celebration to announce to everyone in the 9 provinces that you have become the master of the provinces." "What do you think?" he said without hesitation. "Okay, you guys take care of it." Jiang Quanchu stood far away looking at him, her face extremely sad. The horse groom was still good before.
Why did he suddenly change? Did I annoy him?
Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Or is it that everything before was him acting to deceive me? But I don't understand. Afterwards she couldn't bear it, and broke down sobbing. Drink, drink. It wasn't easy to escape death. Come on, drink freely, ladies. Everyone must thank Senior Chen. Without him, our Tianxiang sect would have been finished. The whole Tianxiang sect gathered to eat and drink happily. Come on, 100% thanks to Senior Chen, we made it into the list of top immortal sects, truly famous. Su Ningxiang's face was a little flushed as she spoke.
I'm saying, could it be that Senior Chen just doesn't fancy us? The matter is very clear. Senior Chen is probably just probing and using us. We are just pawns for him. Even if I spend my whole life as a pawn in Senior Chen's hands, I'd be okay with it, being held by him doing something. Oh dear. The most pitiful person is still Quan Shu, Jr.'s sister. She hasn't been in contact with men for years, and now that she finally met one, she was heavily wounded emotionally, she said, looking at Jiang Quanchu sitting alone in the corner.
We also have a chance to cling to Senior Chen.
Jiang Quanchu was sitting sadly and absent-mindedly when a light flashed in her hand. It was a communication spirit charm. The communication spirit charm is a series of extremely valuable communication tools in the cultivation world, with one charm costing nearly 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Only large families with abundant wealth possess them. Jiang Quanchu quickly stood up and left. Everyone, drink slowly. I'll go back first. After returning to her room, she hurriedly used her spiritual power to open the spirit charm, and a large screen appeared. On the screen was a picture of her father, his face worried. Good daughter, father heard the news that the 9 provinces grand meeting was ambushed by those bastards from the upper realm. Are you okay? Were you injured? Seeing her father's worry, she smiled and said, Dad, I'm fine, not hurt at all. How's everyone doing? Is your health still the same, Dad? What about Mom? Before he could finish, his wife snatched the phone. Seeing that, she panicked a bit. Mom saw her and asked worriedly, Good that you're not hurt. Don't worry too much about us at home. We're all doing great. Oh yeah, I heard you got yourself a Dao companion. Are you planning to bring him home this time? Mom covered her face and cried, I heard from the Heavenly Fragrance sect that my son-in-law is the Lord of Jews who... I'm so relieved. She was shocked and worried. Mom, he hasn't agreed yet. And suddenly he's not paying attention to me anymore. Hearing that, Mom switched to Relationship Expert Mode, HMPH. Usually when you two have disagreements or misunderstandings, just clear them up, or you can just sleep with him directly. That's what I did with your dad back then. Be brave, be bold, don't be afraid. If you miss out on someone because of misunderstandings, that's too bad. Don't wait until you've missed them to regret it. Like, I missed out on your childhood. Trying to make up for it is useless. I can tell you really like that kid. Hearing her mom say that, she blushed a little. We'll see about that later, Mom said happily. Bring him home. It's decided. Your dad and I are waiting for you to come back. Then her dad's voice came from the screen. Don't hang up. I haven't said a few words yet. Then the screen went black. After chatting with her family, she collapsed on the bed, sighing. Why the sudden change? There was still Chen Chang An's scent on the bed. She couldn't help but blush a little. Night deepened, and she fell into a deep sleep. On Chen Chang An's side, it was completely different. Noisy and lively. I love you forever, Yanzi. I can't live without you. Senior Yanzi. Open the door, we're toasting to you. After escaping the noisy crowd, he sighed. I appreciate your good intentions, but I have other things to do. I can't drink anymore. Finally done with the socializing. He suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed to being alone, after being surrounded by all those pretty girls. Then, he sat down seriously and said to the system, All right, let's see the current situation. The system displayed his information. Name, Chen Chang An. Domain points, over 400,000. Domain range 5,757 meters. Activated skills. Si Hin Huan Wu. Seemingly similar myriad things. Immortal Dao True Solution. Special effect. Buggy. How many more domain points do I need to cover the entire Shihuang Great Mountains with an invincible domain? What about Guizhou?
The system replied,
The Shihuang Great Mountains have an area of 2,600 square kilometers. In Guizhou, covering the entire area with an invincible domain requires tens of millions of domain points. Guizhou occupies 240,000 square kilometers within Jiuzhou. Covering the entire area with an invincible domain requires hundreds of millions of domain points. The vastness of Jiuzhou. At this rate, when will I ever achieve true invincibility? Random missions and immortal encounters aren't always available either. Suddenly, the system displayed countless small screens in front of him. Detected the reincarnated spirit beast, Xuanwu, can be deployed. Detected the reincarnated immortal realm Ni Chang, can be deployed.
He was a bit surprised, and he smirked. Whatever I'm lacking comes right to me. This system is so considerate. Are you afraid I won't expand my domain range? I think I understand now. The buggy special effect is a feature that detects world-altering events and unlocks missions. So how do I solve this?
It's to kill the reincarnated beings from the upper realm in Juju, find the Futu demon sect, and rescue the old man. Reincarnated beings aren't a problem. As long as I control Juju, they'll fall into my net.
As for the Futu demon sect, the immortal lineage families probably know something.
The only thing I haven't figured out is Jiang Quanchu's bad luck. The most conservative way to solve it is to bring her into the invincible domain. But the system's restrictions on the clone are still too great, and the features that it can do are also reduced in price. After returning to the main body, maybe I can find a system bug or something. Suddenly, he realized he could try that method. Instigation. At the Shenghuizhao Square, a celebration party was held for him the next day. He appeared incredibly majestic and dashing.
Ming. He stood beside him and said,
Lower realm cultivators, from today onwards, the era of regional Zhao lords has become a thing of the past.
Ming, he gestured towards him and said,
Now the lord of Juzhuo is Chen Senior. Everyone cheered happily. The Zhao lord is young but so powerful. With him protecting the lower realm, we feel so safe.
Speaking of this, makes me remember the lord of Yunzhao.
But the Zhao lord used prohibited drugs, so the face became swollen us. That was the old lord of Yunzhao. Now the Juzhou continent only has one Zhao lord, Chen Senior. Who are the others? At this, everyone burst into laughter. Yunzhu cursed angrily in his heart. Damn it, that dog Chen Chang An dares to have plans to exterminate the immortal lineage family of Yunzhu. Wait until I find a chance to contact the ancestors. He glared at him, grinding his teeth. Jiang Quanchu arrived at the square at this time, watching his figure, and made a decision in her heart. Love requires courage. Pursuing happiness is up to oneself. Thinking of this, her eyes became firm. Chen Chang An, don't even think about ditching me in this lifetime. As she was standing there, a group of people suddenly came over and bumped into her, causing her to fall flat on her face. The excited crowd shouted, ignoring her. Zhu Lord, you are the shelter that we want to rely on for life. Please let me go further with you. Zhu Lord, all the good things in the world, your face has occupied 99% already.
The excited crowd dragged each other away,
leaving her lying prone, her head spinning, marking her first failed attempt to get close. But she didn't give up. Seeing him, she ran after him. Man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly a tub full of water appeared out of nowhere, flying straight towards her. Move! She quickly flew up,
gracefully arching her body to dodge the tub of water, avoiding getting wet, then landed gracefully.
But she went from the frying pan into the fire and fell flat on her face in front of a group of Heavenly Fragrance sect junior sisters, shocking them and leaving them gaping in amazement. Quan Chu, what are you doing? A banana peel marked her second failed attempt to get close.
Couldn't catch him in the morning, so she switched to night, tailing him like a shadow,
only to get squashed by a collapsing wall. Another epic fail. Couldn't find him on land, so she tried underwater, but got chased by a school of piranhas. She scrambled back to shore, totally freaked. After like a gazillion fails, she was exhausted, but her eyes still burned with determination. Suddenly, a voice dripped with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't junior sister Quan Chu. She spun around, surprised, and saw those two, gold and green, the heavenly fragrance sect sisters. They couldn't resist being catty, putting on their most mocking faces. She's been following Senior Chen for days, hasn't gotten anywhere. We're different. Always right by Senior Chen's side. Aya, is Senior Chen done with you already? With Senior Chen's charm, even we can barely resist. Junior sister, if Senior Chen doesn't want you anymore, your senior sister here is thinking of inviting him to Mount Wu tonight for some cloud and rain fun. Hearing that, she snapped and drew her sword, pressing it against the girl's throat. You try it, I dare you. Her eyes turned ice cold, she growled. Even if you're my senior sister, I won't hold back. You want to die? With that, she left the two heavenly fragrance sect sisters stunned. They shuddered at her expression, stammering, Jay, just kidding. Don't be mad, junior sister. We'd never steal your man. He's always yours. Just then, BM, a potted plant appeared out of nowhere and landed right on Jiang Quanchu, leaving the two heavenly fragrance sect sisters speechless. The night grew deeper. Her lonely figure sat on the rooftop, her face filled with sadness. She couldn't help but miss him terribly. Maybe I should just go to his room. With that thought, she headed straight for his room. That Yunjiao guy saw her and was shocked. Huh? Isn't that the woman always following Chen Chang An around? A wave of anger washed over him. He cursed internally. That Chen Chang An bastard. If he's a VIP, then I'm nothing. His face twisted with malice. He lunged at her. If you want to die, blame yourself for being Chen Chang An's woman. Just as he was about to reach her, she sensed something and quickly turned around. But there was no one behind her. Just my imagination. Relieved, she let out a sigh of relief. Then she quickly left. Around the corner, Xin Yunjiao was getting choked by Chang An. He used fire to burn him, making him moan in discomfort. Then, he squeezed hard. The flames erupted, engulfing him. The guy only had time for one scream before he was burnt to ashes, not a trace left. His face was cold, without a flicker of emotion. The system notification popped up. Host has killed a peak god transformation cultivator, gaining 2,000 domain points. Peace, he said coldly. System, return to base. In the silent night, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Two disciples guarding the Chiquanzhao Manor were yawning non-stop, holding their palm leaf fans. Man, I just want to crash. Suddenly, a frantic woman burst in. She looked like she was being chased by demons. The two guys immediately blocked her path, asking, What's going on? Who wouldn't freak out when a beautiful stranger barges in at this hour? The chubby guy shoved Jiang Quanchu back hard. He glared at her and yelled, How many times do we have to tell you? The Lord is sleeping. Get out of here. The other guy chimed in with criticism. Who looks for a man at this time of night? Don't go too far. Our Lord is ours. We will never let you bother him. That day, Jiang Quanchu was burning with killing intent, her eyes gleaming with angry fire. She looked through the two guys. Her voice was cold as she said, If he doesn't want to come out and see me, then I just have to. The two disciples were fuming but helpless. It seemed like they ran into a crazy person. The two looked at Jiang Quanchu in fear. She wants to force her way in. Can we protect it? After a while, Jiang Quanchu walked to a stone pillar nearby. She leaned back wearily, her emotions collapsing unconsciously. Quanchu bowed her head and murmured, I'll wait here until he wakes up. Until he's willing to see me, I won't go anywhere. The two curiously walked to her, the chubby one determined to watch her very carefully. This kid suddenly stopped moving. She's probably planning to break in. The two shook their heads at her. This girl is so annoying, she's so stubborn. Cut to the next day. Outside the room, the atmosphere was still eerily quiet. The sky was gradually dawning. It's been a whole night. In a private room, Chen Chang An was still focused on cultivating. A blazing, dark red stream of spiritual energy enveloped him, and the clone transformed back into its original form. The bright moonlight filtered faintly through the cracks in the room's door. Chen Chang An slowly opened his eyes, blinking tiredly a few times. But sleepiness still lingered. Guess I'll lie down for a bit longer. Suddenly, something came to mind. Chen Chang An struggled to sit up. His eyes glazed over like an idiot, squinting at everything, plus that drool-lighty, spaced-out look. Ugh, this is awful, he groaned. My body aches all over. My bones are about to fall apart. Half, mip asleep, his hand blindly bumped into something round and soft. Chen Chang An started squeezing it with interest. Awesome, I'm so hungry. I want a steamed bun. But there's no way there's a steamed bun on the bed, duh. Chen Chang An woke up for real, quickly turning to see what was poking up under the blanket. He flipped the blanket aside to reveal a girl. She was snoring away, full of energy. It was Bai Yu. She seemed to be sleeping soundly, even mumbling in her sleep. Bai Yue moaned softly, her cheeks flushed red, looking totally indecent.
Yeah, that's the pressure.
Senior, please hit me harder. Chen Chang An's mind blanked. What the heck is she saying? He wondered, looking at her confused. While he was distracted, dumbfounded, Ling Bao Er crawled over from somewhere, resting against his thigh and sucking on her fingers. She pawed at his beautiful leg. Master, don't die. Big chicken leg. Master, eat big chicken leg. Chen Chang An nearly screamed for help. Dude, what the heck is going on? As if that weren't enough, Chen Chang An felt an itch on his back. It felt like a foot was touching him lovingly. Chen Chang An whipped his head around. Holy crap, it's Hong Yi. She was here too. Hong Yi was sleeping peacefully, hugging a doll. She moaned suggestively. Young master, don't be shy. Mwah, 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 mwah. Let me give you a kiss. Hong Yi snuggled closer, biting the doll's cheek with satisfaction, and wagged her tail happily. Chen Chang An's face was as white as a sheet, not a drop of blood in it. Their sleeping positions were way too natural. He stared at the pile of clothes on the bed, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Did I lose my virginity, he thought? And my clothes, they've been changed too. What did they do to me while I was asleep? He looked at the 3 sleeping girls on the bed, and couldn't help but chant a prayer. This is bad karma. His face flushed with embarrassment. Who took my first time? Chen Chang An closed his eyes tightly. He comforted himself. Never mind. Now's not the time to worry about this. I need to deal with Jiang Quanchu first. Chen Chang An hurriedly ran out of the room, rubbing his forehead in distress. I've been single for like 20-something years. It's not easy to find a girl who likes me. I can't let this crappy system ruin it. The night sky remained the same. The moon probably laughing secretly at Chen Chang An. Women are just, so much. He rushed to the back of the residence, standing alone and muttering to himself. Chen Chang An looked at the system panel and sighed. It's still the original form. I can use all of the system's functions. I spent so much effort trying to figure out how to deal with Jiang Quanchu getting close to me. And then this happens. He thought, alright, let's get this started then. Chen Chang An lightly touched the screen. The system panel responded immediately. Sentient beings of all things. Can spiritualize all things, granting them intelligence. Can control all things within the invincible domain. Special effect, make points. 1 is for showing off. 2 is for checking character information, discovering various random tasks, side quests. He narrowed his eyes. Pleased. The function to control all things in the domain. So if I expand my bold assumption, the system is actually within my control. Alright, let's go all in. Chen Chang An raised his arm, preparing to press the agree button on the system. I'll use the sentient beings of all things function, control the make points special effect, and select a new task that the system announces. He pressed it. Initiating make points special effect. The system lit up, shaking violently. Countless beams of light were released from within it, flying all over the night sky. Task content is set by me. Using the sentient beings of all things function. Conditions. Target objects within the invincible domain. The make points special effect system function. The control panel appeared, and Chen Chang An happily reached out and pressed it again. Immediately, a huge line of text appeared. Hello, control successful. Awesome. Chen Chang An jumped up and down, delighted and smug. It's a success. Now there's only one final step. He looked to the right of the system panel. Chen Chang An hurriedly placed his hand on the identification sensor. After waiting a few minutes, the system panel didn't move at all. Special task issued to host Chen Chang An. Eliminate all negative effects resulting from Jiang Quanchu getting close to Chen Chang An's clone/original form. Task target. Invincible Domain System. Task reward. Chen Chang An's praise. He grinned wickedly, his eyes showing a glint of greed. He quickly wrote down his punishment requirements in case the mission failed. The system must give the host a batch of domain points to comfort the host's small, injured heart. Task deadline. 10 minutes. Task issued successfully. Chen Chang An stood in front of the task distribution panel, with a hint of anticipation. As expected, I've found a new use for the system's functions. It's all thanks to me. A pro doesn't compare to trying hard. Countless loving voices rang out from the system panel. They asked about Chen Chang An's 3 generations of ancestors.
Host, you son of a BTCH. Do you hear me?
You son of a BTCH. Holy crap, can you still exploit bugs? I can't finish paying off all these debts.
Chen Chang An ignored them, scratching his ear and sighing. I'm moral.
But not by a lot. I've already issued the task. I will pretend to be deaf to the cursing and scolding, and advise you when you're not angry. The system panel was steaming with anger, shaking for a moment, furious. Just you wait. Oh yeah? What are you gonna do? Chen Chang An grinned mischievously. According to the rules, you have to complete the task. If you fail, I'll buy out your treasure vault. A batch is like 680 billion domain points. Mission complete. The negative effects of Jiang Quanchu getting close to the host have been completely eliminated. A voice from inside the system panel echoed, cursing. Damn it, I'm losing money big time.
Chen Chang An walked over, holding the system panel tightly, and praised happily. See, wasn't this resolved quickly? You're so smart. Scene change.
On a certain mountain, a spatial gate suddenly appeared in the air. What's about to happen?
The gate opened unexpectedly, and the figure of a certain elder sister slowly stepped out, followed by an endless expanse of white clouds.
Jiang Yuxuan peered down at the scenery below from the gate linked to the immortal realm, excitedly. I've been looking forward to this for so long, Jiang Yuxuan comforted herself. The spiritual energy of the lower realm is so thin. Can the immortal beauty withering plant really survive? I hope the person in the lower realm who owns the immortal beauty withering plant is quick about it, so I can retrieve it and return to the upper realm soon. Jiang Yuxuan flew quickly in a certain direction within the forest, and disappeared.
Back in Zhao Prefecture, Bai Yue, Hong Yi, and Ling Bao Er were still completely unaware that Chen Chang An had left the bed since the crack of dawn. The girls snuggled together, sleeping soundly, unconsciously groping each other with practiced movements.
The three of their hands suddenly landed on an empty spot on the edge of the bed. They groped around for a moment. This isn't Chen Chang An. Ling Bao Er, Hong Yi, and Bai Yue simultaneously woke up, completely panicked. Where is he? Early in the morning, Zhao Prefecture was filled with frantic shouting.
A crowd of people rushed out into the courtyard. Senior, Master, Chen Chang An. Recognizing that the shouts were coming from his room, he quickly walked over and quietly stood outside, observing. What are those little brats up to? The cries grew closer and closer.
Who else could it be but Chang An's three little darlings? Just as they caught sight of their master's figure entering through the gate, Bai Yu, Ling Bao Er, and Hong Yi, in their tiny forms, jostled and shoved each other fiercely, all trying to squeeze past the threshold. Each one wanted to be the first to run into Chen Chang An's arms. Man proposes, heaven disposes. The three struggled back and forth with all their might, and without understanding what was happening, they all tripped and fell flat on their faces. I'm in pain. I've fallen.
Chen Chang An was confused. He looked at his three silly daughters.
Good morning. Did you sleep well? Before he could say the next sentence, Ling Bao Er, Hong Yi, Bai Yue, even in their little forms, whined and cried, running over to pile on top of him. One held his arm, another acted spoiled, sat on him, and yet another hugged him tightly from behind.
It was a chaotic scene worthy of a man with many wives.
Chen Chang An struggled to take a breath. This is so uncomfortable. It's a collective rebellion. Hong Yi held his head tightly from behind, nodding several times in agreement. That's right. That's right. Ling Bao Er in front also didn't want to be outdone, pinching his cheeks until they were misshapen. She muttered nonsense repeatedly. Is this real? Surely I'm not dreaming. I have to confirm. Chen Chang An's blood rushed to his brain. He had to stand up and fight back. How dare they act so disrespectfully towards their elder? He had to give these kids a few bonks on the head to make them smarter. No sooner said than done. Chen Chang An gifted his sisters with a series of head bonks. The four sisters no longer made a fuss. They knelt on the ground with swollen heads, looking pitifully. He punished each one in turn.
Are you awake now? No one dared to say a word.
Ling Bao Er suddenly remembered something. She stood up happily and called out, Chen Chang An, Master. Ignoring his dumbfounded expression, Ling Bao Er ran over and hugged him tightly, crying, You're finally awake. I thought you wouldn't wake up again. Little Xiaoban also flew over to hug Chang An's head affectionately.
Master, I missed you!
Hong Yi also followed suit, running over and blushing shyly. Young master, you were gone for too long this time. We were worried to death about you. Bai Yue still stood there, more composed than the other three.
Her fair face flushed slightly. Senior, I also missed you very much, she thought to herself after waiting for so long. Senior is finally... So the methods I thought of can be implemented now, right? Chen Chang An was thrilled. Being close to such beautiful women like living paintings. He would be willing to faint again. He gently told them, I only separated a clone, it's not like I died. Hong Yi was startled by those words and looked at him, unable to help but wonder, Young master, can I go find your clone next time? I'm very good, I definitely won't be a burden. Chen Chang An laughed loudly. Good. This girl really knows how to please others. Chen Chang An looked at the group of troublemakers and couldn't help but think of Jiang Quanchu, his tigress. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. Never mind, Jiang Quanchu would kill me. But wait. Chen Chang An remembered yesterday's events. He became irritated, wanting to settle the score one by one. Let's put that topic aside for now. Now, I'll ask one question. Who changed my clothes? What did you all do to me while I was asleep? Ling Bao and Hong Yi's hair stood on end when they heard this, terrified. They secretly chanted Buddha's name. We've been found out, we're doomed! Chen Chang An also remained silent. He observed every gesture on their faces, and he could tell that these silly girls had everything written all over their faces. Who exactly dared to do it to me? Bai Yue honestly confessed, I changed Senior's clothes. Hong Yi ran over to cover Bai Yue's mouth, shouting, Young master, she misses you too much, so she's talking nonsense. Don't mind her, okay? I'll take her away right now. Ling Bao, quick as the wind, dragged Bai Yue away with Hong Yi. She smiled happily at Chang An. Master, are you hungry? I'll go make you food right away. These four women are feeling guilty. Chen Chang An's mood died. He was confused. Come back here, you guys. Explain it to me clearly. The sky quickly darkened, and the Zhu prefecture at night was frighteningly quiet. After a tiring day, Chen Chang An decided to take a bath. The bathroom was filled with a pleasant perfume scent, and he gently took off his clothes. I'll take a bath first. That chath. I don't know how long the main body will have to lie down later when I return to the clone. I don't feel comfortable without a bath. The bathroom door suddenly opened slightly, and a girl slowly entered. Chen Chang An didn't notice it at all. Bai Yu hesitantly approached Chen Chang An, stammering, Senior. Chen Chang An was startled and asked doubtfully, Bai Yu, what is it? She shyly held out a large, thick whip. Bai Yu looked at the man in front of her with a pleading expression. I have a special kind of poison. I need Senior to use this whip to hit me to detoxify it. Please help me. Chen Chang An pointed at the whip, asking in disbelief, a special kind of poison? Bai Yue's face flushed red, and she nodded. In her heart she was somewhat pleased. Finally, I can feel that strange feeling from last time again. Chen Chang An didn't say anything. He rummaged around in his pocket for that medicine, and then held 3 pills in front of Bai Yue. All right. Eat some spiritual pills. They only dissolve in the mouth, not in the hand. 1 pill cures all poisons, 2 pills keep you tireless forever, 3 pills grant eternal life. The flavor is super good. Bai Yu's heart turned ice cold. Damn it, my fake poisoning failed. Chen Chang An pushed her out, closed the door, and called out, Okay, go detoxify yourself. I'm gonna take a bath. Bai Yue leaned against the door, utterly disappointed. Faced with Chang An's indifference, she became even more determined. It's okay, if this plan doesn't work, there are others. I'll definitely find a way to win over this senior. Meanwhile, Chen Chang An had stripped off all his clothes, letting them fall haphazardly on the floor. Chen Chang An luxuriated in the hot water. A wave of comfort washing over him, making him numb. Right. It's been so long since I went back, it's about time to check on how the Faixian Mountains cultivator residents and the other cultivators are developing. But Chen Chang An was a bit wary. He thought to himself, those are perpetual motion domain generators. I have to recharge them on time. At Faixian Mountain, the demon beasts were in an uproar, spreading the news they'd heard. Warning, Senior Chen Chang An is awake. The news sent shockwaves through the demon race, who leaped with joy. Several women were endlessly delighted to hear that Chen Chang An might visit, each hoping to become the woman of this outstanding prefecture lord. Fantastic! I've only moved to Faixian Mountain for half a month, and Senior has finally woken up. Quick! I have to do my makeup and pay my respects to Senior. I must nominate myself as Senior's mount, so that Senior can ride me around and maybe give my tail a little something. I need to look my most handsome and dashing when I meet Senior. Speaking of Jiang Yuxuan, She had been wandering around the mountains of Fishan Mountain for a whole day, flying back and forth without a trace of that treasure. She observed the terrain for a while, and couldn't help but wonder, my time is limited. Where is this destined one, after all? I'll just grab a few demons and question them. Entering the territory, Jiang Yuxuan unhesitatingly put herself in danger. An intruder! Chen Chang An sensed a powerful divine force suppressing his territory, and couldn't help but be secretly pleased. Is this another immortal from the immortal realm, coming to donate domain points to me? He sensed that it was even at the immortal king level. Good stuff, good stuff. Jiang Yuxuan strolled casually around Fishan Mountain. The demon race scattered, fleeing as they felt the immortal energy radiating from her body. They warned each other, immortal energy! Those hateful upper realm immortals are here again. I've never felt such high spiritual power before. This is aimed at Senior. We absolutely can't let her do whatever she wants at Fishan Mountain. Jiang Yuxuan gradually landed in front of the group of demon beasts. She looked at them warily, and the demon beasts seemed frightened by this uninvited immortal. How lucky! Jiang Yuxuan thought happily as she looked at the demon beasts. This place has such dense, immortal energy. I might have found the right place this time. But she narrowed her eyes uncomfortably. These ants of the lower realm, shouldn't they be cowering in fear when they see an upper realm immortal? What's going on? One female demon, seeing the arrogant intruder, bravely stepped forward and shouted at Jiang Yuxuan, "This is the pure cultivation land of Senior Chen. Flying is forbidden. I hope you'll leave quickly, friend, and not disturb Senior's peace." How dare you tell me to leave? Jiang Yuxuan was furious. She released a large amount of spiritual power to suppress Fishan Mountain's immortal energy, and yelled at the demon beasts, "Insolent! How dare you, small fry, be so loud? Shame on you!" The demon beasts looked terrified at the divine aura radiating from the woman, and they had to admit that this pressure was something their senior had a rival now. Jiang Yuxuan was filled with killing intent. She gave an order, "I am Yu Zhan, immortal, of Xuanwu immortal realm in the upper realm. There is nowhere in this lower realm I can't fly to. I'll ask you straight. Where is Chen Chang An holding the youth preservation fruit?" Before she could even finish bragging, just as Jiang Yuxuan was about to make a move, a mysterious force suddenly rushed over and swallowed her whole. In one step, it sucked away the divine aura from the woman's body. Jiang Yuxuan couldn't stay airborne and landed painfully. Her eyes scanned her surroundings warily. That pressure, that domineering, terrifying aura. Huh? Could there be someone stronger than me here? If so, show yourself, she shouted. Who's there? Get out here! The demon beasts happily looked behind them and cheered. It's Chen Chang An, Senior. Senior sensed that we were in danger, so he's protecting us. Is it that small, brightly lit house on the mountaintop? Jiang Yuxuan looked up carefully. Under the dim moonlight, the silhouette of Chen Chang An, sitting leisurely on the roof, looked in Jiang Yuxuan's direction. His gaze was somewhat mesmerizing. Jiang Yuxuan stared blankly for a few seconds. It's Chen Chang An. I can't sense any cultivation fluctuations from him at all, but when he looks back at me, my heart fills with fear and apprehension. Jiang Yuxuan carefully examined the power on the demon beasts. Wait. These female demons have immortal luck that, if developed, could help them become immortals in the future. Is this also related to the Chen Chang An they're talking about? Chen Chang An remained sitting there, looking at her. What does he want? That gaze is truly frightening. A huge ball of anger rose within Jiang Yuxuan. She was filled with killing intent, and made a decision. Compared to fighting a battle, the outcome is hard to say. Jiang Yuxuan lowered her head in defeat. She cowered and apologized to Chen Chang An. Very well, for the sake of the ancestor. Jiang Yuxuan's voice trembled. Disciple of the Jiang family of Xuanwu immortal realm, Jiang Yuxuan requests an audience. The surrounding demon beasts were shocked and whispered amongst themselves. Am I seeing things? The high and mighty immortal is actually requesting an audience. The surrounding demon beasts were in an uproar, so it can be considered that she passed the first level of the mission. Jiang Yuxuan sighed, moving toward the legendary immortal temple. She was somewhat curious about the name Chen Chang An. Let's see what tricks you're playing. While she was comfortably flying in the sky, Jiang Yuxuan had no idea that she would be reproached by two demon beasts, who approached her. They reminded her, wait, flying is forbidden here. This one's Ling Su. She's one of the most powerful female demons around here. She seems pretty annoyed at the sight of Jiang Yuxuan. If you come here, you gotta follow the rules of us seniors.
Whoever comes to ask for help from the senior needs to show the utmost respect and loyalty. Ling Su points to the temple way up on that super tall mountain, with stairs stretching for miles. She giggles. Walk up those stairs step by step, showing respect to Senior Chen. Geez, it's like a mini Great Wall. Oh, no freaking way. Jiang Yuxuan stares at the endless stairs, almost fainting. She panics. No way! I'm an immortal from the upper realm. I can't take this humiliation. I'm a freaking immortal king. How can I bow down to some mortal from the lower realm? Tai Luye munches on fruit, cheerfully reminding Jiang Yuxuan, TCH, don't go on about being an immortal in front of the master. You'd have to bow your head, even if you were a big shot. Jiang Yuxuan glares at the buffalo demon. What nonsense are you spouting? She suddenly notices the half-eaten fruit in his hand, glowing like a gold ingot. That's a Zhu Yan immortal fruit. Jiang Yuxuan is speechless, watching Ta Luyi gobble it down. That's a super rare immortal fruit in the upper realm. And this buffalo demon's treating it like a normal snack? Such a waste. She rushes over. Where'd you get that? Tankless. Ta Luoye gives her a weird look, reluctantly answering, the master gave it to us. Everyone got one. Then he happily chomps away. Jiang Yuxuan is thunderstruck. What the heck? Everyone got one? You think this fruit grows on trees? This sacred fruit blooms once every 1,000 years and only bears a few fruit every 10,000 years. It's super precious. How? How could you? Ling Su catches on to Jiang Yuxuan's intentions. She struts over, looking smug. So, the immortal fairy came down to beg for an immortal fruit, huh? Even you guys need help from the lower realm? Ling Su puffs out her chest. Well, to be honest, we demons are protected by Senior Chen. Not only that, we get a steady supply of these sacred fruits every day. Jiang Yuxuan glares at her a few times, then reluctantly starts climbing the stairs. I'm gonna ask Chen Chang An face to face. Ta Luoye and Ling Su watch her go, snickering, saying she doesn't want to, but her body's pretty honest. Jiang Yuxuan trudges up the stairs. She's so annoyed by the demon's arrogance. Her face is turning green from exhaustion. I'm gonna die! Just what kind of demon is Chen Chang An, trampling on sacred fruit like that, feeding it to these lowly demons? Even though she's disgusted, she still needs to bring that sacred fruit back to the upper realm. Jiang Yuxuan takes a deep breath, straightens her back, and bravely continues forward, watched by the curious demons. It's always been us lower realm folks worshipping the upper realm immortals. Now, I'm actually seeing an immortal fairy from the upper realm bowing her head step by step. Worth it. Senior Chen's living long enough to see it all. The senior value this etiquette. Chen Chang An has been watching Jiang Yuxuan's every move, amused. These people are so noisy. After over an hour of trudging up the mountain stairs, Jiang Yuxuan finally reaches the Immortals Temple. Standing before the dimly lit building, she solemnly announces, Jiang Yuxuan, disciple of the Jiang family from the Xuanwu Immortal Realm, requests an audience. A young man's voice replies from inside, come in. With permission granted, Jiang Yuxuan hesitantly pushes open the door. Sure enough, a man is sitting there waiting for her. Chen Chang An laughs, teasingly saying, Immortal Fairy Jiang went through so much to see me. What's up? Jiang Yuxuan wastes no time, throwing a gourd flask at him. This immortal treasure can attack and defend. It's a top-tier treasure in the lower realm. I'll trade it for a Zhu Yan immortal fruit. Chen Chang An refuses the gourd, flicks his finger and returns the item back to her. Arrogantly, I won't trade. Jiang Yuxuan struggles to catch the flask. She knows Chen Chang An is deliberately making things difficult. Fine, I don't need to be polite with you either. Jiang Yuxuan frowns angrily. You're going too far. The lower demons have smiles on their face. Chen Chang An, slowly losing his humanity, revealing his arrogant side. Did you think that everyone would spoil you? As soon as he says that, Jiang Yuxuan frowns in fear. Some kind of spiritual power is suppressing her. Kneel down. The pressure is terrifying, like facing an immortal lord. Just who is he? Jiang Yuxuan actually kneels at Chen Chang An's feet. He sits there without changing his expression, casually making his request. I don't need your immortal treasure. I just need you to answer a few questions and you can have what you want. Jiang Yuxuan glares at him with disdain. Even though she's being suppressed, she still yells at him. I, Jiang Yuxuan,
Would rather die here than answer your questions and suffer your humiliation. Suffer the insult of you. Right when things are getting intense, Ling Bao excitedly runs over with a tray of golden fruit, wanting to show it off to Chen Chang An. He ignores her, looking at Bao and saying, "Looks like we picked a few too many wild fruits from the immortal tree." Lived. Ling Bao looks at the fruit on her hands, happily saying, "I'll give them to everyone later. There should be enough."
Ling Bao then grabs a fruit and takes a bite, looking a little troubled. "It's just that I don't know what to do with the extra immortal fruit juice. Can't just throw it away." Hearing this, Jiang Yuxuan looks at the fruit with desire, looking unwilling.
She coughs a few times and calmly says, "I suddenly think this trade isn't bad after all, Senior Chen. Ask away. I'll tell you everything."
How funny. Chen Chang An looks at her. "You sure flip-flop fast. Easy to warn." Chen Chang An taps the table a few times, signaling. Question number 1. Why does the upper realm want to invade the lower realm? Shouldn't the leaders of the upper realm protect the lower realm? You guys are always draining us dry. What are you planning? Want to play thief like a chicken stealing a dog? Jiang Yuxuan is a little surprised by this question. Looking confused for a moment, she retorts, "Why say invade? That's ridiculous." Jiang Yuxuan avoids Chen Chang An's gaze, looking to a corner and quietly saying, "The living things of the lower realm and us immortals have no connection whatsoever. In our eyes, you're just tiny ants that can't cause any waves. Like an ant on the ground, easy to crush. Its fate and territory are in your hands, just because you have the power to control it. That's how the upper realm treats the lower realm. Frankly, you're not worth our good intentions. Even the great universe under the void is just a tool to increase our immortal power."
Chen Chang An silently looks at her, and honestly, isn't angry at her insults. Chen Chang An continues to ask, "Besides the 9 provinces continent, are there any other parallel worlds?" Or, Jiang Yuxuan giggles, honestly telling him what she knows. "In the myriad worlds, this land of the 9 provinces is just a tiny speck of dust. So you know how fragile your world is. In our eyes, you're just a bunch of wild animals that are always protected, unable to cause any waves. And in the end, you can only let the upper realm bind you." Overseas, Ling Bao who's standing nearby, angrily looks at Jiang Yuxuan for speaking so rudely. She hides the basket of fruit behind her back, indicating that she won't give her any. Jiang Yuxuan chuckles and apologizes. "Little girl, all right." Chen Chang An scoots himself forward.
He raises his hand, a signal. Question number 2 was kind of an eye-opener. And now for question number 2. The upper realm has been wanting to snatch the lower realm for ages, so how come they haven't managed to pull it off after all these years? Jiang Yuxuan, as an immortal king herself from the upper realm, immediately retorted, "That's because the heavenly Tao's principles are in the way. Otherwise, one immortal king would be enough to take the lower realm. Also, the upper realm has contacted some immortal lineages and families in the lower realm, but I don't know the specifics."
Jiang Yuxuan looked at Chen Chang An with concern. "However, I do know some things now. There's someone in the lower realm who's been deliberately messing with things, repeatedly delaying the upper realm's plundering. Year after year, he single-handedly charged into the borders between realms, sincerely and respectfully knocking on the immortal realm's steeple. He exhausted tens of thousands of years of cultivation just to repeat one sentence over and over. This is my last request. It must be delivered." His body started to age with time. During the plundering of the 9 provinces continent, the immortal lords mistakenly thought that the 9 provinces realm had been plundered by another immortal realm, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But recently, this matter was revealed, and the immortal lords realized they'd been played by a lower realm person. They were furious. They decided to order a full-scale plundering of the 9 provinces, vowing to drag out that lowly lower realm person who messed with the upper realm's plans and flay them alive. The struggle between the immortal realms has begun. As Jiang Yuxuan remembers, the troublemaker who tried to prolong the 9 provinces' existence was eventually dragged out and killed. Alright, that person's name was Feng Qiyun. The moment Chen Chang An heard that name, his face turned pale as a ghost. He opened his eyes wide in shock. A disciple founded a sect called the Chengsheng Long Life sect. Chen Chang An was furious at Jiang Yuxuan's tale of invasion. He slammed his hand on the table with a burst of energy. The entire room went silent, nervously watching Chen Chang An break free from his human form. His eyes were like he wanted to devour someone whole, radiating scary flames. The divine power around him swirled and surged to the sky. It seemed like if Jiang Yuxuan dared to utter a few more provocative words, he might instantly crush her to death. Chen Chang An growled, "I'm asking you, is the information true?"
Facing Chen Chang An, who was half human and half god, Jiang Yuxuan was a little frightened and stepped back a few steps, stammering, Of course, I, Jiang Yuxuan, hate lying the most."
This attitude is totally not provoking someone. Chen Chang An's anger subsided a bit.
Ling Bao trembled and called his name.
"Master, you might have scared these two beauties half to death." Chen Chang An returned to his original appearance, his voice a little softer. "I'm fine." In his heart, he was probably in turmoil long ago. Based on the information she revealed, the 9 provinces had long been regarded as an object in the bag by the upper realm immortals. The reason they did not invade was because the old man spent his energy and effort to prolong the time.
Now that the old man is missing, the 9 provinces has no strong person to protect it, and is completely exposed, which also means that the 9 provinces is about to face the plundering and invasion of large numbers of immortals.
Chen Chang An walked up to Jiang Yuxuan. He glanced at her with disgust, his voice full of gunpowder. "I'll ask you a few last questions. What is the medium of the immortals in the lower realm? Why can the protector exert its full strength in the lower realm? How much strength can an immortal king exert?" Jiang Yuxuan was stunned. She angrily cursed this clueless man in her heart. This person is such a waste. I just asked for a few fruits. How come I suddenly became a source of information for him? Suddenly, she had an idea flashed into her mind, turning defeat into victory, and took the opportunity to get something from Chang An. No sooner said than done. She held out her hand to Chen Chang An. Jiang Yuxuan's eyes were full of conspiracy, and she said, "Give me the fruit and I'll tell you."
She laughed triumphantly, taunting him. "Understanding the truth should come at a price. Don't even think about eating my freebies." Chen Chang An withdrew his deadly gaze. Because he was too hasty, he was somewhat embarrassed that his negative emotions had been seen through. How shameful, all right. Chen Chang An kept his promise, and he ordered Ling Bao to give her some holy fruits. Jiang Yuxuan quickly got the immortal Zhuyan fruit in her hands, successfully established a good deal. She mercifully issued a mysterious token, cautiously reminding Chen Chang An, "There is a flying passage between the upper and lower realms, and relying on the jade slip to pass through can open the heavenly gate to the lower realm, but this process is a bit long, usually taking about 15 to 30 days." Chen Chang An cautiously asked again, "The protector you mentioned is the reincarnated person next to the genius, and they have special rights. They can only rely on the genius to appear in the lower realm for a short time, without being restricted by the laws of heaven, and can exert their full strength." Jiang Yuxuan nodded. She looked at the immortal Zhuyan fruit in her hand, and added a little more. She thought to herself, "My Jiang family seems to have reincarnated geniuses before, and I have to ask that person to pass on the message. Don't mess with the killing star in front of me."
Jiang Yuxuan once again stretched out her hand to beg for the immortal Zhuyan fruit. "As for me, I can only exert 2/10 of my strength in the lower realm, but it is still enough to deal with some small fries other than you. I have answered. Give me all the other Zhuyan immortal fruits." Chen Chang An thought to himself, "There are still a few boxes." He immediately interrupted her. "What else?" "Everything. I've given you everything." Jiang Yuxuan didn't believe it. "Where?" She was surprised. Huh? Sounding like an idiot. "You nasty thing. You're turning back on your words. You are the boss. You can give as much as you want." Chen Chang An pointed at the immortal Zhuyan fruit and laughed loudly. "I didn't say how much to give you, but you are too greedy." "Damn, I fell into the trap, brothers." Jiang Yuxuan was so angry that she was smoking. "Only one? It's so little, you liar. No one has ever dared to lie to me." "Immortal! So what? Look at Chen Chang An's attitude. Does he look like he cares?" Jiang Yuxuan held a belly full of anger. She bit her lip bitterly. A few immortal Zhuyan fruits made into longevity pills would not extend the life of the old ancestor by much. "You liar! What can I do with one?" This attitude is not sincere at all. Chen Chang An stepped forward to snatch the fruit in her hand. "If you don't need one, give it back to me. I don't lack it either." He praised her with a bonus. "I didn't expect the immortal to have a mindless beauty too. You glib man." Jiang Yuxuan raised the immortal Zhuyan fruit high in a panic. She trembled and shouted loudly, You cunning lower realm person! Damn it, you dare to play words with me. Don't even think about getting it." Jiang Yuxuan held the immortal Zhuyan fruit tightly, hugging it in her arms, defending against the thief in front of her, and the mode of keeping the things activated. Chen Chang An didn't joke with her. He gently urged her. "In short, the immortal can leave now." He turned around and ordered, Ling Bao air, call everyone over here. Jiang Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately took the immortal Zhuyan fruit into her pocket. Her eyes looked at Chen Chang An, who was rushing to fight, with contempt. Don't be so proud, no living thing can survive in the lower realm that has been targeted by the immortals in the end. I admit that you still have some strength, but in the end, you are just hitting a stone with an egg.
So what? Hearing those words from her own mouth, he found it a little funny. Chen Chang An stopped and turned his head to look at her, his eyes as sharp as knives. I'm looking forward to them being able to stand in front of me.
Jiang Yuxuan chuckled. She was very dismissive of Chang An's talent. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating herself. People, with a little strength, they easily become arrogant and forget themselves. And they can't stop wanting to die. And I am really feeling the pressure was too tense at the time. And I didn't accidentally admit it wrong. A mortal from the lower realm actually wants to challenge the peak of the immortal realm.
A moment later, countless hasty footsteps rushed over. A screaming voice rang out. Master, Ling Bao announced, I really did gather all the demon beasts here. They wanted to see you ASAP. Everyone's super curious. Greetings, Senior. Why did you suddenly summon us? Is there something you want us to take care of? Chen Chang An happily acknowledged them, holding out his hand to reveal a few spirit pills that radiated fiery energy.
Perfect timing! I've got some immortal elixirs here.
Kyushu is about to face an invasion from immortals from the upper realm. To deal with them, I've decided to create immortals. He gave each demon beast an immortal elixir, which they happily accepted. Chen Chang An solemnly asked, creating immortals who aren't bound by Kyushu's rules, capable of unleashing their full power.
Are you willing to be the first batch of immortals created by me?
Bai Yu, Hong Yi, Ling Bao Ling Su, and Tuo Luo Yi all shouted in unison, kneeling to receive the order. As long as we can stand alongside you, Senior, we'll do anything. Jiang Yuxuan watched from a distance, originally planning to leave. But when she heard Chen Chang An was creating immortals from demon beasts, she became extremely interested to watch.
Creating immortals? What a delusional fool.
The path to immortality is unbelievably difficult, and he's relying on these ugly beasts?
Jiang Yuxuan scoffed, calling out,
You don't actually think a few pills that emit immortal chi will help them become immortals, do you? This isn't the upper realm. They don't have immortal luck. They can't become immortals at all. Chen Chang An looked at her with determination. Let's see who wins in the end.
Ignoring Jiang Yuxuan's rambling, he looked at the teary-eyed demon beasts. Eat it! This immortal elixir is a regular immortal elixir, with extremely high effectiveness in breaking through bottlenecks. The demon beasts obediently listened, swallowing the immortal elixirs without a second thought.
They went into the temple together, officially embarking on the path of cultivation, circulating their energy to break through and become immortals. Chen Chang An encouraged them to seriously circulate their energy, extending their power. The conditions for becoming an immortal are quite complicated. Normally, it would be impossible. But within my invincible domain, anything is possible.
Chen Chang An unleashed his spirit energy.
He yelled, Xiao Lei, lend me a hand. Above the summit of Mount Feixian, the sky instantly darkened, black clouds churned, and thunder crashed right above the immortal temple. Hundreds of bolts of lightning struck down rapidly. Who is undergoing tribulation to become an immortal? Coming, Father! Here. The earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the land. Ling Bao Hong Yi, and Bai Yue unleashed their powers. Thanks to a bit of immortal chi from the elixir, they quickly absorbed spiritual energy. Each strike of lightning was swallowed by that golden aura. The light was dazzling. The power of an immortal was being forged.
Jiang Yuxuan stood outside, staring wide-eyed. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, even in her wildest dreams. That's immortal luck, kid. Could he really be creating immortals? No, he's just someone from the lower realm, not a god. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
From the temple, countless streams of golden spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. The remaining demon beasts huddled together in fear, whispering amongst themselves. This aura. Someone's undergoing immortal tribulation. Someone's becoming an immortal. That direction is the immortal temple. It's probably the commotion Senior made. Let's hurry over there and take a look. They gathered and rushed to the immortal temple, all marveling at what they saw. Through the cracks in the door they could clearly see she has immortal chi on her. The room is filled with primordial chaos. Energy. It really is immortal qi. Such a powerful pressure. Ling Bao circulated her energy, and the instant the immortal qi suppressed her, she cried out in pain, "My body can't take it anymore!" Each stream of immortal power was shining brightly. A violent gale of golden spiritual energy illuminated the entire room. The demon beasts outside anxiously peeked in, realizing the suffering of cultivation, all shouting, "Hang in there! Hang in there! Success!" A sudden cry began, "Stat check! Peak nascent soul realm, soul transformation realm, and finally, immortal soldier, am I dreaming? Cultivation is suddenly as easy as drinking water?" The gate to the immortal realm appeared. This is the gate to myriad realms. The immortal ascension that cultivators long to reach. The spatial vortex has opened. A dazzling and glittering galaxy. The demon beasts looked up in amazement. Immortal! Immortal gate! She became an immortal. Jiang Yuxuan felt a chill run down her spine. She was scared shitless. This lunatic actually created an immortal. Chen Chang An flew out from within the immortal spirit gate, reaching out to capture it. The spiritual energy was sucked away, and he coldly grunted, "This is an immortal of the lower realm." Chen Chang An angrily clenched his fist, directly destroying the immortal gate. This is clearly not the upper realm. An explosion rang out in the night sky, and the stream of spiritual energy slowly disappeared. The demon beasts were a bit curious. The immortal gate was easily destroyed by Senior. Chen Chang An, is this guy crazy? Is he even stronger than a god? Jiang Yuxuan bit her lip. As far as I know, no one from the lower realm has ascended in thousands of years, just because the conditions for ascension are extremely harsh. Reaching peak soul transformation realm is only one of the conditions for ascension. She then quickly unleashed the peak soul transformation realm divine power. Jiang Yuxuan held immortal qi in her hand. The second condition is to cultivate immortal luck. Without immortal luck, one cannot ascend. Cultivating immortal luck requires the cultivator to fully understand a certain law of the heavenly Tao to successfully cultivate it. The law of time, the law of water, the law of space, the law of fire, the law of metal, the law of earth, the law of wood. As far as I know, many experts in the lower realm cannot comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao, even at the end of their lives. Unleash immortal luck. After satisfying these two conditions, one must also undergo 99 immortal ascension lightning tribulations, battling against the inner demons generated during ascension. Only by overcoming the lightning tribulation and defeating the inner demons, can a person from the lower realm ascend to the upper realm. Jiang Yuxuan watched Chen Chang An creating immortals. She frowned in fear. He even far surpasses the immortal king. This queen. But now the spirit energy of the lower realm is gradually drying up. Cultivating to the transcendent realm is already extremely difficult. The remaining spirit energy is not enough for one person to absorb and become an immortal. Just what terrifying realm has Chen Chang An's cultivation reached, that he can break free from the laws of the world? This time's reincarnated genius has a worthy opponent. Scene changed to a remote village. The sound of crows echoed everywhere. A sound like the souls of demons lamenting mournfully. Hundreds of crows perched on a withered tree in a certain village. They greedily looked down at the scattered corpses lying in the village. A foul smell rose, attracting thousands more to fly down and feasted on the dead bodies. Suddenly, a boy's eyes snapped open. He laughed. "This time, I've reincarnated to the 9 provinces continent. I can already sense the aura of the 9 provinces pinnacle." Elsewhere, a girl clutched her head, sitting on her bed, crying out in pain. "So I've been reborn, what a drag." In another family, a boy silently strangled his mother to death. "Insects of the lower realm are not worthy to be my parents. Are these 3 truly innocent children anymore? It seems some evil souls have possessed these 3 children. They all head in one direction. Flying immortal mountain. Zhao, listen to my orders. Kill Chen Chang An, the lord of the 9 provinces, with all your might, and seize the 9 provinces pinnacle." Chen Chang An, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the results he had created. Those demon beasts have become immortals, he thought to himself. Next is to upgrade the system, seize the time, expand the invincible domain, save the old man, and conveniently earn some benefits. The system displayed an emergency notification. "Chen Chang An, you've hit the jackpot this time." The host's disciple, Ling Bao has broken through to the half-immortal realm.
The master-disciple bond has soared, rewarding the host with an extra 500,000 domain points. The host's subordinate, Hong Yi, has transformed into the half-immortal realm. The domain has soared, rewarding the host with an extra 300,000 domain points. Ling Qingshan, in the Invincible Domain, has broken through to the half-immortal realm. The domain has soared, rewarding the host with an extra 100,000 domain points. Bai Yu, in the Invincible Domain, has broken through to the half-immortal realm. The domain has soared, rewarding the host with unclear domain points. Ling Su, in the Invincible Domain, has broken through to the first layer of Immortal Illumination realm. The domain has soared, rewarding the host with an extra 800,000 domain points. A notification rang out. The host's subordinate, Ta Pei, has broken through to the first layer of Human Immortal Soldier realm, rewarding the host with an extra 800,000 domain points. This was truly something to celebrate, but Chen Chang An was a little worried. Their cultivation is still too low. They can only break through to the half-immortal realm. Next time, I have to find a new way to create even more new immortals. While racking his brains to think, Chen Chang An was startled and turned around. Ling Bao'er hugged his arm tightly, crying and lamenting, "Master!" Then, Bai Yu, Hong Yi, and Ling Su also rushed over and hugged him tightly, all of them looking delighted, giggling. "I never thought I could break through to the half-immortal realm. Thank you, young master. This great kindness of yours, Bai Yu, will never forget." Chen Chang An fell to the ground, feeling pain in the embrace of the demon beast beauties. He struggled to take a breath, speaking with difficulty. "Calm down." Tai Lei was the last to arrive. His body becoming unusually strong and large, he exclaimed happily, Look at me! Holy crap!" Tai Lei waved his arms and legs a few times, showing off his huge body. He laughed triumphantly. "I never thought I'd break through to the immortal realm. This is truly a great thing." Little Lingstone Mountain stood in a corner, crying, expressing his unprecedented happiness. "Ancestor, can you see? I never thought I could become a half-immortal." The demons outside looked up in admiration at their seniors. They watched joyfully without blinking, their eyes filled with endless infatuation for Chen Chang An. Senior is our god, our immortal descended to the lower realm. Now that we have immortals, we don't have to be afraid of those vicious immortals from the upper realm anymore. Damn it, I also want Senior to bury himself in my chest." Illusory demon candidate Jiang Yuxuan opened her eyes wide, unable to believe the truth. Her mouth gaped open stiffly. "I never thought he could actually create two immortals, defying the lower realm, suppressing the heavenly Tao. This person's strength is frighteningly strong. With this person guarding the 9 provinces continent, it might become an immortal domain in a small corner in the future. I'm afraid the plans of those immortal lords are hopeless." The system rang out again, congratulating Chen Chang An on his achievements. The host's current total domain points are 785,000 domain points. Please upgrade to System version 50 as soon as possible, and expand the scope of the Invincible Domain. It has been detected that 2 people in the Invincible Domain System have become immortals, rewarding the host with double the usual salted fish. King rewards. Awesome! Chen Chang An got up from the embrace of the beauties, patting his chest proudly. This time's rewards are incredibly generous. Wait, why are there lipstick marks all over your face, bro? You're having the time of your life. He was so engrossed in clicking to receive the rewards that he forgot about Jiang Yuxuan's presence. She came over and shouted, "Hey!" Chen Chang An was startled and looked at her, teasing, The immortal envoy hasn't left yet? Do you want to continue trading with me?" She coughed a few times, turning her face away awkwardly. "I don't have much news for the time being." Jiang Yuxuan lowered her head slightly to hide her embarrassment, hesitant and stammering. There must be something difficult to say. Chen Chang An understood Jiang Yuxuan's intentions and kindly said, "It's about the immortal fruit, right? I'll leave it for you. Whenever you have new news about the upper realm, you're welcome to come here at any time." "That's acceptable." Jiang Yuxuan turned and flew away. This girl is really hard to tame. She agreed stiffly. "Got it, I'm leaving. Goodbye." Chen Chang An didn't pay much attention. He turned back to look at the system panel. It has been detected that the immortal woman's view of the host has changed. The capture progress has increased another step, rewarding the host with 10,000 domain points. He was a little surprised. Touching the system upgrade version 50, huh? Only task 2 doesn't have a completion notification.
It seems like this is a random, irregular task. Never mind, let's just upgrade the system. It has been detected that the host has met the conditions for upgrading to system version 50. Upgrading in progress. Deducting 1 million domain points. Successfully upgraded to version 50. Activating new function. Grasping life and death. Introduction to the function of grasping life and death. Can consume domain points to resurrect the dead within the domain. Chen Chang An grinned slyly, secretly pleased with the reward. Good function, much more reliable than the special max score expansion effect. He didn't think much about it, clicking on the system panel to activate it, leaving 1 million by his side just in case. Among the protectors, there are people with strength exceeding the immortal general. At that time, I can exchange for a higher level avatar. Countless auras enveloped Flying Immortal Mountain. The system displayed a notification again, deducting 585,000 domain points to expand the Invincible Domain to 56,850 meters. Remaining domain points 1 million. Current domain range is 62,670 meters. But the choices, truly many. Chen Chang An pondered for a long time. Yu Gong moves the mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. Flying Immortal Mountain. Touch the Mountain. Wild Boar Mountain. After expanding the domain, the things I sense will also become more and more numerous. Currently only covering half of the 10,000 Great Mountains, compared to the entire 9 provinces. It's just a tiny part of the border. Chen Chang An had the map of the territories clearly in his head. First of all, Yu Province, Feng Province, Guang Province, U Province, the Great 10,000 Mountains, Yun Province, Lei Province, Qi Province, and Gui Province. But right now, it's like opening a treasure chest of salted fish. Chen Chang An excitedly tapped on the system. Last time, he opened the function card for the Mirror Flower Water Moon Doppelganger, which has been quite practical. What good treasure could he open this time? Treasure chest of salted fish successfully opened. The notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for opening the treasure chest of salted fish, receiving 15,000 domain points and 4x mind reading cards. Usage explanation. 4x. The person who gives birth should understand everything, and of course, it can also be used for fun. Real chest horny. Usage explanation provided. The mind reading card allows you to hear the thoughts of one of your subordinates, friends, or partners at any time. After opening the treasure chest, Chen Chang An's mind went a little cold, dead inside, and he blurted out, this is unbelievable. He dropped the 2 treasures from his hands. Chen Chang An was so angry he was muddled. He directly grabbed the system panel tightly. I really want to punch you in the face a few times. Chen Chang An cursed it out thoroughly. System, what are you doing? I'm being serious here. Where's your morality gone? Facing the host's anger, the system panel immediately issued a warning, appearing indifferent. The items opened in the salted fish treasure chest are not under the system's control. The type of items opened depends on the host's luck, so it's just my bad luck. Is that so? He stared blankly at it. Chen Chang An casually broke off a corner of the system panel. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The system panel cried a river, complaining, Host, my design. I'm starting to get scared of you, Chang An. Let's just leave it at that. He decided to use the love letter in his hand. Let's see this. Using this mind reading card might be interesting. Let me see who's lucky enough to be chosen. He had barely tapped to use it. Chen Chang An's eyes widened in surprise. He started to feel itchy all over his body. Crap. Some voices suddenly appeared in my head. Senior. A girl's voice. Who could it be? Countless thoughts of Chen Chang An's 5 female demons were clearly displayed in his head. But unfortunately, he couldn't distinguish who was who among them. So indecent. On the other side, Ling Bao Hong Yi, Bai Yu, and Ling Su were carelessly imagining a ton of thoughts in their heads. How can I enjoy the feeling of that walk again? If I directly pounce on Senior now, will Senior beat me? What about forcibly kissing Senior? Alone is completely impossible. Only Senior can make me remember the pleasure that even I don't understand. Senior, hit me. Chen Chang An sighed. None of my subordinates are normal. Which pervert is it? I don't even know who it is. I give up. He looked up at the sky in disappointment, complaining, 4 treasure chests of salted fish are all useless. Gathering them wasn't easy at all. Forget it. I'll popularize the situation of the immortals to everyone first. At Mao Hour, he sent the order throughout Flying Immortal Mountain. Everyone come here for a bit. All the demon beasts followed the order in unison. At Mao Hour, Chen Chang An dragged his tired body back to his bedroom. He tossed and turned. unable to sleep. Chen Chang An put his hand behind his head, looking up at the ceiling sadly. Everyone has already started preparing how to respond to the immortals who are about to descend. It seems that the fighting strength of the lower realm is still not enough. If I don't seize the time to upgrade my strength, I'll be killed.
The more he thought about it, the more tragic it felt. A look of pity appeared in Chen Chang An's eyes. He unconsciously remembered his childhood.
Old man, when I first came here, if it wasn't for you, I would have been eaten clean by those demons because of my immortal physique long ago.
These past few years you've kept me in the immortal temple, not only protecting me but also spending years of cultivation to protect this lower realm.
If this lower realm is worth it, then you don't need to worry anymore.
Chen Chang An gradually fell asleep. Still holding this vow, I'll protect these 9 provinces for you.
Early the next morning, Ling Bao gently woke him up. Master, breakfast is ready. Get up and eat quickly.
She called and called, but no one responded. Then Ling Bao puffed up her cheeks angrily and cursed, "Damn it, Master has gone back to his doppelganger again." She conveniently picked up the spatula and went to Chen Chang An's bedside. "Don't be so impulsive." Hong Yi and Bai Yui ran over in fear, hugging her to stop her. His doppelganger. This time, the young master is so anxious. Usually, when he switches to his doppelganger, he always greets us. But this time, he didn't say a word. What, does the young master have another woman outside? Bai Yue naively offered an explanation. Senior probably isn't that kind of person. Ling Bao pointed directly at Chen Chang An and shouted, "Hong Yi's sister, Bai Yui's sister. I've decided. I'm going down the mountain for training, to find Master's doppelganger."
Bai Yu happily agreed upon hearing this. "I'm not too worried about Miss Bao going down the mountain alone. I'll go with Miss Ling Bao nodded in satisfaction. She smiled evilly and said, "Okay, let's go find Master together, and give Master a big surprise." Chen Chang An is preparing himself to welcome people. Sleeping so soundly there, huh? He's probably having a good dream. Main body transfers to doppelganger.
Back to the detail. Jiang Quanchu ran to find Chen Chang An. The sky quickly turned to rain.
The 2 disciples guarding the gate were tired of persuading her. Their throats were dry. "Girl, you're too stubborn. I've told you already. The lord of the province is usually very busy and doesn't have time to meet female admirers like you." A fat one chimed in. "The senior is busy with work for the 9 provinces every day. You admirers want to cling to the senior for your own personal desires. You're really shameless."
Jiang Quanchu stood still. She really wanted to meet Chen Chang An. She was also exhausted, and her voice softened somewhat as she said, "I won't cause him any trouble. You should go and rest early. You don't need to worry about me."
"That's great." The 2 men had sour faces. They glared at her. "Damn girl, you're the reason we're here. Who wants to worry about you? There are so many women infatuated with him outside now. What if they harm our handsome lord of the province? We'll be done for. Damn it. If she doesn't leave, we can't get off work either. My chicken bones are getting as hard as your head."
After a while, the rain stopped, and the entire province mansion was filled with water. From within the residence, the sound of footsteps grew closer.
"This clone of Chen Chang An looks pretty imposing, huh?" He walked over casually, and the disciples immediately stood at attention and greeted him. "Lord Prefecture!" There. They were sweating bullets. "We're doomed! We disturbed the Lord Prefecture. We're dead meat."
Jiang Quanchu, seeing him, was immediately overjoyed.
"Chang An, you're awake." Chen Chang An was a bit surprised to see Jiang Quanchu there. He looked at the girl shivering from the cold. Could she have been waiting here all night? Jiang Quanchu shook her head, secretly hiding the fact that she'd slept outside all night. For some reason, she looked at him happily and said, "No, I just got here." "Chang An, can we talk?" Chen Chang An seemed a little flustered. "To my room." Jiang Quanchu immediately followed. Scene changed to Yunzhao, Hualong City. People bustled back and forth. In a distant alley, 2 kids quickly ran and hid. The 2 kids happily looked at the vials in their hands. The little girl cheered excitedly. "Brother, we finally bought the Foundation Establishment elixir!" The boy looked at his sister and said, "Little sis, as long as I drink this elixir, I can break through to Foundation Establishment and officially become a cultivator." The little girl shyly covered her face. Xuan believes in you. With your talent, you definitely can." She thought of her cherished dream and blurted out, "Then Xuan, you and Mom and Dad won't have to go hungry anymore, and we won't get bullied anymore either."
The boy's eyes reddened as he looked at his obedient little sister. He lovingly stroked her head, To get the money for this elixir, Zhu and Dad suffered a lot. Don't worry. Once I successfully become a Foundation establishment cultivator, I can definitely lead everyone to a better life. Suddenly, a few hurried footsteps approached. The two siblings saw that boy walking towards them, his face full of ferocity. He thought, "This mortal body can't withstand my godfiend physique. It's about to collapse. Cassis. I need a new body."
The boy clutched his chest angrily. The Xuanwu Immortal Domain Transmigration, this heaven's chosen one experimenting on the heavens, is because I killed the original owner's parents, so this body is rejecting me. The siblings, Xuan, looked at him. The boy held his sister's hand tightly, comforting her. He thought, this guy looks only 9 years old, but he's already at the peak of chi refining. His talent is too strong. Plus, the spiritual energy on his body is overflowing. He seems to be about to break through to Foundation establishment too. Judging by his appearance, he probably couldn't afford the Foundation establishment elixir. The boy kindly offered the vial of elixir. I see you're about to break through to Foundation establishment. Do you have a container? I'll share some of the elixirs with you. Just consider it making friends. Anyway, I only need half a vial to break through. Faced with the boy's enthusiasm, the demonic cultivator angrily yelled, "Who the hell dares to interfere?" Unexpectedly, this kid's voice was full of wickedness. An innate Tao body, he grinned savagely. A vessel that can withstand my godfiend physique. I've found it. He slowly approached, murdering the two siblings. Demonic blood splattered, staining the small alley red. That night, successfully entered the body. He laughed gleefully, his eyes greedily appraising the new body. Feels much better. Sadly, even little Xuan couldn't escape lying in a pool of blood. Now, having obtained a suitable body, he immediately put his plan into action. Next is to use the secret pagoda and the knowledge of the upper realm, spend a few days breaking through his cultivation, surpassing Chen Chang An, dealing with him, and using the 9 provinces to seize the lower realm. Chen Chang An's formidable opponent has officially appeared. His name is Shi Tian, the 9th emperor of the Xuanwu Immortal Expanse. Arrogant, haughty, and disregarding everyone. He possesses the cultivation memories of an upper realm immortal, and wields a dualistic god-fiend physique. He cultivates techniques that are both righteous and demonic, and his proficiency in formations is exceptionally high. When setting up formations, he can utilize them to summon ancient demonic entities. He's asking for the heavens. This scourge of the heavens has successfully seized many realms in the lower realm, with an 80% success rate. A few days later, in Hualong City, the streets were suspiciously lively. Groups of passers-by were gathered in clusters, discussing something. Someone asked fearfully, "Have you guys heard? The new Lord Prefecture, Chen Chang An, is coming to Hualong City to inspect. It seems like he arrived at the Yun City Prefecture Manor a few days ago." The news spread like wildfire. A certain young lady shouted excitedly, "I'm so looking forward to it. The new Lord Prefecture is so handsome and strong. I want to have his children." Just then, Xin Tian was passing by. He smirked with amusement. "The new Lord Prefecture, Chen Chang An, inspecting Hualong City?" Xin Tian mentally cheered. "He's practically delivering himself to my doorstep." He smiled malevolently. "If the earth-slaughtering plan can be postponed, this lord must prepare a grand gift for him. Besides, if this Chen Chang An is as strong as the rumors say, then he'll be a great candidate for a transitional vessel." Time quickly returned to the alley, where Xianxia murdered the siblings. Xuan. A trembling hand reached out from the shadows. The boy whose body had been taken over by Shi Tian suddenly woke up. He sat there, looking over his body. At this moment, the soul within his body was actually Xuan's older brother. He painfully recalled the image of that evil person taking over his real body. Feels so much better, that smile. That damn bastard! He slammed his fist down on the brick floor to control his anger. The boy looked in fear at his side. A cold corpse lay in a pool of blood. It was none other than his little sister. He helped her sit up. Looking at her pale face, the boy couldn't help but shiver, sobbing as he hugged his sister's corpse. Scene changed to the Yun City Prefecture Manor. Chen Chang An stared in confusion in one direction. Jiang Quanchu's body was soaked with rainwater, her black clothes clinging tightly to her body, revealing the curves of her figure before Chen Chang An's eyes. Those bountiful curves. Absolutely stunning. Chen Chang An understood the seriousness of the situation. If this goes on, he'll be up all night. He hurriedly pulled Jiang Quanchu's hand towards the bathroom. No, you're too wet. You'll get sick. There's a hot spring over there. Take a bath and warm yourself up.
The azure lake surface steamed with rising plumes of mist.
Jiang Quanchu, what the heck?
Soaked in it, she gently sat down, not knowing whether to be happy or sad.
Chen Chang An called out from behind the screen. Don't just stand there blankly. It's just you and me here. Is the water okay? Jiang Quanchu hummed softly, starting to enjoy the warm sensation spreading through her body. It felt rather nice, but she was embarrassed. Jiang Quanchu's face flushed red as she sank down so the water just reached her cheeks, trying to dispel the awkwardness. Chen Chang An worriedly continued. Tell me when you're done soaking. I'll get new clothes ready for you. She only dared to answer quietly. The water's just right.
Jiang Quanchu took a deep breath, losing all sense of shame, and asked back, Chang An, do you want to bathe together? Faced with Quanchu's request, Chen Chang An calmly replied, I've already bathed, so I can't keep watch for you. You go ahead and bathe.
He was busy outside, calculating with the system. He had more pressing matters.
Heard there's a new genius nearby?
Chang An immediately thought of Shi Tian, still at the peak of qi refining. This pig needs more fattening up. For the first time, there was a blockhead who didn't care about carnal desires.
Jiang Quanchu was a little disappointed.
She nodded, humming a sad sound. Chen Chang An looked at the system panel with anticipation. System, can you check the background of a reincarnated genius?
Sure.
It did. It immediately announced, deducting 250 domain points. Searching. Chang An was fuming but helpless against the system. Do you think you're funny? It looked at him provocatively. As long as you suffer, reincarnated geniuses? At most, they're immortals from the immortal realm of the upper world, carrying orders from the domain lords of various immortal domains to descend, reincarnate, and seize all things in the universe.
They bring memories of countless lifetimes and immortal realm cultivation techniques, allowing them to quickly break through without being affected by the laws of heaven and earth, possessing the most savage thinking and killing intent of the lower realm. Overcoming levels to kill opponents is commonplace for these geniuses.
At the same time, among the chosen geniuses, some are qualified to reincarnate because they have been recommended by immortal reverends. Among the chosen geniuses, some are qualified to reincarnate because they have been recommended by immortal reverends, and some reincarnate to enhance their own cultivation. Of course, a small part are forced to descend. Although these geniuses come from different immortal domains, they all share the same goal: to dominate the lower realm now. And this time, their spears are all pointed at the same place: the 9 provinces continent. Due to various factors, this place has become a treasure land that immortals fight over. It's only a matter of time before it's seized, which means if the host wants to be the savior, you have to face these formidable old guys, so get ready to face a whole bunch of people trying to gank you. Chen Chang An felt a little aggrieved. Damn it, you think my domain avatar here is too weak? I just need domain points. I'm not interested in being the savior. Whoever wants to do it can do it.
Suddenly, Jiang Quanchu said softly, Chang An, I had a strange dream earlier. She turned to look at his silhouette outside, curious. In the dream, my Tao companion wasn't Chang An, but a stranger. I didn't even know his name. We were on our way to the 9 provinces grand gathering, and he, whether a heretic cultivator or not, actively offered me to a heretic cultivator as a human cauldron in order to survive. Jiang Quanchu looked into the distance. Her eyes were filled with sadness, as if she had experienced everything, calmly recounting. In the dream, after the genius competition, I lost everything and died in a desolate wasteland, with no one to care. To be honest, the truth suffocated me, and sometimes I couldn't distinguish reality from dreams. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, reality is real. I'm so glad. Chen Chang An listened silently, knowing what this was, the previous fate line. Jiang Quanchu gradually stood up and left the hot spring. Chen Chang An also stood up quickly, anxiously asking, Did you discover anything else? She hesitated. I also discovered something very important. Good, he asked again. What is it? Jiang Quanchu was embarrassed. Without you, I'd have a hard time persevering. I clearly realized that I like you. With that, she stood far away from the screen. Could you please give me my clothes? Chen Chang An handed over the new clothes he had prepared, a little embarrassed to turn away. Damn, this situation is so awkward. As Jiang Quanchu took the clothes and turned to leave, she unfortunately tripped.
Jiang Quanchu cried out in pain.
The screen fell. Jiang Quanchu's entire body revealed under the thin clothing, clearly visible before Chen Chang An. Xier reached out to him, and he stood there mesmerized. After regaining his senses, Jiang Quanchu had fallen. He lunged over frantically. They both embraced each other and fell straight into the hot spring.
Four eyes met, a little embarrassed. You two look so dumb. It had been a long time since she and Chen Chang An had been so close. Jiang Quanchu giggled happily, smiling brightly at him. They both looked at each other and burst into laughter, playfully splashing water. Chen Chang An leaned close to her forehead, and they continued to look at each other intimately. He seized the opportunity to ask, "So, are we considered reconciled now?" Jiang Quanchu nodded happily. They gradually leaned closer, lips touching lips. Scene contains addictive elements. Viewers are advised to watch with caution. The system suddenly appeared, interrupting them. Random mission announced. Son of a BTCH, how annoying. He was starting to feel frustrated.
Chen Chang An's eyes were like ancient cauldrons, burning with killing intent. Damn system, you really know when to jump out.
We've never been so exhausted with each other like in this lifetime.
Detecting that a genius from the upper world is approaching the target in Tanhua Long. Please find and kill them quickly.
Hiding in the face of more embarrassment than embarrassment, we just need to have a confident smile. Chen Chang An clapped his hands with excitement.
Tanhua Long actually has a genius from the upper world?
I just wanted to go there on patrol. A head is delivered to my door. I don't know if the reward for killing a genius is more than the previous immortal general.
Really looking forward to it. Jiang Quanchu's eyes were filled with longing for her lover.
She knew they would have to part again. Chang An, are you going to leave again? I heard people in the sect say you'll be going to Tanhua Long on patrol afterwards, right? Chen Chang An was a little flustered and gently denied it. We just met and we have to say goodbye again. All our desires are still unfinished. Such a pity for these young lovers.
Jiang Quanchu tiptoed to give him a lingering kiss on the lips.
Chen Chang An's eyes widened in surprise. His first kiss.
Jiang Quanchu almost burst out laughing at his expression. She happily teased him, asking for what he owed her. Can't I, hubby, hubby, hubby? Chen Chang An was dumbfounded, pointing at himself as he asked.
Ah, beauty traps are hard to resist. He smiled like an idiot. Of course you can. Jiang Quanchu didn't push him too hard. I'll go back to the heavenly fragrance sect and wait for you then.
Suddenly, Chen Chang An reached out and hugged her tightly, looking at the girl he loved with doting eyes.
Okay. Once I'm done with things here, I'll come pick you up.
Resigned to fate, Jiang Quanchu closed her eyes and leaned on his shoulder. Let's just decide on that then.
Scene change. The scene immediately returns to Hualong City. Somewhere in the city, the atmosphere is filled with death, with streams of blood-red smoke engulfing the area. Fresh blood flows down someone's legs. Shi Tian's voice rings out, I will use blood to sacrifice to Lord Wu.
Again, countless drops of blood fall from that person onto the ground, accompanied by a pungent smell.
The man is tied to a cross, seemingly dead or alive, with his head bowed. His body is covered in wounds. The cross binding him floats in the center, a dark red, ancient spiritual power gradually engulfing him.
Xin Tian stood in a corner, happily laughing. His plan was progressing very well, he muttered as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He was refining the heart demon 9 heavens god slaughtering formation, opening a swirling Bagua formation. The spiritual power from the formation was quickly absorbed by Xinqian. He used a portion of his inner power just to summon this formation. The demonic power was now fully charged. He shouted, Enough! Xinqian looked at the formation with anticipation. The killing array is set, just waiting for the ant to enter the trap. He went through so much trouble just waiting for Chen Chang An to arrive. Xinqian curiously looked up at the sky. A giant wooden boat slowly appeared in the smoke.
The boat leisurely entered the killing array. The atmosphere was filled with killing intent, making Chen Chang An on the boat feel a little breathless, anxious.
The helpful system repeatedly reminded him, Attention, host. Detecting a heavenly prodigy nearby. Chen Chang An vaguely understood the situation. No wonder I felt a faint aura of death lingering in Hualong City. Not surprisingly, it's probably the heavenly prodigy's doing. Your thoughts are correct. Shi Tian was revived, and his greatest desire was to kill Chen Chang An with one blow and seize the 9 provinces. He targeted the flying boat and launched a sneak attack, unleashing a series of demonic powers. Under the dark spiritual force, the boat was shattered.
The boat burst into flames. Son of a! Chen Chang An flew out of the fire, quite surprised. An attack at the level of an immortal weapon. Chen Chang An stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, speechless. What the hell is that thing? Xianxia was brazenly sitting in the body of a Buddha, with dozens of arms? Neither Buddha-like nor demon-like, this thing actually has the strength of an immortal. Heavenly prodigies these days are so weak, they're hacking, bro. What a Canadian hallucination. How many heads does this guy have, though? They were all laughing at him, as if attacking him. Xianxia happily stepped forward, looking at him with desire. Good evening, my new vessel. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Chang An's eyes, and he gave him a devilish smile. Good evening, my little lamb. The system then displayed a notification. Detected a reincarnated heavenly prodigy. The heavenly prodigy's current cultivation is at the peak of the chi refining stage. But due to his innate god-demon body, he can withstand the power of an ancient god-demon, a force at the immortal soldier realm. Post. Please quickly kill him, and save the people of Hualong City. Chen Chang An looked at him with interest and praised. This little brat is quite brave, able to summon helpers multiple realms stronger than himself. It seems these reincarnated heavenly prodigies have some advantages. He secretly rejoiced. But this is good. The stronger they are, the more domain value I can get. Maybe it'll unlock a new salted fish treasure chest. Shi Tian cautiously looked at Chen Chang An, examining him from head to toe, thinking to himself, Chen Chang An hasn't made a move yet. Could it be that he's scared by the bloodthirsty Buddha I summoned? He arrogantly gloated. Looks like there's no need to waste effort probing his true strength. I can directly kill him with one blow and chop him into pieces. Alright, one blow to kill Chen Chang An. He lightly touched the air, directly unleashing a new wave of demonic power. Thousand Hand Soul, Devouring Palm. From the bloodthirsty Buddha, countless arms flew out to attack Chen Chang An. It wasn't hard to notice that each hand had a holy eye. No matter where he moved, they could easily strike him. Each direction they moved created a suffocating pressure. Hundreds of hands surrounded Chen Chang An. Like a whirlwind engulfing him, the collision created a massive explosion in the air. Xintian sat there smugly, raising his hand again to prepare for the next attack. A flick of the finger to kill. You dare to stop us from seizing the lower realm with this little bit of skill? Too early to be happy, son. The bloodthirsty Buddha's aura was gradually disappearing. Xintian's eyes widened in horror. What the heck? Chen Chang An actually devoured all those hundreds of hands with just a snap of his fingers. He flew out of the smoke and happily gave him a loving middle finger. Chen Chang An pointed directly at him. Ninth Prince, Shi Tian, right? Let me enlighten you on what it means to provoke someone with continuous taunts. But you think you can do anything to me with these moves? Shi Tian was so enraged that his heart was about to burst. He launched an attack at him. You still recognize me like this? I'll be merciful and leave you with a whole body. Again. Your wife, your family, I'll take care of them. Keep going, he said decisively. I don't believe. You can still take my second attack. Once again, the bloodthirsty Buddha extended hundreds of arms and pounced on Chen Chang An. Keep coming! Chen Chang An's eyes were full of anger, and he directly put his hand in front of his chest. With just one move, he could easily turn them into ashes. He provoked him again. Put some strength into it. Calling yourself an immortal but you can't even kill someone? So hilarious. Countless rays of fire illuminated the sky, transforming into countless dragons. Countless powerful individuals and well-known elders from the lower realm flew over, cautiously standing aside. The spiritual energy fluctuation is too strong. Who is the lord of the province fighting? I can sense a trace of immortal energy from the upper realm. They've sent someone down again. Patience. We must find an opportunity to help the lord of the province. Far off, three ladies were heading towards Chen Chang An's fight. Nanrong, the reincarnated genius from the Nichang immortal realm, sat elegantly on a lotus platform, a hint of regret in her eyes. Oh, missed it by a step. That Shi Tian brat beat us to it. Too bad, the pink-haired girl beside her chimed in. Looks like we're out of luck again this time. Just like Nanrong. She was Kang Yue, a reincarnated genius from the stellar aspect immortal realm. She softly added, Sisters, Xin Tian's true form cultivation in the Xuanwu immortal realm is at the immortal ring stage. His bloodthirsty Buddha move is invincible at that level. Even if it's weakened in the lower realm, it's more than enough to crush an ant here. I'm afraid this Xin Zhao guy is a goner. Oh, you're so naive, Nanrong chuckled, thinking differently.
Xianxia's just like those overbearing villains invading other people's homes from those comic books. This Xinjiao lord is the hero protecting his turf. Poor thing though, hero's gotta protect his home, so pitiful. The gray-haired girl nodded in agreement. Poor thing, Wu Zhengyi sighed as he looked towards the fight. If these lower realm folks fell into my hands, they'd at least have a chance to live. But Xintian's gonna turn them into his cultivation booster. That kind of ruthless training method is gonna backfire on him, sooner or later.
Xintian's too arrogant. Looking down on the lower realm, he's asking for it. Under Xintian's control, the bloodthirsty Buddha lunged at Chen Chang An, ready to tear him apart.
Wow, that's fast and dangerous. This bloodthirsty Buddha treats Chen Chang An like a mosquito. It just squashed him in its palm, crushing his aura. Silence fell. Is Chen Chang An really dead? Nanrong, Wu Zhengyi, and Kang Ye were about to leave in disappointment. The outcome is clear. No need to watch. Let's head to the next realm.
Ignoring her departing friends, Nanrong stayed put, suddenly shouting in surprise, "Wait, look!
Chen Chang An's still alive." He burst out from between the bloodthirsty Buddha's fingers, hovering right in front of it. Chen Chang An flipped at the bird. "Screw you, I ain't dying yet." From that friendly middle finger, a torrent of flames erupted, incinerating the bloodthirsty Buddha.
Kang Yu, Nanrong, and Wu Zhengyi stared in disbelief,
their eyes wide. A violent explosion shook the sky, flames illuminating everything.
Wu Zhengyi stroked his chin thoughtfully.
This Chen Chang An's got some skills, but he made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have pissed off Xitian.
Xitian's an elite among geniuses, ruthless and cruel.
Plus, he's got a special status, attracting many loyal immortal followers. Each summoned immortal is a result of his long, hard work. Chen Chang An's gonna end up miserable if he keeps this up. Nanrong ignored the chatter, gazing at Chen Chang An with a dreamy look, her thoughts straying, sacrificing himself to protect the world, only to fail and become someone's toy, a slave. I kinda like that. If it were me, I'd train him to be my personal male pet. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a bloodthirsty Buddha immortal soldier. Reward, 500,000 realm points. Chen Chang An stared at the swirling flames, finally understanding. Killing summoned gods and demons gives realm points. Sweet, my time has come. Chen Chang An sneered. Kid, don't play hero if you're weak. It's already dead. I was just getting warmed up.
Xintian scoffed, summoning more demonic energy. He flashed a summoning talisman, gloating, "I've got more than one summon."
A monstrous insect wraith king tore through space, its fangs bared. A peak immortal soldier wraith general, armed with a spear, charged at Chen Chang An, yelling, "For my master I'll brave fire and water, annihilating all evil." Chen Chang An dodged nimbly. Too slow, die, he thought to himself. This guy's really distracting. Chen Chang An warily eyed the wraith general's every move. Damn it. The wraith general swung his axe again, forcing Chen Chang An to dodge. Dodged again. Crap. The wraith general gloated as Chen Chang An flew back. "I'll scatter your soul. Lower realm folks are so easy to kill." The wraith general cackled. "Upper realm folks are so gullible." Xintian roared in anger.
Wraith general Chen Chang An appeared behind him, kicking him down. "Eat dirt." Chen Chang An yelled as he stomped. "Die, you two, front-horned freak."
Chen Chang An's earth-shattering kick crushed the wraith general. Congratulations, host, for eliminating an immortal soldier god. Demon, reward, 500,000 realm points. This Tian was running out of juice, throwing everything he had into the summon. He was a mess, practically falling apart, even lost an eye in the process. Then another immortal king shows up, this one looking seriously pissed. Every step he took just withered everything around him. This Tian was about to crack, screaming in pain. "Kill him. Chen Chang An. Summon someone. Giggity giggity. Oh look, it's a king." He gave Tian a teasing look. "Ninth Prince, you're looking a little rough there. Great mighty heavenly dragon. The legendary divine dragon appeared. Chen Chang An looked at his collection of, toys, with mock regret. "Aw man, I was hoping you'd summon a few more." This Tian suddenly clammed up, face turning green as he stared at Chang An's collection. "You little punk." Chen Chang An cracked his knuckles, ready to dish out some pain. "Give her hell," he ordered. "Dragon God, attack those demonic soldiers from above." The two forces slammed into each other, creating a crazy storm that destroyed everything. "Congrats, Host. Killed a demon soldier in the spirit realm. Received 5 trillion domain value. Che. Qing. The demon soldiers vanished in a puff of smoke. Chen Chang An, crackling with spiritual energy, flew over and grabbed Tian Tian by the hair. Hoisting him up, Tian Tian was in too much pain to even twitch. In Thi Tian's eyes, Chen Chang An looked like a demon in human skin. Chen Chang An leaned in, giving him a cold look. You loser! You wouldn't even know if someone was letting you win. Where's your guardian immortal?
The Tian was almost crying with rage, stammering, Why you? You!
Chen Chang An tutted mockingly. You're such a weakling. So pathetic. A total waste of a transmigrated heavenly genius, the 9th prince of the upper realms Xuanwu immortal domain. Now you're just some guard dog. It's laughably sad. Chen Chang An raised his hands, crackling with power. All you self-righteous heavenly geniuses always look down on others, treating lives like dirt. Well, now I'll let you taste what it's like to be the one getting stomped like a dog. Chen Chang An casually slapped Tian away, sending him flying thousands of miles. He crashed down, spitting out blood. He looked pathetic. But Chen Chang An wasn't done yet. He stomped on Tian Tian, pinning him to the ground. How dare a piece of trash like you come challenging me alone? Die. A massive explosion ripped through the air. The furious blast was so intense that it shook the entire Hualong city. Chen Chang An showed no mercy. Grabbing Tian by the neck and holding him up high, Tian's face was swollen like a steamed bun from all the slaps. Chen Chang An tightened his grip on Tian's neck. Tian struggled desperately. He looked at the pathetic noob in front of him with disdain. So sad. You're about to die, and nobody's even bothering to save you. This little sheep isn't worth much domain value anyway. It's the guardian immortals that are the real prizes. Thikan grabbed at Chen Chang An's hand, pushed to the brink. He immediately used his firepower to immolate himself. His dark, evil eyes glared. I underestimated you, but my goal is achieved. With that, he vanished, leaving behind only flames. His voice echoed, Don't get cocky, Chen Chang An. Next time we meet, I'll take your head. Chen Chang An looked at his hands with regret. Damn it! He self-destructed instead of summoning his guardian immortal. These heavenly geniuses really do have some tricks. Descending with just a strand of spiritual essence, and still managing to dominate the lower realm. If I could trick their real selves to come, I could make a fortune. The system notifications went off like crazy. Host has completed the temporary mission of protecting the citizens of Hualong City. Reward: 20,000 domain points, 1 yang treasure, salted fish, killed a peak chi, refining heavenly genius, acquired 10 domain points, mind reader. Chen Chang An was somewhat appeased, but he had a new idea. So little points. The real money isn't in the geniuses themselves, but everything related to the geniuses. That's what's worth my time. Hunting down these scattered geniuses one by one is too much of a pain. I'll just use the 9 Heavens Cauldron as bait and take them all out at once. Chen Chang An suddenly remembered. Crap. My fight with Tian was so loud, they probably already sensed something. Darn. I almost forgot to save those sisters. Chen Chang An got annoyed instantly. I came on too strong earlier. The little heavenly geniuses that witnessed the battle might get scared. Damn it, what a loss. They're already hidden deep enough. The enemy in the dark and us in the light. This is not easy to find. What are you doing looking so awful? In the distance, a group of people were running towards him. The young man waved at him and shouted. City Lord Chen Chang An suddenly fell backwards. He was so exhausted he couldn't stand. He needed to recharge immediately. He started to get dizzy, his ears rang, and his face turned pale. Heavenly geniuses are exempt from taxes. Just as the rumor says, I spent 80% of my energy to barely kill him. Chen Chang An held his chest. He looked like he was about to faint. If I didn't risk my life, I would have died. So dangerous, he prayed in his heart. Just hope I don't run into another one. My body can't fight again in a couple of months. Zhu Zi ran over in a panic. He quickly sat down next to him, worried. City Lord, are you okay? Chen Chang An's face went pale, and he was seized by violent coughing fits. He was seriously injured days ago. He ordered Zhu Zi, just keep it to the point of almost dying, no big deal. Get someone to find a healer for me. Why is this guy sobbing so hard? He stood up, nodding sternly.
Zhuzi will definitely protect our Lord Zhu with everything I've got." Chen Chang An passed out on Zhuzi's shoulder. The kid thought the worst and cried even louder. "Someone! Lord Zhu is seriously injured. His life is in danger. Someone, come save him. Lord Zhu is dying." The trio, Nanrong, Wu Zhangyi, and Kang Yue, watched the fiery blaze in silence. Shi Tain's divided soul was actually forced to self-destruct by someone from the lower realm? This is the first time I've seen him so pathetic. This guy's talent is terrifying. If he were in the upper realm, he'd probably be a rising star. Although Shi Tian lost, he did manage to seriously injure him. So it's a win for us. Wu Zhangyi looked at her two sisters, reminding them. Taking him down alone is pretty much impossible. Why don't the three of us join forces and check him out first? The point is, we can't let anyone else get the drop on us. Back in Hualong City, Zhuzi carried Chen Chang An on his back, walking along the street, wailing as if his Lord Zhu was already 6 feet under. Some shady dudes in a nearby brothel watched them go by, grinning. "Did you hear that?" "It's probably true." One of them immediately said, "Hit him, but don't stir up trouble." And so, Zhuzi carried his precious Lord Zhu all the way to the end of the city. Exhausted, Wu Zhangyi recalled the sight of Chen Chang An fainting from his serious injuries, and a feeling of happiness bubbled up inside her. He's seriously injured right now, so he definitely can't use his full strength. And my body has the awareness of a peak Liangshu cultivator, same with you two. Plus the tricks we have up our sleeves. There's no way we can lose. We can't miss this chance. If we do, it'll be way harder to find another one. Kang Yue looked at her, hesitating. "I still think we should be careful. This Chen Chang An is a tricky son of a bitch, not some innocent bystander. He might be deliberately trying to lure us out." Chen Chang An. Those Xianxia and Jade Asura were reckless fools who got killed by him. Now they're reincarnating again, trying to find a way back to the 9 provinces continent. "Whatever," Nanrong said, still as indifferent as ever, watching the world go by. She sat on her lotus throne, daydreaming. "I think that constantly dealing with Chen Chang An isn't a good strategy." Wu Zhangyi looked at her, asking, "So, do you have a better idea?" Nanrong said softly, "Every man has to pass a certain test. That test is called the beauty test." Cut to the upper realm, the Jiang family, the richest cultivation clan in the land. At the Jiang family, the atmosphere was eerily silent until a servant ran out, shouting, "It's the young miss! The young miss has returned!" Jiang Yuxuan gently descended, and the guards bowed respectfully. The young miss must have obtained the immortality rejuvenation fruit. This time, the old patriarch is saved. Jiang Yuxuan went to the old patriarch's residence, rushing to tell the guard, "I want to see the family head." They immediately made way, welcoming the young miss. Jiang Yuxuan kept thinking about Chen Chang An creating immortals at the Immortal Temple. She thought to herself, the energy of all things in the lower realm isn't enough to support disciples' cultivation anymore. I wonder if this time the Jiang family's prodigy can obtain the myriad things of the 9 provinces. Jiang Yuxuan placed all her hopes on that prodigy. But if that true god reincarnates, she might be able to succeed in obtaining them. After all, the myriad domains of the lower realm are her spoils of war. The gates of the residence opened, and Jiang Yuxuan immediately ran in to meet the family head. She presented the immortality rejuvenation fruit that she had struggled to obtain. "Family head, I've brought back the immortality rejuvenation fruit." The woman sat perched on the dais, quickly taking the immortality rejuvenation fruit, showing an attitude of reproach. "Just one." Jiang Yuxuan could only lower her head, not daring to answer. Family head Jiang stared at the immortality rejuvenation fruit in her hand, her eyes unblinking. "Didn't they say there's an immortality rejuvenation fruit tree in the lower realm? But with your strength, how could you only get one fruit? I had such high hopes for you when you descended to the lower realm, Yuxuan. You know that one fruit isn't enough for the old patriarch to maintain his life." Jiang Yuxuan didn't know how to respond. She was sweating profusely, stammering in fear. "Family head, please let me explain the situation in the 9 provinces in detail." After a while, family head Jiang looked disbelieving. "Creating immortals out of thin air?" Jiang Yuxuan admitted it. She had seen it with her own eyes. "That's right. It was Chen Chang An who exchanged the immortality rejuvenation fruit with me. I personally saw him create 2 immortals and 4 half-immortals in one night when I met him. He didn't even know my identity, and presumptuously tried to intimidate me with the identity of an immortal. Not only was he not afraid of me, he even ordered his subordinates to humiliate me, completely looking down on our identities as immortals. If I hadn't been quick-witted,
I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return.
The Jiang family head's anger subsided somewhat. She looked at her with gratitude showing clearly. So that's it. You sacrificed so much for my Jiang family. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yuxuan smiled awkwardly. Hirakawa. It was no trouble at all. When it comes to the Jiang family, no matter the price, I'm willing to do it.
Jiang Ningxie seemed worried about this Chen Chang An. However, this person's methods are very rare. Even immortals can't create immortals out of thin air with 100% certainty, let alone someone from the lower realm. I have a feeling that this 9 provinces is giving birth to an existence powerful enough to threaten the immortal realm. Furthermore, the burial grounds of the Dark Heavenly Demon Lord from the ancient era have never been fully explored.
Perhaps we can discover something in this 9 provinces. She walked step by step towards Jiang Yuxuan. Jiang Ningxie looked at her and gave an order. Yuxuan, the profound martial immortal domain is experiencing unstable fluctuations. How can my Jiang family maintain our invincible position? This is the key. I have a mission for you. Jiang Ningxie, for the sake of her own life, directly said. First, if you can obtain immortality fruit from his hand, it proves that he has a good impression of you. You can go to the lower realm again, thinking of a way to exchange for a large amount of immortality fruit from him, ensuring the life of the old patriarch. Do not hesitate. Second, the most outstanding prodigy of the Jiang family has lost contact with us for a long time.
I suspect that she is very likely in the lower realm. 9 provinces. I need you to quickly contact the prodigy in the lower realm. I will give you the Protector Dabio immortal seal of the prodigy. When you meet the prodigy, the immortal seal will react.
After Jiang Ningxie said that, she immediately used a divine artifact to transfer it into the flower seal on Jiang Yuxuan's forehead. Jiang Ningxie hurriedly sent her to the Protector Dao immortal area. There are many Protector Dao messages there. You can ask them if you have any doubts. Jiang Yuxuan bowed to receive the order. Yes, I will definitely complete the mission.
In the profound martial immortal domain, at the 9th prince's residence, there was the sound of things falling and breaking, and someone angrily shouting wildly, You base and shameless bastard, you actually dare to humiliate me. He must be so pissed, and needless to say who that is. Who else but that Xintian?
Xintian sat on his throne, angrily shouting wildly for a while before slumping down, panting. A worried subordinate ran in. Your Highness, what happened? Xintian forced out the words. My divided soul that was reincarnated in the lower realm is dead. Xintian, mouth full of blood, swore to the heavens. That beast, human, from the lower realm dared to humiliate me. I'm so pissed. I will definitely kill everyone on the entire 9 provinces continent.
His subordinate couldn't believe his ears. His master had actually been defeated? What? That's impossible. His Highness's spirit division in the lower realm is not to be trifled with, and he even brought 3 demon gods.
Who did it? Xintian was filled with utmost hatred for the name. He gritted his teeth. The ruler of 9 provinces, Chen Chang An. My 3 precious demon gods were also destroyed by him. If I hadn't used the 9 Revolutions soul convergence pill in time, my soul would have been severely injured. Xintian couldn't swallow this insult. He started a new plan. Prepare a bit. I want my true body to reincarnate into the lower realm and kill this guy myself.
Hearing his master say this, the subordinate feared Xintian would act rashly in anger, and immediately tried to dissuade him. No way! That's too dangerous. True body reincarnation is not the same as spirit division. If the spirit division is destroyed in the lower realm, the true body still exists. If the true body is destroyed, then you're really dead. You can't even enter the cycle of reincarnation. You are currently a prince, with the best chance to sit on the throne in the Xuanwu immortal realm royal family. Besides, you only need to send a spirit division with strong power to easily destroy this lower realm. You don't need to risk your life, Your Highness.
Xintian was even angrier.
He shook his head in disagreement. Just sending a spirit division is useless. Thinking of Chen Chang An, he got goosebumps. To be honest, Chen Chang An's strength is at the immortal commander level, which is called Invincible in the lower realm.
Currently, only my true body's reincarnation, under the suppression of the 9 provinces' laws, retaining more of my strength, has a chance to kill that Chen Chang An,
Xintian said, then stood up full of determination. You don't need to worry so much. In the heavens, no one is my match. My true body's reincarnation can seize the entire opportunity. 1 year later is the immortal Venerable Tower's candidate selection. I must get the 9 provinces realm to qualify for participation.
The subordinate hesitated a bit.
He seemed like he wanted to persuade him but only dared to mutter, "Your Highness."
Xianxia walked over and placed his hand on the overthinking subordinate's shoulder, comforting him and calming that worry. "You're too timid. If there is a 100% chance of winning, why would I give it up for no reason? You must remember, the advantage lies with me." Once the opponent can rise up, they should immediately be surrounded and killed.
Without holding back, Xingtian said, then turned and leisurely left. He waved goodbye with a bit of reluctance, reminding his subordinates to remember. Hesitation leads to defeat. The subordinate watched his master's back. Only by becoming a candidate for the immortal venerable and pleasing those old stubborn geezers can I get their support to ascend the throne, he thought to himself. Taking 9 provinces, absolutely no mistakes can happen. I must do this myself. Scene change. In the lower realm, Yun province. The news of Chen Chang An being seriously injured spread throughout all the cities of Yun province in one night, becoming more and more shocking as it spread. People in the restaurant were arguing noisily about this matter. I heard that the province lord had a great battle with the immortals of the upper realm to protect the common people of Hualong City. After killing the immortal, he himself was seriously injured, his life in danger, he's about to die. Everyone suddenly asked, "Is that true?" The guy swore on his life. Absolutely accurate. Outside the city, people passing by spread the word to each other. Let me tell you, some people say the province lord is crippled. To protect the peace of the lower realm, he even got engaged to an immortal. The gossiping girl looked surprised. What? The province lord is also involved with an immortal? On the other side, the palace maids gathered to gossip about Chen Chang An and his rumored lovers, showing their disdain. I feel like those fairy women are big-boned, and their echoes aren't even as good as those fox spirits. The chubby girl next to her retorted, "That's not right, I heard it's because the script didn't follow the novel's route. The scriptwriter couldn't update it every day for readers like us, not even being able to see the province lord one last time. Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the scriptwriter's address? Where's their contact method? I want to send them knives. That's right, curse them more, get more angry. I like it so much." Suddenly, a girl ran to squeeze into the group F438. She shouted, "The province lord is only seriously injured. He's not dead yet. What are you guys talking about?" She chased them away. These gossiping old women are just like the old neighbors at my house. Cameras running on rice, lifetime warranty, it's really infuriating. Hualong, the city lord's room. Chen Chang An calmly sat on the bed, channeling his power to heal his injuries. The fire spirit on top of his head burned brighter and brighter. He breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, even using the power of the heavenly Dabio, I can't find the whereabouts of these heavenly champions. I can only wait for them to take the initiative to show themselves. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Full name: Chen Chang An. Domain points: 2555. Domain range: 62,607 meters. Skills: Activate X Spirit of All Things. Immortal Tao True Explanation Special Effect. Weakness: Managing Life and Death. Currently possessing functions: Mirror Flower Water Moon Permanent, Heavenly Tao Eternal Permanent. System storage limited to 10 slots. A Mythical Realm Secret Key. 1 Male Treasure, Little Sister. Chen Chang An looked at the notification with a bit of worry. Expanding until now is only more than 6,000 meters. The 10,000 Great Mountains haven't completely covered Yun Province yet, let alone greater hopes. Domain points aren't enough to use. Those heavenly champion fish hurry up and take the bait. My great saber is about to rust. While thinking randomly, suddenly there was a noise outside. Someone was trying to pry open the door. Chen Chang An immediately became curious. A black shadow immediately flashed past the outside of the window. He had a bad feeling. They're here. The black shadow swept past each row of rooms, hurriedly. Where is he? Which room is he in? Chen Chang An was sure it was those heavenly champions. He lay sprawled on the bed waiting. After a while he turned to look out. They're outside, looking for an opportunity. There wasn't just one black shadow, but 2. Tracking people while making noise, like going to a fish market? Seriously? The whole family knows we have guests at home. Chen Chang An coldly snorted at the black shadows. Still planning to strike from the window. Hurry up and come. Chen Chang An lay back on the bed, pretending to sleep. Let me see if I'm hooking a big fish or not. Sure enough, after a while the window was opened. A black shadow slowly put a foot inside. Like Detective Conan turning into a silhouette, bringing a murder weapon. Chen Chang An's heart was pounding as he waited. The shadow slowly approached, raising the object in its hand. "Hurry! You're dead meat, honey."
Chen Chang An sensed the perverted leech was running wild here. Someone was touching him. He quickly grabbed the girl's hand, successfully knocking the vial of medicine from her grasp. Chen Chang An pinned the shadow down on the bed, sitting up to restrain her from moving. He said resentfully, "I'm telling you, you geniuses are going too far. Want to kill me? Fine. But now you want to taint my innocence?" Suddenly, after rubbing his eyes, his intuition kicked in, and he widened his eyes in surprise. At her, it was obviously an acquaintance. Heavens above, it was his wife, Jiang Quanchu. Chen Chang An almost choked to death, utterly shocked. "Quanchu, what are you doing here?"
Knowing she'd been caught red-handed, Jiang Quanchu rubbed one of her hands, then said a bit shyly, recounting the story, "I heard you were seriously injured, so I was worried and came to find you. The guards outside were heavy, and waiting for notification would take too long, so I climbed over." Almost forgot, Jiang Quanchu looked all over her husband, asking quickly, "Right, hubby, where are you injured? Show me." Jiang Quanchu pounced on Chen Chang An forcefully. "Mother of God, save me! My precious! My precious!" Chen Chang An cried silently, looking at his little buddy under his wife's foot. He struggled to stop Jiang Quanchu's groping hands. "Your hubby is super strong. A small fry genius couldn't hurt me. I'm not injured, don't worry. Can't touch randomly. If you touch any lower, you'll reach that place." Jiang Quanchu didn't believe it. "Move aside. Let me see." She examined every layer of Chen Chang An's clothes carefully. "I don't believe you. Take off your clothes, I'll check. I'll just look once. Just once."
A man's fate is like carrying water 12 times a day. Chen Chang An succumbed to his wife, blushing furiously.
"Quanchu, don't."
Suddenly realizing she'd gone a bit too far, Jiang Quanchu sat blankly, staring wide-eyed at him.
She immediately became meek, as if nothing had happened. Chen Chang An, both annoyed and loving, reproached, "See, that's great, you believe me now." "I'm fine." Chen Chang An also sat up a bit shyly. "Seeing you, Quanchu, makes me very happy." Jiang Quanchu blushed at his gaze. Chen Chang An, do you want to get intimate?" "What? Don't do that." They really liked him, and Chen Chang An fell backward, panicked. He coughed a few times, regaining his composure. "Not now. It's not the time." Jiang Quanchu giggled. She was in a good mood today. Jiang Quanchu remembered what Chen Chang An had said earlier. Her eyes began to glisten with a hint of reproach. She blinked a few times suggestively. If I were a genius, I might push you down right now." Faced with his little wife's coquettish attitude, Chen Chang An's legs went weak. "Oh God, so cute." He pinched her cheek lovingly. "How could you be a genius, you? If you were a genius, I'd know it instantly." Jiang Quanchu puffed out her cheeks in a sulk. "Ugh, you." She missed this man so much. Jiang Quanchu hugged her husband tightly. "You should at least say something to me. It made me worry so much. Always facing dangerous things without considering the consequences makes me—" The two hugged for a while in a lovey-dovey way when suddenly someone called outside. "Lord, are you asleep?" Jiang Quanchu suspected it might be a genius. At times like this, a brain with infinite IQ was needed. Jiang Quanchu quickly slipped under the bed to hide. She reminded her husband, "I'll hide first. Call me if you need help." Chen Chang An hurriedly straightened his clothes, not having time to think. Jiang Quanchu, hiding under the edge of the bed, reminded softly, "Hubby, be careful. Don't let your boat sink in the gutter." "My actions are really clever. With me here, I won't let them get their way." Chen Chang An sat on the bed sighing tiredly. He told his wife, "Quanchu, you can come out now. Actually, I predicted those geniuses wouldn't fall for this trick. I was preparing the next plan to eliminate them." Suddenly, sect leader Yun slammed the door open, rushing in frantically. "Chang An, what's wrong?" It was Ming He. She took out a spiritual tool and pushed him down. "Never mind, Chang An, let me check your injuries, relax." Chen Chang An cried out in panic. Elder sister. You're my only sister, you can't touch this." Sect leader Yin stubbornly continued to treat him. "Chang An, relax, it won't hurt." Jiang Quanchu, under the bed, was all question marks. With their actions, what was that hag touching on her husband? Chen Chang An continued to shout, Your strength is too much. Stop! Stop! Stop!" Sect leader Yin shouted, "Chang An, don't move! I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Damn it. Jiang Quanchu fumed with anger. Give my husband back to me.
Nam Rong was still camping out before. She was eavesdropping outside, witnessing that trashy scene. Nam Rong was a little angry, secretly complaining, Chang An, damn it, this guy is playing way too wild.
He's even requesting positions from under the bed. Watching him and that slut whispering and giggling, even daring to make such lewd noises. Suddenly, a shudder ran down Nam Rong's body inexplicably. She was a little surprised and paused. Strange, why do I suddenly feel a little excited? What is the woman under the bed thinking? Very angry? Very helpless? If I joined her, what could I do?
Sect leader Yin was exhausted, sweat drenching her face. Because dealing with Chen Chang An was really tiring, she coughed a few times. This medicinal smell is really unpleasant. After a while, Chen Chang An finally sat still, letting his sister apply the medicine, his face blank, contemplating his life, looking at his sister fussing over him. Chen Chang An took a deep breath. He decided to explain things clearly. Elder sister, my good sister, you're easily causing misunderstandings like this. Sect leader Yun's face was expressionless, her hands moving swiftly across Chang An's back, her voice calm, saying, Misunderstanding?
Just groundless rumors. I won't care about them. But Jiang Quanchu, hiding under the bed, was thinking something else. Damn it, I care. Hand over the knife. I'm gonna chop that hag.
Sect leader Yun was melancholic. She reminded her little brother again, Ming. He was indeed a little abrupt, offending the Lord. But now in all 9 provinces, it doesn't matter if anything happens to anyone. Only you must be safe no matter what. She was taking the mile after being given an inch. Tonight, let Minghe serve by your side, protecting your safety. This little bitch was really quick to seize opportunities.
Chen Chang An, can you see that?
Your wife's getting jealous. Jiang Quanchu's face changed. She was so angry she was shaking lying there.
Chen Chang An circulated his energy for a while. He said shyly, refusing the good intention, I'm grateful. If there's nothing else, elder sister, go back. Sect leader Yun, although a little disappointed, still happily agreed. Okay.
He glanced at Yun Zhangzong, his eyes carrying the hidden thoughts of the Lord of Zhao Minghe,
the only one among the 9 Zhu lords who was loyal to me from the start, even proactively connecting the other Zhu lords and pushing me to the position of 9 provinces lord. I understand so little about her, we're not exactly close, but after I took office she helped me a lot.
Chen Chang An felt a sense of wariness towards this girl. Fu Li, a play to lure geniuses, actually scared her. It's hard to tell if this person's attention to me is a good thing or a bad thing.
The system detected the enemy and immediately displayed a notification. Please be aware, host, be aware. There is a void refinement heavenly genius hiding near you. Gotta say, this time, I really stirred up trouble. Nan Rong was already tiptoeing away, but of all things, she stepped on a branch, and some random demon appeared and made a noise.
She hurriedly flew away, her eyes worriedly looking back.
This stealth technique is about to run out of time. Gotta skedaddle?
Fulfus.
Just as Kang Yu said, Chen Chang An is pretending to be seriously injured, to lure us into a trap. These lower realm folks are crafty. I'm afraid this beauty trap trick won't work anymore, Chen Chang An wants. Before she could fly away, Chen Chang An suddenly appeared, blocking Nan Rong's escape route. He grinned slyly. Ah, good evening. Nan Rong understood his intentions. Chen Chang An wants to kill us all. She was scared half to death. Chen Chang An said happily, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time, little heavenly geniuses. Kang Yue and Wu Zhangyi, seeing their good sister captured, immediately felt sorry for her and showed up. The 3 of them planned to ambush him. Wu Zhangyi was furious with Nan Rong. She glared at her. I told you before, that trick of yours only works on the brainless. Immortal energy surged. Chen Chang An said, delighted. Oh? There was an ambush after all. Wu Zhangyi didn't say much to the enemy. She immediately ordered the attack. At this crucial moment, we must forcefully seize the immortal fruit.
So imposing, immortal energy was unleashed, and the chains were anything but simple. He struggled to evade them. Chen Chang An took the opportunity to pounce, saying, So, you're quite brave.
Kang Yue, on the other side, cast the immortal technique of the immortal stage. Star Cloud Holy Risk. Countless flying discs zoomed over. This is our only chance. Use all our trump cards. Nan Rong, following her usual damsel in distress routine, even had to perform the immortal energy with grace. Immortal stage, 100-flower Buddha. Only Nanrong's body gradually dissolved into sharp lotus petals like tiny blades. She lamented, even though she thought this little brother was pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, I have to kill you. Wu Zhangyi wildly released her spiritual energy, surrounding the area with blazing fire. The chain absorbed the spiritual energy, glowing fiercely. This strike pierces through everything. Hey! Once the spirit god chain locks onto its target, even immortals can't escape death.
Chen Chang An stood there, letting the attacks pour down on him. He sneered with a fierce expression, "I'm so scared." Some measly shrimp.
No need to expend much effort. Dragon Reincarnation! From Chen Chang An's room, a series of green lights pierced through space and rose into the sky. A fire dragon roared furiously across the sky, eager to strike. It swallowed the three feisty girls whole. A moment later, after the collision, the dust gradually settled, revealing soft hands raised and bound tightly.
Whoa, what's this? Kang Yue, Nanrong, and Wu Zhangyi suffered a crushing defeat.
Their faces were tear-streaked and miserable, plus a few smoking welts on their heads, making it kind of funny. All three were tied with the rope on Chen Chang An's hand, as if taking pets for a walk. So, they are little fairies. Chen Chang An stepped forward and patted Nanrong's head, asking cheerfully, "As long as you answer my questions, why would I hurt you little beauties? I'm not some kind of demon after all." Nanrong whined and pointed at each other, embarrassed.
"Little brother, you're so nice. What an oily tongue, gives me the creeps."
In fact, Chen Chang An was plotting something else, his eyes full of calculation as he looked at them. These heavenly geniuses have stealth techniques that the system can't detect. This time, I'll get this cleared up and turn their share into skill points.
Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Chen Chang An. Zhao Lord Yun Jiangzong and Jiang Quanchu ran out. Jiang Quanchu, seeing the three tied-up young ladies, asked her husband in surprise, "Who are these people?" Chen Chang An didn't hide anything, saying, "Heavenly geniuses who were reincarnated into the lower realm by the upper immortals, possessing all kinds of heaven-defying immortal techniques. Don't come over here." The two were so scared that they backed away. Okay.
Nanrong looked at the lower realm people with disgust, especially that Chen Chang An.
She bit her lip resentfully. "So cautious, there's absolutely no chance to attack. Forget it, it's just a wisp of my soul. Let me try one last time."
Jiang Quanchu observed from a corner. Why did she find the immortal energy of these people so familiar? A feeling of pain and discomfort welled up in her heart.
Chen Chang An should have just killed these three,
Nanrong said coquettishly in a loud voice. "Chen Lang, I miss you so much. My heart can't be at peace on the days without you, and I can't sleep at night. So greasy it makes you want to puke." Kang Yue and Wu Zhangyi behind her refused to acknowledge her as their sister. Chen Chang An was furious.
"You crazy woman!" he shouted. "Did you take the wrong medicine?
I don't even know you."
Nanrong.
"Oh, Nanrong, the house is on fire." She looked extremely grieved and distressed. Chen Lang said, "I'm yours." Why haven't you ever told me? If you want to pursue excitement, then go all the way." "Chang An, do you know what I lack right now? I lack you. It's burning. Jiang Quanchu was ablaze with anger. But fortunately, there was a cold wind.
"With my wife, the female General Jen, here," Chang An rushed to comfort his wife in time. Jiang Quanchu stepped forward, her eyes full of sharpness as she warned Nanrong, "Chang An is mine. No one can take him away."
Nanrong pouted her lips and retorted, "Why are you so petty? Guys have multiple wives and concubines all the time, isn't that normal?" "Ugh, what a bitch." Jiang Quanchu drew her demon slayer sword. If she said another word, she would immediately send her back to her source. Kang Yu and Wu Zhangyi ran up and kicked Nanrong, yelling, "Nanrong, shut up! If all three of us die, we'll know who to blame." Chen Chang An hugged Jiang Quanchu, stopping her. He was afraid. Calm down, I still have a use for her."
So Chen Chang An is also afraid of his wife. Yun Jiangzong could only stand outside and watch. Everyone handles their own family matters. She was a little surprised. Kang Yue believed that the heavenly geniuses from the upper realm were arrogant. Suppressed for many years in the realm, she had never seen this kind of scene in her whole life. He really exceeded expectations.
Scene changed to a small town on the border of Yunzhu. The atmosphere was so gloomy it was terrifying, with the thick, pungent smell of blood filling the air. Corpses were piled up on the streets. Some were beheaded, some were chopped to pieces, and some were disemboweled. The scene was truly nauseating. A few eerie laughs echoed. There's someone here. Killing a few more cities is enough to gather the essence and blood. Finally, they laughed triumphantly, as if they had a great harvest. The immortal slaughtering sword, this immortal artifact, is finally complete. A bunch of demons. A little boy hiding in a pile of dry leaves nearby saw everything. The little boy trembled, sobbing silently, afraid to make a sound. These two are heavenly geniuses from the immortal realm, Zhang Ai, named Zhang Quan and Li Dai. These two immortals are even more evil than the heretics. Zhang Quan looked at the precious sword in his hand with satisfaction. The sword-wielding holy immortal of holy martial immortal sovereign's family. Having this sword in the lower realm were almost invincible. Li Dai took the sword and swung it a few times, excitedly shouting, "The 9 provinces realm is ours now!" The firewood pile in the corner wiggled. Zhang Quan immediately noticed something was up. He glanced over and said softly, "Hey buddy, seems like we missed a little rat." The little boy inside was straining his brain. Terrified of being discovered, he trembled, scared he'd been found out. Zhang Quan used his magic to directly haul the boy into the air. The boy struggled uncomfortably, in pain. That nasty Li Dai rushed over excitedly. "Perfect!" Just in time to use him as a sword sacrifice. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy struck Zhang Quan's other hand, causing him to painfully retract his magic. A slightly familiar voice rang out, "Put the kid down!" Bai Yue and Ling Bao arrived just in time. The attack came from Ling Bao. "I'm going to chop these two up and feed them to the fish." Ling Bao glared at Zhang Quan and Li Dai, full of resentment. She stepped forward to reason with him. "You beasts are harming innocent people. You even worthy of cultivating immortality?" Zhang Quan snapped angrily. "You lowly ant from the lower realm, mind your own business." Bai Yu helped the little boy up, hiding him behind Ling Bao. Seeing the two weak women talking big, Zhang Quan lost his cool. He directly lunged forward with his sword. "I've slaughtered so many cities, but it's the first time I've seen such high-grade glazed immaculate physique. If I can use them as a sword sacrifice, it will definitely boost my sword execution immortal's power by a level." "How dare you talk about this lady like that?" Ling Bao, with her fiery temper, would naturally help when she saw injustice. She summoned divine power into her divine weapon, ready to fight to the death. "Slaughter cities? So, all those cities I saw destroyed on the way here? You guys killed everyone inside?" Li Dai laughed loudly, denying, "That's right, we killed them. A bunch of trash." He slashed with his demonic, immortal swordsmanship, and acted all high and mighty. "You can come and become a vengeful spirit under my sword too." Ling Bao was so affected by his words that she lost her composure. The surging immortal energy around her was erupting out of control. "Die, you beast!" Ling Bao swung her sword. Sure enough, a light swing instantly sliced off Li Dai's head. Zhang Quan's face turned pale with fright. His eyes widened as he watched Li Dai's head whiz past him. His good bro was a goner. Zhang Quan cursed in regret, filled with anger as he stared at the holy sword in Ling Bao's hand. "Immortal saint sword! How is it in your hands? Isn't it supposed to be with Chen Chang An?" Ling Bao looked at the bloodstained sword, her voice cold. "You don't need to know so much when you're dead." Zhang Quan turned tail and ran without looking back. He cursed inwardly. "Ling Bao, you beast!" That beast, Chen Chang An, actually gave this immortal treasure to this kind of lowly woman. How much more do you want to humiliate the immortal realm? Still running your mouth when you're about to die? Ling Bao flew forward with a kick, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. "Still want to run? Too late!" Zhang Quan screamed in agony. Ling Bao stabbed her sword through his body, spraying blood everywhere. The little boy's face went white with fear, huddling at Bai Yu's feet. Bai Yue looked at the corpses scattered around and sighed sorrowfully. "This is already the 5th slaughtered city we've seen on the road, but this person really did too many evil deeds." Ling Bao angrily exclaimed. "Just the ones we saw were already 5. Then the ones we didn't see must be even more. No wonder Master often switches from his avatar back to his main body. It's because the 9 provinces continent is really in a great crisis." Detected that host's disciple Ling Bao has killed 2 reincarnated heavenly geniuses of the upper realm, in the transformation realm, rewarding host with 20,000 realm points. Chen Chang An was a little expectant.
Oh, really looking forward to you coming. Not one bit. Waiting, I have no strength. Special mission, special effects.
Locate and kill the reincarnated heavenly geniuses who are in the 9 provinces realm. Go ham. Please host act immediately to save the 9 provinces realm. Dirty self. The reward for completing the mission is a transcending realm card. Failure results in the destruction of the realm. Inside a large red mansion with intricate architecture, Chen Chang An's eyes stared intently at the system panel. A realm-transcending card appeared on the system. He wore a very strange expression, rubbing his hands together and tilting his head towards the system. Is this realm card what I want? Can I transcend to another realm? Like Earth or something? The system frowned and replied, What the hell is Earth? Host. The realm card will transcend through 10,000 realms. Weck.
Which realm you end up in depends on your luck. Hearing this, he slapped the system. Random transcendence is too much of a rip-off. Forget it, I want a designated transcendence.
In his mind, he thought, this special mission was triggered by those heavenly geniuses. Simply put, it's basically considered complete once they're all eliminated. Easier said than done. Killing 1 or 2 is simple. But wiping them out completely is as hard as ascending to heaven. These immortals are basically avatars in the lower realm, so they'll revive after being killed, so you can't get rid of them all. As he thought, he remembered the image of fighting Shikitian.
Chen Chang An placed one hand on the system and pointed at himself with the other. I'll ask you again, is there a time limit for the special mission? Aside from Bao Error, can I get realm points for killing the heavenly geniuses? The system was annoyed. Trying to butter me up, huh?
Then the system shot up into the air, shouting, Don't hit me, old man! The time limit for the special mission is 1 day. This matter concerns the life and death of the 9 provinces realm, so please take it seriously, host, and don't be so perfunctory.
Hearing this, he put his hand on his chin, his eyes pondering something.
Damn it, your mission and rewards are unbalanced. Who's gonna work for you? Plus, the time is so suddenly rushed. It's hard to guarantee I won't mess things up.
Suddenly, everyone shouted,
Look at the sky, everyone! The immortal gate is opening! Immortals are descending! Immortals are descending! Hearing this, he also looked up at the sky. A golden light shone straight down to the earth, surrounded by shimmering, hazy gold dust. The system also appeared. Detected heavenly genius Shi Tian has reappeared. The heavenly genius is currently at the immortal emperor level. Host's avatar temporarily has no chance of victory against the 9th prince. Would you like to switch to a higher level avatar? After reading these few lines of information, Zhang An felt like he was struck by lightning. His eyes widened. A celestial emperor level powerhouse is actually descending in person this time. But his expression quickly changed, a smirk appearing on his face. No need to switch tactics for now. I want to play a big game.
Scene changed to a certain forest in Yunzhao, with loud cries, 9th Prince, Your Highness, even Jiang Yuxuan, the Jade Profound Immortal Maiden, has arrived. Jiang Yuxuan stood there looking respectfully at Shitian and said, 9th Prince, I still have to go to Mount Flying Immortal to get the immortal youth retaining fruit for my elders at home, so I won't stay any longer to disturb your conversation. Shitian stammered, Yuxuan.
Watching her departing back, he thought to himself, You and I are both from the Xuanwu immortal realm. Why don't you stay and help me seize the 9 provinces together? Thinking of this, he hated the Jiang family for being so dense.
Jiang Yuxuan flew into the air, but she still glanced back at the 9th prince, thinking to herself, Shitian actually descended in person with such determination, it seems like he will definitely seize these 9 provinces. In the past, Earth immortals who descended would definitely have their cultivation suppressed by the lower realm's heavenly Dao, but he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Is he faking it?
At this moment, a braid-wearing guy with a worried face shouted, 9th Prince! That cunning fox Chen Chang An has spread fake news that he's seriously injured. Nan Rong was tricked into investigating, and they've all been captured.
The 2 behind him also spoke up angrily.
That's right, 9th Prince. We can't be led by the nose by a lowlife from the lower realm. We must take the initiative. That insect dares to kill our upper realm's prodigies and repeatedly stop us from conquering the 9 provinces. He deserves to die. He must be punished, or we'll have no face to show ourselves later. Before he could finish, Xintian suddenly raised his hand, showing 5 fingers. His face darkened and he said casually, 5 hours. I'll make sure he begs for death, but you guys need to cooperate with me. As he spoke, he put on an extremely sly and dangerous face, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, secretly thinking to himself. Thinking of that Chen Chang An, he was originally at Mount Flying Immortal, so he must have quite a few friends and relatives.
Thinking of this, he continued, the plan is divided into 2 steps. Step 1. Gather all the prodigies we can contact near Yunju and massacre the city immediately. They quickly followed the planned actions in Fengzhou and Wuzhou. Below the road, people ran around in panic, the ground stained red with blood, people dead, people injured, people struggling. Dad, Mom, don't leave me, don't kill me. Bring them extreme panic and despair. Step 2. When those ants are completely hopeless, give them a glimmer of hope.
In Leizhou and Qizhou, the orange-haired guy looked to one side, at the innocent people lying on the ground. This man kept begging and pleading, "Please spare us," but he stood there laughing loudly.
Spare you? Maybe. As long as you surrender to us, I'll spare you.
That glimmer of hope lies in Chen Chang An's hands. The orange-haired guy then leaned down close to the other man, putting on an extremely terrifying look, his mouth wide open revealing his long tongue, saliva dripping everywhere. "Oh right. As long as your 9 provinces lord hands over the 9 provinces cauldron, this massacre will stop, and you can all live. By then, we won't even need to take action ourselves. Those ants will start rioting in order to survive." In Yunju, people shouted loudly, begging the city lord to hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. "Save us commoners! Where's the province lord? Didn't he say the immortals descended to the world? How will he solve this? Why doesn't he come out? Chen Chang An, you coward! Get out here!" Finally, they forcibly coerced Chen Chang An to hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. The blonde guy standing in the sky looked down at the scene with great satisfaction. Xintian's method is effective. Now the various places of the 9 provinces have fallen into chaos. Chen Chang An is probably about to bear the brunt of it. The purple-haired guy next to him continued. Xintian didn't forcibly seize it, but instead used those fools to wear down Chen Chang An's energy. A great plan. Next we'll see what he chooses. To hold on to the 9 provinces cauldron to the death, to be a great hero blamed by the people, or to hand over the 9 provinces cauldron and become a sinner for all time. Below, countless people were now standing and voting, lined up in rows. "Chen Chang An, come out, Chen Chang An." Just thinking about this, Xintian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, his eyes bloodshot as he laughed loudly. Next, we just need to wait for Chen Chang An to obediently hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. Scene changed to the night at Hualong City. Inside a room, a girl with a flushed face and upturned eyes as if she were tripping, cried out, moaning without restraint. She kept moaning, accompanied by begging for her life. "No!" Chen Chang An was holding a talisman in his hand and pressed it against his forehead. "So that's it," he thought to himself. This concealment technique is originally an immortal stage soul-shifting technique from the upper realm. Cultivating this technique can avoid the probing of lower-level realm heavenly tribulations, allowing communication between prodigies. Although this technique is powerful, it also has certain dangers. On the ground at this time were 3 girls lying in extremely strange poses, some with tears streaming down their faces, some drooling. Prolonged maintenance of the concealment intensity would backfire on themselves. The mildly affected would become foolish like mentally retarded children, while the severely affected would have their bodies collapse and lose their memories. It's a pity, otherwise Basio Air could cultivate it. I just found out the connection between the Dasio protectors and the prodigies. There are immortal imprints connecting them. Simply put, the Daojiu protectors are like the prodigies' summoned beasts. There are many ways to summon them. Those with high cultivation can do it through soul guidance, while those with low cultivation need an intermediary, such as the jade slip that Yu Tu Luo crushed. But I remember Yun Tu Luo's Dao protector seemed to say that the reason he wasn't suppressed by the heavenly Dao when he descended to the lower realm was because he had the immortal imprint, allowing him to use his full strength. Thinking of this, a shining door appeared. This immortal imprint seems to be not simple. The plan must be arranged in advance. Capturing all the prodigies is not enough. We must also capture the Dao protectors alive in order to obtain more information about the upper realm. Scene changed to a certain hall in Hualong City. The Lord of Fengzhou stood there with a serious expression. "I've already sent someone to inform the province lord. I believe the province lord will arrive soon. How are the situations in Fengzhou for you all?" The Lord of Leizhou raised his hand and held his head. 9 of the 10 great sects in my province have been destroyed. Now there's only 1 left, just stalling for time. The Lord of Qizhou also replied, 8 of the great chambers of commerce in my province have been tormented by those madmen, leaving only 2, the survivors being infants still in cradles. Nangang Tian continued, Dozens of cities in my province have been destroyed. The number of commoners who have died has reached 100 million. Those people's methods are too cruel. The Lord of Fengzhou became even more anxious upon hearing this. We must quickly urge Chen Chang An to make a decision. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the door, causing the Lord of Qinzhou to turn his head to look. A blinding golden light shone directly into the hall. The Lord of Qinzhou was shocked and surprised. What's happening outside? I sense someone using extremely terrifying power to attack nearby. What? This tremor isn't just here, other places too. The Lord of Lei Zhao realized that the earth was shaking. It's the 9 provinces cauldron. Someone is touching it. The Lord of Fengzhou was now sweating profusely. Quickly, go outside and see. Could it be that Chen Chang An has compromised and handed over the 9 provinces cauldron to the prodigies? Outside, all that could be seen was an extremely strong light striking straight down onto the ground, creating incredibly loud booming sounds. Chen Chang An made a grand entrance, the ground beneath his feet shattering. The crowd fearfully lowered their heads. What did the Lord of Zhao want to do? Was he trying to destroy the 9 Zhao Peak? Ming He and Jiang Quanchu witnessed this, their eyes wide, backing away, sweating profusely. Before him now was an object like a blue cup, surrounded by golden spiritual energy. He turned to Jiang Quanchu and said, Quanchu, it might get dangerous here soon. Go back to the city and wait for me. I'll find you after I'm done. But she didn't listen. She replied, No. She looked incredibly determined, but there was worry in her eyes. I don't want to hide behind my husband. I want to stay and face this with you. Chen Chang An understood her heart. He smiled gently and said, Be good, don't worry, I'll protect you. Jiang Quanchu replied, I believe you. With a wave of his hand, the jade-green cup on the ground grew visibly larger, the surrounding spiritual energy swirling even more intensely. The Lord of Zhao is crazy. Is he trying to destroy the entire 9 Zhao continent, making everyone die together? Several lords of Zhao ran out, the Lord of Qizhou pointing at Chen Chang An and shouting, Stop him! After several thunderous roars, a terrified face cried out, Father! You're my father, my only father. Don't hit it anymore. Once the 9 Zhao Peak cracks, the heavens and earth in the 9 Zhao realm will collapse, everything will be destroyed, the whole continent will collapse. But he calmly said, Little heavenly Tao. Then shouted, Silence! Which terrified it. Sweat pouring like rain, face pale. Everyone around witnessed this scene, their faces as pale as frogs' butts, not daring to say a word. He's crazy! He's crazy! Is Chen Chang An going for a suicide pact? No one will benefit. The 9 Zhao Peak on the ground was gradually cracking open, creating streaks of light. The 9 Zhao Peak is about to break. Run. The atmosphere was now filled with danger. Red light spread everywhere. Everyone shouting, Someone stop Chen Chang An! Chen Chang An still stood motionless, looking at the lightning striking the 9 Zhao Peak beneath the ground. Suddenly he looked up, a smirk on his face. Here they come. In the sky, countless people had appeared without anyone noticing, led by that guy, Xin Tian. Seeing them, he teased, All the cowardly turtles have poked their heads out. Jiang Quanchu and the other peak lords were stunned by the scene. All the geniuses from all over 9 Zhao have gathered. He looked down at Chen Chang An with hatred. I didn't expect you to be so good, Chen Chang An. The 2 behind him added, Using such despicable tricks to force us to come out. This guy is truly hateful. All our previously decided plans are completely useless now. He looked at them, raised 2 fingers above his head. 2 fingers still radiating a blue spiritual force. You guys are just toy bears. Just a bunch of trash, waiting to be played with. I am the master of the 9 Zhao realm. What I say goes. I want to destroy the 9 Zhao Peak. No one can stop me. Even immortals must bow their heads. Shut up. With that, he shot the 2 spiritual forces straight at the 2 heavenly geniuses, causing them to spit blood and die on the spot. Xianxia, standing next to him, was shocked. The system appeared at the same time. Congratulations to the host for killing a heavenly genius with void refinement cultivation, gaining 5,000 domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing a heavenly genius with void refinement cultivation, gaining 5,000 domain points. He was furious, his eyes full of hatred staring at him. Then he unleashed his rage, roaring, Chen Chang An is rushing to his death. Then we will do as you wish, heavenly geniuses. Summon the immortal protectors on command. All the heavenly geniuses immediately raised their hands to the sky and shouted, A large blood, colored hole appeared in the sky, followed by dozens of similar holes.
From within the hole, a figure emerged with burning eyes and rushed out. The system displayed hundreds of endless notification bars. Detected immortal protectors descending. Please eliminate them quickly. Host.
From the holes, countless people were released, and the crowd below panicked. Immortals. So many immortals.
In a nearby villager's house, 5 tombstones were neatly arranged on the table. The middle tombstone engraved, "Grave of my good friend, New Heir."
An old woman with white hair, her face worried, hurried in, pointing outside. "Old man, immortals are coming down again." The old man inside was shocked. "What? Don't what anymore? We pack our things and run." But he had no intention of running, his face angry, grabbing the hoe and running out. "So many years, finally, I won't spare you, I must." But as soon as he ran to the door, he tripped over the doorstep and fell sprawling, the hoe flying to the side. Seeing this, the old woman hurriedly ran over. "Old man," the old geezer seemed to have a mountain of grievances, staggering to his feet. "I'll kill them! Drive them out!" The old woman helped him up. "You're too old now."
Moreover, tears were streaming down the old man's face. "We mortals of the lower realm can't do anything against the upper realm." He wondered, "Are we going to lose our home and family again?"
Surrounding the sky, that Xianxia guy, countless heavenly geniuses and immortals were present. Chen Chang An stood below, looking up at them and laughing. His eyes narrowed. Now this is getting interesting. The peak masters were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. When was the last time so many immortals descended? Never seen a formation like this before. Is
Zhu Zhu really gonna change hands today?
Nangung Tianwen stood in the distance, watching the crowd. The entire continent is shaken. The prefecture lord's actions are a mistake. These heavenly geniuses should be scattered to be killed, not gathered together.
Chen Chang An is too arrogant. He'll definitely screw everyone over.
That Shi Tian pointed downwards and spoke loudly. "You deliberately used the destruction of the Zhu peak to force us out. That's the most failed move you could make, and it's your last. Chen Chang An, you can accept your death now." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 immortals immediately rushed forward. "A mere mixed blood from the lower realm, no need to make such a big fuss. Watch me assassinate him directly. Watch closely, see how I crush you rotten bugs." He smirked, raising 2 fingers to form spiritual energy. "Just guardian immortals at the immortal general level. Not enough for me to kill." As he said this, he unleashed this spiritual energy strike straight towards the 2 of them, going full immortal general mode. He formed spiritual energy into a bow, then lifted his foot to the sky, pulling back an arrow aimed at the 2 of them. With just 1 arrow fired, so many heavenly geniuses and immortals were instantly slain, crying out in terrified voices. Following this, the system appeared. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal with a first-level immortal general cultivation, rewarded with 1 million domain points plus 1 yang treasure.
Salted fish.
Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal with a first-level immortal general cultivation, rewarded with 1 million domain points plus 1 yang treasure. Salted fish. The power of this arrow was so terrifying that after it was fired, it went straight into the void, out of the earth. The pressure was too great. The several prefecture lords below immediately erected a barrier to protect everyone around them from the scattering debris. Chen Chang An smirked disdainfully. "So weak. Is this all the power immortals have?"
As he said this, his eyes seemed to ignite, using 2 fingers to release spiritual energy, rushing straight through the crowd, killing everyone in its path without leaving a single one alive. "You guys recklessly slaughter, treating all the people of the lower realm no differently from ants. You are so high and mighty you've never lowered your heads to acknowledge your sins." Just like that, he soared straight into the sky, and there wasn't a single heavenly genius or immortal left standing around.
Chen Chang An shouted, "System, use all the domain points I've got to expand the invincible domain." The system popped up, continuously deducting domain points to expand the invincible domain. Domain points, 30,300,000. Domain points, 30,299,000. Domain points, 30,190,000. At the same time, a second wave appeared in the void, continuing to form blood-colored holes, and dozens more people rushed out.
The Shi Tian's group stood above, looking down at Chen Chang An below, and couldn't help but be horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat.
He still didn't know what fear was, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a sly smile, thinking, "Chen Chang An, I've met plenty of arrogant show-offs like you. Granted, The immortal general realm can pacify a region, but against this sea of people tactic, how many waves can you withstand?
First wave. Second wave. It will never end, he roared. You can't kill all the people of my immortal realm. You'll eventually exhaust yourself and die by my hands. I'll chop off your head.
The heavenly geniuses and the immortals all simultaneously unleashed their attacks towards Chen Chang An, instantly setting up countless formations.
Looking at the attacks coming at him all at once, he didn't panic at all.
Then he put out his hands and spun them into a circle seal like before.
He immediately shot straight into the sky, wiping out all the heavenly geniuses and immortals, the image resembling a giant golden dragon coiling around.
The system continuously displayed notifications, congratulations host, for killing an immortal with a first-level immortal general cultivation, rewarded with 1 million domain points plus 1 yang treasure, salted fish.
Prefecture Lord Qi excitedly reached out and pinched the cheek of the old peak lord of Fengzhou. The people cheered. Victory is ours. Everyone was excited. People were shouting. With Chen Chang An here, immortals are nothing special.
Jiang Quanchu stood there silently, looking at the palm of her hand, her facial expression somewhat worried, thinking, "Husband, what exactly are you planning now?" On the palm of her hand now was a seal. It was the heavenly Tao lightning seal, having passed the test of heaven and earth, about to become the symbol of the master of heavenly Tao. She wondered why he had given it to her to look at. Hundreds and thousands of attacks from the sky. Nangong Tianwen's hands were trembling slightly, and the others were a mix of joy and fear. We can't even touch this fight. No one can believe that the young man we were pressing and interrogating not long ago is now fighting alone for us. Our fate, the fate of the 9 provinces, rests entirely on him. Chen Chang An, you must win. Chen Chang An is still fighting with all his might. The more domain points he accumulates, the easier it will be later on. He throws punches and kicks, causing the immortal to spew blood like rain.
Xintian, watching from the sidelines, commented after witnessing this scene. These ants are quite resilient. Let's see how much longer you can last.
Then, he clapped his hands. It's unclear if it was an order or praise for Chen Chang An. The monkey show is about to end. As soon as he said that, a blood-colored vortex appeared in the sky, summoning several guardian immortals.
First was a hand with a friendly middle finger, covered in tattoos and gold rings.
The 3 leading the charge this time were more like demons. One with an eagle's head and wings, but a strong human body. One with bulging muscles, seemingly on fire, and rhombus-shaped bloodshot eyes. The last one was quite human-like, a rather hot woman. They were all immortal generals. The upper realm brats can't even beat a mixed breed from the lower realm, so they have to call out old fogies like us. Why not just let me catch him and use him as fertilizer for my livestock pen? Enough talk, let's go together and quickly kill that kid. My newly acquired concubine is waiting for me to return and spoil her. What bad luck, I just got another wife, and I'm being summoned to fight, probably a one-way trip.
They were coming in droves. The system was about to crash.
Come on. System notification. Immortal General detected descending. Host, please eliminate them ASAP. Light shot like arrows, multicolored and aimed at one target. You foolish lower realm being, your sins are unforgivable. Today we must kill you and cast you into the 18 levels of hell. But before he could even attack, Chen Chang An grabbed his face with a large hand. All he could say was, WH.
He was immediately flung back, screaming, "Trash, what good is calling your old man? We're in the same realm, I'm invincible. The loudest mouth is always the first to fall."
The eagle-headed one spat out a large pearl from its throat, like a luminous pearl, but instead of being beautiful, it emitted a powerful attack. You arrogant brat, die! He launched the pearl at Chen Chang An, who immediately raised his hand to catch it. He exclaimed, "Bare hands."
But before he could finish speaking, Chen Chang An smirked confidently and threw the pearl right back at him.
The eagle-headed one lost his body, leaving only feathers scattered across the sky. System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal general, level 1, rewarded 5 million domain points, and 1 yang treasure obtained, salted fish.
Chen Chang An's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at them.
The leaders of Zhu Fengzhou and Zhu Qijiao watched this scene with gaping mouths. Even immortals at the immortal general realm can't do anything to him? Lucky he's on our side. Chen Chang An continued to attack. He threw a thunderous punch, then leaned back to gain momentum. This devastating punch shattered them all. The system notifications flooded in, almost stuttering. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal general, level 1, rewarded 5 million domain points, and 1 yang treasure obtained, salted fish. Xintian's eyes were filled with rage, veins popping on his face. Seeing Chen Chang An panting, he thought, he's exhausted. Next wave. Crush him. Don't give him a chance to retaliate. The domain points for an immortal general guardian is 5 million, so how much higher is an immortal emperor? While he was distracted, a large hand with sharp claws appeared. You dare to be distracted on the battlefield? Are you looking down on me, kid? Chen Chang An was instantly smashed into the ground by the palm. A cloud of dust erupted. As the hand lifted, the system displayed, quote, detected peak immortal general level guardian immortal descending. Host's current body strength is weak. Please change to a higher level body. But the strange hand didn't stop there. It lifted high, then slammed down again. The system notifications continued to appear. Quote, detected peak immortal general level guardian immortal descending. Host's current body strength is weak. Please change to a higher level body. Witnessing Chen Chang An being crushed, Xintian couldn't help but rejoice. How much longer can you endure? Suddenly, a golden hand shot up from somewhere and smacked him right in the face, sending snot and tears flying, and losing a tooth in the process. This golden hand was really long, emerging from the cloud of dust. The arm retracted. The dust slowly cleared, revealing Chen Chang An standing below, with a contemptuous expression, sticking out his tongue and giving a friendly middle finger downwards. You idiot! I'm definitely killing you today. Everyone is different. You are just a SSHOLE. He held his swollen cheek and missing tooth, his eyes filled with rage. Sizzle, sizzle. He then immediately pointed forward, ordering, a bunch of idiots, what are you spacing out for? Go kill him for me, I want to tear him to shreds. Attacks rained down like a storm. Chen Chang An soared into the air from within the barrage. These guys, whether wielding Q or spears, charged forward to attack all at once. He quickly dodged these attacks. These immortal artifacts need to be avoided a bit. The feeling of the clone getting injured is real. Just as he dodged the spear, a sword came slashing. Extremely sharp, this slash immediately struck Chen Chang An's shoulder, sending blood flying everywhere. He glanced over, grunted, and thought, damn it, this really hurts. Hit by this blow, he was immediately blasted straight toward a nearby house, creating a massive explosion, with dust and rocks flying everywhere. Everyone around immediately ran over, shouting, Lord Governor. As the dust cleared, only a hand was seen reaching up, grabbing onto a piece of wood. He was lying face down, with blood pouring from the corner of his mouth, coughing a few times. Sneak attacks are pretty good, but I'm not really in a position to say anything. After all, it's a life or death battle. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, he thought to himself, just a little more domain points, and the invincible domain will expand to Yinzhao. Gotta endure the pain and hold on until the next round. That Xintian guy seemed to have gone mad. He raised his hands, grinning. So, Immortal General isn't working for you anymore? Aren't you supposed to be a great talker? We haven't even gotten the Immortal King's goons out yet. Saying that, he immediately ordered, you, and you too, go get him. It's time to end this. Several others were already standing there, itching to attack. In this battle, Chen Chang An's clone used all its strength. After all, his efforts were about to pay off. The mighty azure dragon writhed powerfully in the sky, turning that group of heaven's chosen into domain points. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal general. Reward, 500 million domain points. Acquired. Salty fish X3. Yang treasure. Number of immortal generals killed reduced. Chen Chang An's vitality is depleted. The people below were both terrified and worried, Lord Governor, especially after witnessing that scene. Although they had imagined the outcome countless times, this was the first time they were actually seeing it. He stood there panting, sweat pouring down his face, mixed with blood. Ming Hen's eyes widened. She covered her mouth, trembling, tears welling up as if terrified of something. Jiang Quanchu was no different. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like a lost soul. In the scene before them, Chen Chang An's foot was pierced through the chest by a spear, pinning him firmly to the ground, preventing him from falling. Seeing this, Di Shi Tian laughed gleefully. Chen Chang An, how does it feel to be a stray dog? He struggled to muster the last of his strength, sneering at him. Ninth Prince, aren't you the one who knows that feeling the best? Stray dog? Shouldn't it be a losing dog? Hearing those taunts at this moment, he didn't even bother to pay attention. Immediately grabbing a sword in his hand, You're still so arrogant. What do you think if I shattered their hope right in front of your people? That would be so much fun, right? As he said this, he wore an extremely satisfied expression. Then he slashed the sword straight at him. Oh right, and there's also Mount Feixian. There must be a lot of your family and friends in Mount Feixian, right? After you die, I'll try my best to take care of them for you. Seeing her beloved in danger, Jiang Quanchu used all her strength to rush forward, shouting, "No!" But suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down right in front of her feet, causing her to freeze. She stared ahead with tear-filled eyes. Chen Chang An then gave her a bright smile. The light of the sword was gradually approaching. Jiang Quanchu screamed loudly, "Husband!" But he replied calmly, "Quanchu, I will find you." With a single slash, Chen Chang An's head flew off his body, blood splattering everywhere. The system popped up repeatedly. The host's clone has died and is returning to the main body. At this moment, in a simple wooden house, a hand reached out to catch the falling petals. The system popped up. The domain points are sufficient to cover the entire Yunzhu. Does the host wish to cover it? Chen Chang An stood there, softly uttering, "Envelope." Hearing the command, the system immediately activated. Invincible domain expanding. Please wait patiently, host, Chen Chang An asked. How long? The system responded quickly. The Yinzhao battlefield, so noisy just moments ago, was now dead silent. Immortals stood crowded in the air like ants. On the ground, the commoners of the entire city were as still as dead trees. Only Jiang Quanchu sat silently amidst Chen Chang An's corpse. Some standing there fearfully spoke. Even the Zhu Lord is dead. Should we just surrender? A woman behind cried out, "Too tragic, too tragic." Even when his head was chopped off, the Zhao Lord was smiling. Where will the 9 provinces go without Chen Chang An? The other peak lords stood there, frozen solid. The Crimson Province Lord clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Is there really nothing we can do? The Earth Peak Lord continued. The only thing we can do now is one thing. The old man looked at the shattered 9 provinces peak before him, calculating silently. On the other side, Shi Tian looked at Chen Chang An's severed head, laughing gleefully. Look at this useless head of Chen Chang An. Weren't you good at spouting nonsense? Why don't you spout some more? Loud laughter echoed after that. A purple, note-haired guy behind him spoke up. Lord Xintian, the people from the lower realm have brought the 9 provinces peak. Hearing this, he glanced back, exclaiming, "Oh!" The old Earth Peak Lord held the 9 provinces peak in his hands, presenting it to them. The 9 provinces continent willingly offers the 9 provinces peak, hoping the celestial immortals from above will spare us. Chen Chang An's actions were not the will of the people of the 9 provinces. He acted entirely on his own. He alone should bear the blame. Luckily, the supreme immortals eliminated him, restoring peace to the 9 provinces. He snatched the 9 provinces peak away. Shi Tian held the 9 provinces peak in his hand, raising it up and laughing loudly. With this, the land of the 9 provinces is mine. What an honor for you ants of the 9 provinces. You will become my energy sticks for advancing to immortal sovereign. Hearing this, the old Earth Province Lord panicked. What? The Crimson Province Lord was equally furious. What? He wants to absorb the energy of the 9 provinces continent. Is this his goal? In the end, are we just cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Ming. He stood there, her face darkened, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed, her lips trembling, thinking to herself, without Chen Chang An, we can't do anything. Suddenly, the 9 provinces peak slowly disappeared. Xin Tian hadn't been happy for long when he realized this was fake. He widened his eyes, furious. This is fake! The angry Shi Tian released a red burst of spiritual energy, tightly gripping the Earth Peak Lord's body, roaring, "Bastard! You dare trick me with a fake?" But he hurriedly explained, "No, this junior wouldn't dare. The 9 provinces peak was always in Chen Chang An's hands. We didn't know if there was a problem." That woman, Chen Chang An's wife, she definitely knows. Below, Jiang Quanchu was still sitting there, absent-mindedly hugging her husband's headless body. Hearing the old man say this, he quickly turned his gaze downward. Suddenly, Jiang Quanchu, with eyes full of hatred and resentment, glared towards him. Her face was now stained with tears. She gnashed her teeth, and the Dao imprint between her brows blazed with light. She used her techniques to attack them, unclear if she wanted to avenge her husband, or protect the people of the 9 provinces. I'll kill you! A ferocious dragon of water lunged towards them.
But this move was quickly dispersed into a downpour by Xianxia with a wave of his hand.
He glared with wide eyes, roaring, "Men, strip her bare for me. I want to see where she's hiding the 9 provinces peak."
Hearing this, several guys rushed forward, their eyes lustful, saliva dripping from their tongues. "We're coming! I advise you to shout loudly! The louder you shout, the more excited I get." They were all heaven's chosen, from the Xuanwu immortal realm, when a nascent soul realm's small heavenly lightning suddenly descended, striking one of them before he could react. Only a series of shrill screams echoed.
From the heavenly lightning, a voice spoke. I'm here. I'll help you break through. Kill them. You can't hand me over to them." Seeing this voice, they all looked up. Jiang Quanchu was no exception. But suddenly, the several streaks of heavenly lightning dissipated. Small heavenly lightning panicked. "My power, why did it disappear?"
It turned out it had been suppressed by someone. "You troublesome thing, stay there obediently for me." He was a peak immortal general realm, a Dabio, protecting immortal. Seeing that there was nothing hindering them anymore, several guys immediately rushed forward, continuing, "I like to torture little wives like this. We heaven's chosen are just lower realm incarnations. I want to see how many you can kill."
They attacked. Jiang Quanchu defended, but she was no match for them.
She was knocked to the ground with one kick, prostrate on Chang An's body. Want to leave the mortal world with him? They continued to humiliate her, stepping on her body. "Your baby? You call him and see if he reacts. Stand up, trash, overestimating yourself." She lay there helplessly enduring the attacks, hugging Chang An's body, repeatedly calling, "Husband, husband." The bystanders, greedy for life and afraid of death, showed no sympathy,
and even yelling, "Chen Chang An is dead! Why haven't you handed over the 9 provinces cauldron to the immortals? What if the immortals get angry? What's wrong with that woman? Does she want to drag us down with her by resisting the immortals?"
Nan Gong Tianwen's face froze in shock. Jiang Quanchu is going this far for Chen Chang An. And what about us? The Red Province Lord also chimed in. That old thief Feng Qing. If he hadn't said anything, who would have known the 9 provinces cauldron was on her? She wouldn't have. Ming Xia chimed in. So silly. She wants to protect the 9 provinces cauldron for Chen Chang An. Even Chen Chang An is dead. How long can she possibly hold on?
On Jiang Quanchu's side, she was constantly being kicked by those big, burly guys. They were laughing gleefully at each other, so she's already passed out like this.
Several others quickly prepared a final spirit energy attack. One fire will burn the 2 of them to ashes.
At that point, the 9 provinces cauldron will naturally appear when it senses the heat of the approaching flames. However, Jiang Quanchu kept her eyes tightly shut, her teeth clenched, hugging Chen Chang An's body. Suddenly, a purple blast came flying and sent them flying backward, screaming, "Go to hell, you reincarnated prodigies!" Turns out those attacks came from Ming Xia and the Red Province Lord rushing to the rescue. "I can't watch this anymore. A little girl has more guts than we do. What face do we have left? We're all gonna die anyway, so let's make our deaths count. You're bullying people too much."
Come on, Jiang Quanchu's eyes were now blurring, and sweat was pouring down her face like rain. Seeing this, Xie Tian and his subordinates were furious.
"That fool courting death. You want to be a second Chen Chang An? We'll grant your wish. So these ants dare to rebel?"
With that, several prodigies immediately rushed to attack, but Ming Xia and the Red Province Lord fought back, and one even got punched in the face.
Over here, the Thunder Province Lord was also fighting a prodigy, but suddenly she got hit by a rock from somewhere. The common people there were also emboldened. Use whatever you can get your hands on. Tables, chairs, rocks, wood. Use them as weapons. We're gonna die anyway, so might as well take a chance. I've had enough. Immortals of Immortal Valley, get out of 9 provinces. Die, you damned immortals. Charge with the province lords. Charge. The people of 9 provinces will never be slaves. As they said this, they immediately gathered and charged straight at the group of immortals. And everyone grabbed their own weapon. If you have a hoe, use a hoe. If you have a shovel, use a shovel. Seeing this death-seeking scene, Xianxia went crazy like a bloodthirsty maniac, conjuring up a palm strike in his hand. "Look, a bunch of beasts are charging at me. This prince will incinerate them." Just as he finished speaking, a tragic scene unfolded, with severed bodies flying everywhere. The Thunder Province Lord and Ming Xia were no exception. The old Fog Province Lord was now sitting huddled in a corner, covering his head.
"What are you charging for? What are you charging for? A bunch of idiots. This kind of spirit is worthless to the immortals. I want to live. I want to live long enough for the immortals to leave. This time, this is all over. Damned immortals. Damned bastards. The prodigies above the sky were throwing fireballs down below with all their might.
They laughed gleefully. 9 provinces is finished! The people below were frantically trying to escape. Damn it, aren't you supposed to be immortals? Why do you look like demons? Help! Someone, save us! The flames quickly engulfed everyone's bodies, echoing with screams of despair and heart-wrenching cries. For no reason. There was no escape, only despair, helplessness, and unresolved resentment. The scene was now gloomy, with only a thick, bloody stench. Xintian stood in front of Jiang Quanchu and said,
"They're all dead. The people of Yuan province are almost all dead.
Isn't this a great reward?" As he approached, he pressed the sharp tip of his sword into the ground. Hate, pain, the rules of the immortal realm are too many. There really are too many, suppressed for too long. Kill, fight, with the simplest dream. As he said this, he swung his sword down at her, and along with it came a loud shout. "If you choose to resist us, you must go all the way." Seeing the sword about to reach her, she closed her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted, causing Jiang Quanchu to open her eyes wide. His sword was just like that, sliced in half by a beam of light. From a distance, Ling Bao and Bai Yue ran over, her 2 rows of teeth clenched tightly, tears splattering everywhere. Her eyes were now full of resentment, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face as she shouted, "Master, why haven't you appeared yet?" Too late. Seeing this, Shitian's eyes flashed, and his face darkened. "Who are you again? What the hell are you yelling about?" Suddenly, a large space crack opened in the sky above. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in shock as the crack grew wider and wider. From inside, a ghostly figure was slowly stepping out. One person pointed inside and said loudly, "What's going on? Who is this powerful aura of oppression? Is tearing apart the void? Is it our reinforcements? We don't need it anymore. We slaughtered the small fries in the lower realm quite a bit already." The person who stepped out was none other than Chen Chang An, his hands behind his back as he walked outside, slaughtered. Hearing this familiar voice, Shi Tian immediately glanced back. "You? How could you?" "We clearly already." As he spoke, he remembered the image of Chen Chang An's head flying to the ground. "I should have killed you then." His face darkened, and he didn't say a word. The system popped up. "Host, wait a sec. The domain isn't fully expanded yet. Don't..." "Wait, host. If you don't care about yourself, at least care about me. You're pushing me too hard, host. This is difficult for me." That Xin Tian's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. Could it be? A clone from before? No, impossible. What tricks are you playing? After waiting for a while, Chen Chang An finally saw the system notification. "Host, your Invincible Domain has expanded throughout Yunzhou. Please use it." His face now resembled that of a demon, his eyes blazing. He couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing that dark and sinister face, Shi Tian couldn't help but feel frightened, his complexion turning as pale as a toad's backside. Suddenly, as if sensing an invisible force attacking him, he was immediately sent flying backward. Without time to react, he fell heavily to the ground below, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured the sky. He was covered in cuts and bruises, continuously spitting out blood, and coughing a few times. Still unwilling to give in, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose, wondering, how could this be? I was attacked. An attack I couldn't even see clearly. Suddenly sensing something else, he glanced sideways. To the side, Chen Chang An glanced at him, his expression icy cold. "What the hell kind of inhuman things have you been doing, you son of a bitch?" Instantly, that Shi Tian threw a punch and charged forward, yelling, "This prince wants to kill you, so I'll kill you. What, you not happy about it?" However, he was no match for Chen Chang An now. He simply raised his hand and smacked him hard in the face. Just one hit sent him face planting into the ground, spraying blood everywhere. Then, Chen Chang An continued to lift his foot, aiming directly at him to stomp down. This stomp unleashed a powerful force, causing the ground to crack into glowing lines. Luckily for him, the stomp hadn't reached him yet. He lowered his head to the ground, muttering, "I don't believe it, I won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chang An stomped directly on his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, screaming loudly. His eyes now felt like they were about to explode from the pressure. With the last of his strength, he gave the order, "Die, Die for me, Chen Chang An, you persistent ghost. Summon the outer heavenly demons, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, several purple seals and lightning bolts struck down from above. An outer heavenly demon appeared with a giant scythe in its hand, slashing directly towards Chen Chang An. By the order of my king, take a hit from me, you mortal. Suddenly, Chen Chang An raised his hand to block in front of him. Then, in the middle of his palm, he created a large source of golden lightning and spiritual power. He whispered, "Die immediately." Instantly, the outer heavenly demon was blasted into oblivion by this palm strike. Stunned and not understanding what was happening, she screamed, "I haven't even made a move yet, Prince. Save me." In just a moment, the outer heavenly demon turned into dust and flew into nothingness. At the same time, the system popped up. Congratulations, host, for killing a god, demon immortal king of the first level, rewarded with 8 million domain points and 1 world fragment. The crowd watching below couldn't help but be shocked. A god demon of the immortal king level unexpectedly killed by a single move? I can't even sense the origin of this guy's cultivation. His strength must have far surpassed the immortal king level. Taking advantage of Chen Chang An's inattention, that Xianxia hurriedly tried to escape. What are you all standing around for? Attack! If we can kill him once, we can kill him a second time. If I die, you guys won't have a good ending when you return either. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, sweating profusely. He continued to clasp his hands together and give the order. Everyone, launch a full-scale attack. No half measures allowed. We must crush Chen Chang An. 1,000 myriads of gods and demons, enter the body of the god demon I summon. In his mind he thought, he can even tear through space to chase after me here. Chen Chang An, I don't care if you're an immortal king or an immortal emperor, but today, I can't let you live. If not, you'll definitely become the biggest threat to our upper realm in the future. Countless demon generals. The moment he finished speaking, a gigantic demon recklessly charged forward. Surrounded by countless celestial generals and prodigies, he stood there calmly, without a hint of fear, and raised his hand. The horde of demons was rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Suddenly, he just snapped his fingers lightly, then yelled, "Kill!" Instantly, those people were like an ant being crushed in the void, without even having time to react. A system notification sound. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal marshal. Reward, 7 million domain points, plus a salted fish treasure and a character dump. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th realm immortal king god and demon. Reward, 9 million domain points, plus a realm fragment x2. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal marshal, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Not far away, Jiang Yuxuan was flying through the air when suddenly a loud explosion erupted behind her. She turned her head to look, thinking to herself, the 9th prince and his group are making such a big commotion. My immortal fruit hasn't been exchanged yet. I need to go tell them not to affect Flying Immortal Mountain. With that thought, she immediately shot off like an arrow. At this moment, on Chen Chang An's side, everyone had collapsed to their knees, heads down. With just a tick sound, those immortals would all explode. Oh heavens! So this is the true strength of the continent master? Ling Bao-er wobbled to her feet, looking at her master standing there without a scratch. The group couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. That's right, it's a good thing he's on our side. Not far away, towards the side of that Shitian guy, a pair of slender legs descended. Jiang Yuxuan had finally arrived. The sight before her caused her to freeze, her face paling. Why did the 9th prince have to mess with this jinx? We're screwed. Things are gradually getting worse. Then that Shitian guy continued to speak. I basically understand now. You borrowed a clone to probe our strength, making us complacent, and lowering our guard so you could have a chance to kill us all. You didn't dare to show up from the start, definitely because you weren't confident in winning at first. You were worried we'd summon an even stronger immortal guardian to give you this opportunity. I was truly careless. I didn't expect someone like you to exist in the lower realm. Although immortal guardians can be constantly nurtured using domain energy, there should be a limit. Thanks to them, I roughly know what realm you're in now. He stared intently at him. You're an immortal emperor realm, adept at space laws. To deal with you, we definitely have to use that. He quickly raised his hand, summoning large eyes in the sky. Chen Chang An, you're the first lower realm person to make me use the Spirit Descent Talisman of Primordial Return. This talisman is extremely precious. In a short amount of time, it can end the law restriction and restore the strength of the upper realm. Devourer, come here! The moment he finished speaking, a super, gigantic, azure-colored sword slammed down into the ground. Behind him now stood a demon, with 4 long, chaotic horns, ready to destroy everything. For my master, he was a peak immortal emperor. Among immortal emperors, I am invincible. I can even trade 1 for 1 with an immortal exalted. Jiang Yuxuan stood there witnessing this, her eyes wide with shock, thinking to herself, even the renowned devourer has come. What to do? If Chen Chang An dies like this, then my fruit will be gone. Bistakis. Without another word, Shitian immediately ordered, Devourer, attack. He quickly obeyed the order, wielding his sword and charging forward, continuously yelling, Annihilation! 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 He stood there, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upwards in a smile, his expression unchanged. Then, he pointed his friendly middle finger straight at the devourer. 1-inch yang finger. In the blink of an eye, the devourer instantly vanished into the void, leaving only the sword stuck in the ground. System notification sound. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal emperor, god, and demon. Reward: 30 million domain points and a realm fragment. Shitian, seeing this, was sweating buckets, his face as pale as a frog's butt. Jiang Yuxuan was equally shocked. This? Am I seeing things? That was a peak immortal emperor, yet he was killed in 1 move? Just what level has Chen Chang An's cultivation reached? Fook. Seeing that there was no chance of winning, only 1 word remained in his mind. Run. But there was no time to run. In front of him now, Chen Chang An charged forward at the speed of a rocket, his eyes blazing. He delivered a direct kick, shattering his 2 quail eggs, leaving him no time to react. Then he raised his hand again and delivered a resounding slap. That guy Xianxia crashed to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Big bro Chen Chang An stood with both feet on his head, arms crossed. Last time, you were also stomped under my feet like this. Like a bug, how pathetic you are. Look at you, a dignified 9th prince being humiliated into a state of, not quite a ghost, not quite a human. Below, Xintian's snot was running down his face, his arms limp. All around, the once crowded heavenly geniuses and celestial beings had vanished without a trace. Turns out, no one in the immortal realm dares to help. How hilarious. Chen Chang An flicked his fingers, flashed a confident grin. I've always been thinking about how to maximize profits, preferably to the point of endlessly supplying the things I want. Keeping your dog life with this domain point means this plan of mine can finally be put into action. Suddenly, a massive stone cross appeared behind him. Looking at Xintian, he said casually, I'm sure someone will really like this. At this moment, Xintian's body was already hung on the cross, a stone nail hammered straight into his hand, pinning him to the crucifix. In the name of the Father. Then hanging your body up, aiming thousands upon thousands of drills at you, 1 drill every 10 seconds, drilling for a long, long time. I don't care if it hurts or not. Countless drills were ready and waiting around him. He cried out in agony, his eyes rolled back in his head. Chen Chang An now looked like a fiend, his sharp eyes flashed a sinister smile. Until someone powerful comes to save you, I'm willing to wait no matter how long. That's right, as long as they can come save you, then I'll let you go. 1 sharp drill after another shot forward, 7 or 8 at a time. With each count, drills pierced through his body. Xitian was covered in drills. Screaming in agony, his blood splattering all over his body. His screams and painful gasps echoed continuously. He opened his eyes wide in horror, thinking blankly. I've lost count of how many times I've been pierced by those drills. It hurts so much. When will this end? Chen Chang An smirked, looking at the blood-soaked drills that were being pulled out. It's already been an hour, and the upper realm hasn't sent anyone down to save you yet. Looks like you're a pretty failed prince. He frowned, and said with a smile. Or maybe the force with which I torture you isn't enough. Let's add tens of thousands of drills and give it a try. Just then, a hand reached out from behind and embraced him tightly. Jiang Quanchu held him tightly, crying with excitement. Hubby, it's real. It's not an illusion. You're alive. She gently bit his shoulder. The system popped up a notification. Host, a heavenly genius reincarnation has been detected within the domain. Chen Chang An smiled gently and coaxed her. There, it won't be like that again. She softly hummed in agreement. The power of all living things was cast around her. A long, excited cry rang out. Master! Ling Bao jumped into his arms. You were so cool just now. You were really like a god descending to earth. Bai Yu also rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Senior, you are too powerful."
The sudden event caused an accidental bump into Jiang Quanchu, pushing her away. Jiang Quanchu, feeling aggrieved, immediately rushed forward and grabbed his hand.
"Hubby!" Ling Bao exclaimed angrily. "Hub! Bai!" Chen Chang An nodded, sweat dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Look at me. I forgot to introduce you. This is my disciple, Ling Bao." Jiang Quanchu hugged his arm tightly. Frowning warily as she looked around, Ling Bao said, upset and annoyed, "I'm not reconciled. A nasty woman seducing master."
They looked at him, then shouted in unison, "Hubby, master, you have to give me an explanation." Chen Chang and awkwardly tried to mediate helplessly. Calm down."
He glanced in another direction and said, "We're all family, living in the same house. We'll sort everything out."
The people below were speechless with surprise,
saying, "The Lord has this side to him too. It's completely different from when he was beheading immortals just now." Honestly, seeing that lustful look on the Lord's face just now, I couldn't even imagine what his smile would look like. Jiang Yuxuan also gaped, unable to utter a word, doing that kind of thing and still acting like it's nothing.
Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the sky.
Chen Chang An smirked. "Finally, they're here." Seeing the crack spreading, Jiang Yuxuan exclaimed in shock. "That's the Domain Lord's 8-star Buddha finger. One finger can easily destroy dozens of lower realm domains." The more she spoke, the more panicked she became, equivalent to a serious attack from an immortal venerable. Following her words, a finger pressed straight down towards Chen Chang An. "Lower realm person, you're courting death." Xianxia, who was pinned to the stone cross behind him, laughed excitedly. "Domain Lord. The Domain Lord has come to save me. The Domain Lord wants to kill you. One finger is enough. Chen Chang An, go die." He gave the middle finger to the sky with a serious face. "Well then, I want to see if your finger is stronger or mine." Illusion magic, Canada style. The second my middle finger touched it, that giant finger up there got bent backward and vanished into thin air.
Shi Tian, Jiang Yuxuan, and all the other nosy Parkers were gawking with their mouths hanging open, unable to close them. What the heck? Even a middle finger can't compare.
Ling Bao cheered enthusiastically. "Master is the bestest. Go kill them." He kept his cool appearance, raising his middle finger to the sky. "You, upper realm, you all like being cowardly turtles, huh? You only dare to attack me from across realms, not daring to show your faces directly? Or are you scared?"
Jiang Yuxuan yelled angrily from behind. "Chen Chang An, enough! I know you're super hostile toward the immortals of the upper realm right now, but the upper realm isn't just made up of immortal kings and immortal emperors like us. There are much stronger beings." She frowned seriously.
If the 9 provinces realm didn't have laws protecting it, preventing stronger immortals from descending freely, you wouldn't be allowed to act so arrogant here if you really pissed them off.
Her words gave Chen Chang An a brilliant idea. He rubbed his chin and smiled brightly.
"Thanks for reminding me," he said immediately. "So that's why the immortals of the upper realm haven't dared to descend, even though I've been torturing Xintian for so long. It's because of the laws." With that, he snapped his fingers and shouted, "Heavenly Dapio, come here." Heavenly Dapio called out clearly. "Father, what are your instructions?" he said seriously. "I want to change the laws of this continent, especially this law about immortals descending." As soon as he finished speaking, several golden scrolls were pulled out of Doraemon's magic pocket, shining and floating in the 9 provinces realm. Immortal prohibition is no good. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Xianxia rushed forward to dissuade him. "Father, this absolutely won't work. Your little slave body can't handle it." Even so, he ignored her, his face darkening. 1. Immortals can ignore the suppression of the laws and descend freely. 2. The 9 provinces realm doesn't restrict the immortal power of immortals. 3. Immortals can unleash their peak strength. This way, immortals descending won't have any restrictions.
Seeing the words before her changing to 9 provinces realm, immortals can enter the spirit realm. Heavenly Dako collapsed completely, a tear of helplessness rolling down her cheek. Forget it. As long as father is happy, who cares about my life?" Shi Tian and Jiang Yuxuan stared in shock.
How dare he?" The nosy Parkers were also speechless, offering forced smiles. "Lord Continent Master, just let it go, destroy it, my heart is tired."
"Hurry up," Xing Tian thought grimly. "I get it. Chen Chang An has long wanted to kill all the immortals to ensure eternal peace for the lower realm. Me leading the Tao protecting immortals to attack Yun, killing his clone. All of these things were traps he set up in advance, aimed at all immortals. Chen Chang An is really too terrifying.
Jiang Yuxuan was completely petrified. You maniac! You damn maniac! She felt dizzy, complaining inwardly, I came to get immortal